Uh-oh, lost track of time. Let's go. What's up? Welcome back, one and all. Hopefully you're having a happy Sunday before you hit that realization that you're going to have to go back to work tomorrow. Well, sucks to have a regular job. Actually, I don't know. I guess security's nice. But yes, we are back for the second day of Energy Slapfest number 2. The live games do not start for another hour and a half, but that is a perfect opportunity for us to go ahead and check out some of the other series that didn't get cast yesterday. So we are going to be eyeballing up Marine Lord versus Anovaku, because I know people want to know how that story went down. And then the other one I'm looking at right now is going to be Puppy Paw versus Corvinus. So first things first, of course, folks, we do have to get the draft up. In fact, let me have a look. One sec. Draft button's being weird again. It's going to keep being like this, isn't it? All right, anyway, let me just manually put in the names then. Okay, update, and there we go. Boom. So, we've got a draft for Marine Lord versus Anovaku. No surprise that Anno went ahead and picked the Order of the Dragon. Got Jeanne d'Arc as well, which isn't too bad, but you know, this is interesting. Marine Lord, I think he has some good answers to Jeanne d'Arc. I actually think Atri is pretty good against Jeanne d'Arc, now with the changes they made. On top of that, the Ibid matchup is of particular annoyance for Jeanne d'Arc because of how quick the game moves. It moves away from these undesirable field lage units into very powerful cast lage units quickly. And because it's a camel-based civ, naturally going knight spam isn't always going to be the best approach for Jeanne. So if I'm Marine Lord, I'm probably keeping an eye out for that Jeanne d'Arc detail. Anovaku, likely he's going to be going Jeanne and Order of the Dragon here if it turns into a 2-game series. So you've got to essentially dissect where you're going first. You know that the game's going to open up on Cliffside, actually. Cliffside's a pretty decent map for Order of the Dragon because of how quickly they reach the enemy base. Bit of a worse map, in my opinion, for Ibids, simply because of how easily you can get blocked early on. Due to the fact that if you get a bad gold spawn, the shorter range to your base means that strong components like the English longbows or the Dragon Gilded Archers can block out your resources. I'm just quickly restarting my game because I noticed we had some lag. I don't want you guys to have to deal with lag before we get in. So let me reload now, and then I will tell you what we're getting in game 1. Oh, what's that? Let's turn the volume on that down a bit. Damn. Electric Guitar got a bit vicious. If you want to see the bracket, exclamation mark bracket. Be warned though, because we are recapping some series that were already done yesterday to begin with. If you check that bracket, you will spoiler yourself. So my advice, wait until we're done recapping these 2 series, then have a look. And you can see who you got coming up. So, let me go ahead and pull up Marine Lord's data. We'll have to go touch grass today, so I'll be creeping. No problem, Mark Leaf. Have a good time, buddy. Enjoy the fresh air. So, game 1, Cliffside. It's going to be Atri versus Jeanne. I feel like Atri got a lot more options in this matchup now, whereas Jeanne d'Arc, I feel like you have to be going Archer form, right? This is one of those matchups where I just don't feel like you can play a long feudal and get level 3. If you are playing a long feudal, you're playing against a much better economy. So I'm expecting probably like 2 DC from Anovaku would make a lot of sense here. It's just difficult on a map like Cliffside because of how close to your opponent's base you're going to be. But this is crafted by Marine Lord. It means he keeps to the Ibids for the Order of the Dragon matchup, which I actually quite like Ibids for. Marlians is for if you think there's going to be an English pick. But even if it turns into a situation where you pick Ibids and it's English, that's still a decent matchup for the Ibids. All right, should we get to it? Tournament recap time. The group stage is over, but I know there's plenty of games that just simply didn't get the light of day, and that, to me, is criminal, so we are going to fix that, folks. Marine Lord of Gentlemates going up against Anovaku of Unsigned. If you want him, come and get him. Possibly the most prolific Order of the Dragon spammer you're going to find these days. Should be an interesting one, actually, because we open up here on Cliffside in Energy Slapfest number 2. This is a matchup that actually Jeanne d'Arc has some very intriguing answers to the HRE in the early days. The idea was that you would go for an outpost rush and you would go archer form and you could deny HRE. Because anytime you sniped a villager or prelate, double whammy of value just because of how efficient those villagers are. When they're removed from the board, it's a bigger worth for Jeanne. I think the matchup has changed a bit, though, ever since the HRE discovered that Feudal Age does exist and they can participate in it. This Civ is vicious off of the starting line. They have the capability of ending a game in Feudal, and I think right now the go-to meta for Jeanne d'Arc players is actually to go 2TC and scale upwards to solve for them. So curious to see what Anavaku's approach is going to be here. If you have not seen Anavaku before, I believe he's ranked about 86th in the world right now at the time of recording. Very talented player from Ukraine. We saw him beat Dumu just the other weekend. That's his big claim to fame right now, that he was able to actually take down Dumu. Admittedly, in a favored matchup, he was Order the Dragon versus HRE, but it's still impressive all the same. What's that? Anavaku got 7k MMR in Dota, now he has RTS ambitions. I mean, that's how it works, right? I was just tuning into Dumu's stream. I think someone asked him, is Age of Empires 4 the hardest game? And he said, no, StarCraft's the hardest game. And I was like, well, Dota 2 exists. I'm just going to say that. So maybe being 7k MMR in Dota 2 is good enough to be top in RTS? I don't know. It's interesting, actually, whenever this type of debate comes up, because it's very convoluted. You can't just draw a line very clearly, right? I do think that RTS is... You can argue the solo skill makes it like the hardest genre, but at the same time, does that discredit the ability, the difficulty of actually playing in a team? I feel like, that's the reason why, if you look at the biggest esports scenes, I think I said this before, it's why I want to see RTSs lead with their team games instead of the 1v1s. Is if you look at all the biggest esports genres, with the rare exception of fighting games, and I think that's more the grassroots focused approach they've had, practically all of them are team-based, 3 players and above. Because I think for a lot of people, there's a high degree of difficulty in being successful, being great at a video game, when you also have other elements to your play that you don't control directly, i.e. teammates. But in 1v1s, the 1v1s has always still to this day been seen the purest form of skill, and I respect that, I get that. But definitely feel like there's something missing in the RTS scene, especially at AoE4. I feel like we could easily be exploring team games a bit more, and the devs could be helping with that, and we'd have a thriving scene there as well. Anyway, back to the game. We've got Archon Chapel and School of Cavalry openings. Nothing unorthodox so far. Anavaku did not go for an outpost rush whatsoever. So Marine Lord is getting up in the age for free. And looking at the Archon Chapel placement here, you always want to place on wood, but he could have placed it on the wood down here. I think we might be having a Feudal Age all-in from Marine Lord. And I really like this build. I think it's very strong. If you open archers and then you go into spearmen, plus the men-at-arms, it's very difficult for Jeanne d'Arc to deal with that. She can realistically go into a knight. She can try to clash with you. It's probably going to be the women-at-arms form, which is the correct call. Basically, when you're up against HRE, if it's a fast castle build and you ID that, you should be going range form, Jeanne. If it's going to be a long feudal, women-at-arms will do a lot better. But it's still very difficult simply because the archer ball just gets so big so quickly for HRE. So for Jeanne, the way you win this isn't by spamming archers, it's actually by spamming knights. But stupid part about HRE right now, I think I was just in Warman's stream explaining like why English get stomped by HRE, despite the fact English have the best archers. It's because this Civ has a 40% better economy. And practically all of it is buffed by 40% right now, with the exception of 2 villages. There are not really many Civs that can sit back and chill on eco and beat that. Not in the first 10 to 15 minutes of play. There's no doubt RTS is more strategically and mechanically difficult, but the skill of teamwork cooperation is what makes Dota 2 its own level of difficulty. Damn right. Yeah, I've said this before. I actually don't think there is a more complicated esports in existence than Dota 2. Dota 2, League of Legends, those ones, like, because of the permutations, right? Remember when, does everyone remember a long time ago when I done an interview with BC, and he was like, we were talking about how many civs would get added. And I know it was when we cast together, and I was like, I'd love to see like 6 civs added. It's like 6? Do you know how many extra permutations that is? I'm like, dude, I came from a game with over 100 hero choices, and there's 10 made each game. Don't be a pussy. It's actually like crazy when you think about it that way. But that's quite nice, I think, in a way, is that, while I'd say the permutations are lower in AoE4, there is so many diverse options in those 1v1s, it can feel incredibly intense still. And guys, we are indeed going to be getting Jeanne the Hunter. Spearman opening means this is already a nice move for Anavaku, but remember, with the newly found combo for the HRE, adding in the full feudal comp isn't difficult. In fact, he's already sneaking the archer range and the stables on the backside, where he'll be scouted later. That's genius. I love this from Marine Lord. Notice what happens here. Anavaku's like, great, you've built racks. I'm going to spam archers now. He's already placed the archer range. He's already queued up, and now watch. As he scouts around, he's going to see it. okay, archers, that's not too bad. He needs to go deeper because if he misses this detail, which he's going to, that means he will not have the spearmen to deal with horsemen. Knights aren't too bad, mind you. They can do a decent deal there. But it just gives Marine Lord a lot more flexibility in these fights now, right? When the fights clash, horsemen run in, they allow the spearmen through. Those spearmen move quick with marching drills, and then you flood the archer backside. This also means Jean is now very vulnerable. The archers were already going to be a good solution to archer form Jean. The horsemen are just the MVP. H3 eco is wild. You never stop them from castle rushing. Cavallo, I think you've made a mistake in your sentence there. I think what you mean is you can never stop them feudal age rushing you. The meta is changing, my friends. Castle age is yawn like that. Who needs that anymore? Why wait to Castle age to win a game and then go 25, 30 minutes in and potentially throw when you can basically lock a game in 15 minutes? That's the state of the HRE now. Another nice thing about the horsemen, not only is it going to be great against his archers, but in the meantime, it's your raiding unit. It's already marching around the flank. Gold gathering is going to be big here. He knows that because it's French. They're going for knights. So great read here. Marine Lord just going to get a little bit of idle time here that should be able to slow down production somewhat. And you can see actually, like, Anavaku has enough gold that it won't hurt production from that standpoint, but he probably wants to be getting to blacksmith soon, right? Like if he's going to play into feudal like this, if you're not quick about it, you know that the HRE can rush into their blacksmith techs much faster, especially with a backspawn in gold like that. The interesting part to me is the fact that Marine Lord is ignoring gold altogether. Is Order of the Dragon actually favored versus HRE? Yes, Myriad. The logic is that if you mass men-at-arms in Feudal Age with Order of the Dragon, they are really difficult to dent. And now with the Archon-Chapel buff, your economy is just as good as HRE. The difference as well is, like, because of the way you take control of the game with that men-at-arms detail, you tend to play on pocket ecos more than HRE do, right? So you're able to get better gathering rates, so you're not forced to do a farm transition quicker. Things might be changing slightly now that we've got HRE more present in Feudal, but I'd still say Order of the Dragon can be quite favored there, as long as they can keep their opponent pinned in Feudal. Because I really rate very highly the combo of Gilded Men-at-Arms and Gilded Archers. It's definitely a much closer matchup now because of the amazing Marching Drills buff, but do not underestimate the power of the Dragon. I don't know why I done a Dragon there, I'm sorry. I don't think that was a Dragon as much as a drunk man. Charge comes in, and Avaku. Wait, what are we doing here? Oh, no. Dude, what? Oh, my God. He sent all the knights. Going for listening with Anavaku. Oh, bliet. This is not good. 4 villagers down like that, and you still can't even defend after the fact. So gold is now an issue for him. Other side of this, his knights aren't doing anything. Anavaku, APM needs to go through the roof right now. If he can't kill on the other side of this, it's worthless. And look at the move from Marine Lord straight away onto the gold. He now realizes he's got options here. This is either Castle Age or you can play into Blacksmith Techs. Now, considering he's rushed 6 people out, man, that's 7. I think we're actually looking at a rush towards Blacksmith Techs because the food count isn't high enough yet, right? He's adding in more farms. So probably going to be 1 or 2 Blacksmiths before you consider Castle. But now this is pretty much a cruise mode game for him, right? Anavaku is making the mistake of going complacent. He's gone limp. He took that initial hit, and now he's not moving out. And that is possibly the worst thing you could do here. So Mirai, to the point of kiting makes the HRE OP. Remember, for Order of the Dragon, you can't kite Gilded Archers. Like, it's impossible. If I'm like Order of the Dragon, I just spam Gilded Archers, right? And then I'm a stationary machine gun because you have to come in range of me. Gilded Archers are genuinely the thing that's still being slept on. They are insane. You open Men-at-Arms to distract your opponent, but then you go Gilded Archers. Textiles now coming in from Marine Lord. This tells you that he's looking to move in with his army again. So by going Textiles, you're going to guarantee that you don't have to guard as much because it's going to be very difficult for Jean to get any kills. Gilded Archers are only really good in Castle? I don't feel like that's the case. So I'm going to say something here, and it's going to sound like I'm calling all the pros noobs, but Gilded Archers are being misused in combat. There's way too much stutter stepping going on with Gilded Archers. Gilded Archers' its base attack rate is way too low to move. The reason why you see a lot of people stutter and kite isn't just because it allows them to stay away from melee. It's because actually there's a frame skipping trick where if you get your timing right, you can shoot 1 to 2 more per minute by microing your archers. The problem is the Gilded Archers' attack speed is so low that that's irrelevant. They attack 1 a second, right, compared to 1.62. So when you're playing Gilded Archers, it's a very different style of play compared to every other Civ, where you want to start a step. With Gilded Archers, you actually feel a lot better if you just stand still. Anavaku, I think this is him on the ropes now. I mean, his army, he hasn't even got Steel Dagger in. Undermesh is on the way. Steel Dagger is already in there. And this fight is about to get real ugly. Way too many horsemen, way too many spears. Sean immediately just gets brutalized. And I think this is the point where Anavaku is just going to have to tap out. All these archers dying means you have no defense anymore. Sick greets by Marine Lord. And guys, this is what I was warning. We saw it yesterday with Kiljadi. HRE don't have to be scared of Jeanne d'Arc anymore. The marching drill has changed, the tempo they now have in Feudal Age. This is a Civ that can actually contest Jeanne. Marine Lord has shown it, Kiljadi has shown it, and now I need you all to show it to Jeanne pickers. If you guys are still reeing about Jeanne being OP, pick HRE, build an archery range, and man the duck up. It really is that simple. Cool 1-1-1 build, though. I think that's the difference. In a lot of these matchups, it's just archery ranges and Raxus. But the Horseman detail was smart. The moment he saw that his opponent went Jeanne Hunter, and he knew that Jeanne would always follow up archers, it's so much better. And the thing you have to remember is, like, Spearman is less viable for Jeanne d'Arc. They made a small but very relevant change to Jeanne d'Arc. They don't get the Blacksmith Bloomery for free now when they build the Blacksmiths. That's a huge nerf to Spearman-based builds for Jeanne d'Arc, because you don't get that immediate inflate. You have to add more to get more. So it just feels overall bad. And it means that you become more predictable and so easy to read for a player like Marine Lord. GG, game 1 will go to Chat Lord. All right, time to address that controversial statement, right? I know I'm going to get called out on it. Are you calling like pro players noobs? Oh, I need to do it manually? Yeah, by golly. Let's see. Let's time his ass out. Why are we timing him out? Poor guy. He only just got here. I'll give him 2 minutes. So, old gimmick, I just don't want to spend points. Oh, okay. Kind of related, but I tested with a friend the other day. Range units have a stagger animation when they get hit, and it lasts long enough that OTD range units skip and lose an attack cycle. That is very interesting, Kaivayu. I don't think I've seen that researched before. Kaivayu, you ready to be our noob from UA? Noob from UA? Sorry, Age of Noob, rather. That's intriguing. But once again, the logic is if you're not being attacked, though, right? But the stagger works on ranged attacks as well, doesn't it? Right? It's not just melee attacks, which is a little bit weird to me. I feel like maybe the stagger would make more sense if it was only from melee attacks. That would give more credence towards melee units, right? Zuby, chill. Jesus Christ. Why are you suggesting a poll for next match? What does that even mean? We already know what next match is going to be. The next match is going to be game number 2 between these two. Oh god, it's English Malians. And Anavaku tends to play very old school English, so I've got a bad feeling. Need to bully KP into playing more. Would be so fun watching him play. I mean, I've said this already. I set the mark. I think I said 250 or 300 CCV averages. I'll start doing some play streams. Are you going to make push-up? Yes, I'm doing push-ups. Make push... Are you going to make... I'm sorry, it's the way I read that. It's like, are you going to make love with the floor? 3, 4, 5, 6. By the way, guys, Zuba0T is actively keeping you away from the games. 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, see, I always just do this. I always just assume there's another person that adds push-ups afterwards. So in we go. Jesus Christ! Okay, I'm fat shaming you all now. How many of you are making me do this because you never do exercise yourself? Be honest, one's in chat. I'm on to you all. Guys, we have games to cast. I'm fucking banning all of you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. You happy now? Jesus Christ. Are we just on a timeout war here? on a hot summer day where we're going to be doing an 8-hour stream as well. We'll ban all your asses. Right. Are you all ready for the game now? I actually have to open the door because it's hot in here already now. Freaking summer. The good news about summer is I don't have to spend as much on heating. The bad news is it's hot. And yes, Camion, that was a big part of it as well, for sure. But if I get viewership up, it's probably going to be a lot easier to try and get a PC sponsor. So these things kind of feed into each other. All right. Let's get ready for it. Game number 2 between Marine Lord and Anavaku. We take to Gorge here for the good old-fashioned time to get your face stomped in a 2-0 because it's English versus Malians. This is, by far, I'd say, English's hardest matchup. They do have some ways out, though, by the way. There was, of course, the infamous Dragavan build, which worked against Vortex, where you proxy base as English and then overwhelm. Big shout out to Zuba0T for giving a gifted sub out. Thank you very much, my friend. But yes, this matchup overall, I think if you want to win this as the English nowadays, little tip for people, because I bet there's some of you that always pick English and someone checks your data and picks Malians. Build Abbey of Kings. Abbey of Kings gives you a better shot at doing this. And wow, thank you, Zuba0T. Another gifted sub. Absolute legend. Yeah, so I think the way you play this, you don't go Council Hall, you go for Abbey of Kings. But the thing that has me worried is Anavaku. We've watched him once today already. Thank you again, Zuba0T. He's going to keep doing this. He just wants to keep getting thanked. I've seen this a few times. Jesus, thank you, Zuba0T. The best part is I've just got Zuba0T gifting subs one at a time. It's brilliant. Love you, bud. Appreciate it. Yeah, so this matchup, what worries me is I think the way is Abbey of Kings, but we have watched Anavaku already in this matchup. That was against Anatand, and he done the Council Hall build and 2TC. I don't like that. Actually, sorry, that was against the Chinese. But once again, that matchup, I think there, you should be doing Abbey of Kings. And thank you, Pearl Harbor. Welcome back to the Swarm. So my mentality on this matchup is, I think also Gully Deck will hit something that's really smart here. Because I complain about it. I've said it so many times. If someone's picking Malians on Gorge, did you get hit in the head? Because the problem on Gorge is it's just not a very good map for multiple pit mines. The pit mines are way too far away. Thank you, Zuba0T. That's 5 gifted subs. Boop, boop. Keep it coming. Come on, Zuby's doing all the carrying in this chat. Where are the prime subbers? I know there's a few of you out there. But no, the thing about this map is between the way that the pit mines are going to spawn, the gold veins are going to spawn far away, and the fact that there's resources nearby, you usually can't actually get efficient pit mines, let alone full pit mines. So I'm not a big fan of Malian picks here, but it's because Marine Lord knew the English would come out here. If we look at the map draft, in terms of remaining picks, the other option was going to be Dry Arabia. I just don't feel like you want to pick English on Dry Arabia if you have the option of picking it on Gorge. Gorge is better, and that is gorgeous. That's what I want. Abbey of Kings coming through. Zuba0T also come through the extra gifted subs. Absolute legend. We've got Hype Train level 3. I think my Hype Train record, is it 5? I think we somehow hit a 5 before. No, sorry. Channel all-time record is somehow level 7. I don't know how that happened. All right, there you go, guys. Keep it going. That's choo-choo train. We're almost halfway there to making a new record. Yeah, Abbey of Kings, to me, this is a much better build because the Council Hall is just counterable, right? You usually get Javelins. There's no way you're going to stop that happening. By going Abbey of Kings, if you now go for a second TC, which Anavaku is, you can distract your opponent and make him invest. But the problem is his type of army that he invests in can't break a base. The things you typically invest into with Donzos and Javelins are more designed around defense. So I actually quite like this beginning for Anavaku. There is another way you can play this comp now, which is you spam Horsemen, but you're against Donzos. I never recommend spamming Horsemen with the King against Donzos, because although you can heal over time, those Donzos reach a critical mass where they snipe you each time you come near, right? So you can't heal the dead. Anyone who's tried to do that in an RPG knows that actually hurts them more. So the issue there is that in this particular matchup, you're quite predictable. You have to go 2TC, and I imagine Anavaku is going to be trying to rush castle afterwards. All right. Curious. One's in chat if you favor the Malians, two's if you like the English. I want you guys to be unbiased about this. Remove the names from the equation. If you just saw these openings on these civs. Because this is the thing, like, we're obviously, if we include the players, you're just going to be like Marine Lord straight away. But notice, like, some people are being honest. They're like, no, 2s. I like 2 now. And I agree. I think it's actually pretty good. The 2TC this early and the fact that you force your opponent to react means that he's actually not scaling immediately into the mills and the cow. Because here's the thing about this king opening. It's changed so many dynamics. Typically, what you do in this situation as Marine Lord, you scout 2TC, and you now have options. You can either all in your opponent, or you can full on ape send it into Castle Age. You full on send it into Castle Age, right? But now, because the king detail, you have to drop a Rax, you have to add in 4 or 5 Donzos, and you still run the risk of getting raided when you're trying to set up these extra pit mines. So I do think English have a better shot in this matchup now, but your goal is to optimally get through Feudal Age into Castle, and then pump units into the field. Marlians can actually dent English in Feudal if they go 2TC. Agreed. But most Marlian players just draw at the mouth and say, I like more cow, please. I imagine Marine Lord is the type of player that's not going to do that, but I've seen quite a few Marlians that simply think the answer to this is rush castle. But the problem is you can't rush castle. It's never free because of this detail. King, now on the way. It's coming out in just 8 seconds. Second TC is going to be fourth one. This shows Anavaku's full intent. This is going to be naked, fast castle, 2TC. He's on the gold, right? Like, I don't see a world in which he invests multiple units. Marine Lord has scouted this, though. So this is where Marine Lord should have his confirmation that he needs to attack. And if he now goes into the racks, adds in 1 archer range, you should have enough to break this. The blacksmith time is going to be really important, but one of the nice things is whenever someone sets up a TC4 to their base, what you have to consider, what you have to tell yourself is that's more easily rammable. Don't think that's harder to breach. Actually, if you want to commit with a blacksmith, that's easier to kill. Because instead of having to go around the back to attack it, it's right at the front of the base. On top of that, it's closer to your base, ergo closer to your production. And yes, the king gives out of combat healing. It's 2 health every second out of combat. The Abbey of Kings itself has a much stronger one. It's 6 health every second. And that king is already on the prowl. So here you go. Kingly presence. 2 health every 1 sec. The UI used to be wrong with that, by the way, because once upon a time it was meant to be 6.5 in the Abbey of Kings. King in. Marine Lord. He's going to stand his ground, so well played there. Even clubbing some of the sheep. That's actually really annoying for Anavaku. Remember, he went 2TC, so losing this type of food puts quite a strain on your economy, especially if your win condition is fast castle, because it means you're not going to hang around to set up too many farms, right? Like 2 farm clusters max. Is the UI ever correct? What? You don't think that King's Palace should be a tier 2 landmark? I love how people have only recently noticed that a lot of the times this little tab here will say age 2 on age 3 landmarks. I was giggling when a lot of people noticed that yesterday. I was like, it's been that way for months. Rancher's coming in. Marine Lord is adding in the archery range though, right? So I don't feel like this is going to be a full naked castle. He could. Realistically, he could. But I feel like you want to try to punish your opponent a little bit. Remember, this is a 4 TC to protect the gold, but these 4 TCs to protect golds are less effective than they once were ever since they nerfed TC range. So javelins are the perfect units to poke and prod at this. Anavaku sneak the ball in the south? Possibly. You know how English players are, though. They never think about doing this. They're always just fixated. I mean, there's a few things he could have done, right? He could have been trying to shove the deer in with his scout and then just have his king kind of blind charge around. Just pay attention to it with the Donzos. But we're actually getting... Oh, God, we're getting Lombos added in. I think this is the reaction you can't have if you're the English player in this game. Because now what you've essentially done is you've made Council Hall. Remember what I was saying about this being the hardest matchup for English? The reason is because the meta was build Council Hall. You've basically just paid to build a Council Hall after you got Abbey of Kings. This is the single worst move that Anavaku could have made right now. Horseman would have made more sense. Remember I said I don't like Horseman? At least Horseman would have kept Marine Lord on the defensive. But now, I mean, if he starts seeing Lombos march across, the jabs are just going to shut you down. And the other scary part is jabs have high base damage. Even the king won't be safe. There are matchups, by the way, where I like this build. I actually think Lombos work quite well with the king because all of a sudden you've got the old campfire effect on the go. But this is literally the hardest matchup to do this in. You can stop sofas and castle if you're 2TC. You get there around, like, 15 minutes and you start spamming knights. I actually think the English win that with the new build, especially with the king. But this is not going to be a game where both of them reach Castle Age and spam cavalry, right? Like, this to me looks like the type of game that's going to be decided by the actions of Feudal entirely. And Anavaku, these Lombo moves, they feel like a mistake. Stables now being added in. This is an interesting part, by the way. You can go... Oh, dude, I love it. You can go Sofas early. I stand by my statement that if you're both in Castle Age, English spamming knights can win this. But the thing that players have started to notice about the Malians is that you can actually play into Sofas earlier. So if he builds like 2 Sofas now, this will get shut down anyway. It's a more cost-efficient way of dealing with this than Javs. Blacksmiths as well. Anavaku's committing quite a bit. I mean, he's trying to skirt towards Castle Age, but what scares me is the more he does this, the weaker he gets, right? Like, there's a peak point. Once you scale like 20 ahead, you're ahead, right? But this is going to be a tech up when you're maybe 14, 15 ahead on villager count. I don't feel like that's going to be enough for him. So he's going to need to find some snipes, some damage. Problem is, whenever you go Lombos, it's just such a slow comp to move. And there's the Sofa Q up we talked about. Like, this is insanely powerful. You have to remember, this is still a heavy cav unit. It still has 2 armor. It has 155 health, which, for those wondering, like, how chunky is that? Sipahi have that much health. And then it hits for 16 damage, which is more than Sipahi hit for. But on top of that, it hits infantry for +2. Guess what Lombos count as? So yeah, this is... I actually think that this is the new wave of countering this build. It's like, if this is the way Anavaku wants to play this game, this is even harder than going Council Hall, because in Council Hall, Marine Lord can't afford Sofas. He has to play Javs. So at least you don't get hunted as easily, anyway. But at this point in the game, 10 minutes in, it's so easy to cruise to double-digit Sofas. I really like this approach as well, because some people might be wondering, well, why did Marine Lord not just go Castle Age? Like, he's going to be Sofas that are good there as well. But the thing is, by building the Sofas now, you have a move to make when you're teching up. So when you start teching up, if your opponent comes in, you kill him. If he doesn't, you can be marching towards his base, so that when you complete your tech up, you already have cavalry in position to punish with. Remember, that veterancy only takes 30 seconds. At this point, Anavaku probably would have got more value out of just going raw into castle as quickly as possible. Because the Lombos now have no real value. White Tower is at least going to protect him. White Tower was going to protect him. That is not. And no, not all veterancies only take 30 seconds. It's only with certain veterancies where they are like a weaker form than what they're meant to be. So for example, with Feudal Age Knights, right? And because this is basically a knight. That, I was going to try to like not pay too much attention to it because I feel like I'm being hard on Anavaku, but I have to be. This White Tower does nothing. It's like he's planning to build his farm clusters here, right? I kind of get the logic behind it. He wants all his farms around here. But what about your TC, your secondary TC? What about your production? Even these farms are actually attackable. Like, this town center is completely unprotected. There's a reason why players tend to put their white towers between the 2 TCs. And yes, you are correct. Malians do get their techs quicker and cheaper. It's like, I can't remember where it's written. It's kind of a weird detail, right? Boom, boom, boom. Some of them aren't like that, though, such as poison. Is trading cheaper or no? Wait, trading's cheaper, not quicker, right? I remember it's one of them. It's like a very undercovered element of Malians. Is it quicker? Yeah, so you can get it even lower, right? Yeah. It's quicker. Thank you, Gully. I feel like I never talk about it because no one does Malian trade now. At this point, Malian trade only comes out after someone's already got all their techs. Thank you, chat. All right, upgrades coming through, and just look at them zoom. Anavaku now has to rush into spears. Marine Lord, you know, the good news is Anavaku's farms are mostly safe. The bad news is his wood line is completely exposed now. If you just march north side, you can come in. The spearmen are a dangerous detail, but like at this point, Marine Lord should just be considering archers. And indeed he is. Poison arrows on the way. Archers being queued up. Nice play by Anavaku to go into the Mangonel. This is a cool detail about White Tower. The reason I like White Tower 2TC so much is because it offsets one of English's biggest weaknesses, which is going siege. This is like a bottom free civ for transitioning siege because it's so expensive, right? You're already spending all this wood on farms, you're spending all this wood on Lombos. Then you have to spend 300 wood on a siege workshop to get a Mangonel 40 seconds from now. If you have a White Tower, you save yourself 300 wood there and you get the Mangonel in half the time. very powerful element, very powerful tool, rather, in the English shed. This, Did he misclick? What? Alright, guys, what if this is Giga Brain, and this is so he can dodge poison damage by Garrison? What? Because here's the thing. If you wanted to ram rush him now, it would be quicker to get siege engineering and build them here. Wait, has anyone tested that recently? I know that was kind of buggy originally. If you garrison, you dodge poison damage, right? So there we go, guys. I mean, there's no other reason to build a rams out of a white tower that's at the back of your base. And this clash is ugly, guys. Oh my god. Well, that isn't even close of a fight. There's barely any spears left over to deal with the sofas. At this point, sofas could actually beat the spears. Mangonel on the side is an interesting choice. He does have the high ground, Anakin, but who gives a duck? We've got cavalry. I'm so lost in this game right now. Anavaku has done some things. And I'd rather we just don't talk too much about them, because luckily for us, the game is about to be over. Anavaku, that was not the fight to look for. This is the most powerful point in the game for the Malians. Playing for Castle Age is okay if you're playing Cav as English. You should never be looking for that direct fight next to the Malians base. This is by far the most powerful point in the game layout for Malians. Castle into mid-castle. Your goal when you reach into Castle Age is to chip your opponent and try to reach Imperial as English. I think he rushed to come out of this base, and now it's too late. This is not a point you recover from. At this point, this many sofas are going to start killing villages. And with no textiles, they're going to die fast. English survives this ease of the white tower is well placed. Yeah, and if they stay under the white tower. But it turns out when you build your white tower over here, it doesn't really protect much. So Anavaku seemed to get a little bit shaky about it. He was like, I need to go and attack him. And ultimately, he's paid the price. He will not be making it through. Oh, sorry, I never updated the score, did I? Remember, guys, it is a point on the board for Marine Lord. And it's about to be a second. Because when you're attacking one's vet sofa with short bows, it's done. Oh, this hurts. There is such a thing as an overreaction. I think we're seeing this here, because look at the minimap. Oh, good. You sent your whole army to deal with one sofa? All right, boys. Pack it up. We're moving in. Oh, boy. And he's even attacking back with short bows, but the torches are going to commit to this. Archers will just snipe everything coming in. Remember, it's poison arrows, so even the men-at-arms aren't going to last. Oh, my God. They weren't even upgraded at that point. Yeah, tough one for Anavaku. I think, a few kind of things to highlight here. The initial longbows made really no sense, because you don't want to stay longbows when this reaches Castle Age, right? Whereas Marlians do want to stay into sofas. And then on top of that, the White Tower was the nail in the coffin, right? He just didn't protect the core of his economy. The core of his economy is the two TCs. When you watch high-level players do this English build, they'll build the White Tower between the two TCs and build farms around them, up to form farm clusters. This White Tower is now protecting the farm clusters, but he totally forgot about where the villagers were coming from. They are unprotected. This game is pretty much done. Marine Lord at this stage could A-click into the main base, and it would still be a win. Instead, he just looks to play it safe, right? It will hunt down the economy. There's basically a third of what Anavaku has up here. And yeah, like it's not just you camp versus Malians because, oh no, English have a hard time. It's just the timings in the game. The later the game goes, the better it gets for English. Waiting until 15 minutes isn't exactly what I consider waiting late in the game. And comp-wise, I mean, this is the other issue. If you want to play Mangonels when you know you're up against sofas, you can't walk out with like 40 units total. Because like, how do you protect in an open map like this? This is not a small choke point, right? So there's Mangos that took to the high ground in a weird way. Even if they hadn't, they would have been easily killable. If Marine Lords saw them, they would have immediately been dove. So yeah, kind of a difficult comp to play, I think. And if Anavaku had gone for this Mangonel count in the choke points, I actually would have rated his chances quite highly. Because Marine Lord wouldn't have had a way to get in. Especially with that attack speed aura. Oh my god, he's still running. Anyone want to donate to Anavaku? He's running a marathon to raise money for charity right now. Yep, these villagers have ran 5 miles already. Well, at least he's got wheelbarrow, right? He's like, I know how to beat the Malians. If I take their gold away, they are nothing. Oh no, my base. All right, very quick, clean series from Mr. Marine Lord. So we had another series we're going to look at. We're going to actually look at the Corvinus Puppy Paw one. So let me get the draft for that one up. I think this one might be a bit closer, just because I think Corvinus is a little bit more experienced than Anavaku, and also Corvinus tends to throw some really weird and wild builds out there. There's always a chance that he potentially catches Puppy Paw off guard, right? So let me get this. Oh god, Puppy Paw got Roost. Jesus! Like, what? Alright, I have questions about Corvinus' draft priority here, and you're going to see why. This is... What's the Voldemort counter for? Because we cast loads and loads of Voldemort losses in a row. So then we decided we were going to have like a days since accident in the workplace type vibe going on. So that's what that's about. We honor him. He won a game today, so it's down to 0. So yeah, you guys can see why I'm confused by the draft a bit here, right? This is a bit funky. We already cast the win today? No, but I saw that he'd won. So I was like, I'll count it. So yeah, this is a really tough one. Because now the problem that you've got is you've allowed Roost through for some reason. And Byzantines. I'm curious. I understand the ban on Chinese. I just don't understand the ban on Mongols. They're playing Frisian Marshes, so maybe that's the thought process, is he might get rushed. That's the only thought process I can have as to why you ban Mongols. And he wants to play Japanese there, right? So that would maybe make some sense in the Mongol ban, but by giving the Rus and the Byzantines over, HRE, like, if this has to now go to Frisian Marshes, HRE are just going to probably still go and pop on that map, right? Like, the Burgrave spam's pretty strong. Maybe the Japanese can beat that with Onimusha. I usually would favor Onimusha, but Frisian Marshes is a whole other beast. But Rus is also a pretty solid pick. Yeah, agreed, Gully. The simple way of putting it is he did indeed get the A to S tier. Like, I don't really feel like any single... Everything Puppy Paw got is like the absolute tippity top, right? The only thing missing is Chinese because that got banned. So let me get those games up and we'll get ready for it. By the way, guys, we are going to be covering the Canadian Bros today. So we'll be watching Puppy Paw versus Anatan to open up. And then Wham versus Zertanif is still going on. And then whoever wins those in the semifinals. So we will have plenty of live games if you guys are looking for those. So let me update this. And I will go ahead and... Was it the first series of the day for them? I think it was. Yeah, Corvinus went for a funky name that would be hard to read. And we are opening with Iabid HRE on Frisian Marshes. Not Japanese? Counter-reflected caster games? Oh, I didn't want to be that cruel to him. I could be, though. And just not cast him for weeks and weeks on end, right? That would be brutal. Yeah, so I'm a little bit puzzled by the Iabid pick here. Because if HRE just fast castles as well on Frisian Marshes, they just swarm you, right? Can you pay out our points from yesterday? Want to gamble more? Oh, okay, but the gamblers aren't ready yet. Chill, brother. That was... Did Kildadi win that one? Let me double check. No, it was B, wasn't it? Yeah, he won the final game. So there we go. Okay. So... Oh, I probably should have ran ads. So, yeah. I mean, we've got an HRE nerd here to dissect it with me, Gully. I don't... What do you think, Gully? I don't think that this is a good Iabid choice. I feel like Japanese would have been better here. Because of the sheep detail. You're just going to get flooded, right? It's time for more of the recap. Energy Slapfest number 2. Group stage just happened, but so many games were not cast. This one in particular, Puppy Paw versus Corvinus. The second best player in the game right now versus the Memester. I had to check on this. And we start off on Frizzy Marshes in this best of 3. HRE in the hands of the #1 Canadian. Meanwhile, on the other side, Corvinus takes to the powerful Irobids. This is a bit weird, though. I think Irobids can still do decently against HRE and standard maps like Dry Arabia or Gorge. I think that can be pretty good for them. But I'm a bit puzzled by the pick here on Frizzy Marshes, considering that Corvinus still had the Japanese. And at that point, I also wonder what the Japanese is for. It can't be for the Byzantines, because I think Byzantines are favored there. The only other pick Puppy Paw has that the Japanese might make sense for is the Rus. But to me, this matchup, on a standard map, Irobids can reach their castle stage and feel good. On a map like Frizzy Marshes, there's too much sheep. The reason that's a problem is it opens the door for Burgrave play. And Burgrave play absolutely shuts down this fast castle time with the Irobids, because Puppy Paw can mirror it and then come in stronger. He can even potentially try to stress you earlier, especially when you get a spawn like this. Double gold on the forward. I'm wondering if Puppy Paw is going to go very heavy on the feudal age. We'll have to see. First things first is, of course, they're going to be the tech up. Interesting difference in the player scouting regime here. I'm a little bit shocked by this. Corvinus has access to the berries, but he done the safe swoop at the back of his base first instead of going out to the mid-map. So Puppy Paw is leveraging a huge advantage here. Corvinus did start off with more sheep, but if he doesn't realize that he's running into the line of Puppy Paw quickly, what will end up happening is that the Canadian will end up with more when he returns home near his base. I'm still convinced, by the way, that 3 sheep always spawn in the sacred site. All right, tinfoil hat on. Oh, Corv. Buddy, he's practiced his timing, surely. Does he just know? This is really smart, but there's a bigger problem now, and I love this for Corvinus. The reason, guys, is what's happened here. Puppy Paw's about to get scoured. If Corvinus can now cut him off, Puppy Paw has to follow in shadow because PP needs to get back home. He's running out of sheep, right? He can't go onto the right side of the map first. And wait, no, Corv, come. Oh, crap. Corvinus is going to think that Puppy Paw's already scouted this area now because there's no sheep, right? There's like 2 hidden at the tree line here. He might be able to find them. I hope he does, because otherwise this is a catastrophe. Oh my god, this couldn't have went much worse. So Corvinus isn't going to get back to his own side quick enough now, right? Puppy Paw can drag all these sheep in, and then he can rush to your side and take any sheep down here away. That's brutal. Wow. Puppy Paw? Wait. Or you could do that. All right, ignore me. Puppy Paw is just going to go scout the enemy base, I guess. Missed opportunity here. He definitely could have got more. But you can see overall Puppy Paw done better. Corvinus is sitting at 19 sheep. Puppy Paw is sitting at 17. But remember, Puppy Paw for 3 minutes has been eating sheep. Corvinus hasn't. He moved down to the berries. So very big difference there already. And, oh my... I think that's a long enough silence for it to feel awkward. We've got Master Smiths coming in. There is something ironic about building Master Smiths against the Civ that doesn't need a Blacksmiths. Because you need a Blacksmith for this to even come in. And this also means you're not guarding your gold, right? So, like, he's contesting Feudal Age. The thing is, if Puppy Paw now scouts this, which he just ran in, right? If he waits around for that timing and no Desert Raider comes out, he'll know it's Master Smiths. And if he knows it's Master Smiths, you just fast castle. There's nothing the Irobids can do quick enough to stop that. That's really tricky. Oh, man. Raxes are coming in, though, so it looks like Corvinus is going to get his wish. All right, this game just got kind of spicy, actually. I'm intrigued now to see what the intent is for Corvinus. This should be, what, double archery range? 1 archery range to start with. You have to add in a second quite quickly here. You can play Desert Raiders, actually. This is the thing. Logically, most H3 players are going to open Men-at-Arms. These early Men-at-Arms get destroyed by Desert Raiders, because Desert Raiders have 5 melee armor by default. With the Master Smiths, that goes up to 6 pretty quickly, and they hit for 13 melee damage base. So if you think about, even from a resource investment standpoint, Desert Raiders 180, Men-at-Arms 120. Because the Men-at-Arms have plastic swords, they only hit for 10 damage. And they're losing so much of their effective DPS. They get destroyed by Desert Raiders who have similar health. But raw HP are just so much higher. So yeah, Blacksmith's coming in. And it is indeed going to be the Desert Raiders. Okay, I love this. Remember, Desert Raiders can be built out of stables or archery ranges, so you never have to waste extra wood adding in stables just to get these guys. This is a really cool element to play, because it means you can lean into archers and Desert Raiders as a comp. It's very healthy. Puppy Paw, I do like that he's gone into the archery range straight away, though. I think this means the Desert Raider timing is kind of weird in that, considering you're defending at home, Corvinus could have likely opened archers first, got his Blacksmith tech straight away, pushed back the initial wave from Puppy Paw, and then added in Desert Raiders. The thing that I don't like now is that he's going to be up against 4 or 5 archers, and they will destroy Desert Raider. Oh my god. OP Civ, guys! Iabids get all the Blacksmith tech upgrades at under 6 minutes? It is kind of weird to see that, isn't it? All the +1s at 6 minutes in. I have said before that I think if Master Smith made sense at any stage in the game, this is the one where it's most logical. Or after a long feudal, getting it in castle. Imperial is completely redundant, but feudal age, like if there's one area that Master Smith potentially works in for the Ibids, this is the point of the game. Second archery range now getting added in. Other side of this Puppy Paw. He's going to slowly flirt towards castle, isn't he? Look at the build. He stopped producing additional men-at-arms. He's only adding a few archers. This is pretty smart because if he comes over the top of castle age, what do you do as Ibids at that stage? You haven't got your better eco because you went Master Smiths. You are actively adding in quite a few units at this stage, so you don't have extra eco. You'll never win the race to castle. So it's very important that if Corvinus wants to take this path, he finds a way of getting out of his base in like the next 3 minutes. Under mesh now on the way from Puppy. It's so difficult to kite these guys. Needs to be careful about the TC at this stage, though. Undermesh is still not in either. Credit to him, this is really smart. Because the Steeled Arrow straight away, these men-at-arms are taking half damage. You're curious of mass archers with techs versus MAA archers without techs? I think if Corvinus had just gone for archers, no Desert Raiders, this would look a lot better right now. I don't like Puppy Paw's micro on this. The Desert Raiders should be sniped by the archers, and the men-at-arms should be attacking the archers at the back. Instead, he wasted a lot of time hitting the hardest thing there. So actually a decent exchange for Corvinus, better than what he should have got. But it kind of just shows you just how powerful the HRE timing is that he still gets enough damage done there to keep Corvinus in his base. So it's going to be a temporary retreat. But with the second wave of MAA coming in, with Undermesh now there, this is where your biggest advantage starts to shrink away a bit. These men-at-arms are now a bigger problem. And because you lost that initial Desert Raider, they take a very long time to produce. The other issue with this is now you have to add in additional archer ranges, right? Because if you wait for the Desert Raiders to pump, you're never getting more archers. So this is the funky part about this build, the big question mark that now needs to be solved for, is you have to add in a lot of archery ranges to get an efficient comp of these two. Meanwhile, for Puppy Paw, men-at-arms come out quickly, archers come out quickly. So like blobbing up is a lot easier for the HRE here. This is definitely a quality versus quantity. The problem is the men-at-arms are kind of a mini quality of their own. Archers continue to snipe down the Desert Raiders. Still a little bit surprised the MAAs aren't just chasing the archers, but I guess it's the kite factor, whereas these Desert Raiders have to stand still. Guys, I think he's lost this game. All right, hopefully no one's curious about Master Smiths anymore. Puppy Paw just beat him while having half of the resources for Castle Age. Do you think Corv should have just towered and went to castle? Quite possibly. I think it's still a very hard timing. I think the bigger issue is if Corvinus want to try and do this, the Desert Raiders are a bait. You just build archers first. Because if you mass archers and you kite in your own base, he can't dive you with men-at-arms until Undermesh, right? So you can hold until he's at like 6 men-at-arms. At that point, you can add in 2 to 3 Desert Raiders. And you, at that stage in the game, you probably have an extra 5 to 6 archers. That was the big mistake. He didn't blob. He needs to blob before he adds in quality. Because like I highlighted, these Desert Raiders take 35 seconds. Sorry, 30 seconds. So whenever you choose to add one of these in, that's going to be 2 less archers you have. There's no doubt in my mind now. Because Corvinus has no out. The problem is these men-at-arms just take way too long to die as well. So like you're not getting out of your base, you're not going to intercept his timing. Puppy Paw still has quite a lot of sheep left, right? Okay, no, he's down to 7. But I think realistically, you could just go Burgrave. Likely we're looking at Regnants just to play it safe. Because now, like remember, this matchup, the win condition has always been the same thing, and it's relics. Because both of these civs covet relics. H3 for obvious reasons, and Ibis because they're tempo control timing. So whoever gets the relics is just a mile ahead in this matchup. Yeah, this is a rough trade. Regnant's now coming in as expected. Prelate is just running by the fight like, hey, don't mind me, guys. You keep doing you. Poppy Ball is going to lose most of his archers, but it's the men-at-arms now afterwards. There's no Desert Raiders to contest this. This is the real difficulty of the build for Corvinus, is although he's still got a decent amount of sheep to try and spam Desert Raiders, it's the production time that kills you. How many Adabegs you get for Feudal Age? It's 2. You get 2 for Feudal Age. Adabegs Feudal Age just doesn't work. The problem is you're giving up 15% your eco or tempo control Desert Raiders. Until they change something about the way that Growth Wing and the Reinforcement Wing works, you're never going to see another choice. Well, I mean, outside of this game, but this is like a really big outlier. The other build I have seen that's kind of spicy is Logistics play in Feudal Age from Anatand for dragging relics from the enemy side of the map. That's for a fast castle build, though. And you can't just blind fast castle here. Not on a map like Frisian. You just die. And I think he's about to. Regnant's now complete.
Oh man, I can't believe this.
Well, the good news, guys, is Master Smith is most definitely going to get buffed. I actually still don't understand why Master Smith doesn't just give you the Blacksmith text. I don't know if there's a technical limitation or someone would just thought it'd be too OP. But if the same person who thought it was too OP thought it would be okay to give marching drills without a blacksmiths, then we need to talk. Because that's the crazy difference here, right? One of these guys had to get blacksmiths to get their big advantage, the other did not. Why is that a big difference? That's an extra 30 seconds building, or 25, right? That's going to mean you're missing out on like 20 more resources. Then you have to spend 150 resources, which means you're going to be missing out on 2 extra archers. It's actually crazy how big of a difference it makes. Men-at-Arms have been upgraded now. This is where it gets a bit ludicrous. Desert Raiders hit hard, sure, but it's the difference in health now. Your effective HP just isn't that impressive. Yes, you've got 2 more melee armor, but it's 150 high health versus 120. Corvinus is going to be able to push this back now, but remember, we're talking castle versus feudal. And Corv, honestly, the only option you have here is Advancement Wing. I don't think you can go any slower. Poppy Paw, if he just scales up to 15 archers and gets veterancy, it's the easiest win of your life, right? Like, I actually don't think Men-at-Arms is your win condition now. Archers are. Yeah, interesting that the Archer upgrade came in so late from Poppy, actually. I would have expected this a bit sooner. He's laid in additional Raxes. I wonder if, like, 3 Archery ranges, 1 Rax would have worked better here, but I can't remember if this Rax came in before the tech up. It would make more sense if this was double Rax in Feudal. It's weird to hear someone say that, right? That actually building more Archery ranges in Castle Age is better, but it's a Feudal army, right? You don't need Men-at-Arms, not when they have Desert Raiders, because you're just giving them a better fight. Like, funnily enough, the entirety of Corvinus' army gets countered by archers. That's about to be realized too. Steeled Arrow, level 2 is on the way. Got upgrades for the veterancy in 20 seconds. And this is the thing, like, Puppy Paw doesn't even need gold like this. He could just back away from gold. He has all the techs he needs now. This is a bit gluttonous what he's doing. It's sacrificing villagers that don't need to die and giving a little bit more hope over to Corv. Corvinus is now up to 11 Desert Raiders. This is kind of getting spooky. Puppy Paw probably needs to consider adding in another archery range back here. Because otherwise what happens is, if Corvinus now camps here, he kills all the units that come out. Wallow. Oh no, Corvinus! Corvinus! Oh my... Talk about a taste of your own medicine. I'm sorry. What was that guy who calls himself the Wallow God? Because I'm keeping count on successful Wallows in this series, and so far, Puppy Paw has got the lead. 2 relics already home, 2 more on the way in. I don't know if God is going to be great in this one either, boys. He's starting to save up for that Castle Age, but this is where the floodgates open, right? Extra Raxes, extra Archery Rangers coming in. 3 relics already home, soon to be 4. the amount of push power that Puppy Paw is about to get is difficult now, considering that for Corvinus, as has just been scouted by the Wololo, you're out on fish. That means you're no longer safe at home gathering food. You have to take risks. With those risks, it means if you lose a single fight, you have no food. Clash in the center. And this is a lot of troopers now. Corvinus, remember, it's very obvious now. Consider the surge he had. The fact that he's not producing as many units anymore to scale his army means he's obviously trying to go for castle. This is the perfect time for Puppy Paw to go. And the problem I now see is, sure, you have got Golden Age 2, right? You're going to get quick tech unlocks, but I just don't think it's going to be quick enough with this directing itself towards your fish. Men-at-arms, just diving on in. Archers. Well, here's the problem. The Desert Raiders actually need to be attacking the archers now because the men-at-arms are way too tanky. That's great micro. Puppy Paw is just taking them out one by one. These are such expensive losses. Corv now down to just 4 Desert Raiders. He's pulled the trigger. He's on his way up now with the advancement wing. I told you you'd have to do this, and I told you it would be ugly. That's exactly what it's become. Military lead now with Puppy Paw. The rabble of archers will definitely be cleared up by the second wave, and all of a sudden Puppy Paw is now playing out onto the ponds. Oh, this is brutal. He'll pin cushion these men-at-arms eventually, but it's going to cost him most of his army. And now, the big problem I have, like the question mark in my mind is, what is your solution to this wave? Right? Because the tech up's going to complete in what, 30 seconds? Sorry, 55 still. You're not going to have many archers defend against this, and there's still going to be feudal versus castle, right? With the extra melee, with the extra range upgrades coming in. So you're going to have to forfeit ground. That means no gold. That means likely no fish as well. It's going to be a struggle for the next 3 minutes. If Corvinus can survive that, maybe there's a shot. But at the end of the day, we are still talking about a 4-relic HRE boy in an Ivan matchup. Villagers now being sniped. Well, luckily it's only one. You can tell because I only heard that sweet, sweet scream once. But the problem now is it's going to shift across on new fish. Oh my god. No, guys, this is fine. The reason why this fishing is optimal is because if Puppy Paw comes back and wall lolls again, your villagers will already be running away from it. There we go. Boom. We figured it out. So he's going to run all the way south, but I guarantee Puppy Paw is going to hunt this. He just checked your base. He sees no food gathering. He knows you're down in the south side. So he'll be like a dog with a bone, which is quite fitting for a puppy. Oh, no, please, 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 please. No, wait, just wait 10 more seconds. GG gets called. Puppy Paw will take the first game. Corvus says, oh, hell no. I ain't letting him take my Wall God title. Come on, just 10 seconds more. Just look at that little Wall. Just a little one. When do the games for today start? In half an hour, Snoop Dogg. And we will be opening up with Puppy Paw versus Anatand. So we've got another game for that series, because these are best of threes, remember. Early lead for Mr. Puppy Paw. We head into game number 2 on Lipany, and it's going to be Byzantines versus Japanese. I think this matchup is better for the Byzantines now. The buffs were too damn good. Their castle age is pretty scary, but what they do in feudal is, I think, what matters more. They have good ways of piling pressure. And I think, like, with the Grand Winery build, they're very good at contesting relics. Sure, Mirad, we can still do dual costs. You want to do the first series of the day or the second? Want to do some Anna Chad versus Wham? Sorry, Anna's Hand versus Puppy Paw? Yeah, why not? All right, so let's get a point on the board for Mr. Poopy. How? Nice. All right, we'll do the first. If you'd asked me just 2 to 3 weeks ago, I would have said this was Japanese favored. But now, Proshtagma. I'm all about the Byzantines. One and all, welcome back to game number 2 of this best of 3 between Puppy Paw and Corvinus. This was a tournament series in Energy Slapfest 2 group stage. First game, phenomenal performance out of Puppy Paw. Interesting experimentation out of Corvinus with the Master Smith's build and the Ibids. The question mark now is, how do you get funky and how do you get spicy the Japanese? Are we going to be seeing Yumi? Are we going to be seeing that fabled outpost rush that I know Corvinus was experimenting with in the last tournament? We're going to have to find out. We are going to be on Lipany of all maps. A map that's actually good for both of these civs, believe it or not. There's a lot of berries, and these are two of, I'd say, what, like the top 6 civs in the game for berry gathering. Byzantines, they get all that extra resource from olive oil. They've got a lot of reasons to want to get on the berries. And then for the Japanese, they've got this. Tawara into Takazaiku into Fudesashi. By getting Tawara, you already now gather quicker from berries than sheep. So typically you see a lot of players shift over into the berries. I'm a little bit surprised actually that he didn't do it here, because this is an interesting edge the Japanese can have. This scanning rotation feels a little bit flimsy. The reason is that actually the Japanese are similar to the Iabids and the Abbasids in that they can stay out longer with their scout because you can just shift berries straight away. The Byzantines can't do that. The only reason a Byzantine player would be going berries first is to go Hippodrome. Then they'd be able to prolong their scanning rotation. But realistically, because of this build, Puppy Pool has to come back sooner. And you can see it's going to be a ground binary, right? Like, there's no berry gathering going on whatsoever. Love this from Puppy Pool. Him and Wham have been doing this a lot. They like to add in between 1 and 3 olive groves straight away so that it makes those initial sheep last longer, which is why if you look at Puppy Pool's rotation, he went out for quite a bit. He actually trekked into the enemy side of the map for a longer rotation because he could. And finally, how the hell he's done this line and he's only just found sheep here? That possibly might be one of the worst scout rotations I've ever seen in this tournament. And it's not on him, right? Like, I can't believe it. You'd think after rotating that much, you'd see at least 3 or 4 sheep, right? He saw none. And it wasn't because Corvinus intercepted him either. Corvinus was completely elsewhere. Do I need to go on a monologue about why the RNG of sheep spawns is really bad for competitive? No, I think you guys are on board with this game. I think it says everything it needs to. So he's scouted now, what? This is half the map, actually. This is half the map that he's scouted. Half the area where sheep can spawn in this map. And he's got a grand total of 5 sheep. Meanwhile, Corvinus is sitting on 12. And Corvinus hasn't even scouted half the map yet. Now, Puppy Pool's at least going to get some down here to balance it out a bit. 1, 2. He's going to get 2 sheep. Jesus. There we go. 3. Thank God. I thought this was going to be one of those games. I know Wham especially gets this a lot. We've had games where he gets 5 sheep and it's GG. Glad to see this is not going to be the case, because the sheep detail can be a big deal in this matchup. Because if you don't have map control early, let's say your opponent sees you haven't got many sheep, a smart play you're seeing at the highest level players now is when they know you don't have many sheep to work with, they all in feudal push you. Because it becomes a resource race, right? Like, who runs out of food first? It's kind of similar to when you see a Mongol Malian matchup. Mongol Malian matchups can actually very easily be defined by the sheep haul, because what ends up happening is, let's say the Mongol player or the Malian player, let's say in that case the Mongol player gets 75% of the sheep on the map, and they know it. They'll just keep spamming spears. We've seen it before where they'll go up to 30 spearmen to GG a Malian player. It's a very powerful play. It's one that is relevant in this matchup in Feudal, because if, for example, you saw that the Byzantines had no extra food to work with, they can get mercs, but all of a sudden spamming Limitane is a little bit more difficult. You have to put more people on wood and transition groves sooner. Or you have to come out onto berries. So if I'm then on the other side as a Japanese player, the idea of Yumi and Horseman is kind of more desirable. Don't get me wrong. Olives are still OP. So if there's a civ that could get away with not coming out, it is definitely this civ. But it's just an educational lesson for people to remember when they're playing in general games, right? It's a very big edge. Like, a French player is a perfect example. You know, Phyllis Berto, the old school Mongol spammer, he stopped now, saying about the sheep reliance, it's the same with like French and Jeanne d'Arc. French and Jeanne d'Arc need sheep. If you see they haven't got sheep, you can end the game in 10 minutes. All 2 systems going to be connected in. Other side of this, I believe we might just be looking at a configuration for a fast castle. Ooh, I'm happy to say we're not. Rax is getting added in. So he's going to go for the early Onibigisha. That's very smart, by the way, because the Byzantines don't have good answers to Onibigisha unless they go Western Contract. And in this matchup, the expectation is typically Silk Road, I feel like. You can go Western. If you see your opponent is aggroing you, which Puppy Pool, I don't know if he scouted this detail. I hope he did. Then he should know that actually Western Contract can be pretty good. because also you have Lombos with bonus damage versus light, of which Onabagisha are. And it is going to be Onabagisha. Double racks, I have no doubt in my mind. There's no sane reason to build Hardened Samurai. I'll put it simply like that. You always go for the Onabagisha. The other side of this, someone's mentioning Easton. You could go Easton. I don't feel like Easton has any prolonged value, though. It would be smart for this play if you scouted it. It's terrible for everything else because Gulums suck. Gulums are atrocious against Japanese due to Adachi tech. So you never want to build them. Because either a Japanese player builds Adachis with Samurai, or he builds Mounted Samurai. And Gulums lose to both of those. And Keshiks will also lose to Mounted Samurai. So the only reason you'd be going Keshiks here is for the Feudal Age. Gulums are sick versus Onabagisha, you're correct, Mirad. But when am I ever going to let you fight me, right? Gulums are just going to be that old man chasing after kids, like, hey, get out of here, you whippersnappers! And like the Onabagisha are just giggling and running off, right? You're never touching them. So it's a terrible, terrible matchup. This is much better. I much prefer this choice to go into Western Contract. This means that he's ID'd, his opponent is coming. He can easily defend in his base. I love the deer push as well. This is so cheeky. But the problem now is Onabagisha suck against Lombos because of the bonus damage they take. If you find Lombos out in the mid-map, different matter. But you're not going to find them in the mid. He's going to kite. He's going to defend. He doesn't have to come out of the base. And because Corvinus is now committed to this play, he really has. He's at 7 Bagisha in Feudal Age. 7 minutes in. He doesn't have a fast castle build. Poppy Paul, all he needs to do now is gather Olival, get 3 Longbows, and then go Castle Age. Here's another Saku thing. Yeah, Akratoy. Akratoy makes it very difficult to kill with Feudal Age Bagisha. You do 7 damage, they have 2 melee armor. And they hit in return for a pretty lofty 8. Ah, man, this is tough. The moment Lombos come out, this is going to be a fallback. Yeah, if you dive on the Lombos here, you dive to the TC. Here we go. It's going to be in Poppy Paul. Hasn't garrisoned yet, actually, funnily enough. But you just dove with 7 on a Bagisha and killed a Limitane and a Lombo. That's bad. That's really bad. All right, so most players in this position as Corvinus would cut their losses and say, okay, I'll just go Castle Age. No Corvinus. He's adding in more Raxus. If at first you don't succeed, fail again. The reason is that if 10 Onabagisha is going to work, then it needs the Lombo count to remain what it is. Grand Winery is the ball buster here. The changes in the Olive Groves as well, the way that Poppy Paul's play this is perfect. Grand Winery gets you easily, quickly into 2 mercenary contracts. 9 Longbows will hold this back in a choke point. Add in the fact that he's got these Olive Groves, it means he's got a permanent olive oil source, so he doesn't have to rush out of his base. He can just add in more of these. Now, he's probably just going to choose to go into a tech up, right? Yep, Golden Horn Tower now on the way. And now you have to make a choice. Akratoy is at least not going to be there for 60 seconds. But the problem I'm also seeing is he's only got 12 Onabagisha coming in here. Lombo's in the choke point. Oh no, the pathfinding! Oh, come on. Well, that is definition cursed, folks. Remember what I said about if you had to add in Hardened Samurai? It's coming. Did he say the pragma face? Is that simply Greek for in your face? I feel like it must be, because that... What did I just say? If at first you don't succeed, fail again? Yeah, fool me twice, but 3 times is the charm, folks. Here we go. Corvinus tripling down. This is like a guy having pocket 2s in a poker game and then all-inning you when you've got aces. Poppy Paul's on top of the world right now. Every realm, every street that comes, he's still like, nah, this is going to work this time. But now, all of a sudden, you find yourself an age behind. If you think about, the destroyed value is fairly accurate to what he spent here, right? I think he built, almost 20 Onabagisha. They all died, right? So he spent almost this on Onabagisha alone. And then he's added in additional ones. He's keeping himself away from Castle. He's now 3 minutes away from Castle Age. He's going to be up against 7 or 8 Varangian in the next fight. That's a GG. If it feels like I'm being overly negative, it's because Corvinus has taken a path that I sometimes respect, this idea that sometimes it requires that second punt. But the moment you saw Lombos here, you should have known that Onabagisha can't work on their own. The only play would have been Horseman with Onabagisha. But he never added in stables. He just kept adding in Raxes. He's basically doing the... For those that... Because people were asking about me playing the game recently, I said that I'd start playing the game, like on stream, when we reach... when we grow up a little bit more on Twitch. And I said I'll do an Onibagisha only to Conk challenge. Corvinus is giving us a preview of how that's going to go for me. Yeah, I do like the Rax play. To bait your opponent to doing something. To confirm his choices, right? To make sure he's definitely Western contract. And then you go Castle Age. I don't like you use... Like, I don't like the Rax play when it turns into 4 of them. Onibagisha can at least find their way on the wood line, but I just... What damage at this point? Akratoy's been activated. So here's a depressing moment when you realize that these villagers do more damage than Onibagisha. He does at least get 2 worker kills for his troubles. Samurai now diving in as well. But look at the other side of the map, guys. The Lombos are in. Gold's being denied. He can't... Like, even if you get a tuck up now, you need more gold. Oh, God. This is a disaster. Varangian also can test this. Vikings versus Samurai. I feel like a 10-year-old with my fantasy stories here. Turns out Vikings win. Lumbo's now on the backside. Corvinus going to call the GG. Puppy Paw with a dominant 2-0 here. Go tip the hat to Corvinus, though. He tried to get creative. That first game, I think maybe he's onto something a bit spicy, but this second game is probably one that he even wants to bleach his brain of. Whew. Alrighty then. So we've got 15 minutes until the tournament starts. Has the tournament started already? The live games start in 15 minutes. We're going to be doing Puppy Paw. Let me put it actually in the title. Up next. Wham versus Anatant is what we'll be doing. This is going to be a Pog matchup. Let's review some deets about what's coming up, actually. So, for those that did not catch the action yesterday, well, you can tell that I've opened up Wikipedia by how white my face just went. Let me get the window. So, we've got some interesting matchups ahead of us. So, we already saw all these play out yesterday. I think there's a few series we'll go in and check in on Monday. I definitely want to check out that CSGO versus Give You Anxiety series. I'll want to check out Puppy Paw versus Numidan as well. And we'll likely look to check out Killjoy versus Avali and probably maybe B versus Avali. I don't think we've done that one. So there's a few series we'll definitely cast tomorrow. But we're going to be looking at today's games now. So, Puppy Paw versus Anatan is going to be kicking off in about 15 minutes. I don't think... We definitely can't squeeze a series in 15 minutes. We could cast a pub game, or we could kind of dissect what's coming, because these are some very interesting matchups. So, Louis MT versus Giljadi. I actually think this is going to be a 5-game series. I think this will be a 3-2 for Louis. Marine Lord versus Vortex should actually be probably a 3-1 or a 3-0. Marine Lord's playstyle against Vortex works really well. He always anticipates this kind of all-in timing, and Marine Lord's very good at threading the needle there. And at this point, Marine Lord's playing some of the best AU4 he's ever played. So I'm skeptical about Vortex's opportunity there. Then you've got Wham versus Zertan. This is probably, like, I'm expecting a 3-1 here. I think Wham will win this, but Zertan will be able to claw 1, possibly 2 games off of him. And Puppy Paw versus Anatan is going to be interesting, especially with some of these maps. I think Himeyama in particular, as well as Prairie, could be strong points for Anatan if he gets through the draft. Puppy Paw, I'd favor him on some of these other ones. For example, Frizzy Marshes, hard to beat him. Cliffside looks pretty good for him as well. Gorge, Dry Arabia, I feel like statistically they're better maps for him. But Anatan is quite crafty on Gorge if he forces late games. But this series, I feel like of the ones that are most likely to go 5 games, it's this series and this one up here. Louis MT versus Kiljadi and Puppy Paw versus Anatan. Out of all the series likely to hit 5 games, those are your ones. Can I cast semis and finals too, or will they be main cast exclusives? I'm allowed to do whatever the duck I want. But I think that the way I want to play this out, I'm hearing rumors that the third place match might be being played at the same time as the first place. Not a fan of that, by the way. The reason I'm not a fan of that is just like you probably want to give your guys a break and then you want a longer broadcast day. but they want to be conscious of players' time, which is why they're doing it. So what we'll likely do is we will do quarterfinals down here. We are NA versus EU, and then we'll do the semifinals here. And then I will cast the third place match while the finals are going on. I don't like double casting. I detest double casting. Regardless of whether I think I can do a better job than like the other casters, that's not what it is at all. I feel like that's what it ends up feeling like when I watch someone do a double cast. If there's another game going on, take the other game. So my goal will be to cast something alternative so that people have more options, because I want all the games to get covered. And no, B did not make it. B just shy of what he would have needed. Kiljadi slipped on through there. Kiljadi actually almost made his life hell in the B series, to be honest with you. Yeah, luckily, though, he did have the roost to save his ass. Otherwise, he would have been cooked bacon on that one. But yeah, outside that, Group D was pretty much cruise mode. Vimu, after the Anatan series, just default wins for everyone else. And Anavaku shouldn't have been favored there. No offense to him, it's just I think he'll accept the quality of players in there. It's quite high. BCQE wasn't in this tournament. He decided to not play. I don't know if he was feeling rough still from the surgery or whatever. But for whatever reason, BCQE didn't make an appearance in Slapfest. He was meant to. It's BCQE and Cat, right? Yeah, they got replaced by Corvinus and GUA. I can get it when tournament organizers don't really like parallel casting the same language. I mean, you're free to do what you want AV4, but I try to do it out of respect to the other channels and also respect to the viewers to give them more options. I hate it when there's just double casts. Like, you'll see this time and time again when there's grand finals. And maybe it'll change over time if people like, oh, we really want KP doing it on his channel. Maybe I'll start to change my attitude as we grow and become more content creator focused. But for now, my logic is, let the organizers have their finals. You hate Start GG? Where to start? Hey! So we're 10 minutes away from start time. I'd recommend people get themselves some snackage and eat up. BC said he's on painkillers and he has to sit weird for his knee. Yeah, I thought that might be the case. How we watch the game, by the way, haven't cast an AoE4 before. Yes, let's get that set up now. So Myriad, the way that we can do this is in Age of Empires 4, and I'll show you quickly. You're online, right? I could screen share, but I imagine it would be a more comfortable experience for you to be able to look around. I find usually players like to just be able to look around. So, yeah, I see you on here. Yeah, I'll wait for you to get online. What I can do is I can invite you to a group. We just have to remember to have me invite you to a group each time a game finishes, and then we can watch live. And when you do that, the way it works is the party leader can pause, and it'll pause for you as well. So we'll be in sync. And by me, like, I could send you a feed on Discord, but I imagine you probably feel a little bit cozy in your zone if you're just able to look at whatever you want to look at. Now, I do have a scene for Cam if you want to do Cam as well, by the way. I don't think I've used it for a while. In fact, I don't think I've added in a Stream Deck button for it either. So, let me have a look here. One second. So it would be... No need for Cam? One step at a time? Alright, no problem. A killer duo. Whoop whoop. I'm sure we'll hear Myriad's opinion on these things. Yeah, it's quite fun. We're just going to be yes men, basically. Apart from when we talk about H3 versus Order of the Dragon. But that's fine. We're not going to fall out because no one's going to pick Order of the Dragon. So me and Myriad are just going to be brains in sync. No, don't. See, this is the problem. When you draw attention to it, Myriad. This is just what my streams are becoming. What I'm doing is I'm generating more and more punners. Soon it will just be a million dad jokes. Regardless of whether you're a dad or not. They're all welcome. Wham's picking Order Dragon versus Puppy. Just you wait. Yeah, they did have some scrim games, right? I'm pretty sure Order of the Dragon lost in those though, right? Did they? Actually, I don't know. I didn't look. I was going to maybe watch them later. Because they had... Oh, it's Dry Arabia. Yeah, so he picked Order of the Dragon against English. There was Order of the Dragon versus Abbasids. And I think that, yeah, they done those two. Let's just say Dragon ain't got a good win rate. Okay, so here you go, Myriad. I'll show you what we can do. So, I can invite you to group. And then, have you joined the group? No. There you go. Nice. All right, you're in. So when you're in, I can do this. If we can find someone who's in game. No, what Voldy? Let me see your games, mate. Yeah, so we can do like Vanadorf, and you'll see it will load in for you as well. So it pulls you in with me. Nacho Cat. That sounds delicious. Mm. We have the technology. And then, yeah, so when we're in, if I pause, it should pause for you as well. When we're in. I don't know. Why are we potato loading? So here you go. So now, if I pause, it paused for you, right? Ta-da! There you go. Very nice. Yeah. I'm glad they added that. There hasn't been many things to praise on the observing side that have been added to the game, but I think they added that like a year and a half ago. It's quite nice. God bless you. But notice that we're not in a party anymore. That's the one stupid thing. As soon as you come out, it pulls you out of a party. So I have to re-invite you. Can I ask them for rewind on replays? God, no, dude. I've been asked. You don't, guys. You don't want to see my DMs and the amount of things I've asked from the devs for them to add. Nothing gets added that I've asked. It's getting depressing at this point. I still remember when me and a bunch of players and casters gave feedback on Capture Age back in Wallalow, and we had all these ideas. They seemed really enthusiastic, and then nothing got implemented. Nothing. And that's not me looking to play like Capture Age. Basically, just, my understanding is the budget wasn't given for it, so nothing was developed in the end. How many people got watching on YouTube right now? You guys are all quiet over there. Hello, YouTube. I like to do 2 nights. I want to rewind to relive my nightmare. I mean, I like the ability to just skip deep in game. In Dota 2, I can click 30 minutes to do a game like that. All right, so drafts are being set up now for a few of the players. We are waiting for Wham versus Puppy Paw. And Lucifron did not participate, no. I don't know if he played in the... Did he play in the qualifiers, maybe? I don't think so. No. I guess he just wanted to sit this one out. My Mirai got clapped by Anatan. Oh, I didn't catch that one. We should talk to him about it. Wait, was that the game you were talking about before where... what was the game we were assessing what you done, Myriad? It was the Bassett Delhi game, right? Was that against Anatan where you had that problem? Or were you saying that that was where you played Delhi against Numadan? I can't remember which one it was. Because I remember you mentioning one of them yesterday. Dota 2's been a big game for 12 years. AO4 was a baby. Dota 2's had the ability to like jump anywhere you want in a replay for years and years, though. I always hate this logic of like, oh, yeah, but this game is like much younger than this game. Okay, yeah, but this game was made on much more like newer tech. And also, you've had that other game before you, years before you, to show you what you can do and why it's good to do it. It's always a cop-out to say this game is new, that one's been existing a long time. It's actually harder for the game that's been existing a long time to have better features. I don't think people realize that enough. Because you're creating on a much older engine. So actually having a better technical like platform than newer games is more difficult. When I first get into Dota, I first got into Dota in 2012, would it have been? 2012, 2013. Very long time ago. Peer pressure, baby. Oh, you dropped out of the tournament because of emergency. Oh, okay, rip. Oh, it was a ladder game. Got you. Oh, yeah, because I made that comment about Eliona. I mean, it's like no shade thrown at them though, right? But it's like it was a fair point, right? Like there's gonna be a very big difference between being Gully Deckel's HRE and being like, you know, Poppy Paws, right? Gully will admit that happily, especially in tournament play. Like yeah, and also yeah, tournament versus ladder is another different beast, right? So, God, I love this song. What are your favorite songs from Final Fantasy, guys? I actually think, for me, it has to be Tizanikind. Such a good one. All right, these guys need to get their asses in gear. Kind sirs, can you begin your draft? Let me. Obviously, let's qualify still. So we're gonna be doing Puppy Paw versus Antan, guys. Wait, I put Wham again. I keep doing this. I think it's because Wham recently went up against Anatan in a tournament. That's why I think my brain is there. Okay, so what am I expecting to see in the series? So Anatan, his like MVP civs, I'd say Anatan is probably gonna be like leaning towards Japanese. He's really good with Japanese, and he's got some crafty builds there. I actually think Japanese is one of Anatan's best civs, actually. Ibeds is kind of a given. Juji could be an outlier, but I just don't think the map pool suits it. HRE just makes sense as well. Outside that, you've got the obvious ones like Delhi, Byzantines, Chinese. Actually, I think Byzantines is going to be the most hotly contested civ between the two. By that, I mean it's just going to get banned. They both really, really like the Byzantines. Puppy Paw is by far one of the best Byzantine players in the game right now. Anatan is an absolute beast with them on ladders. What are Japan's strengths and weaknesses? They have many swords. That's their strengths. Their weaknesses are, why are you building archers? Oh no, Faye. She better not be here. Japan's strength lies in its timings. It's very good as a kind of spammy civ. Its strengths lie in its ability to surge unit production, because Japan is all about zerging. If they have more numbers, they win. Their negatives, their weak points, can actually often be around the predictability in that regard. When they make a unit transition, it's much slower to then change, because most of their transitions revolve around the idea of Yorishiro. So, you know, outside that, strength weaknesses, you'd have to kind of highlight a matchup to kind of give that to you, because I think you can. Strengths are easy to highlight in generic terms. Weaknesses are more matchup specific, is the way I like to look at it. All right, I should probably get Matisse on in a section. In fact, let me keep an eye out for the draft. Apparently, Start GG's having a stroke. I don't know why that would matter. Just get your drafts up here, boys. Still don't have it. Call me whenever? Sure. I'll hop in now. Let me find you. Just hop in any one of the Discord rooms. I can drag you down into those special layers. Mongol buffs, I need you to spend message to spend. I ain't spend money on anything. I'm a cheapskate. Mongols can burn in hell for a year, then I'll let them get buffed. Sorry, my dad owns Microsoft. GG. Getting ads for sleeping pills and caviar tells us about his lifestyle. Dude, I wouldn't eat caviar. The only fish I eat is canned tuna. Is the Japanese mounted samurai archer build better than other versions like Mongols or Malians? Archers is more situational. Typically, you want to do mounted samurai into a footman transition, because if you do mounted samurai, most players are going to react with spears, and then you can just come in with Onobugisha and samurai and GG them. Typically, you want to open Onobugisha, because if you open mounted samurai into samurai, your opponent can just build the same thing and counter you, which is crossbows. Hello, my dear.
Hello there.
There we go. Myriad, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a co-cast of this. We don't just have to listen to my ramblings anymore.
It's very good to be here. Thanks for having me.
Oh, no, thank you for coming along. Appreciate having you on. So it looks like we are starting to get the map draft. So Himeyama banned out, and we're not going to get the Prairie. I'm a little bit surprised, because what I said before they started drafting this is that I thought Himeyama and Prairie would be better maps for Anatan to try and play.
Yeah, I definitely do see Anatan as the slightly more aggressive player, I would say.
Yeah. I think that's interesting because Puppy Paw has changed his approach recently, right? I feel like he used to be kind of a mid-game player, but more recently he's been an insanely aggressive player.
Yeah, I agree. Puppy Paw reminds me a lot of Marine Law's style. It's just this very, very controlled mechanical style where it's very focused on making the right decisions and the right reactions at all times, and ensuring that it's all done properly.
And that makes sense because Poppy Paw and Marine Lord were scrimming together religiously during the Elite Classic 2. I think Marine Lord was saying his two main scrim partners were Louis and Poppy Paw.
Yeah, that's right.
Murad increasing the AoE4 testosterone levels. I mean, I'm
Yeah,
not gonna
don't
lie.
smoke, kids.
I gotta lie, when I checked out your stream, I partially the first time, because obviously I'd heard you before. I'm not gonna lie, when I heard you were from Hungary, but you were raised in the UK, I was kind of expecting almost a Lidicor or Corvinus-esque accent. I was like, oh no, you full grew up in the UK.
Yeah, I moved here when I was 12, so a lot of my formative years were here, right? So it makes sense that adopt somewhat of a interesting accent, you could say, I guess.
My condolences. All right. So draft's kicking off. There was a final second change, by the way, folks. It was originally going to be a 5-pick draft, but thankfully, love that Matisse went ahead and done this. They changed it to a 6 draft. Makes a lot more sense. I think the issue with 5-pick drafts in best of 5s, the thing that we learned from Elite Classic 2, and I'm sure Mira can speak to this as well, it became too one-dimensional boring. Everything was way too predictable, and an outdraft purely was the decider in so many games.
Yeah, it's definitely the case. I think having more picks like this, it really boosts the mind game strategies of the series as well. Because if you have more picks available, it makes you wonder, what are they actually going to pick? There's more than one pick that's really good on the map. It really serves to see the intelligence of players in terms of how well they know the opposing player, right?
Yeah, and I feel like Don I remember Don talking to me about this about a year and a half ago. He's like, do you just sometimes act really surprised? Because I feel like by game 3 of these 5, it's obvious how it's going to play out in the draft. I was like, I guess I just didn't think about it, Don, because I didn't want to make the game that boringly simple to me. But ever since then, I'd seen it as well, where it's like, oh yeah, this is going to that map, that's going to this map, this is going to that map. And the only way that your whole draft mentality changed with the older draft formats was game 1, right? Game 1 was where curveballs get thrown. And then after that, especially in BF3s, still to a certain extent in BF5s, everything was kind of ironed out and clear.
Yeah, that's right. I see already our points getting reiterated here through the drafts. We have Anatan prioritizing HRE in Delhi, whilst Poppy Paw goes for China and Abbasid. So we can see Anatan's going for a lot of tempo picks early on, whilst Poppy was sticking to the safe sort of slightly more sit back and boom type of picks. To try to out-macro Anatan, I would say.
Some of these are quite constricting, though. Like the Byzantines plus the Abbasids, I highly rate them as these subtle civs in their booming, right? They're always aggressive first, and they naturally force reactions. So, like, the perfect example I was used, we were talking about the other day, is Abbasid versus Delhi. Is Delhi players are inclined to open archer range. That's already bad because you're forcing a Delhi player off their optimal build. So there's some nice elements here. I think Chinese is just an S-tier civ sneaking through like this is crazy. Notice what happened in the draft here, folks. Byzantines and Ibids banned. If you ban them, don't pick them early. There's no reason. Your opponent cannot have them. And I've even seen situations where people will ban a civ and they won't pick it themselves because there's this interesting dynamic to drafts where it makes your opponent act as if, for example, Byzantines is going to come out at the end.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, looking at this draft overall, I did like Anatan's first 2 picks and the fact that he reserved Ibis. I don't know about you. I hate this English Malian mentality. I think it's way outdated where a lot of people try to secure English by picking Malians, but you kind of make yourself predictable. Your draft becomes, like, I'd say a bit more easy to read, right? And that's, I think, a dangerous thing to find yourself doing midway through the draft.
Yeah, it's definitely a good point you make. I think English is one of those picks where it's sort of this very aggressive threat that can come out at any sort of time. English is good on a lot of maps. They're not really incredible on too many maps. There are a few maps stand out where they're very good. There's just a sort of a looming threat, I think, in a draft where English could come out here and it could really hurt Abbasid potentially, or really hurt Jeanne d'Arc, something like that, or China on a closer, more open map potentially. So we'll have to see how Anatan decides to whip it out, if he does.
Well, let me just get the draft ready in our actual overlay. There we go. Okay, yeah. Don't at me. Everyone go at Cal. Okay, this is literally the draft. This is the draft overlay he gave me. 1 sec. I just need to send this across to him. Perfect. Every time, dude. I always find a way of breaking it. So yeah, looking at the draft with the map pool as well, Frizzy Marsh, Dry Arabia, Gorge, Cliffside, Easy Slippany. Everything's pretty standard here. Cliffside's the interesting one. I think that's actually an area where Anatan has a pretty cool edge because I rate HRE, English, and Mongols really highly there. I actually think one of the maps where Mongols have remained good is Cliffside. I'm trying to think really if there's any other map you'd want to pick them on here. Do you feel like they still work on Frisian?
Oh, is that English?
Mongols.
Mongols can be quite strong on Frisian for sure. It's just this. It's just the fact that the trade post is so optimally placed, as well as having access to shoreline fish all along the trade route, which is perfect for Mongols. They love to go out on food sources along the trade route where they put outposts anyway for the Yam network. So I do think, despite the slight hit they took in Dark Age because of the stone. Most notably in Dark Age, at least, it's just such a good map for them, and I think they're still, I would say, probably still a top 3 pick on Frisian.
I think it's tough if, for example, someone like Atri comes out, right? Which is why it's nice Anatan's already got that clawed away. The only other civ I think could contest them quite nicely, I do rate Chinese quite well against Mongols there because of the new focus on just supervising Raxes, right? Is if it turns into a long Dark Age, whether it's water hybrid or normal, we've seen Chinese players can just spam more spears, and that was true before they even put that Mongol buff, Mongol nerf rather in.
Absolutely. I think Anatan is going to feel quite comfortable having HRE on his side as well, so that's not a threat to his Mongols on Frisian. But obviously because of something like China, due to some of the trade nerfs that we've seen over time to Mongols, and now the Dark Age nerf, of course. I don't know if you remember the game that we had, I believe it was League Classic 2, we had Puppy Paw playing China against B's French, where he or Jeanne d'Arc it was, I believe, where he went trade. It's just this thing where you can kind of get away with 2 TC as China potentially, even against trade. It might be slightly tougher against Mongols, but it's not as oppressive as it was before. So a really stalwart civilization like China, where they can just A-move and do a lot of damage, can potentially work if you execute it well.
Yeah, I think that matchup, like, you have to double down. If you're French or Jeanne d'Arc, you have to go 2TC with the Chamber of Commerce, and then you can actually contest long term in the game, right? But it's weird just how effective China is at putting you on the clock, and because of all the sheep you get on that map, they're insanely safe. It's the other reason why China's so good there is the fact that they know where the sheep are ahead of you, right? Like I was saying in a game yesterday, a high-level Chinese player will skirt your scout and look for a cut-off point, and you won't know that you've been cut off until it's too late because you never see them.
Yeah, you're exactly right. There's also this interesting sticking point, I think that's worth mentioning, which from seeing Puppy Paw and Wham stream quite often and practice, they have talked about the extreme effectiveness of Barbican rushing, specifically on Frisian marshes. They genuinely believe it is a very powerful strategy because oftentimes a lot of your resources do spawn forward. So that is something that could be quite spicy if we get to it.
Well, how about this for spicy to open up with? First map is going to be EGC Lipany, and we're going to have Abbasids versus English. This is a matchup that has actually pivoted back and forth over the years, right? Like there's been clear times where the English would always stomp, times where the Abbasids would dominate because of some fast castle metas. What's your feeling on this right now? Because the military wing, the buff to the Abbasids, the 2TC build does seem strong, but the Abbey of Kings seems to be giving a lot of flexibility now to the English.
It has definitely went back and forth over time, without a doubt. It's an interesting one. Lipany is a prime map for Abbasids. So many berry bushes, so many potential cliff spawns that they can use to wall and keep themselves safe against the English's early aggression. I do want to say that English is still slightly favored. That's sort of a moving war machine that they are. They can extend with a network of castles, can be incredibly tough for Abbasid to survive early on, especially if they go for the early TC fast. I don't know if... I'm tempted to say Abbey of Kings isn't optimal in this matchup here. I think, especially if they start military wing, it's tough to get any kind of damage done with the initial king, and giving up the longbows is I think a tough trade-off to do against Abbasid specifically.
It's interesting because I think it's like one of those things of it's the classic logic behind. I was having this discussion recently with people about Horsemen and like, oh, I think Horsemen is S tier. Like I've always believed Horsemen are S tier in Feudal Age. And the reason is that you have better pacing and you choose your fights, right? So like the thought process there is if the English king dives the Abbasid base and the Abbasid initial units try to dive the English base, who gets more damage done, right? Because that's the if you I get what you're talking about. Like if they fight directly, two spears will just pinch him and whittle him down. But with the English shortbow villagers, two archers doesn't really sound that threatening, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm curious. Like I think if Anatan does want to go for the kings, his play shouldn't be to guard. His play should be to attack, and then you go for that quick TC. Because I think if in this matchup, if both players race the TC, the English, because of that detail of idling the enemy easier, should get it faster. Because we have to remember, Basses don't get their golden age until 10 buildings.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think King definitely has potential now more than ever before, right? It can definitely be a sticking point. I think if Puppy does open military wing, which I personally am not a huge fan of against English, I do believe he will be forced on the defensive whilst he builds his TC by the English king. You can't really allow the king to run around while you're gathering stone and trying to place your TC whilst also trying to be aggressive with the military wing units, if that is the case. However, I think a second TC play by Anatan as English could be extremely, extremely risky because Abbasid just has such a strong outboom potential for English in that mid game. And I believe if English does commit to a second TC themselves, I would say it's very easy for Abbasid to match it and then potentially go for an extra TC themselves, so 3 against 2. And then you're left in this bit of a sticky scenario where it can be tough to know what to do next as English.
Well, let's kick it off. It's time for the playoffs of Energy Slapfest number 2. Let me change that marker. It's not a BO3. We are now into BO5 territory, and I'm excited to introduce, no longer a 3D clan, it's Anatan. If you guys want an aggressive, well endowed in terms of his Civ capabilities player, this is the guy to go towards. Anatan definitely deserves a team. On the other side, Poppy Paw. I don't know why NA players just don't have any representation, but this guy is arguably number 2 in the game right now. And I get the privilege of watching them in best of 5. I got Myriad joining him on the mic, and we were just dissecting this a little bit, weren't we? We were talking about this idea of 2TC, which way you want to go, and you mentioned something very interesting on the Abbasid side of things, which is you don't think this is going to be a military wing build. You don't want to see a military wing. Do you think this should be eco wing?
Eco Wing is an option. The thing with Eco Wing is that it gives you a lot of this nice early ability to get a Golden Age faster, to get your first TC up fast if you so decide with Abbasid. But I do think it makes the defense a little bit tougher if English does decide to be extremely aggressive. Whereas on the other hand, I think a good option could potentially be Culturing. I know I've seen this a lot from Voldemar, where he actually sticks on 1 TC with Culturing as Abbasid against English, and looks to outmass them early, take a good fight, and then just go for a nice, cheap, quick Castle Age. So that's also an option. Military Wing, I think, has seen quite a lot of play, especially at the high level, even against English. But especially against something like Council Hall, I think it does lose a lot of value because 2 of your starting units are essentially useless, you could say.
Yeah. Oh, and we got a little bit of lag. Let's pause for a second. It does this sometimes with live. And we should be good to go. Love the speed up on the scout. But yeah, no, I think you're right there, because the thing we would say is that if you want to count military wing, that's why I mentioned like military wing's really good against Delhi, is because they have to build archery range first, typically, right? But the reality is the English are already building 2 archery ranges to begin with, unless they do this. Anatan is indeed going to the Abbey of King's build.
There we go.
The timing is awkward, though, because look at where Poppy Paw's scout is. I think this is something that people are going to have to get used to changing about the rotations with these type of civs, is that against this English timing, because the Abbey of Kings is so oppressive, you need to get your scout rotation differently than other matchups, right? Like, other matchups, it's okay to scout what your opponent's doing when he's 80% done. I feel like this opening by the English, you want to know it's happening the moment it starts.
Absolutely, and it's tough as well, right? Because quite commonly against English, we see players scouting very forward. I mean, Abbasid does that anyway because they're very civ, right? They can manage to do that without too many issues because of the potential men-at-arms rush threat that English can impose upon you. But yeah, not scouting the Abbey of Kings initially is something that could be quite dangerous for Poppy Paw without a doubt. But we do see military wing opening from him as well, so it is going to be the 2 spears, which I think is definitely better against Abbey of Kings and against the King instead of Council Hall. So it's almost like a little gamble that worked out for him.
We're going to see which way they want to play this, because we're talking a bit about this dynamic that both sides are going to have attacking units that are meant to distract your opponent, block their play, and then get your TC typically. I feel like the way that Anatan needs to approach this is he sees those military wing units coming and just pivots around them and heads to the enemy base, because the difference is you can more easily dive a TC than 2 archers and spearmen can.
Yeah, that's absolutely right.
Look at the spawn as well. 2 TC placement. I do feel like Poppy Ball's got the better deal here, right? He's got berries plus the deer right next to each other. As the English, you don't really have great options, but I think the thing that's kind of insane about this build for the English at the moment is they don't need great options. Just dropping a TC on the wood line is usually good enough.
Yeah, that's possible. We also do have the double gold as a potential TC for Anatant here, which is certainly quite a good option there. Whereas Puppy Paw, if he does go for that second TC, it's a bit rough because his closest day is very forward, and his other day is very far away, even though it's next to a berry. So in either position, it could be quite tough for him to defend an all-in, I would say.
Love this opening for Puppy Paw.
Nice to go for that.
He's going for the stables drop. This is nice because what you have to realize, folks, is that you're basically investing 150 wood with the military wing play to tick every counter box in the book in Feudal Age, right? Like you cover every bases. And it feels like these players are just reading one step ahead of each other because Anatan was already prepping an archery range to counter this military wing. Now he's going to find himself countered. And the king is capable of many things. However, 2 or 3 horsemen can become quite overwhelming.
Absolutely. Longbows certainly do a lot of damage, but when a few of those horsemen start coming out, it does get a bit tough because the king, although he is quite powerful, his damage is slightly limited and he is slower than horsemen, so the horsemen could just completely ignore him and go for those longbows if they step out of position too far.
The other problem is that horsemen have this similar impact on the king that they have on scouts, right? It's like you can never quite get away, as you were mentioning, but the worst part about that for the king is it means you can never kick in the healing, right? And I think the other thing that I dislike when you get into this type of comp is if you come forward with longbows now, you have to leave them behind, right? The king might get out, but this is an expensive army to have to throw away.
Absolutely right. We see quite safe play from Puppy Paw, not greeting for any TC here, going for the horseman first, setting up his golden age before even going out onto that stone. So putting a lot of respect on Anatan's star here, which I do think is the right decision. Because I think if you just go for the TC as quick as you can, which is what we saw a lot in the older days of AoE 4, but TCs are now nerfed, of course, and I think playing this safe the way Puppy Paw is the right decision.
Yeah, build speed, cost, and also just the defensive capacity if TCs is just down hard. So I agree. The Ambassadors have to be a little bit more flirtatious about this idea of just looking like they're all-in aggressive. And the cool thing is you're just seeing this as a balance now on both sides. They're both waiting to see which one blinks first and goes on the stone. Because with this type of opening, it is the defining factor. Whoever makes that move for stone first is likely to just give up control of this game.
Yeah, I agree completely. And English economy is quite slow off the rocks for sure. They do want to set up those farms, and if they do decide to go on external food sources such as they, it does leave them very exposed. So getting out all these horsemen ensures that Anatan is forced to sit in his base, and if he wants to even think about moving out, he will need quite a few spears to be able to do so without losing his entire mass.
This is a rough sign in my eyes from Anatan. The fact that he's having to go to the spearman now, like I feel as if you want to go horseman, but you can see why you can't afford it, right? It's 1 TC. He's only got 5 sheep left. This is the thing that I think can be an edge for the Ambassadors in this matchup, is because they've got those berries, similar to the Delhi, they're never going to exhaust their safe food, while the English are always going to be forced into these farms.
Absolutely. The sheep count favors Puppy Paw heavily, which, you might think doesn't matter a lot for English because they can add farms, but the reality is English does like to be aggressive early on, especially against very powerful scaling civ like Abbasid, and not having enough sheep really slows down your early aggression and tempo. So I don't think Anatan feels very comfortable in this position at all. He would have loved to be out on the map already, pressuring the wood line, but when you don't have access to so much food, it becomes very difficult. So he's forced to set up this a few farms at least, so they have some sort of safe food against these roaming horsemen before he can make a move.
And the horseman count is getting big. This is the point where I get a bit worried, because when you have double digits horsemen, you can pinch the king. And sure, he's quicker than a knight, right? 1.62 compared to 1.69. But with the 1.88, when you're this far out your base, like realistically, if Puppy Paw just brings the Horseman home, he can shut you down. Instead, he did go on the offensive. So far, we've had one worker kill on each side. Almost pinched a second. Not easy to dive this English TC at this early phase.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I think Puppy Paw sees what's happening. Well, he probably saw that there's so many farms early on, and he knows that, oh, well, Anatan does not have as many sheep as he would like, so any idle time he gets on this hood line, sure, he might give up half a horseman's health or even a horseman, but slowing down this aggression, unit production, and farm setup of Anatan is overall gonna really slow him down and put him on a timer, I would say.
Good read by Anatan to come out and just focus on the horseman. This should be pretty obvious at this stage to Anatan that there's probably a TC play on the way behind this, otherwise Puppy Paw would have more troops showing. The problem now is, even with that information, this is why Lombos have always struggled, is the moment they have to kite and defend in their own base, even if you know your opponent is doing something greedy, punishing it is an entirely different matter. The time it would take these Lombos to get across the map is like, what, an extra 30, 40 seconds? TC could easily be up by then.
Completely correct, especially on a map like Lipany, where right here, for example, we have two forward wood lines and a large cliff that makes it so that there is no easy straight line towards Puppy Paw's base, so the already slow longbows will be delayed even further in getting to the opposing side of the map. And the TC detail is important, right, because we know that there is no realistic way that Abbasid will sit on one TC for an extended period of time against a civ like English, at least without angling for a castle age play, something like a Kochwing, but that isn't the case in this case, right? So Anatan must know for sure that, okay, TC is out, I will have to put on some sort of pressure soon or risk getting outscaled.
Yeah, the problem is Anatan hasn't even moved the stone yet, so he's kind of in his phase where it's all in one TC. What makes it worse still is he's not getting premium gathering rates, he's not on the deer. He's only got one farm cluster. He's actually actively gathering berries right now. That's how kind of grim it's getting. And what worries me is we've seen this in the past, that horsemen are actually a suitable answer to men-at-arms spam. And Anatan, you're going to struggle to balance spear and men-at-arms spam without any sort of eco-inflation.
Absolutely right, and this these horsemen from Puppy Paw is exactly the issue that English faces in a lot of these matchups. Is, you know, your mass is very powerful when it's together in the opponent's base. However, the reinforcements that Puppy Paw will be able to muster much quicker in his own base as opposed to Anatan having to move across the map, made even worse by the fact that these horsemen will cut off reinforcements whenever they can.
Oof. That was close to being an opening. I thought for a second he actually missed the gap there, just a weirdly chopped tree. So nice little bit of blood being spilt there by Puppy Paw, but we're reaching the risky phase. This is usually where English players get uncomfortable. Anytime they have to do anything but go directly at the enemy base, i.e. rotate around the back of it, you open yourself up to losing everything. And that's exactly what's coming. Men-at-arms count only 3. I feel like Puppy Paw can now just cut the reinforcements, right? Like, you could even think about diving towards the English base.
Yeah, this is an extremely dangerous position here that Anatan finds himself in. This is classic right here. You have to put on aggression as the English in this kind of a scenario, but you so risk getting outmaneuvered because of your slow army. And as we see right now, the mass of Puppy Paw is far exceeds Anatan now, and you know he can just cut off this army at any point and absolutely pinch it.
Remember, he also has boot camp in now, so these archers are ridiculously tanky. They have the same HP they would have if they were in Castle Age. The other problem now is, look at the reaction. Anatan, this is classic English issue. You can't do any damage in return quick enough. You have not walled off. Puppy Paw has. So your only option is to mirror him. And as soon as he mirrored him, look at what Puppy Paw finally done. He was holding on to that stone for a few minutes. He's finally pulling the trigger.
There the TC goes. He knows that he has complete control of Anatan's maneuverings here with his horsemen and his archers. So he knows that, oh, well, he can't really go aggressive right now or he will lose a lot of his farm villages. So he does feel safe to drop that TC. Meanwhile, he's running circles.
Oh, he got him. That's king down.
Scout and king goes down. It's always so painful for English losing their scout like that, because you have to remake it from TC. Having the early eco to drop a stable to make a scout, whilst also being able to add farms and longbows and spears, it's always so difficult early in the game. So losing a scout is always a huge blow for English.
And this is like another layered reason why Horseman feels a lot better, because, well, if you'd gone for Horseman, you would have had a stables, you would have that scout extra if you need down the line. But, you know, this comes back to the sheep haul. This is why berry civs are so dominant and competitive right now, is they tend to get more sheep off the map. and it forces you into these awkward farm transitions. You know, it's crazy because had he gone Horseman, this whole idea of getting outmaneuvered doesn't really exist for the English. You can leave your Lombos at home, and you can try to poke at the Abbasid player, but it's credit to Poppy Paw, right? Like, you can understand why Anatan doesn't want to build Horseman up against one of the best spear building civs in the game. But realistically, he shouldn't be capable of ever building spears if you're spamming Lombos. Dive in.
Yeah, that's right.
No fire armor here, so this TC is actually going to go down. Unless Poppy Paw gets home real fast. Instead, he dives into the enemy base, says, if I can't have my town center, I'm going to have to kill what's coming out of yours.
That's right. Poppy Paw was just a little bit slow on that steel arrow upgrade coming in, so you know, mounting a defense on this TC is proving very difficult. And we see here just why it's very difficult for Abbasid to actually mount a defense on a TC against an English mass like this.
In fact, the archers still don't want to fight yet. The horsemen are nowhere near home, so there's an opportunity for Anatan to build a substantial lead here. A few more villagers go down. All of a sudden, Anna on one TC is the one ahead. And well, the problem at this stage is the horsemen aren't going to be able to do enough damage. The impressive part to me is also the fact that Anatan didn't even get textiles. He didn't need it because those horsemen simply can't dive English TCs.
Yeah, absolutely. And this highlights quite a sore sticking point for Abbasid in this matchup. I think, you know, the longer you delay without taking a decisive fight against the English as Abbasid, the harder it gets for you, because this feudal mass of spearmen, man-at-arms, and longbows is so difficult to break the larger it gets. So, you know, being hesitant to take a decisive fight early on when you do have a higher mass, which Poppy Paw did, it does put you on a very scary timer that you might not be able to back out of, and losing that TC hurts immensely.
Oh, and this hurts even more. Poppy Paw, throwing the horsemen into spears like this might be the worst thing you can do. Main army is going to march back into the base of the Abbasids, and the reality here is Anatan's got, what, I think 3 Raxes? Okay, 2 in the situation, but the spearmen will be able to hold this back, and also now with the attack speed aura, this small vanguard for Poppy Paw is just going to get wiped out.
Absolutely, and there's no other option for Poppy Paw, it feels like, because he knows that he just cannot take a head-on fight against the English, even without the aura, so he's forced to look for desperation tactics in getting these raids and cutting off reinforcements. And here we see the fight happening.
Men-at-Arms just going to absorb so much of the zone, and this is the other ugly part, right, is usually if you had this, perfect example is H3 before they had March Druid buff, if they went Men-at-Arms Archers, you kite away from their Archers and you kill their Men-at-Arms, and it feels really good. The problem against the English by comparison is a small group of men-at-arms soaks the fire while you run away. But the whole time you're running away, you remain in range of these Lombos. It just makes it so much harder comparatively. And Poppy Paw, he's now going to try to clear this mass up. But the problem is, it's at critical mass to insta-snipe Horsemen. So they're still going to get decent Tracy up against the Archers. The difference in health should allow Poppy Paw to stabilize. But at the tail end of all this, when it's said and done, Anatan is prepping for Castle Age. And Poppy Paw's army is nowhere nearby to punish it.
Completely correct. And on top of being 3 villages ahead of Poppy Paw, although he's losing a lot of his longbow mass here, sure, he already has 19 farms set up in his base, so his food eco is completely fine, whilst Poppy Paw is still forced to go out onto these outside sources, whilst after having lost his TC as well. So although the army mass heavily favors Poppy Paw right now, it will still be so difficult for him to actually find any damage against the English defense.
Now the question is Anatan going to be greedy? I feel like you have to be going King's Pass here, right? You should have enough men-at-arms to hold back the archers.
Yeah, realistically, I don't think White Tower is an option in a situation like this on 1 TC. You really need that scaling ability, because sure, although White Tower might give you a little bit of early defense and tempo with the faster production, overall it's you know, it's one of those tough points where you do need that slight help with scaling for sure.
Anatan quick to pull away as the archers march in, and here it's coming. King's Pass on the gold. Far away from the direction Poppy Paw is coming in. And that's a great read of the map by Anatan, right? You mentioned those cliffs very early on and how they make things a little bit weird. It made this very predictable. Poppy Paw already attacked left side. For him to be optimal in his chase, he has to come in from the left side of the map. So what does Anatan do? He masks himself away. But credit where it's due to Poppy Paw. This is not GG and him out of the game. He's going for Eco Wing. This allows him to catch up on TCs. But the other thing we have to remember is this is the stage in the game where actually the English aren't the premium archer army.
That is a very good point for sure. And we do see echoing from Abbasid, which I do believe is the right choice in this case. He knows that King's Palace will be going up, and he knows that he will need at least 2 extra TCs of his own to be able to compete and keep up with the scaling of English. So echoing is what he needs for sure to make them cheaper and also eventually secure his farm transition at a discount as well.
And with fresh food stuff, that's the other beautiful thing. On a map like Lipany, you have all these berries to get you a long way. That farm transition definitely doesn't have to be rushed when you're saving so much food. It's kind of crazy when you think about Abbasid TC booming. 3 TCs costs them less than it costs someone with 2 TCs, like the English.
Absolutely, it's such a powerful bonus for Abbasid, and it's been their trademark ever since they have come out, right? Their ability to not only get these TCs up cheaper, but also train the villages cheaper, and in turn get their farm transition for cheaper as well. Allows them to easily keep up with booming and outboom in a lot of cases.
Now, what's interesting here is Anatan, he has got this kind of advantageous window where he'll have his upgrades, or should have his upgrades. But the reality is, he's still got to face off these walls. He hasn't got much to get through them. The other thing that worries me now in this matchup is typically in this position, an English player feels ahead because they've got 4 farm clusters. Anno only has 2 and a bit. And not only that, they're about to get hit.
Big Archer Mass coming behind. He's going to look to find him, but Anatan is quick on the draw to pull the villagers back, so he doesn't lose anything just yet.
A little bit surprised that Puppy Paw didn't want to go in, but it's because he wants to maintain this mass, right? If this was a different Civ, Delhi, perfect example, they'd dive the archers because they don't want them anymore. But we have to remember, Abbasid's with composite bows, with this many archers, it's an absolute jackpot. So Gulim's being prepped, archers being upgraded, and I wouldn't be surprised, yeah, composite bows already queued up behind it. I'm
there we go.
On the side though.
Yeah, the Archer Mass is absolutely massive for Puppy Paw already. He doesn't need to add any more at this point. If he just upgrades them, I don't see Puppy Paw building any more archers for the rest of the game, honestly. He has so many already, and he knows that he will need crossbows to deal with the men-at-arms mass that is coming his way.
The crossbows are important here, because Gulims kind of suck against English men-at-arms. The armor-clad makes it very difficult to get in those fights. It's not very cost-efficient. And when the first Gulims arrive, and they at least clear up the squishies, the spearmen. And the initial crossbows coming out. If you can get up to like 5 or 6, this starts to stabilize. Right now, Anatan needs to start flooding the base with men-at-arms.
Absolutely. This is a very, very scary dive by Anatan right now. There's not enough crossbows yet at all. Only 1, 2 out now for Puppy Paw. And there's so much damage being done by these men-at-arms. On the right side of the map, 16 villages were idled out by a single man-at-arms on those deer. So right now, Puppy Paw struggling. 89 food a minute is painful.
Anatan with the micro as well. Notice he drive-bys with the lombos on the way through. He just doesn't even care about these archers, because this is the funny thing, right? You force Puppy Paw to come home with all these archers. Worst case scenario at home, build a siege workshop. Build men-at-arms, build a mangonel. What's he going to do to that? He has no grand solution. So targeting the village is 100% the correct call, and all of a sudden Anatan is the guy with a 20 villager lead. Puppy Paw might have Eco Wing, but I don't see him using it anytime soon.
This is an extremely difficult position for Puppy Paw to recover from, I would say, because sure, although he has been trading far better throughout the game with over 1,000 ahead in destroyed value, having this farm set up by Anatan as well as the safe scaling of the TC just allows him to keep pumping out these units despite trading badly, and as long as he keeps his foot on the gas, so to say, against Puppy Paw, not allowing him to get those TCs back up, to get the full wall, to get the farm transition, he is on his way to a very solid game here.
And we have to keep in mind that Anatan has reached that sweet spot. He's over 3 farm clusters, where he's about to be in. You know, we've seen this before. Once you reach 3.5 to 4 farm clusters, we've seen English players spam fuel-aged men-at-arms and still tech up. He's already teched up. So he's only got one thing to really focus on, and it's getting the blob together. The problem for Puppy Paw is, after all that damage done, after the idle time and the gold, he's got 1 crossbow to his name. If Anatan gets 10 plus men-at-arms here, this archer army doesn't do anything.
Absolutely right. You know, I think it's easy to forget with English because, you know, a lot of people remember and know that the farms, yes, they're a lot cheaper. But I think it's easy to forget the fact that not only are they cheaper, but also far more effective. Plus 25% gather rate from farms in Castle Age makes it so that not only are they cheaper to get, but they also don't need as many early on as other civs. So the food count for Anatan, we already see close to 1,000 a minute here.
Check this, Anno, he got idled on the wood. That was perfect time for Puppy Paw. If that had gone on for another minute, he just dropped a siege workshop. He shoots in 10. So delaying this is critical because it means Puppy Paw, he can now try to get back on the gold and get a Springwood in prep to keep doing damage. Because for now, this trickle of men-at-arms aren't going to be able to dent this.
No, a little bit of a mismacro here by Anatan, I must say. I'm not sure what he was doing, but the man-at-arms count isn't quite up to par, and all these archers here with composite bows are able to deal a lot of damage here. Puppypaw needs this absolutely. He was behind, but he did clear that army, and he knew that that's his chance to go in and start doing his own plentiful damage onto these farmlands of Anatan, and we see it right now.
You know what it was? It was the fact that Anatan went for that siege workshop. That could have been 2 more Raxes, and he had the food and gold to produce, right? That's what was missing here. But at the tail end of it, Puppypaw, he needs to chase through. He needs to find more. He's hunting down villagers over here. He's seen dead deer. He sees the mills. So he's onto the right track. But you're seeing that Anna is starting to split this. And with the wolves coming up ahead of this, he could easily just walk onto the other side.
Yeah, absolutely. Although this idle time does for sure hurt here. Yeah, the siege workshop was, I think it was trying to be played safe by Anatan. I think he was very worried about a mangonel coming out and denying any kind of longbow mass he might be able to muster. I think scouting it would have been the right decision first, but it's always difficult, right? Having no access to a scout now, Anatan. Yeah.
I think the issue there was, I like the idea of the siege workshop, but if you haven't got extra people on wood ahead of time, then it makes no sense, right? One mangonel there with a few men-at-arms feels like a GG. Puppypaw is going to lose 20 plus archers. At the tail end of this, though, the wall is good. Look what happened on the east side. He got the wall up just in time. Puppypaw has nowhere to run, so all archers are going to be thrown away. Now, there's a lot of food, and that food is going to be needed, because have you seen what Puppypaw done behind this? 4 TC Abbasids.
Indeed. Throwing away those archers was, I think, completely intentional by Puppypaw. It bought him a lot of space to actually get up these 2 extra TCs, which he sorely needed after losing Vils early on and that TC in Feudal Age. So it's suddenly looking not too bad for Puppypaw, I would say. Sure, he's going to lose his archer mass here, but look how many units he's keeping distracted. Right now, he actually has complete map control and is rallying units down towards where that gold, where he knows Anatan has went.
And the same issue that the English always have in this stage of the game remains. This is a slow army. It's not immediately going to punish him for throwing away all these archers. By the time he reaches Puppypaw's base, Puppypaw is going to even him up on eco. Why is that a big deal? Between the Golden Age buff and the fact that you pay so little for your villagers, you've still got a capability to produce units along the way. And that's what worries me, because I think if 2 minutes pass, they're almost going to be neck and neck on villagers.
Absolutely correct. And on top of it, although Anatan does have these farms set up for us, not a single farm yet for Puppypaw, it's not really a huge issue for Abbasid. Sure, the English discount is nice, but the Abbasid discount is not far behind at all. And ultimately, with the agriculture upgrade for the Abbasid dynasty in Imperial Age, the farms do actually exceed the English farms in terms of food gather rate, not counting the gold from enclosures.
The interesting thing about that detail in the matchup, actually, is if you're in Imperial Age as the English without the enclosures, just the agriculture with the Golden Age is good enough. But you're highlighting, the improved processing puts you over the edge. It's kind of insane. It's why we often get to that late game. I feel like Abbasids, the only civ I feel like I frequently see peaking their food income is maybe HRE. But Abbasids is like, it's always teeter-tot and back. In that Abbasids can scale their food better than HRE. HRE has to do it around Arkan. But if you're at the same amount of farms as HRE, of course, they'll be better. But overall, it's very easy, especially with the Abbasid trash comps, for them to go up to 70 farms and still feel very content about the game.
Absolutely. And now we see Anatan. Anatan knows exactly what's happening. He knows that in a straight-up fight, he will pretty much all the time have the stronger army. And he does have the army mass now as well, which is a tough position for Puppypaw. He knows that, okay, well, all those archers being thrown away can only mean one thing, and that's at least 2 extra TCs for Puppypaw. So he's heading straight where they're likely to be, and is now looking to torch it down once again.
Yeah, he was over here before the relic gathering, so he tried to wall him to delay it, so he at least knew there was a TC wide. I don't know if he knows the full extent, though. Like, this was a 4 TC boom, right? So this isn't going to be enough to kind of reset the game and put you ahead. Relic situation as well. Puppypaw's already playing up for those. So we're probably looking at, what, 2-3 relic split, considering that Anatan's nowhere near the south side of the map. So all of a sudden, the economy is going to be more or less balanced out. It's hard to not favor the Abbasids at that stage when you consider things like military boot camp, their ability to build siege in the field, and of course the composite bows.
Yeah, completely. However, there is a very serious danger here, I think, where English can keep putting on this front, especially having such a large mass already in terms of men-at-arms, longbows, and now crossbows being added in at a rapid pace as well, where it's very easy for English on so many farms already, more soon to come as well, I'm sure, where they can just stop for a little bit and suddenly they can find themselves in Imp. And when those upgrades come in, if Abbasid is behind, because of the House of Wisdom slow age up, it can often be a killer situation against the Abbasid.
There might be a bigger killer detail here. Puppypaw didn't scale his production. He has, what, I think 3 archer ranges still? So I don't think he's added any more over the last few minutes. That's problematic. He's staring down the barrel of 27 men-at-arms, and it's turning into an absolute massacre. Still now a 20 eco lead for Anatand. And the men-at-arms numbers, you can see it. It's a Congo line of death targeted at the Canadians' base.
Absolutely, and this is the power. Although Puppypaw already has 12 crossbows out, which is not too bad of a number, the issue is that these men-at-arms don't even have to fight directly with the crossbows. They can just run around, split up everywhere around Puppypaw's base, and will cause so much idle time constantly, whilst this allows Anatan space to secure more and more map control.
Oh, he's so much worse than that. With that map control, look at what he just denied. The keep came up later for him on the south side, but it's good enough to block out the gold vein. So Puppypaw has a serious issue on gold gathering right now. If the crossbow's the counter, you need that trickle. And right now, he's being idled everywhere he can gather. The one place he's got left over is that northern corner. But if that gets scouted, with Anatan already on the way there, we might see a lack of ability for Puppypaw to get his quality units.
Completely, and it hurts even more because you need access to quality units, especially in Castle Age, to be able to contest this English mass. But more importantly, I think you also require siege, because in a straight-on fight, I do believe the English mass will pretty much always win out, unless the Abbasid has access to plenty mangonels in order to, even out that mass and deal more damage directly. Because when Network of Castles come in and these upgraded men-at-arms with armor cladding, as well as the longbow's extra damage, without having access to mangonels to, thin out the mass of the English, it can be very difficult.
Another annoying thing on the south side, that keep just produced a trap, so he's going to lose control of this gold soon. And,
oh boy.
It's so bad at this stage. Imperials just came in, Puppypaw hasn't triggered his yet. And you mentioned that whole idea of like a base focus fight favors the English. Puppypaw agrees, and he says, I want no part of it. GG is called. Only the first game of potentially 5 here, and already this series is delivering.
Very impressed with Anatan's play in this match here. Even with that rough start slightly where he couldn't be as aggressive as he would have liked to, because of the low sheep count that he had compared to, of course, the berry sieve that is Abbasid. He was able, he didn't panic. He set up the farms that he needed. He defended against the horsemen when he could. And he allowed his mass to build up slowly until he was comfortable enough to move across the map and punish Puppypaw severely for that forward TC.
And the cool thing to think about here is this wasn't the new stompy Abbey of Kings build that everyone's been struggling with. This was just good old Council Hall play and good execution by Anatand. And the impressive part is even the fact that behind all this, we're talking about an Abbasid that just got buffed, right? So this is meant to be like a better matchup for them than was previously. And on top of that, like I'm making a list now, Myriad, man. We've got to remember that Puppypaw, I'd say he's easily a top 3 Abbasid player in the game. He's that good with it, right? Like this has been his bread and butter. You might remember, like from the early days, he used to on his Smurf account, he had David Kim. Most games, Abbasids. He believed in them before anyone else was playing them.
Absolutely, and this just goes to show, I agree completely, Puppypaw is a star Abbasid player without a doubt, but this just goes to show, I think, even today, despite the Abbasid buffs, the difficulty of this matchup against English, where it's so difficult to survive in feudal, even against a civ like potentially French and Jeanne d'Arc, other feudal aggressive civs, but that is English's prime time in the game, I would say. So punishing that severely, Anatan has done spectacularly in that regard. And it also comes down to, this is what I meant earlier by military wing. Although I don't claim to be a better Abbasid player than Puppypaw by any means, of course. He would have me any day. However, I do think military wing is just not the right choice, because we saw even with King, where it's better against King instead of Council Hall to have military wing, it was still just so tough to actually get any significant use out of it. Sure, you can argue that it's useful in terms of boot camp later on, allowing your units to actually compete somewhat with the English mass in feudal. But I believe that the advantages that ecoing and culturing gives you are too good to be overlooked against English.
Oh, sorry, chat. Yeah, you're right. My brain. It was Abbey Kings, wasn't it? But he done longbows anyway. My brain. He done poor man's council hall. What has just happened in the draft? He. Okay, I'm. I hate Cal right now. He literally told me to refresh the draft, and he completely broke the draft. He's sabotaging my stream, chat. He's sabotaging my goddamn stream.
Cal
Alright, we're
yesterday was in my chat memeing about my the production quality on my stream. But where are you now, Cal? Huh?
Oh, that guy. That guy. I mean, you should have. Your response should have been, "Cal, you went live yesterday and had 5 viewers. I had 150." That should have been your response. God.
With a little bit of help from the killer pigeon himself, naturally. But we
No,
don't
no,
need
it
to
was all
mention
you,
that.
my friend. It was
Of
all
course,
you.
Yeah.
Let me get the scores ready as we get ready for this one. Wait, you are in the game, right? I did add you to group.
Yes, that's right.
Fantastic. All right, let me. Of course, I got the scores the wrong way around. We'll flip it. It's time for game number 2 of this quarterfinals between Puppy Paw and Anatan. An early and surprising lead actually coming out from Anachad on the English. We now move into map number 2. It is, of course, Frizzy Marshes. And this, Myriad, this is wild, man. We've got Chinese, which is an S-tier Civ here, on an S-tier Chinese player. Anatan has done the wild thing. This is the second time this tournament I've already seen this. Explain to me what the thought process is behind Marlians on Frizzy Marshes.
I can give it a little bit of a guess as to what it might be. The thing with Marlians that I think a lot of people underestimate is their feudal prowess, especially when they have access to superior food sources like shoreline fish on a map like Frigid Marshes. Because sure, you do want to cowboom eventually, but the power of I think Civ like Marlians on a map like this is that you don't have to. So if you're not spending, 100 gold on cattle in order to secure your food, instead just spending it on units, I think it can actually be extremely difficult for a civ like China to deal with javelin throwers in feudal age, especially with a short rush distance like there is on Frigid Marshes over here. It's a straight line directly across towards the Chinese base, unlike the usual diagonal symmetry we see on most maps.
I like that idea. Yeah, the feudal all-in as well as the fact that all the gold's on the forward side. Like, we know Chinese can function without access to a gold vein, right? But they sure as hell aren't going to be rushing Castle Age if they can't tap gold. So I do like that idea because I've said this before. Marlians do pay more for their feudal age comp, but it's because it's a feudal age plus is the way I view Marlians. They are one of the strongest feudal age armies in the game. So although it's an unorthodox approach and everyone always thinks about the Fulani, I think you might be right. Anatan might be leaning towards a quicker finish in this game.
Absolutely, and this reminds me of a game I played against Zerton quite long ago, where I was China on Highview against his Marlians, and he did this strategy where he actually went completely just fed himself with cows, not even using ranches, and went absolutely full aggression against my 2TC, and it felt impossible to defend. So I wonder if that is what Anatan is sort of banking on here, that people will greed for that second TC, and if he does so, if Anatan does take the opportunity to be aggressive, I think it would be very, very difficult for Puppypaw to hold.
Whoa. Okay, I
did not expect.
Well, I think he's shown a bit too much respect to Puppypaw, isn't he? Because I was going to say, this is a player that I think frequently barbicans, more frequently actually than anyone else on this map, aggressively. But this is definitely an overreaction. You could have just dropped an outpost in this time.
It's difficult, isn't it? I mean, I think he knows that the threat of Barbican is definitely a possibility, especially from a player like Puppypaw who believes it is a powerful strat, which I'm inclined to agree with in some situations, especially on this map. The thing with an outpost as opposed to Zone Trade Network, it's that 100 wood, although it sounds cheap in essence, for Marlians this early on, it's not that simple. And on top of it, I do believe the Saharan Trade Network has one extra range compared to arrow slits, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you might be right, because arrow slits is... Wait, arrow slits is still 8, right?
I think so, yeah.
We'll test it in a sec. The bigger deal is that you can garrison fully, right? So you can insta-kill anything that comes in range, and you get the arrow slits for free. Realistically, if you can wait, Man's Quarry is better because you can just toggle stone. But let's have a look. No, 7-tile range. No, wait, so arrow slits... No, arrow slits is 7, right?
Arrow slits must be 7,
yeah. Definitely 7. Okay, so no extra range, but, I think the thing that is fair to highlight there is if you know there's a spin timing, the outpost you're talking about, like, the delay on getting up, as you said, you put all your wood into houses to begin with. That's just meta. So you're probably not gathering enough straggler trees quick enough for an optimal tech up timing otherwise. And if you're relying on the Mancer to then deliver the stone to get you into the outpost upgrade, you're probably going to lose the outpost before it gets upgraded. And the reason that's important is because to get that same effect, you have to place an outpost kind of where you put the Saharan trade network. Because if you don't place it on the aggressive side of your pit mine, the outpost doesn't really guard much.
Absolutely. This is a detail that I did miss. I didn't actually see that Anatan's second gold is directly adjacent to his first gold. And I think this makes the Saharan Trade Network play a lot more powerful. He knows that that is an absolute prime Barbican spot. And this spear beginning from Papipo is exactly what that entails. Starting spears like this is usually a dead giveaway that a Barbican rush is in the plan and works. And this Saharan Trade Network will make that extremely difficult for Papipo, so I'm very much liking Anatan's position right now.
I think we've got to pivot though. If I'm Papipo, surely the response to this now is to rush Castle Age. You've got so many sheep on a map like this, Pass Guard flooding is really strong. Especially now that you see the Saharan Trade Network. It means that Anatan can't rush towards that quick castle timing with a Max Vilani. So curious to see which way Papipo wants to go. He's almost got the gold if it's going to be a Barbican. If he goes Barbican, he surely has to go 2TC.
Absolutely. I think rushing castle against Malians, you can a lot of the times get there faster than them because they do like to go for those cows. Optimally, they want to get the Fulani up and running to get the incredible food income that it provides. But I think rushing castle can be very, very dangerous against Malians because having access to Musafadi warriors in feudal age, especially against slightly less durable men-at-arms like the Palace Guards, can make it quite difficult to get any value out of Russian Castle Age. It's the same against Nightstrow. You have Donzos and Musafadis to help deal with them. So and I think if you don't get a lot of damage done with your Castle Age timing against Malians, whatever civ that may be, if Malians do get up into the Castle Age themselves, from then on, it will be a very quick and painful death, I would say, for the other civ.
That's fair. I think now, seeing the war lines drawn here, Papipo, I'm expecting 2TC. In fact, he's already in stone. This TC needs to be dropped towards the fish, right? You need to get that extra value. Not so close that you can't just mill to get extra eco. We have seen a lot of players that just go for 2TC condensed at home. I think Dumu is the pristine example. He does it every game. Papipo, in my experience, tends to be a bit more loose, which I don't know if you've got a preference there. I always look at it as if you have your TCs looser, your villagers that you spawn are more optimal.
Yeah, it's always the dichotomy of defensiveness and efficiency, right? I mean, ideally you don't want to block the Imperial Academy's aura with your TC placement, but at the same time, having it close to your main TC does make it easier to defend, especially against a civ like Malians. Whereas as opposed to having closer to perhaps between those berries and the first shoreline fish will make the rally point easier, whilst you're still able to get the taxes from having a mill place there, and potentially the supervision as well. But I do believe the second TC is definitely the right choice by Papipo. In my mind, I think he will look for a very safe defense here. Who's going to wall up as much as he can, secure as much food as he can, and try to survive the initial onslaught of the castle rush that will come from Anatan with the cows and try to outboom.
An interesting detail here as well. I wonder if his condensed TC might have been informed by that sneaky stables. Anatan tried to be crafty, but Papipo's senses were tingling. He immediately scouted these back production buildings. So Anatan was trying to get crafty. As we know, though, on a map like Frisian Marshes, it's so insanely difficult to hide your intent.
Yeah, absolutely right.
Wait, this... Oh, okay. That's kind of cool. Anatan actually snuck his scout right into the back of the base. So he does have some interesting information on this backside. Does feel overall limited, right? You can see the wood line, but you're not going to scout anything else. Now that the TC's up, you can't even actually get out.
Yeah, exactly. At least he knows that the TC is condensed, so it will be difficult to get any meaningful damage done in feudal, I think, unless he commits very heavily to it, I understand. And at the same time, you know, if the TC is condensed like this, it doesn't make it easy to actually control those outer food sources, the shoreline fish and those deer over there, which is a very prime spot and will be oddly contested, I imagine, very soon for both Papipo and Anatan, because I think Papipo will be required absolutely to secure at least some of that food if he is to survive.
Yeah, like right now, I'd love to see him just shove the deer in. I think that's the easiest play. That gives you flexi. Like, it makes this area less optimal if you come out to it. But against the Malian player, the two options are he's all-in you in feudal, with the quality army we talked about, or he's just rushing castle, and then it's going to be Sofa anyway. Those are very difficult comps to defend wide against. And in fact, with the fact we're only at 3 ranches right now, with more production being added in, I feel like Anatan might be looking to ramp up the pressure a little here.
We do see Blacksmith being dropped now by Anatan, so what you just said makes complete sense.
Wait,
but Blacksmith's
what?
so early, yeah.
We've got traders as well. I just...
Oh, we do. Interesting. So this is something I was thinking about with Marlians myself, especially having Saharan trade network in a place where it can actually provide the aura to the traders. Going for an out boom here on the China is a potential option, and it seems is what Anatan's going to try to go for.
Do you want to make it even funnier? He's going long trade. He's going to the enemy trade post for 2 reasons. 1, you get more gold. 2, it means he's walking past the Saharan trade network to get the tax.
There we go. Now, this is definitely not something I expected, but I don't think it's as ludicrous of an option as some people might think. And we see another barracks being dropped by Anatan. I can already see what I predict was going to happen here. But we do have the Grand Fulani Corral dropping. I was about to say that I think more feudal aggression is going to come from Anatan, but the Fulani Corral here is...
This is wild. The Fulani, it's not even a full cattle ranch. On top of that, the traders, like this... We know that Anatan can be a very wild and unpredictable player, but I don't think anyone got into this game and truly anticipated us getting Malian trade while castle rushing.
I agree completely, yeah. And this is something I've noticed a lot from my experience playing, other competitive games in the past, is a lot of players from these old splinter Soviet countries. They usually have very creative and unique strategies and approaches to competitive. And knowing that Anatan, one of his prime practice partners, especially some time ago, has been B, who himself is a master of creativity, as we all know. This is something I would definitely expect from something like Anatan. Not specifically trade, but something out of the ordinary, without a doubt.
It's also the way that I think Anatan, he came up from the lower rank leagues. Didn't someone say he was once upon a time like gold ranked or something, right? He played in the... I think originally he did play in like one of the low elo ones. So he's probably had a lot of weird experimentations along the way. And I always say that the people that kind of set up the next wave of meta, funnily enough, are the ones that are like ranked 300 to 600. And then usually what happens is the absolute best get into lobbies against those people. They see the strategy and they're like, that's really cool. Let me optimize this. We even saw that recently where Beastie was saying he doesn't think he's a good innovator, or he doesn't discover new metas. He likes to perfect. Absolutely,
yeah, and I think that speaks a lot to someone like Puppy Paw as well. As I mentioned earlier, I do believe he's akin to someone like Beastie or Marine Lord, where, as you said yourself very correctly, these players aren't so much innovators as perfectionists, so to say. Yeah, they will look at they will analyze the correct strategies in any given meta, perfect them and do them as optimally as possible. And sometimes the right answer against someone who just plays very solid and potentially, he might be able to play a better macro game than Anatan, let's say. Against something like that, the correct response could be something absolutely wild and unexpected to throw them off their game, as we see now.
Now, this is wild. I think we saw this, it was in the Louis MT series, I think, recently on Dry Arabia, Malians versus Chinese. It was the speed flood. You go Musafadi, you go Sofa, you just move. You always move. It's nothing slow, because if you play slow against Nesta B's comp, you die, right? This gives you a way of getting in and getting those Nesta Bs or avoiding them. And an ambitious attempt to try and snipe out the first knob. He will surely get it.
Ooh.
One tap, and it's gone.
Oh, there we go, he gets it.
That was expensive, though. That was, what, 12 Musafadi, I think, going down at least?
Extremely expensive, yeah. I mean, he does get the Nest of Bees, which is always a nice pickup, but sacrificing so many double-digit Musafadis even to kill it, I'm not so sure that was actually worth it, because look what we have now. The cross-map trade that Anatan was doing is suddenly under complete threat as his army mass has dropped significantly.
And the more important thing where he's getting his gold is the fact he's sneaking a central pit mine now. Luckily for him, he's against the Chinese, and you know how Chinese players are. I want to fight. I'm going to build more walls and stay at home a little bit longer. I don't feel like it's time to come out yet. So that's the perk for Anatan. And the other reason, of course, you have to remember is Puppy Paw. If he comes out and he's against a stealthed army, if the scout doesn't see it, he can get cut off, right? So very sensible approach. But it does mean that Anatan gets to make a mistake and doesn't ultimately get punished for it straight away.
Absolutely right. I think people must know about the trade by now, especially with this forward posturing from Anatan around here. But the thing is, we talked about this earlier. 2TC from China, who is arguably potentially one of the strongest, if not the strongest boom sieve in the game. I think you're not too worried about letting a little bit of trade go out of hand here, especially as the Malians, because although they will have good income, especially with the Fulani Corral to support it as well, they're not your Mongols, right? They won't have the extra resources and the YAM network to exponentially boost the power of the trade. I think he's perfectly content sitting back right for now, getting enough nest of bees and a solid, powerful army in order to move out and finish Anatan in one single stroke.
I feel like Anatan done this trade to try and bait a reaction, right? Because he never went beyond 2. I think he wanted Puppy Paw to rush out, because that's an advantage, right? If you have to rush out as Chinese, that's how things fall apart. Credit to him, though. Anatan is doing the right play now. His real goal focus is on those relics. He understood that Puppy Paw wanted them. And because of the way that Puppy Paw is playing your standard Chinese, he may have a lot of villages, but it means you have to forfeit the map. So what does the Malian player do with it? Gets the big pit mine, gets all that gold. I would be shocked if we saw additional trade coming in, because I feel like at this stage, 3 pit mines and 4 relics is good enough. But if he wants it, the map is now his.
It's difficult, right? Because sure, trade is such a powerful booming tool in order to get extra income, but against a civ like Chinese, who just gets so much exponentially better the longer the game goes, is a boom off really the kind of game you want to get into against China as Malians? Yeah, I wouldn't think so myself, as you said so rightly.
Yeah, and it's also the other thing that every time I look at trade, I think there's a very good reason we only see Malian trade in Imperial Age, and it's because it only matters in Imperial Age, right? The only thing that is so expensive you need gold are the gunners. Everything else is affordable with your passive gold income and veins. So I would prefer that he just ramps the aggression up and tries to punish. What's difficult is he needs to go in for that, because the Chinese player is now at 90 plus eco. This is where farm transitions are very easy.
Absolutely right, and we mentioned earlier about the triple shoreline fish ponds as well as the deer pack. The fact that Puppy Paw has had access to them and was able to ward them so early on is, I think, quite painful for Anatan, because all that food there will be enough to actually carry Puppy Paw in terms of army up to a full farm transition around the granaries. And once that gets set up, I think it becomes a very difficult game for Malians. So as we see, I think Anatan is starting to feel the pressure a little bit of that economy building, and he needs to start running some units in to deal some damage.
Yeah, a little bit shocked he's not using the stealth. Stealth Forest, sure, but he's not using the active stealth there. He knows his opponent doesn't have majority scouts, and a big mistake Puppy Paw's made here is he hasn't set up any outposts, right? So he can't easily see these guys coming if they sneak in. So I do think there was a missing opportunity there. Anatan, realistically, with that many Musafadi, could have pinched about 8 villagers straight away and killed them. But instead, casualties are minimized. Puppy Paw and now is about to crack triple digits on villagers.
Yeah, absolutely. The stealth is an interesting point. I think it's an easy thing to forget, even for top tier players like Puppy Paw and Anatan both are. The lack of an outpost is certainly quite risky from Puppy Paw. We do see it going up now as his wall did get broken. He doesn't want to risk anything.
Yeah, and that's a sweet opportunity missing now. So Anatan, at this stage in the game, he's wholly relying on the Musafadi spam. He's not transitioning to a new unit type at all. I'm starting to feel like his play out of this is to go Imperial Age. The problem is it's going to take you so long if you consider that he's wholly reliant on the Fulani. And what makes this sadder and starts to make this look like an almost instant win is the fact that Puppy Paw is about to be imp.
Absolutely right. What would I've loved to see from Anatan in this kind of a position, especially with his early map control, which Puppy Paw forfeited by going for that second TC, is the sacred sites. They could have already been at like 6 to 7 minutes potentially ticking, and Anatan could have focused on just mounting a huge defense, which is easier on this map than others, as there are only 2 and they're quite close by. And the fact that they haven't Anatan, yeah, sorry.
Oh. No, I'm looking at this fight. This is a dangerous one. I think that's the type of fight where Anatan could just end up losing the game. Like, he's lucky that half of his Musafadi attacked the villagers. If they'd all ran into the spear line, triple nest of bees kills Musafadi, and that would have been a GG.
Absolutely. I think this is such a tough position for Anatan now. I mean, his army is predominantly Musafadis, which do not counter any of the units of Puppy Paw's army. Sure, they're fantastic at raiding, but I think Anatan just got a little bit complacent here with his army, and right now, massive keep being dropped right on top of the big pit mine of Anatan, and this is looking scary, KP.
Hey, you want those sacred sites? He heard you, he got them, but he may have got them 5 minutes too late. This castle now being down next to a 2.4k stone. If anything, the next 3 minutes, I see Poppy Paw the one capturing both sacred sites. And consider this, Imperial Age is just a stone's throw away. If Poppy Paw commits to the gold, he can be there in the next minute. He could even consider just opening up with a Great Wall Gatehouse to lock in this win condition.
Absolutely correct, and this is just classic. We see this from Chinese so often, where they will just gather so much stone, drop it onto more stone in order to gather more stone and get more keeps around the map. This is so typical Chinese, and it can be so powerful if executed well.
This is not what I call an ideal location to get your anti-siege. Anatan at this point is scrambling, running all the way back to his base with slow-moving eco. The fact that he's still just one-dimensional Musafadi, it's kind of comical to just watch Spearman beat Musafadi, but it's such a smart read. The funny part is you might be wondering, why is Poppy Paw now building into crossbows? Because the only thing that could realistically threaten him is potentially going into, like, what, archer jabs? But even the spears don't care about that. I think the thing that just matters most, as long as Poppy Paw has Nestavis and spears, he can build anything else he wants. Those are the two things that win him the game. Everything else for me is just cherries on top.
Yeah, completely, and you know, I do think Adatan messed the mark just a little bit this game. It was nice creativity coming out earlier on with the trade bait as well as the Saharan Trader Network to completely prevent the Barbican that Poppy was clearly intending to do, but not capturing those sacred sites and mounting a strong defense by having a keep on each really is going to bite him now.
You know what I think could have actually worked as well? I actually think like fast imp while scaling trade could have worked here. It sounds wild, but you know, if you think about it, if you get there first, the Musafadi gunners with the Huntress, I know that Chinese are gunpowder kings, but it takes a long time to scale into that, especially when you're camping your corner with limited gold veins. But Anatan, this non-stop Musafadi warrior spam, it works really well on maps like Dry Arabia. But you have to remember, this is one of those corner campy maps, right? Like when you get into the mid game, a Chinese player can sit in his base, and it doesn't take very long to react on the flanks.
Yeah, I agree completely, and especially with Poppy Paw's food having been so so condensed. I mean, 3 shoreline fish ponds as well as a deer, all in that little spot there, easily walled. You know, on a map like Dry Arabia, the Musafadi spam into constant raiding, as you said, is much easier to pull off. But Poppy Paw was perfectly content just securing that food there. That's all he needed to carry him to a complete and total grounding transition, as we see now. And from here on, it's essentially coasting.
Yeah, the funny thing is Imperial Palace has fallen up, so Yuan Dynasty can activate. This is the stage where, sure, you're building Palace Guard into Musafadi, but you move so fast, you kind of don't get counted, right? Like, they can't ever reach you. Oh,
I must say, I don't think I've ever seen, you know, Imp as well as Yuan Dynasty being dropped at the same time before. This just goes to show just how incredibly ahead in economy Poppy Paw is right now.
I did notice that you've done the slow build up on the gatehouse. Little tip for the people: there is actually a way where you can have more than 10 villagers building the gatehouse. You have to place a stone wall blueprint. You tap the central stone wall piece, but don't complete it, and then you can place the gatehouse on it. And that way, your villagers will walk around it, so you can get like 30 villagers building gatehouse.
Oh, I didn't know that actually. It's good to know.
Dude, Mirad, we're gonna get you into these quarterfinals, mate.
Maybe I won't have an emergency next time, and you'll see me. One can hope.
We'll be robbed of the pleasure of you on the mic, mate. So you know, it's a double-edged sword. Fought the Hunters now on the way, though. Anatan's, I feel like Gunners is your only way out, but the problem is the Gunners only work if you're there first, and Poppy Paw is already going to go up to 15 hand cannoneers.
Absolutely, and we know Chinese hand cannoneers are one of the scariest luxury units in the game, right? I think realistically, Anatan, I think he knows that this game is essentially out of his hands anymore. Sure, he's getting some nice raids in idle time here, but the mid-map being controlled by China in a position like this, and the Fortune Launchers gets completely denied. Is it even going to go up? I don't think so. Yeah, the game gets called there, and it's GG.
Yeah, I was distracted by the keep to the south as well. He's blocking out the trade while blocking out the tech up. GG comes through. Poppy Paw's Chinese looking unstoppable as always. But we get sport, folks. We get a deeper series. We're going to at least get 2 more games here. Now, the interesting thing to think about this from a drafting perspective as well, Mirad, is that Poppy Paw had to throw away, not throw away, but he had to use quite early what I'd say was his most powerful civ. I think he actually threw away 2 of his most powerful ones. The other one up there right now would be Byzantines, Whereas when we look at it from Anatan's side, English are kind of mid-pack when you think about ratings, and I'd say Malians are even worse. I think Malians have been kind of overrated for a while. I'd put them maybe like a B tier at this point. So there's still a lot of strong picks for Anno, right? We've got the HRE, we've got the Iobids, and we've got the Delhi.
Absolutely. I mean, we had Anotan. He had HRE available to him, which we know is a very powerful pick on Frisian Marshes. But instead, he did opt for that for the Malians. Now, I don't want to say it was a throwaway game for Anotan this series, but it is still a bit of a possibility, right? He knows just how strong Puppy Paw's China is, so I don't think he wanted to necessarily gamble on can I beat it with HRE on Frisian Marshes? I think he was like, okay, well, I know he's very likely going to pick China on Frisian Marshes. So, what is likely my weakest civ here? And I think most people would agree that is in fact Malians.
All right. Looks like up next, this is kind of spicy. We've got Iobids versus Byzantines. Wait, were you still in the group? Did that work correctly?
I didn't leave the lobby above
okay.
menu now. You can invite.
Yeah, because I started connecting. I was like, wait, I need to invite him.
There we go.
I don't know why it does that. After a game, it always kicks people from party. Guys, what I'll do now is I'll run 90 seconds of ads so you don't get ads in the game. We are 3.5 minutes from going in live for this one, so I'll pop that ad button now. Good job on everyone that can still hear me. Presumably, you're subscribed and not just an ad block boy. But what map was this? Let me check. We've got Dry Arabia for Iobid Byzantines. Is this...
Ooh.
I feel like this is not too bad for the Byzantines now, right? Because the idea is that you can just get one group of Javs, Desert Raiders don't work, and it doesn't stop you rushing Castle Age as a Byzantine player as well, right? Like, building those Javs happens because you're gathering Olival anyway.
It's definitely not as bad as it was in the past. It is an open map, Dry Arabia. I think there's quite a few options available here for Byzantines, honestly, which speaks to their strength against... I mean, if they have a few options available, even against, a very powerful, hotly contested civ like Iobids are, I think there's quite a few options Puppy can go for here. I mean, Winery is classic. It's the safe option. But I think even something like Hippodrome would not be completely out of the equation, because what some people forget is, although Desert Raiders, yes, they have the camel on these and do reduce the damage of all enemy cavalry around them, they are classified as ranged units, so they do take extra damage from those horsemen, which makes them trade somewhat not too badly.
And we have to remember that Camelanese does not affect bonus damage, only base damage. So you reduce the horseman's damage by 2, but they are already hitting you for like an extra 8, I think it is. It's insane how powerful it is. Completely overrides the 5 melee armor you get, and horsemen have about the same health raw as a Desert Raider. So you're definitely right there. I think if you go Hippodrome, though, you have to end in Feudal. The thing I dislike about Hippodrome is incredibly underwhelming in Castle Age, right? Because you just can't scale cataphracts. Like I've said before, that I think Hippodrome, on paper, when you just read it without thinking about the context of Byzantines, sounds like the most broken feudal age landmark in the game. But then when you remember how hard it is to build cataphracts in Castle Age, you realize that it's one of the worst choices in long
I
games.
agree for sure. Yeah, and it's especially more difficult against civ like Iobids, right? Past feudal age, the last thing you want to think about really is cavalry, especially something so expensive as cataphracts, because sure, they're quite strong in a head-on fight, but they're suboptimal for raiding compared to knights, which are also cheaper and faster. And raiding is the only thing you want to use cavalry for in against a civ such as Iobids or Abbasid, right? Who is quite special at dealing with cavalry.
Yeah. It's interesting you highlight that kind of detail. They're more expensive because it reminds me of. It reminds me of the Order of the Dragon. Order of the Dragon's issue is because they spend more per unit, they have less dispersion. So raiding, that's bad, right? Like if you're raiding with less units, that means they can more easily mirror your moves. That's why I think we see Order of the Dragon struggle with that element. It's why in the late game for Order of the Dragon, when they're up against mass army and they get split by horsemen, they lose the game at that point, right? It's kind of similar with Byzantines. Yep. Sure, they're pop efficient, but they're definitely not cost efficient. If you've got a good enough economy to build 60 cataphracts, sorry, but you could have probably won the game 10 minutes ago.
Absolutely right, yeah. I'm sorry, I would need just 1 minute. Be right back.
Yeah, no problem. I'll pause it for a sec. All right, that'll give me a second to get Wait, ads are done, right? We've done ads? Okay. Reminder, guys, we've still got another series after this, right? This is going the distance. I'm calling it right now. Predictions are about to go live, so be ready for that. But reminder, you want to subscribe to this channel. The reason is that if there's still, like, probably, I'm going to guess 8 games to go. I got a feeling, man. At least 8 games to go. Given the average game length of Age of Empires 4 is like, what, 25 minutes? Let's round it up to 30. So per hour, you're going to get hit with, I think it's 4 minutes of ads for 8 hours. So you could be dodging half an hour of ads. It's a no-brainer. And then do I need to mention the emotes? There's incredible emotes. So guys, Twitch Primes, remember them. But predictions going up. What's my prediction? I actually really like the Ibids here, but I got to say, in terms of the quality of player, there are not many people more scary on the Byzantines right now than Puppypaw. Puppypaw is a top 3 Byzantine player in this game, full stop. So the way I see this is Anatan's going to have to get a little bit creative. I wouldn't be surprised if we're looking at a growth wing into just fast castle, because the issue is if you go Desert Raider here, you lose to Byzantines 100%. There's going to be Silk Road. They always do Silk Road because when you go castle, you're going to build archers, and javelins counter archers, right? So it's very brain dead for Byzantines. They just build Limitane and Javs, and then they transition Varangian. And Varangian are amazing against Gulums, but I think we have got Myriad back. Let's get ready to get underway. It's time. What? I love the speed it's just got in with. We are into game 3 here, folks. Puppypaw on his Byzantines, which I think is quickly becoming his second best civ. Nanatan, on one of the dominant picks we see in competitive, Ibids feel like they can never do any wrong. And Myriad, people already asking predictions. Where do you lean here? Do you like the Ibids more or the Byzantines?
This is a bit reminiscent of the matchup that we just saw, I think. There's this sort of ticking time bomb, I think, that comes when playing Byzantines, where they just scale so well. And as you get those olive grows up, it becomes harder and harder. While Iobids, they love these very aggressive, very fast and dangerous timings with Castle Age, with Camel Lancers, and with something like Growthwing, where they can get a quick boost to their economy. So it's a difficult one to call, especially with the caliber of players that we have at hand, both quite even, I would say, very capable players. I will have to lean, I think, towards Iobids in terms of strength, purely out of civs. But Puppypaw's Byzantines, as you mentioned, it is no joke.
Otherworldly, and you know this is going to be interesting in the opening. I'm already predicting Growthwing. I feel like if you go Desert Raiders here, you're setting yourself up for a loss, right? The speed at which this first contract comes in, it's always going to be javelins in this matchup. I can't think of a single reason why you'd ever do Western, or maybe you do Keshiks if you're doing Hippodrome. But because of the fact that you know Iobids, if you had to choose one unit, right, that they build more than any other unit in their comps, what would that unit be?
Camel Lancers.
Really? You put them above Archers?
I think Archers are the support unit for Iobids, I would say, personally. Like,
but they appear more frequently, right?
They do appear more frequently, which is to be expected. I think naturally they're cheaper units, right? Easier to mass. And Mamluk's Blessing is a very powerful upgrade, but I do think Camel Lancers is sort of the bread and butter in the sense that it is the unit of them that commands the most respect. Sort of something like Men at Arms for English or Longbows, right? Something like that.
Oh yeah, no, it's a fair point. But the thing I'm saying there is like Desert Raiders, Javelins are just a shoe-in at that point, right? And big shout out to Stiff Nips. I just saw you come through the Prime Gaming. I think we're going to have Stiff Nips with this one because we're going to be going deep into the night. It's going to get cold because I've got a feeling this series is going to be going 5 games. If we're getting some like Wham versus one of these two, even Zern, we could get a very long day off of 2 best-of-5s. But you know, the reason I bring up the Archer detail is like you're always expecting that as part of the comp for Ibids. It's very rare that you see a game where, as you said, they're the support unit, but they appear. So Javelins already has a scalability, and that's why I'm not the biggest fan of Anatan's opening into Desert Raiders here, especially against a player like Puppypaw, because we know the Canadians add in these early olive groves. It guarantees that they're going to be able to get into those first javs. Sure, you might be able to delay them with the Desert Raiders, but you're not necessarily hurting their ability to play into a fast castle afterwards, unless you are guaranteed, or convinced rather, that you can take away the majority of the sheep.
Yeah, that's completely true. I think the detail of military wing reinforcement here is it does hold a lot of value to just have that one Desert Raider, especially with the forward berries that Puppypaw has, and we see him already respecting it, starting to drop that outpost quite early there to make sure that he can still gather from those berries. I think what Anatan's plan here is It's quite classic IO bit. Start with a military wing reinforcement, maybe make a few extra units beyond that, but I don't think you want to go too crazy, and then go for that growth wing into castle. However, he did exhaust his 2 initial berries, which is a detail I'm not a huge fan of personally.
Yeah, I'm about to get the beat stick out. I hate when I see players do this. If you want to do growth wing, you need to watch more Marine Lord replays. I don't think I've seen another player so consistently leave all the berries. And, it seems almost nitpicky, but it's the difference when it's feudal. It is the world of difference if it's castle, because it's 600 extra food that you're already on. It's such a big game breaker. So yeah, a little bit disappointed by that. I really hope it's not advancement wing. I'm wondering also if the desert raider detail wasn't just the spawn read of the berries. We've seen that Puppy Paw and Wham still like the 2TC build occasionally, so maybe in the back of his mind there was a worry that it might be a fast second town center.
Yeah, that is still potentially was a potential possibility from Puppy Paw, right? I think it is quite dangerous. We do know the Canadians do quite enjoy their second TC with Byzantines in a lot of matchups, as we saw from a few other games yesterday with Wham and Puppy Paw. But against a civ like Hyobi, it's such a heavy tempo-based civ that can, the eco advantage you would get from a second TC as Byzantines is slightly offset by a potential growth wing in Castle Age with those 8 villages that you get. I think it would be a very tough hold, even for a powerful defensive civilization like Byzantines on 2TC.
Now, we have to remember economically at this stage in the game, another reason why players would usually go for that growth wing first is actually Iobids have worst eco right now, right? Because they haven't got Golden Age, doesn't take in for another 5 billions at this point. And the system immediately means that Byzantines are ahead. Level 2 system just amplifies that further. The Olive Grove detail just means you've got olive oil to produce units in the meantime. So yeah, it's kind of interesting that Anatan has made that choice. Another interesting detail here is the fact that he added an outpost. Not sure how you feel about this, but like I'm seeing a Byzantine player. I'm not really seeing a reason why you should need an outpost at this point in the game.
I do agree with you. The outpost is just a little bit premature, I think. Realistically, he will eventually need it later on. My only idea is that he potentially wanted to avoid having to, panic rush it and be inefficient with multiple villages building it, if that is the case. But yeah, I guess something like Byzantines, especially having dropped that early outpost from Puppy Paw, he's going to be defensive and he's going to be focused on just getting himself set up properly first.
I'm just chuckling at the detail from Anatan to the north. He's like, it's Puppy Paw. I know these deer are really far away, but if there was anyone in this tournament that would push them in,
it would be Puppy Paw.
You'd think you'd be more worried about the ones behind Puppy Paw's face, but at this stage, you can't take that risk, right? You know the javelins are going to be on the way, so you've got the value you're going to get out of Desert Raiders here. It's interesting, like, on that detail with the outpost, actually, I've been a fan of this idea of 99%ing outposts, but never completing them until you need them. I don't know how you feel about that. It's a lot more micro, and you do have to pay attention. Vision definitely a factor. But let's say you reach the 10-minute timer, and you're spamming camel lancers. You probably don't need this outpost anymore, right? So at that stage, you can just refund and get 100 wood to go into more archers.
Yeah, it's definitely a good detail that I agree with you. It's slightly overlooked and not done quite often enough, I would say, for the strength of the play. We do see growth wing coming in from Anatan as expected here. It's rough again. I mean, the first berries are completely exhausted, and that's an extra 100 food on each berry bush that he gave up on, which realistically I don't think it will decide the game, but it does make it a bit tougher for him than it needs to be.
So now we're kind of in that phase where it's quite obvious the line's been drawn. Growth wing's going to be coming. Castle Age for Puppy Paw should be, what, about a minute behind this? How do you feel about this matchup? Because I feel that this is, right now, the strongest point in Byzantine gameplay. And in this matchup in particular, Varangi and Limitane solve all of the strongest elements of Iobid.
Yeah, I do agree. The Byzantine army is more powerful. I think that can't really be argued with. Limitane just have so much value as a frontline unit, especially when they are mixed with Varangians, because at that point it becomes, crossbows of course will do a good job of dealing with Varangian guards, and so will Camo Lancers. But when you have Limitane mixed in, not only will they tank crossbow shots at a reduced damage for the Varangian guards, but also makes it virtually impossible for the Camo Lancers to engage effectively.
Yeah, and like relying on Gulems seems great against Limitane, but anytime it's Varangian, it's an absolute slapping. And the other thing that's kind of cool is out of these two, Teardrop Shields versus Mamluk's Bravery, like I'll take Teardrop every day of the week, right? Because that's a reliable DPS increase on my whole army. Mamluk's Bravery is, I always see it's like a snowballing element. It's good when armies are smaller than 20 infantry. Terrible when they get bigger.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree.
So, looking
Golden Horn Tower coming up. 12 villages, quite a few.
I think
He's feeling the pressure.
Quite a lot from Puppy Paw. Usually it's 8 for a lot of players, but I've noticed that the bros tend to do 10 to 12 a lot of the time. It is going to be a 4-1 Golden Horn Tower, and he knows the first contract's going to be the Javelins, so this tells you a lot about Puppy Paw's initial intent here, right? He wants to try and punish Anatand for making the greedy choice here. He hasn't got a great line of defense right now. In fact, Anatand, how about this for an odd detail, Myriad? The stables came in 4th.
Now, this does go back to what you said earlier about the Camo Lancers versus Archers dichotomy. Which do you favor here? I think I can understand this debate completely, because realistically, Javelins, yes, they're an optimal counter to Archers in all forms, right? However, I think because at the end of the day, you're playing against Byzantines, not Malians. Sure, the olive oil income can get quite oppressive, especially later on. But early on, with lesser numbers and with Mamluks, the Sultan's Mamluks upgrade coming in, the larger archer mass with the extra move speed can quite effectively deal with these javelins, I would say.
What does worry me right now is the suboptimal elements of Anatan done, right? I think he threw away, was it 2 or 3 archers for nothing there? He even had some rallying out there. And also, this was all before Veterancy came in. The other thing that's now worrying me is Anatan, he has a Desert Raid on the other side, but he's not getting any critical information. He thinks he's going to be up against Varangian. If Puppy Paw sees this, which he should, all he needs to do now is build Limitane and Javelins, which is actually a more cost-efficient combo.
Absolutely, and we just saw there about 3 vills going down for Anatan on the woodline before he realized those javelins dealing there. This is very painful, I think. Like, this sort of a loss of tempo that Iobids are suffering right now is not pleasant, without a doubt.
What worries me is at home with Puppy Paw now getting those walls up as well. He's got the deer on the backside if he needs more food to keep churning. Berries on the forward. This is actually really beneficial because your production line is going through where you're gathering resources. It means that Anatan can't raid. And finally, the Camel Lance is going to be added in. But I'm starting to wonder if this is a little bit too late.
Yeah, completely. I mean, Puppy Paw using the map control and the aggression that he put out to absolutely hoover up those front berries while he can, further boosting the production of his javelin throwers. And, you know, this will really punish the archer start that Iobids went. I think it's a good idea if you can actually prevent that javelin mass from becoming too big. But, I mean, we already see the destroyed value 5 times now for Puppy Paw as opposed to Iobids, Anatan's Iobids. And, you know, when you don't have the early lead in castle that you would like as Iobids against a civ like Byzantines, and now, yeah, although he's ahead in villages still by 5 from the growth wing, I think the game can only get harder from here unless Anatan starts building a lead somehow.
Yeah, you think that if his assumption was that it was going to be Varangian coming out with javelins, Gulam's crossbows makes a lot more sense for Anatan, right? It also gives him more efficiency to bulk because Camel Lancers are so much more expensive than Gulams. The thing that now worries me is that this matchup's about to get 10 times harder because of the Golden Horn Tower RNG. Getting a random Camel Rider contract in some games is poop on a stick, right? You don't want it. This is a fantastic matchup. Camel Riders destroy Camel Lancers.
Absolutely, that's something not many people know because it's not, you know, a sort of engagement you often see, right? You don't often see camel riders against lancers, but they do in fact trade phenomenally against camel lancers. Whilst also being, I'm not sure about the cost. I think they're actually cheaper, aren't they?
Yeah, Camel Lancers are pretty pricey. The 240 resources, the Camel Riders are 240 olive oil worth, or like, you know, if you're building as a Bassids, I think it's 180 food, which is, you know, as you get to that mid game, more easy to reach than this gold, right? It's kind of a heavy skew at the beginning for the Ibids. But also what worries me is, like, you're seeing this play for relics. Anatan is going up to 3 dervishes. 4 relics are already account for. This is already too late of a dervish transition. I almost feel like Anatan's build is the wrong way round, if you get what I mean, right? Like, the archers typically come in 2nd or 3rd. The dervish and the camel lancers always get priority.
I definitely do think it was a mistake not going for the camel lancers initially, because even though you know there's Limitane out and it will be tough to actually find any damage, just the reality of keeping Puppy Paw in his base allows you to get those relics in turn, and then you can actually go into archers and build a solid army mass that can actually take a head-on fight.
Oh boy. That's a lot of archers and not many crossbows, and the Varangians have been revealed, so a fight that he has to commit to but wants no part of. Javelin count still looking healthy. Anatand now just being pushed back at a critical juncture of the game. When those relics get dropped off, anticipate this Javelin count quickly ramping up. Varangian spam is already double digits, and I mean, we've seen it multiple times before, Myriad. Once they start reaching double digits, they never look back. If Byzantines reach 30 Varangian at this pacing, I don't see a world in which Anatan is able to get enough crossbows together here.
Absolutely right, and what makes it even more painful is 20 javelins on the field already. Even if you somehow get enough of a crossbow mass to deal with the Varangians, realistically, how are you ever going to actually keep them alive against so many javelin throws?
It's a difficult thing to do, because then you're like, okay, I need Manjaniques. Great, that's another expense I can't really afford. Cheeky little wall attempt on the flank. Puppy Paw, he's trying that. Movement speed a little bit cursed there. He's a little bit quicker, but it would take way too long. I just love the fact that Monk has now showed up like, hey, wait, that's mine. Give that back.
Oh, he tried.
All I'm going to say, Teardrop Shields, he would have actually got the relic. Wait, Anna, please, no.
Oh.
What? But where are you going?
Is this a donation?
He's like, if I go back towards him, I'll never... Crap.
Oh, no.
4 relic game against the Ibids. That's never a good sign for the Camel lovers, and it's about to get a lot worse. Deer just got spotted. The Javelin's already in position. That's going to be at least half the villagers here dead.
And that's the prime food income right now for Anatand as on the Ibids. This day getting denied is so painful, and we already see the food count dropping for Anatand here, as well as the income per minute. And already being half of Puppy Paw's army mass here, this game's looking dire, KP.
It's not looking good. The Manjanique's coming up, but I mean, the funny thing at this stage is Camel Riders could kill that. You've got absolutely zero answer to Camel Riders with this comp if you're Anatand. Enough archers will kill them, sure, but it's a 270 HP unit. And that's still not then accounting for the fact that you're not killing the Varangian, you're not killing the Javelins. Like, I'm just looking at a game where I'm trying to be positive about Anatand's outlook, so I'm going to say the only positive thing I can. Still got a good draft. Game 4 could be better.
Yeah, I mean, a Manjanique like this in defensive position can be a very valuable tool, but the reality is if you don't even have enough of a range mass to surround the Manjanique, what stops the enemy from just outright killing it, right?
And he's everywhere in this base. 25th Varangian. Do we have Teardrop Shields? I would have expected Teardrop Shields by now, but I'm blind and I can't find his blacksmiths. Oh, there it is.
We do, in fact, have it in, yeah.
We do. Okay, this is a big deal. The attack speed on these Varangian, I mean, use Berserk as well. They don't even need it at this point. Just tankiness is all you really need. Villagers being pulled, or shall I say conscripted. You might as well A-click with them, because right now you need all hands on deck to try and survive this. Backstab comes in. Manjanique is being held hostage. Second one is at least getting some blows out, but it's not enough. GG gets called. Puppy Paw. Game 3 takes the lead.
This is absolutely clinical by Puppy Paw here. He didn't cut any corners on his defense, people would think, oh, he has forward berries. It's a tough position to actually fight against Iobids in that regard. It'll be tough to keep alive. But he made the outpost. It might potentially have been premature, but it did completely deny any harassment from the Desert Raider. Allowed him to get those berries up, and when you get those javelin numbers up like that, it becomes quite difficult.
Yeah. Big shout out, always cursing. Thank you very much for the resub. Keep those subs coming. I love you guys. But looking back at this game, if I had to highlight something that Anatan could have improved on, because don't get me wrong, Puppy Paw is a brute on this civ. It's insane what he can do. The big things for me were, I think the outpost was unnecessary. It seems nitpicky, but that stage in the game, 100 wood is a lot of wood. Sure, the Limitane were coming in, but it's one Limitane. The Desert Raider can come back and deal with that. The other really important detail is triple archery range opener in Castle Age. Honestly, at that point, why even have a Castle Age, right? Like, Feudal Age is really where archers are key. If you're in Castle, you mentioned yourself, the Camel Lancers, the reason we see it so often is it sets the tempo. It would have kept Puppy Paw on the defensive. It probably would have led to a 3-2 relic split, and all of a sudden you've got a much better outlook on the mid game. But, Anatan, he went for a very unorthodox approach. I don't think I've actually watched a player do a free archery range opening as Ibids with Castle Age Rush. Definitely a new one to me. Got a feeling it's not one we're going to see more often, though.
Yeah, first time I see it as well, and it's so tough. I mean, he knew there's already javelins on the field, right? And you know, going triple archery range into jabs. I get the idea behind Anatan. It's a strategy, right? You want to outmass the archers so severely to the point where with Mamluks, Sultans, you can actually catch up and start sniping those jabs out. But it's a gamble that if it doesn't work, I think just results in slow and quite painful death.
All right, so we're heading into game 4. What maps do we have left? We've got Gorge, and I think I'm trying to remember what the other one was.
Cliffside, right?
Yeah, Cliffside, because Himiyama and Prairie got banned. So Gorge, Cliffside. If I'm Anatan, I probably want to force. I guess I want to force Cliffside next, right? Maybe Mongols.
I think. Yeah, Cliffside can be a good one. I think both Delhi and HRE are pretty capable civs on Cliffside. Mongols, I would say not so much. I mean, you have a short rush distance for the tower, right?
But the Jean's
realistically,
issue, right? Like
yeah,
kinda,
exactly.
yeah.
Yeah, and you know, realistically, Mongols, you pick Mongols to take map control and then trade out of your mind, right?
Yes.
That is the Mongols' prime strength. You can't really play 2 TC as Mongols. In some cases, you can do some really heavy aggression, leverage the stone income to your advantage to get a quick mass and do some damage. Of course, that's weaker now than it was before. So, on Cliffside with the trade posts and the map is so short, it's pretty tough to make Mongols work, I think.
All right, looks like we've got confirmation of what we're going to get here. Let me start the predictions for people. There you go. Get gambling, Yadix. Game 4, it is going to be Cliffside, but it is going to be Japanese versus Delhi. Myriad, this is a matchup that we've seen a lot of. In fact, this was a matchup before the most recent S-tier tournament for EGC. I felt like there was this big question mark over how Delhi win. Japanese were overwhelmingly favored on the ladder, about 75 to 80% win rate at the highest level Conk Plus. We got into the tournament, we started to see some Delhi answers. We even actually heard from Marine Lord that he felt Delhi were favored here. But I've got to say, if there's a player right now that at the absolute top pinnacle play, I would still give Japanese the edge. This is the guy. Puppy Paw, Yumi lover. I think that's a key detail here. We could be in for a very spicy Japanese game.
You're absolutely correct, and this reminds me of a game we saw with Puppy Paw playing Japanese on Lipany against Demu's Delhi, where Puppy Paw opted to go for a second TC into Mass Horseman and Yumi Archers, which sounds like quite a wild strategy in of itself, but Puppy Paw made it look incredibly powerful that game.
It's very powerful. He went. I remember that one. It was second TC on the south side of the base, which secured, I think, the berries and then the second tree line. And then what you do is you essentially encapsulate your primary wood line, right? So it can't be raided. The reason why Horseman worked there is because once you scale, you'd think the longer that feudal goes is better for Delhi. It's actually the opposite, because that means that Japan gets their hands on the extra melee tech, but they also get the Bannerman, right? And the Bannerman's cool with Horseman, because if you get to that point, you do as much damage as Ghazi. Actually, you do more damage because Horsemen have a better attack speed. So very interesting dynamic there. I think a lot of people don't expect that play, and we might even get it efficiently. Have you seen this Forge?
That's a value forge if I've ever seen one.
Oh, you know, you just like, I feel like I need a little bit of stone. Switch over the other side. Good to go. Oh, absolute beauty. But I don't think we're necessarily going to be rushing that second TC. Like, I feel like if you want to go to that second TC, sometimes you can just get the stone first, drop the forge, switch over to gold. It's a bit more efficient. He needs to get into the feudal first. We should be seeing Kura Storehouse here. I don't see any reason why you'd ever want to go for Shinobi in this matchup.
Yeah, I agree completely. And what you said earlier about feudal age favoring Japanese, I think early feudal age is definitely stronger for the Delhi. You know, the Ghazis can give you a lot of map control, and getting a nice archer mass early on allows for, you know, very effective trading against the Japanese if they decide to fight in feudal. But the longer it goes on, the value that Kura Storehouse provides, as well as potentially as you get to the first daimyo level for the town center, boosting those farms even further, whilst the Delhi is forced to be on those outside food sources, if you're able to rate those, that is, as you said, when Japan starts pulling ahead quite significantly.
Ooh, another thing that worries me a bit with Puppy Paw's spawn in his approach. Puppy Paw's not one of those guys who likes to go onto the berries first, right? He didn't even get Tawara, which means he's exhausting the sheep. Look at the sheep difference. It's 8 to 19 because the Delhi went berries first. This isn't going to be an easy option after the fact. So what this says to me is that this is 100% going to be a feudal age play for the Japanese. There's no possible way with that amount of food you can rush castle.
I agree completely. The sheep differential here is actually quite worrying, I would say, for Puppy Paw. You know, having so much sheep on the deli who are already going to have, initially at least, a better food income anyway because of the berries. And they are expected to have slightly more sheep because of the fact that they can start on berries, whilst Japan can as well, but Puppy Paw didn't opt for that this game. This, yeah, as you said, Puppy Paw will be forced without a doubt to play feudal, but it's tough with so few sheep, right?
Yeah, and what worries me more is this is a reactionary play. If he'd gone farmhouse first, that tells you that he wanted to do this. Look at where his first farmhouse was. That was never on the books. Puppy Paw didn't want to have to opt to this. The reason is the timing. This is the thing that makes Delhi so oppressive and such a, quite frankly, ridiculous civ. The first stables, you just immediately have military efficiency, right? You drop in, the first Ghazi are going to arrive on the berries before you've exhausted 2 patches. That's a bad sign for Puppy Paw. You don't want to react with Spearmen. Opening up with Spearmen is a death sentence for Japanese. Like, they are a decent Japanese, like Japanese are a decent Spearman spammer rather in Imperial with the extra range and attack damage. But every other stage, I feel like out of all the units you could build, I'd even rather build Yumi than build Spears.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. And the lack of a berry start from Puppy Paw is something I'm not a huge fan of personally, honestly. I mean, against a civ like Delhi, especially on a map like this, you know that realistically you're likely going to be on the defensive at least slightly at the beginning of the game, unless you go for something like Puppy was doing right now, Horseman or on a Bugatia, where you can sort of pivot the map control back towards them. But the likelihood of you being able to access those berries later, although it's possible, it becomes a lot more dangerous. So not starting with them, I think, is slight oversight, I would say. He
would be 3 berry patches exhausted if he went straight to it. And he could have afforded to, right? That's the thing. Like, it's not like he was rushing for his feudal or anything. And the reality is, like, he's going to Wara Takazaiku now anyway. I mean, it speaks even more volumes, the way that this would have been better. He's now trying to open up the Horseman, but it's 1 stables versus 2. That's the reality of this, right? And, you know, Ghazi are going to just be funneling out much quicker because of that detail. If it wasn't for the garrisoning, it would be 26 seconds versus 23. And you'd have defender's advantage. But now, all of a sudden, you have this awkward situation. The other thing I don't like that's happening here is you're in a matchup now where melee tech is even more important for this Horseman. You can't access gold.
No, you cannot. And it always feels a bit rough going, you know, trying to contest Ghazis with Horsemen. I mean, sure, I believe they attack faster, but at the end of the day, Ghazis are more expensive and stronger units overall, and it's Delhi's bread and butter in early feudal and mid feudal as well, throughout feudal age really. So being forced to go into, well, not forced, but deciding to go Horseman here like this, yeah, I think you have to get a lot of value out of them to actually make it worth it.
What makes it even rougher is, you know, this whole idea that Horseman and Ghazi are actually close on damage because the attack speed is kind of moot. The difference isn't enough to make up free damage, not to mention the health difference. The other reason thing, like, that doesn't make sense here is whenever you're fighting Horseman, there's this breakaway. Like, you notice what Puckboy keeps doing. He goes in, stabs, walks away. It means that attack speed doesn't matter. The Ghazis are going to attack the same amount of times as Horseman. It's an ugly affair, and Puppy Paw right now just desperately trying to keep that Forge alive, but the Ghazi count is getting way too big. The fact that he's now going Yumi has me worried because Anatan could simply just spam the same button, right? He could just hold Q on the stables this entire game now, and he'd still win against this comp.
Yeah, absolutely right. The archery range, I really don't understand from Puppy Paw here. I mean, sure, Yumi, I think, aren't that bad in Feudal Age as a unit overall. But the thing is, you see so many Ghazis coming out, and if your response is archery range in turn, you have to question like what really the overall plan is for the game here. We do see a barracks being dropped now as well, which makes sense. Eventually, you do have to go into some kind of a tri-comp eventually. But we are talking about Anatan's Delhi here. It is his main civ.
So we've got some interesting questions coming up, by the way. Like, people like, why would you not go JD here? There's a very good reason why Puppy Paw didn't do Jean d'Arc on this map. This is a great map and a great matchup for HRE. Jean d'Arc versus HRE with the new feudal builds, the tempo timing, Jean actually struggles against Holy Roman Empire now, even with feudal all-ins. Or if it's Castle Age Rush, Jean also struggles. So that's why you see Puppy Paw doing this. In the event that it's Delhi, it feels like a 50-50 matchup. If it's HRE versus Japanese, heavily favor the Japanese. Their ability to rush Castle Age and the units they get there are phenomenal against what the Germans do.
Yeah. Yeah, completely. The possibility of JD was there, but as you said, I think it's so tough nowadays for JD to deal with the potential threat of HRE, which Anatan has access to.
and then like the final details, of course, the final map was Gorge, right? Gorge is a really good map for Delhi. So from Poppy Paw's perspective, Delhi could have been saved there, right? I think his draft makes sense. His choice makes sense. Sadly, like sometimes you have these issues where the sheep swarm wasn't great. I think he didn't pivot into berries quick enough. We've highlighted that. We've beaten it like a bush at this point, which is fitting. But the final detail that kind of sucks is I always say that sometimes these Marine Lord spawns where you get everything in one spot are a double-edged sword. Because he couldn't hold this area, having the stone and gold here gave him no fallback option of a second TC play.
Yep, completely. Second archery range being dropped now, so Papipo is looking to see. It does seem to me like he's trying to sort of mirror slightly what he did in the demo game, where he just went over an insane amount of Yumis, which I think can eventually work when you eventually get the Bannerman and your Steeled Arrow as well. But that is, we're talking about later field at that point, and with so many Ghazis on the field and not having the second TC as he did in that game to fall back on to ensure the scaling, it's starting to look more and more difficult for Puppy, I would say.
Yeah, the problem I'm seeing in this matchup is, for me, a lot of builds for Japanese are about Zerg, right? The Yumi one is more so than anything else. It's the classic Zergling from StarCraft. I have this terrible unit, but I have so many of them, you lose. You can't get so many of them on one TC. It's such a struggle. And this is also an ugly matchup because of the extra attack speed. Usually I see the reason why Yumi are nice is because your opponent overkills. And that will happen here with Delhi Archers. The difference is whenever your opponent has an increased attack speed, overkilling isn't as much of a punishment because the second flurry of arrows comes out quicker. Oh god, and the backside berries. That's going to be 4 villagers dead.
That is so painful, Puppy Paw, and he's forced to, right? He has no other option. Starting with so few sheep made the game incredibly difficult for him, which can happen on a map like Cliffside, especially against Berry Civ, like the Delhi Sultan is. So it's a gamble that he's forced to take, but it can be punished so severely now.
Yeesh, this is getting a bit rough. I have a rule about Japanese Myriad. If you have to add in spears before Imperial Age, you probably don't want to be in the game anymore. This is against Delhi as well, of all the civs. It's obnoxious because with the extra health on the Ghazi, they can actually A-click. They can just kind of headbutt the Spearman line, right? Whereas Horseman-based civs can't do that.
It's a tough one for sure. I mean, Japanese, I think what they rely on a lot is having this, as you said, Zerging, and having this very powerful melee mass that just beats the opposing melee mass, with access to something like Samurai, as well as on a Bugeisha, and potentially Spears as well a little later on. But if you have to go Spears instead of either of your other prime units in the form of Samurai or a Bugeisha, it's a spot you don't really want to be in, as you said.
This game is close to over at this stage. The Sacred Sites at least haven't been locked in. I think that's why Puppy is holding on to some hope here. But the army values don't lie, right? Like, this is the other funny thing about when you look at these numbers. People that this game, whoa, KB, the game's not over, right? Miriam, whoa, the game's not over. They're neck and neck on military count. Yeah, but what you have to really realize here is that a Ghazi costs about twice as much as a Yumi. So the fact that they are military match, or rather Anatan's ahead, is a really bad sign for the Japanese.
Absolutely right, and you have to feel for Puppy Paw a little bit here. You know, he's trying his best, but realistically, with such a difficult start, having access to so few sheep, which was made even worse by the fact that he didn't start berries, which I do believe is his own fault completely. I think I would have definitely liked to see him start berries, no matter the sheep count. It's a quite painful situation to be in, without a doubt.
I like that Anatan is not overcommitment. I think in these type of games, I've seen it time and time again, the way Delhi loses by going into the base. He's just taking his time. He's circling like a shark, because at this point, Puppy Paw is just eating himself alive. Sure, he's got the farms in the Kura storehouse. He's got a decent amount of food there. That's limited. It's capped, right? And also, there's no sneaky tech upcoming because he's always checking on this gold. And that's another detail I think Puppy Paw was kind of unfortunate with on the spawn. I mentioned that this is a double-edged sword with the stone and the gold. Usually on the cliffside, you have a backup option for gold, right? This one wasn't so good.
Yeah. Yeah, completely. The point you made about diving is very good for sure. I think against something like an IU bids or maybe an HRE that decides to castle rush, or even a Japanese that wants to castle rush, there can be a lot of value in diving with a lot of Ghazis that have Iron Under Mesh and Feudal Age, just to cause a lot of idle time and eco damage if you can. Sure, you might lose a few Ghazis, but it could end up being worth it. But yeah, against such a mass like Puppy Paw, you know you can starve him out if you're Anatan, so diving is not really necessary.
No, in fact, he's starting to stockpile some resources. It might be that we just see Anatan going to castle in the next 2 minutes, which I think is reasonable. If these Yuumi have to come out of the base, they die. You just saw them take a decent fight. That's only because they've got a wall on their side. The moment this turns into a mid-map engagement, Ghazi will just completely annihilate.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Puppypaw's only saving grace is that he has been doing a reasonably good job of denying those flanked sacred sites towards the edges of the map, which, you know, keeps him in the game somewhat here. But as Anatan decides to macro to its castle, which I think he is slowly doing, I mean, there are an additional 4 archers in queue. I could even see an all-in coming in here potentially. I mean, siege engineering is now in queue. It could be an option here. It's slightly risky, I would say, instead of hitting a castle timing. But then again, we'll have to see.
In fairness, Puppypaw doesn't have any good units to take out Siege, right? Like, he hasn't got an Navigashi, he hasn't got Horsemen. Spearmen are like the worst melee option you have. Only eclipsed by villages. So I don't hate the idea. I do think Castle would be a bit safer. I think the paranoia for Anatan is, especially on a map like Cliffside, it's very short. It's an easier map to punish Delhi for teching up because their army won't upgrade quickly. And Yuumi are a very effective raider. I always say this unit isn't meant to just win you a straight up fight. It's meant to be able to go into the enemy base. It's kind of like H3 archers, right? Where you don't actually have to fight, you can just kite.
You're absolutely right. The Yuumi is a fantastic unit for raiding. Of course, it's so difficult in this position, isn't it, KP? I mean, you would love to be able to raid with those Yuumis, but with such a severe mass of 32 Ghazis and more on the way, you know, any sort of Yuumis you send out, if they get pinched, that's your army mass just carved even further.
And you know the Delhi player is going to have textiles, because I can't think of a civ that could get textiles easier, right? So, like, sending in 5 Yuumi to raid isn't going to work. You'd have to send everything. And as we already highlighted, if you're fighting the mid-map against this many Ghazi, it's an immediate GG. So, love the wall as well from Anatan. That's really cool, because that whole raiding detail stops Puppypaw, gives away options. But this dive is a little bit overzealous. I feel like it's somewhat unnecessary. Archers are at least in range, and in fairness, he has actually got more of the big boys than the little Yuumis, which means this is a fight Puppypaw simply cannot win.
No, absolutely. Although the dive is extremely aggressive here, the massive Ghazis is just so astounding. And there's 12 space, but I just don't think that is enough, KP.
Nah, just getting targeted down. A little bit overkill there, but realistically, there's just not enough left to him. Ghazi are mostly going to be wiped out, but with this many archers, we should be seeing 10+ villages going down. Even if Puppypaw somehow survives this wave, the damage he's going to take in the process is going to guarantee that Anatan can come again.
Absolutely, and we're talking about the trouble of archers overkilling Yuumis, which is a problem, which is quite a problem with something like longbows, right, with their extra damage. But, you know, against, as you mentioned earlier, with Tower of Victory archers here, the extra attack speed comes in so clutch in order to deal with this mass, and yeah, the game is called in GG.
Look at that. I warned you folks, I said this one was going to go the distance. That is going to be decided in a 5th game, so stay tuned for that. Whew. But yeah, like we can go back to the analysis on the draft side a little bit, you know, because I think it was a fair point people highlight about Jean d'Arc. We did glaze over why you can't throw away Jean here. It's the flexibility of Anatan's draft. I mentioned this early why I liked his draft. I know I tried to find a way to use Mongols. Didn't really want Mongols to come out. I think they just don't work, and I think you'd agree, Myriad. It's like, at this point, I feel like Mongols is a bottom 4 civ unless you've got a very specific idea in mind, like a map, maybe like Mongolian Heights. And against what Puppypaw had, it would set you up for failure. So Puppypaw was taking a 50-50 gamble on whether it was HRE or not. And by doing it this way, the logic is that, you know, he still has this interesting choice of either Otto's or Jean for HRE. Personally, I think this draft now favors Anatan for a 5th game. My eyes, HRE can deal with both of those options really well.
HRE now is certainly a force to not be trifled with, right? And on a map like Gorge, it's so open, which normally, you know, in old school, you'd think that that is quite rough for HRE, especially against something like Ottomans or Jeanne d'Arc. But the reality is, in early feudal, HRE is going to outmass either of those civs so severely, and they don't even have to commit so very to feudal. I mean, especially we've seen Marino do this a lot, where he builds up this early significant mass of archers and potentially spearmen, maybe horsemen. You keep the opponent in their base, and all of a sudden, because of the absolutely incredible economy that HRE has access to due to the Aachen Chapel, you can find yourself in castle, and the game is well decided from then on.
All right. You're in game, right? I definitely brought in the party.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So let me get the predictions ready. What I'll say on this one, because I like actually no, we you know we're gonna teach Gully because Gully doesn't understand why HRE wins this one. It is gonna be the HRE versus Jean. So let's get into it. Deciding game. This one truly is going the distance. Puppy Paw brings out the fabled and powerful Jean d'Arc, but Anatan on the other side. There's a new king in town in Europe, and of course it is the Holy Roman Empire. Remember, whoever wins this will proceed through to the semi-finals. Whoever loses this is out. No second chances, single Elim, and Myriad. This matchup has changed. Jean d'Arc used to look very favored here, but in recent performances, HRE have been dunking on her.
Yeah, the amount of options that HRE has access to here, I think you can probably even get away with a naked fast castle here. But the thing is, I don't think you need to. I mean, it can be tough to put on any kind of meaningful aggression against something like JD, and it is usually a risky maneuver because fighting against Jean d'Arc is it's a tenuous situation, right? Especially with knights on the field. However, the early mass that HRE has access to because of their superior economy can keep Jean d'Arc in the base, which is definitely not where she wants to be. And then pivoted to Castle Age is, I think, probably the prime option for HRE in this map and in this matchup.
You know what the key detail is? It's what Puppy Paw's opening move is. Because there's two moves when you're playing Jean d'Arc, right? There's the all-in feudal. That's just, that's based on forcing your opponent to not be able to come out of his base, holding him in, pinning him, and then you eventually just grind up. But the typical play when you have an opponent who won't come out in that situation is go 2TC, right? If Jean goes 2TC, HRE player goes all in. If Jean stays 1TC, it's that fast castle build you talked about. These are two very good matchups, because if it's fast castle, you get knights up against squishy Jean. She's dead. If it turns into 2TC from Jean, you don't actually have enough knights to contest all those HRE flood units. So it's insane the difference that the Marching Drills has made. I actually think also, even if you're against 1TC, if you camp in your base on a map like Gorge, what is the one resource you have a lot of? Wood. What is the one unit that you can bulk up to guarantee you will kill Jean in any form? Archers. It's so simple for the HRE now. It's crazy how big that Marching Drills buff was.
Yeah, I think what you said earlier about 2TC as a potential option for Jean d'Arc is, it reminds me of the quite old school French versus HRE matchup where we'd often see, HRE typically rushing castle in a very classic fashion, whilst French goes for that 2TC and plays a very long extended feudal using their knight mass to contest the HRE superior but lower numbered units. I think that can be an option here for Puppy Paw, and it's even more effective as JD because on top of being just superior to French in virtually every way, sticking to feudal provides even more value for Jean d'Arc as opposed to French, because the extra XP you get on Jean d'Arc will end up snowballing.
And the interesting thing is, I always say, if you go melee form Jean d'Arc, then level 3 is a GG for feudal. If you go range form, it's kind of irrelevant, right? So you're going to get a lot from Puppy Paw on his opening choice as to what his intent in this game is. If he goes for the range form, he thinks this game is going castle. If he goes melee form, he knows it's going to be a feudal slog. I love the fact that the scouting rotations were mirrored, by the way. You saw that, right? They both ran to opposite sides, done a half rotation and came back. But Anatan's getting more value out of this. Because Puppy Paw, while he'll get more sheep, the way that Anatan's making up for it is the deer push. Against one of the kings of deer push.
Yeah, absolutely right. And that's just something that can happen, right? Sometimes, you might have the exact same scouting path, but it just so happens that there's 2 or 3 extra sheep on the opponent's side as opposed to yours, and you're suddenly, several hundred food behind, and it's a tough position to play from. But seeing this start from Anatant with the early outpost as well as the early deer push, which I think he desperately wants to go under the TC, this is looking like a Castle Age rush for me, KP.
Yeah, no doubt about it in this game. And Puppy Paw really needs to scout this. The cool thing in this game, he rotated back his sheep already. He built School of Cavalry with, I think it's 3 villages, right? So he's got about 30 seconds until Jean's up. That should be enough time for the scout to run in and at least see the tower. And that should then tell Puppy Paw he needs to go archer form, because Woman at Arms has no value at that stage.
Absolutely, and it looks to me like we are going to see the very classic French versus HRE that we saw in the past, but in modern times now. Rallying to stone Puppy Boy is right now, banking up in order for that second TC undoubtedly, whilst Anatan is going for those early safe farms as well as with the 5 on gold, arrow slits on the outpost. It is going to be Castle Age from him.
Puppy Paw. Anatan, I'm surprised he didn't just try to actually snipe the scout there. That's probably the best move to make right now because Puppy Paw is actually just depriving a lot of deer value. That was impressive though. I thought he was just going to get flopped by the TC. He does at least snipe 2 of the deer, but that's still a lofty amount of food in, right? That's 1,750 food extra now that Anatan has safely underneath his arc.
Yeah, this is definitely something that Puppy Boy would have loved to prevent earlier, right? I mean, even getting 5 of those deer is more value than Puppy Boy is happy with. He would have loved to stop it completely. I bet he wishes he spotted this earlier. And, you know, Anatan does not have a crazy amount of sheep. He's a bit reliant on his deer, and it is why he's also adding early farms whilst he's going for the slightly slower Castle Age, which I think is smart here. He wants to be in a comfortable position once he gets into Castle Age.
So now that we've got these openings, I actually do favor Jean. I know I said this is HRE favored, but the 2TC in reaction with the archer play to a fast castle is the correct call. I think what happened here is Anatan, because of that initial sheep haul, he had to blink first, right? Because you could see they were both kind of waiting on their play. And Anatan, because he goes this deer push so early, he's already made up his mind. He done good to hide it as long as he did. I think actually if Puppy Paw scouted even earlier, it could have been worse. But realistically, like in this position, I feel like Anatan is at a disadvantage because Puppy Paw can just scale knights. That can mirror your knights when you're in castle. It means you can't just rush out for relics.
I agree completely. With the second TC that's about to come up on those deer with that boar sitting nice and safely behind it for him to take later on as well, it does get into this situation, especially on a map like Gorge where all your food is so far out. I mean, we have the initial forward berries for Anatan, which is quite rough, right? That is starting berries. His second berry is far out to the left, and then he has another berries and a deer back far to the right. His food will eventually run out, and with the 2 TC scaling of Puppy Paw behind this, if he just stays feudal, makes knights non-stop, as well as potentially spears and archers against Abalitrier and Anatan's own knights. This could be a starvation game coming from Puppy Paw against Anatan.
Yeah, and this is exactly why I usually expect HRE players to play Feudal Age on this map. What did we say? The one resource you have a lot of? Wood. That's the thing that's the safest in the world. I always say that the hardest thing is food, right? And if you're not playing on the map, you're going to struggle with that. Sure, you're HRE, you can make a farm transition, but you're just making yourself weaker by doing this, right? Meanwhile, as you said, Puppy Paw's going to play the wide flank, and what I love about this position is even if Anatan spams cavalry now, look how wallable his second TC area is. This is such an easily defendable area for him. A difficult one for his opponent to get in on. I do like this from Anno, though, getting those horsemen. We mentioned that when you see the archer choice, you can punish. But this is just a temporary. Anno is still targeting that castle edge.
Yeah, I think these early few units here, after the slight delayed initial farm setup of Anatan is quite smart for sure. Sniping zone is quite big. I think what these early units allow is, the horseman will give him some map control here, give him the potential of harassing Puppy Paw's external food sources as well as his gold, whilst the spearman will keep him safe from any night dives. It also prevents Puppy Paw, which I have seen him do in the past, along with Wham. I know they like to do this against the very early opponents. We have seen them walling in external resources, especially on Gorge in the past, and having these early units out will make that much harder to do.
Even find his way up there with the scout now. Unfortunately, that's going to be flopped. Regnus is now on the way, and I'm going to do that classical check because I just don't trust players these days. He has scouted all 5 relics. Good lad. I've been watching a lot of HRE players recently miss 1 relic. You know what I'm talking about, right? Gorge has those weird spawns right up against the trim. Oh. Thank God he's seen on those. He's got 1 safe on the left side. You can already see Puppy Paw's moving there. Now, one thing that has to be said about this spearman play that makes it a lot weaker for Jean, there was a nerf recently to Jean that looked pretty shruggish, but it actually was a big deal. She no longer gets the melee tech for free. When you're scaling spearman, that's a lot of effective DPS removed in the early phase of the game.
Absolutely, and it's a significant detail as well, because not only do you not get it for free, but on top of that, it's an extra time, an extra research that your blacksmith has to take before you can get into other techs, like potentially steeled arrow if you want to go for archers, or iron undermesh if you plan on diving as well, right? So it definitely hurts more than one would originally think.
Yeah, and it's like I think it's another thing that kind of pushed more people towards Archer form. Is you don't immediately have that extra melee damage. Also hurts a little bit. I would never really would have expected the melee form in this matchup. Horseman, Archer's going to poke a prod a bit, not hang around. Tech up is complete. Poppy Paw is only 3 villagers ahead at this stage because of those eco kills. Well played by Anatan to get 2. I think Poppy Paw may have slightly idled on the TC at some point as well because I feel like his town center was up early enough. He should have been a few more ahead.
It does definitely feel like it, which is quite tough. I mean, we see Poppy Paw angling here for a Castle Age himself instead of opting for a longer extended feudal play, which I'm not sure how I feel about personally. I mean, I think an extended feudal play is slightly worse against what Anotan's doing here, which was a slightly more controlled, safer castle timing with farms being set up, with some units being gotten out. However, making sure that Anatan doesn't secure at least 3 relics will be slightly harder in this position.
You know what the problem here is? Why Poppy Paw has to go castle is because Anatan's already got spears out, so you can't scale knights quick enough, right? So your only other option is to add in archers. When have you ever seen someone from an age behind feel good about an archer transition? I'm not saying like they're 20 in already. I'm saying they begin that archer transition when I'm already in castle. It feels like a death sentence, right?
Yeah, it's tough, absolutely, especially against HRE because typically, when someone has a tech advantage like HRE does now, Knights is usually the way to go, and we see 2 of them in queue right now. But HRE has multiple options in that regard because they can also pivot into men-at-arms, which are even more effective for them than other civilizations against French Knights or Jeanne d'Arc Knights in this case, because of those heavy maces, allowing them to trade quite effectively.
I was actually, I'll be honest, I was a little bit skeptical that Anatan wouldn't have a big enough edge here. I felt like Poppy Paw's 2TC would have been good enough. Like, looking back at this now, I'm wondering if the issue was Jeanne d'Arc rotating around the back on the gold. It's big to deny the gold, but when you consider where the deer were, right? If Jeanne had been camping on the north side instead of the south, he might have had more success killing as well as idling villagers. Just felt like that one outpost ruined his game plan, and all of a sudden it's quickly unraveling. Like, we're talking about a game where we're 12 minutes in, and the HRE player has more knights than Jeanne d'Arc. That is never a good sign. And if your plan now is just to spam spears, got worse news for you still. If it isn't knights, it's going to be men-at-arms.
I agree completely, and this is something that I was slightly worried that Poppy Paw might do because we saw this yesterday in WAM against Kiljadi, where Kiljadi went for the feudal all-in, as we know, slightly delayed then as well, whilst WAM went for the 2TC and then Castle Age as well, skimping on units to defend, and it led to his painful demise. And Poppy Paw is doing a similar thing here, only making a few units and not committing so much to feudal against Anatan's Castle Age. I must say, I'm not the biggest fan here. I would have loved to see Poppy Paw committing hard to feudal and try to starve Anatan down, but now we see more and more map control being secured for Anatan, and 2 relics already in, and he's angling for the 3rd now.
I think what we're also just seeing here is just how powerful the HRE now are. The reality of this is Poppy Paw's opening play, I think, was correct. He didn't rush on the stone. Because you're referencing like WAM the other day, that was against Kiljadi, right? That was the game that he lost against the all-in HRE. What he done is he went to TC, and Kiljadi's like, well, duck this. I'm just going to put everything into feudal non-stop. So what does Poppy Paw do different to his brother? He waits until he knows that it's not going to be all in feudal. He sees the gold gathering as it is. He's like, there's no way that this is all in feudal. So then he goes stone. But the problem, I think the detail that hurt the most is how long it then took to get that TC online in terms of walk distance and build time. Had this TC been 2 minutes earlier, I think we've got a pretty good game on our hands. But now, with 55 eco in a game where your opponent is going to have 4 relics, you're transitioning into Arbitrary. Realistically, Anatan could just say, duck this and go Imperial. I wouldn't be surprised. In fact, yeah, he's going for it. Food and gold suggests we are heading into the 4th phase.
Absolutely, and it's so easy to do, right? I mean, having forfeited all map control Poppy Paw has by not committing to more feudal units here, allowed Anatan to just have not only more units but also better units, because he had Castle Age earlier, allowing him to take all map control. He had 2 relics in, 2 more on the way back, which is so painful for Poppy Paw right now. And as you said, the natural follow-up for this for Anatan is just an Imperial Age where Swabia will not only allow him to catch up in villages but exceed them very, very quickly.
Yeah, I kind of feel like this range form build is a little bit outdated as well against HRE. And what I mean by that is the logic is that when they pass castle, your woman arm's going to die, but the range form's cool because like it scales better. I always say like range form level 3-4 is better than melee form if you're in castle age. The problem is, one of the big reasons why it's better is because you snipe siege. Atri aren't building siege anymore, right? Like they're just blobbing. So there's really no S tier value in the late game from this choice.
Yeah, that's right. Raid's coming in from Anatan here on the backside. He knows a lot of Papipo's food is in the back of his base. He probably knew where that boar is. He knew those back there are there. Prelate does get sniped out holding the 5th relic, but I mean, you'd hope that Papipo can at least deny that 5th relic, right? I mean, 4 is already painful enough. 3 is painful enough, but 4, and you know, potentially even the 5th still. I mean,
like here's the thing as well. Papipo can't punish this. Look at what his army is. It's infantry, and look at the Stone of Anatan. Palace Swabia should come up. He needs to be a bit quicker about this, but as long as it goes online, Cannon Outpost will defend him. Timing matters a lot, though, and you can see Papipo is just flooding towards Anatan's base. He knows what's happening here.
Absolutely, both players not missing a beat. Anatan already has all the stone he needs to get double, even triple bombard towers as he built another outpost towards the far right side of his base. And Papipo knows exactly what is coming. He knows that the only way Anatan can naturally progress from this is Swabia, so he's angling as much as he can. And I wouldn't be surprised to see siege workshops and trips coming out very soon.
This is really well played. I love the fact that you fortified ahead of the tech up, because then you're just efficient. There's no burn down, right? So tech up complete. A relic in one outpost means that area is undivable. The outpost next to the TC probably should be a priority for cannon placement as well. Papipo is going to try to start torching the Regnets, but you've got Spearmen, right? This is not a unit that can stand there and tank even just a 1 arrow fire at the TC. So at this stage, we need to check. Papipo, look at the guild hall. He can't tech up for about another 4 minutes. His only choice now is to attack.
That's right, and even if you could, it's tough, right? Because you're investing all that food from the guild hall into a tech up, which sure, you're also going to be imp, but you don't even have a single farm to set up yet, whilst the Aachen is only growing in terms of the farmsteads that it has near it. So from this point on, I think Papipo, realistically, his only option is to all in with siege here.
I know. Fortifications on the way first. Not even rushing the cannon placement. I'm a little bit surprised considering he's got the repairs, but maybe he wants to try and save that to keep some production alive. But now, the only negative I do see for Anatan is obviously he can only really access wood. So because you didn't build archery ranges, you can't easily scale an army. Then again, against Jeanne d'Arc, you really don't want to be building archers anyway.
Yeah, that's right. And I think Anatan's initial gold having run out, it's a quite significant detail, because we think, oh yeah, he has 4 relics, that's going to be plenty gold. And yeah, that is true. But in Imperial Age, there are so many expensive upgrades that you have to get, especially when you're being forced to defend very heavily like this, that not having access to an external gold can sometimes result in death.
Yeah, because you're getting 640 gold a minute. So Imperial tech-wise, you can't even afford a single tech up a minute. And that's before thinking, I need to add in men at arms. I need to get these other smaller techs. It's just very difficult. I always call this a scam Imperial Age, right? The only Imperial effect you're getting is you've got all these TCs, which is quite nice and very cost efficient. But it's fair to say that this is an opportunity for Papipo to catch up. And if we do get into that hyper late game, if Papipo can get past level 2 Jeanne, I actually start to favor Jeanne in these really late game situations because of the arbitrary mass, right? It counters pretty much everything the H3 do well.
It would definitely be interesting to see. I think there's a lot of powerful sticking points in the late game for either civilization, without a doubt. Of course, we have the incredible relic boost from Holy Roman Empire, as well as the fantastic food income from Aachen Chapel. On the other side, as you said, we have the very, very powerful Arbaletria unit from Jeanne d'Arc, as well as the consecration on the military buildings, providing significant discounts to any unit that Papipo fancies, as well as the possibility of Red Palace, which we do see coming up now, making it very, very difficult for Anatan to raid if it comes to that.
On the 8k gold to secure it. Just keep in mind also, if you're worried about late game for Jeanne, because she needs gold, Gorge is actually not a bad map to trade on. And in fairness, this is a tradable map when you look at these trade post locations. So just keep that in mind, folks, we get later. The reason why I really like arbitrary massing for Jeanne in this matchup, actually, is compared to the French, you've got the attack speed, all right? You get crossbow stirrups, you get faster inspiration. You almost look like you're gilded archers at that stage. You attack so quickly.
Yeah, that's right. And trade is a good point for sure. We do have, I think, slightly more forward trade posts than what we're used to on Gorge, so it is going to be a little bit more difficult. But at the end of the day, we are talking about JD here, and the Red Palace is a prime landmark in what allows one to defend their trade, not only because of the arbalest emplacements on keeps, but as well as on TCs.
You know what we call a JD, don't you? Because when you get into games like this, you need a double shot of exactly that. This is where I think things get scary. Anatan, because he's playing El Clasico HRE, he's adding in Siege with mass spears. He's playing what I like to call discount Chinese. Problem here is all of a sudden, Poppy Paul's choice to go for range zone is pristine. He can insta-give these siege weapons.
Absolutely right. And what I love from Poppy Paul is, learning from his earlier mistake in the... recognizing the mistake that Anatan has made in the earlier game on Frigid Marshes. He doesn't make the same mistake. He takes all the sacred sites, and timer is ticking already at 9 minutes. And with a significant army mass that Poppy Paul has, I much favor his army over Anatan's here.
And we're going to have Gambesons in already, so this Spearmen feel like a moot detail. Gold is going to get raided. Anatan, well, at least it's not the woman at arms, otherwise that would be a lot of dead villagers. Unfortunately, it is going to be idled out on a key ingredient to Anatan's success. Farm's also now going to start to be harassed. Spearmen are going to arrive. This is only level 3, John, so we haven't actually got that absurd attack speed buff yet. However, with Gambesons, these units do last an absurdly long time.
They do, without a doubt. I do like Anatan's decision to go into so many space here, because he knows that not only are Arbitrary very strong for JD, but Poppy Paul and Wham as well, they do very much enjoy their crossbows. That is something they're very known and notorious for. And spears are effective against crossbows normally, but HRE spears with the marching draws make that even more powerful.
Yeah. It balances out, right? You've got the gap close, and you will eventually have elite army tactics. That's where you really wallop, but right now, it's like that extra 5 melee armor goes a long way. I love this from Anatan, though. He's like, oh, okay, so you're just going to build spears in Arbitrary? I have the perfect answer. Lance-necked being queued up.
That's right, yeah. And this is where it gets tough, especially because of marching drills. I mean, Arbitrary are an incredibly powerful unit without a doubt, but they are very, very slow. So when it comes to resisting this rapidly moving, swarming, massive melee units, especially supported by lance connects that Anatan has access to, it'll make it quite difficult to hold a position without getting pushed back.
Yeah, and I think Poppy Paul, sometimes the gold spawns can be a downside in that he knew where to target. His mentality was like, if I starve gold, it's not really HRE Imperial. But the reality is actually, if he hadn't rushed and waited for crossbow stirrups, I think that's a fight that probably can't completely eviscerate, right, to the double mangonel. But he comes out a lot less bad and gets a lot more in return. Instead, Anatan now gets to cover this area. Keep goes up, more farms are being set up. It's kind of painful to watch the Archon not just being fully utilized, but this is just the nature of things. Anatan, with this comp of spears and horsemen, needs a lot of food.
Yeah, that's right. Later on, when Anatan feels a little bit more comfortable, maybe after some wars come up, it is quite nice of him, because that keep does secure not only the big gold vein, but a nice small one as well next to it, along with the stone just slightly further north. I wouldn't be surprised to see him delete some of those houses and production buildings next to the Argon just to provide more space for those farms, because you do want to utilize the inspiration from the Aachen Chapel without a doubt.
Poppy Paul, we're reaching a stage in the game where you may have to start considering trade. In fact, he just dropped the marketplace in the corner. So, big priority for him now should be the stone. He's gathering it on the north side in 2.4k. He's going to need a long stone wall. The problem is, usually when you wall past the trade post, especially on a spawn this aggressive, it makes it very obvious what you're doing.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's especially tough against something like HRE, right? Because the trade post is so forward, I would say the HRE army is slightly stronger in a head-on direct fight, despite the strength of the Arbaletier, and that comes down to siege superiority. Culverins late game are often what can win games realistically. So, mangonels are definitely going to be effective at dealing with such a massive Arbaletier mass that Poppy Paul has. So if it comes down to having to contest that forward trade post to deny Poppy Paul's trade, I would favor Anatan's position in being able to do so.
This is sick. I don't know if Anatan is expecting Joan to show up, but if these horsemen catch Joan contesting the sacred site, she's dead. She's range form, so actually mass horseman kills. I hope he goes to that, because that's an expensive loss at this stage, if you can achieve it.
Absolutely right. Poppy already on the backside, but directly, as you said, Undertand spots Jean and straight away beelines for her, and he's going to be able to pinch her here.
Ooh, and that's going to be a big loss. 500 gold that's going to have to go down the drain. And remember, if you use the buyback, goes on cooldown. A little bit surprised, actually. Anatand opts for the A-click instead. Now, the raid on the farms didn't do much, but I mean, if I have the choice between killing 3 Arbitrary or forcing a 500 gold buyback, it's a no-brainer.
Yeah, that's right. I'm a little bit surprised as well. I'm not sure why he didn't prioritize killing JD there.
Maybe I feel like sometimes people forget that range form, right? It's range tag, right? Because we're so used to movement arms. So you're probably like, oh, all that armor, I do no bonus damage. Feels like the type of thing that's very easy to forget.
Yeah, that's right. We do see Poppy Paw's plan being becoming slowly clearer and clearer here. I do think he definitely doesn't want to allow these sacred sites to be decapped. With 5 minutes going now, there's a lot of value in holding them, but he's setting up very, very wide map length stone walls here, so he's without a doubt angling for that trade if it does come to it.
Neariad, I don't like the look of this Vanatan if he doesn't get the decap this time. The Springhorns with Joan to snipe out Siege means actually Anatan's Maganel advantage is kind of deceptive. But what I don't like is Poppy Paw is holding very far back. Little Raids are getting in, I think he's overreacting because we're now seeing a pull to multiple Sacred Sites. If this decap goes in, all of a sudden this game feels very German favored.
Yeah, that's right. Anatan was about to get the decap there, but he moves away the Spearman in the south. Jean going back to the side class. She might die to the space here if Poppy Paw doesn't pull her away, and she does get pinched.
No companion equipment. Goes down so quick in that situation. Speaking of those companions, got a few of these elite men at arms in the center, but they're not going to be able to hold. So it looks like Anatan will get his decap because right now it feels like Poppy Paw has to split his choices. But Anna once again sends all the spearmen north. Decap complete though. All right, I think this is the point in the game where Poppy Paw needs to boom trade to stay in, and you can already see Anatan's reaction to that idea. 6 outposts queued up.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, this is tough, right? I think Poppy Paw was just a little bit indecisive in terms of what he wanted to do. He wanted to set up trade and defend the sacred sites at the same time. And often in AoE, I find that you can't do so many things at once because it leaves you weak on multiple fronts. You have to commit to one thing properly instead of several things badly. Otherwise, this happens right here.
As I like to put it, my brain can't trace all those things. No, but you're right. For these guys, it's definitely the lack of efficiency in the play, right? I always say, crap get off the pot is the classic one, right? You can't be so indecisive. We used to see that work. I think in the old days, the early days of AoE4, because no one had optimized. We're now in a meta where people will look to end the game at 20-25 minutes. They won't get a 5% lead and go, ooh, I'm going to take this game an hour long. They realize there's an opportunity to just close out straight away. And Anatan now, in this type of position, game gets incredibly hard for Poppy Paw. The fact that he's spamming men-at-arms against what he knows is arbitrary mass should say everything about the state of his economy.
Absolutely correct. I mean, man-at-arms mixed with lance connects makes it even difficult, even for something like Arbaletria to deal with it. And we still don't have incendiary arrows coming in from Poppy Paw here, which is a tough situation. Now being queued up, but it's going to be another minute and 30 seconds until that comes in. And this is where the classic HRE of pure melee units spam into all over the map, raiding kind of the old-school Zerg swarm that we're used to seeing. More from Japanese nowadays being utilized by Anatan.
What worries me here is Poppy Paw may have the stone walls to stop him getting in. Great. But the only way I now see you beating this mass, even with incendiary arrows actually, is if you have Valorous Inspiration. I don't think we're at level 4 yet. We're probably like halfway there, maybe 2/3 of the way there. That's a problem because it means you have to take one big fight. That's what Anatan needs. If he gets that fight before the upgrade comes in, I don't see a world in which Poppy Paw can easily replace 50 Arbitrary.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, gold is running out. Trade is nowhere near secured. In fact, more and more towers going up around the trade post. Is this going to be? I think it's going to get tougher and tougher for Poppy Paw from here. As soon as, I mean, he has his guild hall on gold now. There is a bank of 3.3k and growing. So that is going to keep him in this for a little bit. But if he is unable to fully secure and war his trade, I don't see him actually coming back in this.
You see the other big problem. These stone walls at least keep him in the game, but it's the classic issue against H3 men-at-arms to Arbitrary. Yes, Arbitrary will win that fight. But when are they ever fighting you? He's just running past. Oh, wait. Yeah, other side of the wall. Let's get the hell out of it. Good God. if you lose the spring walls, you lose complete control over the mid fights.
Oof, yeah. Sprinkle's dancing back and forth between the wall. Men-at-Arms are hungry to take him.
It's like, this way is safe, right? Yeah, build me more walls. Let's go through.
There you go. Get them through here where it's safe. Evacuate the children.
Oh god, am I really watching Poppy Paw with 30 Arbitrary taking on the Cannon Tower? I am. I wish I could leech my brain of it, but it's happening.
I think Bobby Paul knows he's no fool. He's a very, very capable player. He knows there's all these raids coming out from Anatan that are meant to distract Puppy Paw from actually being able to secure that trade. He knows if he keeps constantly death by 1,000 cuts, as they say, constantly lowering Puppy Paw's economy and not allowing that trade, that he's going to be able to win. But Puppy Paw also, on the other hand, knows that exact same thing as well. So he's forced to ignore some of these raids to a certain extent and try to secure that trade.
And what I love is when you trickle troops everywhere, it means Joan isn't getting this big XP injection, right? She's getting this trickle of XP, which you're fine with because you know she'll eventually get to level 4. It's an inevitability in these type of games. But look at what it's covering Anatan to do. We're now getting into the prestigious unit type. The hand cannoneers are coming in. Arbitrarians can do some miraculous things, but unless you've got that Valorous inspiration, this is where I draw the line. Gunpowder will beat crossbow.
Yeah, absolutely right. And this reminds me one time of a game I played against Demu where I was JD against OTD, and he mentioned the significance of having crossbows against hand cannoneers and how hand cannoneers will win that pretty badly in their favor.
Yeah, and it's like...
And we see that happening here.
It's a bit better these days with the Pavis giving the extra range, right? And I think, like, Jeanne d'Arc is definitely better than French because of the Valorous inspiration. But even then, like, if you have equal number hand cannoneer to Arbitrier, hand cannoneer will win that fight. They have almost double your health, double your damage, and in this case, run faster than you.
That's right. I mean, we clearly see Puppy Paw understanding the good strength of the Arbaletier as a standalone unit, but you have to just question his decision-making here slightly in the form of just purely making Arbaletier and nothing else. I would personally love to see many staples being dropped by him and starting to get those horsemen deep into Anatan's economy, because sure, there are bombard towers scattered around, but at the end of the day, there's no walls, so there's nothing stopping Puppy Paw from actually diving deep and getting some raids in of his own.
It's a rarity, actually. Usually I say there's two types of games on Gorge, those with no walls and those with all the walls. Usually the all the wall ones have both players doing it, and eventually trade being an idea, but the comp that Puppy Paw is, you're right, the comp he's running, like, he doesn't have any threat. Anatan just focuses everything elsewhere, right? In fact, he's even just blocking control over both trade posts in case Puppy Paw decides he wants to go for the short trade, which is not great, but in fairness, French do it better than other civs, right? Because they get the Merchants Guild that gives you gold trickle as you walk.
Yeah, Anatan just one step ahead of here, right? He knew, okay, well, maybe I can't defend this topside fully here, but there's a chance that Puppy Paw will also go for trade on the south side, and that's where he's rallying his units. Rams coming out as well. He's looking to break through those walls and get even more of these crucial raids into Puppy Paw's economy.
Ooh, we're getting this rich. Royal Bloodlines on the way. Horsemen being queued up, and Puppy Paw can afford all the upgrades, by the way. He's got 5.9k gold in that guild hall.
That's right, and this is a crucial decision here by Puppy Paw. I would have loved to see this much earlier. Luckily for him, horsemen do not cost any gold, of course. So continually massing these and starting to raid will, it will be something that he's able to do because they don't cost gold. But I think, it's starting to get a little bit dangerous here because more and more units are flooding into Puppy Paw's base. Trade is still far from being secured.
Now going to march in. Springals are seen, but he doesn't give a crap about that. He wants the eco kill, so head straight into the backside, even looking for the trade. The problem now is the Arbitrary can cut off the second wave coming in, but they cannot chase this down. So even if you do now start spamming out Horsemen, they're no match for these MAA.
Absolutely not, right? I mean, they will provide some decent frontline, allowing the Arbaletier to do damage without having to constantly fall back and break their Pavis. At the same time, until Puppy Paw gets a reasonable mass going here and is able to start flooding it into Anatan's eco, at that point it may be too late.
Very risky game though. Anatan, look at what he's doing. He's now going left side as well. He needs to break the wall first, but it's just relentless aggression, right? He's trying to stop Puppy Paw from even thinking about the switch, and there's actually a really big problem for Puppy Paw in this game, Myriad. Because of how many Arbitrary he had, he was pop locked, right? He can't actually build in this horseman transition because Anatan isn't fighting the crossbows.
That's absolutely right. 77 Arbaletria right now is what makes up Papipo's army, with 18 more in the queue. He actually stopped producing horsemen entirely again now. And even the Ica count, 98 villages. He's pop capped. He can't make any more villages. He can't make traders, even if he would be able to. And it's a tough situation to be in, without a doubt, because you can't delete those high value units. But at the same time, the enemy is not looking to actually fight you, so you can't trade them effectively either.
The wild thing about this comp as well is, like, if there's any unit that I wouldn't want to be over 100 of, I feel like it's this, right? Because, if you get to the point where, let's say you had 140 military as men-at-arms, I can try to rush your landmarks and end the game. In what world are Arbitrary ever going to rush down landmarks?
No, exactly right. This is just getting tougher and tougher for Papipo. I feel like he's once again attempts to go into the horseman switch. We do see an Arbalete mass moving towards the front of the map now, but more and more units once again flooding into his base. Rams breaking down these expensive walls that he spent so much stone building up on. And he spent that stone on the walls as opposed to keeps and town centers to protect the potential trade route. So when these get broken, it just hurts so much more.
Now, he has at least got to keep on some of these farm clusters, but you're just seeing the leak through here. Papipo, it's like he's going to have to put out a million fires, and I'm just watching. At any given time, I feel like half of his Arbitrary mass are doing nothing. In fact, remember that detail I said about attacking buildings? Look at the center of the map. It's
painful to see when you're forced to use Arbaletria to actually target buildings, even with incendiaries. It's just painful, right? And I think this is just a mute point for Puppy. I mean, I think he just actually wants those Arbaletria to die. He wants to sit there, camp one of the routes into his base, force Anatan to kill some of them so they can actually get more of those horsemen and economy units out.
Horsemen coming, outpost spam from Anatan into the back north corner where the farms are operational. And, the funny thing in this game is, like, Anatan, realistically, if he just switches Spearman now, he can force Papipo back to this terrible Arbitrary comp, right? And then you just continue the horseman spam on the side. It's kind of crazy the options that Anatan has at his disposal in this game. And what worries me is, like, Papipo, if this many stone walls doesn't keep him out, really, what is your solution?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we're seeing this more and more often now. A lot of French and JD players just know the incredible power of Arbaletria as a late game unit, and just as a a benchmark of the army that JD and French have access to. But you do get into the situation where their immobile nature and the fact that they pose no threat to infrastructure or buildings of any kind allows the opponent to just run circles around them.
Yeah, just build rams, Siege engineering, classic siege engineering, 35 minutes and go. But no, instead he's just reacting to all these flank attacks. And the interesting thing about this is the reason why this game is dragging so long is because of Consecration plus Guildhall, right? That allows Papipo to stay in this game for a very, very long time.
Exactly right. Add to that on top. Oh, sorry, go on.
I was just saying, the other side that bounces out in a really frustrating way are the relics for the HRE.
Yeah.
That you were gonna dissect that a little bit more in the Jeanne d'Arc part.
Yeah, I was going to say, on top of the Consecration and the Guild Hall, Red Palace, the very powerful defensive landmark, making it difficult to raid a JD or a French base, is also keeping him in this. But the writing's on the wall here.
This game is super scrappy. We have at least got Jean de Blast, but this is the thing. If you can't get all your crossbows together to really blast with the attack speed buffer, this level 4 isn't as impactful. It is at least a unit you can start sieging down buildings with, though, and I think he has been taking out the outpost with the cannons. I'm starting to see some moves here that I like. However, Anatan is finally bringing the army together. And now my question is, where are the rest of the crossbows?
Yep.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I mean, the horseman switch allowed Papipo to actually finally gain some ground forward and clear up some of these buildings here, but the reality is it's still, the HRE army is just it's so powerful in the situation, fueled by the Arcane Chapel and 4 relics to Anatan's name. This makes it so difficult, even for a strong late game civilization like JD, to actually be able to gain any ground here.
When Gorge first got added, I was like, yes, best map of Red Bull Warlord, finally they done it. The more the Gorge meta has developed, Myriad, the more I'm convinced we have way too much wood on this map.
It's tough. Yeah, we've seen this time and time again with maps where people wouldn't think that a lot of wood is what leads to longer, scrappy games, but as Gorge and notoriously Highview has proved in the past, it is exactly the cause that leads to these longer, scrappier games where one side can be losing for 20 minutes straight and still be in it.
Back on the center, and it looks like this is a fight that Anatan should lose with the Arbitrier. They finally got the fight they're looking for. It took an extra 20 minutes, but this is the proof of why Arbitrier are good. It did take a long time to get here. The problem I'm now seeing is Anatan is layering in more and more hand cannoneers, and all he needs to do, right, is kite away, throw the men-at-arms to death, but keep the hand cannoneers alive and slowly scale up to 40. We've seen this strategy before. When you reach 40 to 50 hand cannoneers, your army's unkillable.
Yeah, that's right. And more hand cannoneers are being added. 14 in queue right now to add up on the 20 already that are within Anatan's army. But here we see the mass for Papipo is growing more and more. He's only on 90 economy units, but his bank is not too bad still. Gold is slowly running out. But this army is now quite scary. I mean, he's pushing forward and he has the horsemen to serve as a front line and to deal with the hand cannoneers of Papipo. And with the cannons, he's able to start breaking down these towers that Anatan has set up throughout the map.
Now, one thing that is quite scary here is if you get 1 or 2 mangoes on these small tree lines, you can ambush these Arbitrier mass. It's important to highlight that because at this stage, Papipo's Guildhall doesn't have much in it. If he blobs and loses 40 of these Arbitrier, he's not going to be able to get that number back up.
That is a very crucial detail. You're completely right. If a lot of these Arbitriers start going down, then it'll make it virtually impossible for Papipo to reinforce this. We now see only 169 gold in the bank, 82 a minute, purely from the single relic that he has access to. Guildhall is building already at 1.3, but it's getting tougher.
He's trying to trade again. I wonder if this is premature, though. I mean, you've got access right now, right? But you haven't got strong point defenses. And in fairness, Anatan, if he just makes some room, this hand cannon count is approaching 40. That feels like the sweet spot. Something you have to remember, like I mentioned that attack speed, it's really good. But people often forget that it's a triggered aura consistently spammed by her. So if Jean gets sniped, which hand cannoneers can do, you lose it. Anatan actually not attacking her. A little bit surprised by that. Instead, he just A-brains the fight, and hand cannoneers are decimating this army.
Absolutely cleaning up the entirety of Papipo's army, and this is the sticking point that we see. Sure, Arbalistri are so strong against man-at-arms on the front line, but with these 40 hand cannoneers now almost just absolutely massacring anything that Papipo throws at him, it becomes tougher and tougher. Jean d'Arc goes down, no access to her anymore, no gold to buy her back, so he's forced to sit down the cooldown, and this is looking tougher and tougher.
No, and this hand cannoneers, sure, this horseman coming, but who gives a dark, right? Like the movement speed, the start step makes it so easy, so clean. Papipo on the ropes and facing elimination here. Anatan looking to bring a grand upset to Energy Slapfest number 2, and this should be the back-breaking maneuver. Arbitrary have to defend this area. Second wave of horsemen are coming in to clear out the cannons. And you already see those cooldown bars, right? There's nothing to shoot back with right now. I think this is it. The Canadian is not going to make it through the semifinals for a potential showdown with his bro. Anatan looks unstoppable.
All these cannons that Papipo has invested into as well to take down the towers that Anatan set up throughout the map. We have 6 cannons now and 4 Springles, which are virtually useless against Anatan's army now. Getting cleaned up by a mere 2 Springled investment that Anatan has, leaving him more pop room for units with so many hand cannoneers and horsemen just flooding in, cleaning up Papipo's lines.
And there might be a temporary reset here with the mangoes and the horsemen, but the thing that I'm just seeing is Jean d'Arc in Imperial Age without critical Arbitrary mass doesn't do anything. And you already seen the switch. Anatan's like, wait, the Arbitrary are dead? Unleash the spears! Easy peasy solution to the only maneuver left in Jean's arsenal here. And this is the deepest we've seen Anatan so far in this game with a strong army. It's no longer about raiding. He realizes that at this stage, it's pointless to raid the farms, right? In this type of game, both players should have a lot of meat. But if you go for the main base, you cut the production, all of a sudden you're going to have the Canadian on the ropes.
Exactly right, and Anatan just knows that his economy is just so much more superior. 4 relics to his name, he knows that that's nothing to scoff at. So if he just keeps trading back and forth like this, as long as it's at least even trading, which should not be difficult at all with such a significant massive hand cannoneers, then he will eventually just bleed Papipo dry.
I absolutely love this. He's gone for the sacred sites now. He had 3k stone. He's already spent 1,000 on fortifying. He's going full cannon blow. And this is now a problem because Puppy Paw, he's not ready. He's not rebolstered. He's got 50 of these arbitrary, but once they go down, the gold is gone, right? He pulled the guild hall. So this is it. He has to fight in the center. He can't wait for guild hall to replenish, but with still 23 hand cannoneers, enough bodies to throw at this fight, it's hard to see a world in which Anatan doesn't get the win.
It's so difficult, right? I mean, there's such a significant siege mass from Puppy Paw coming out, which is allowing him to push back here slightly. But I think it's just that he's on a timer, right? I mean, literally in terms of the sacred side. But on top of it, still, I mean, Anatan did not even have to start thinking about trade this game, because as long as he stops the opponent from trading, then he will be ahead in gold and economically as well.
The big thing here, Anatan, like he's realized that, I was about to say, he needs a few more culverins. I think that's the important detail. And Puppy Paw, what was that?
Yeah.
What was that? The pathfinding there? I mean, luckily this sprint was going to survive that. So the cannons are going to be able to push out a little bit, but the issue I'm seeing in this game is the gold starvation. Realistically, Anatan should be able to win the anti-siege game. Once that happens, this aspiring push to keep in the game for Zhone is going to start falling apart.
Yeah, that's right. The only thing that Anatan needs here to actually close out this game, I think, is more coverings. Although we did see Puppy Paw gaining some ground here. The only issue is, of course, that, you see, there's just so many bombard towers fortified on the bottom sacred side. More of them starting to get fortified and upgraded on the top sacred side. This, in turn, denies any kind of trade that Puppy Paw might have access to.
I want to give him credit. If everyone's wondering, like, actually, how is Puppy Paw still doing this? You just saw the detail there. The consecration on the Springholds is making this very cost efficient. But ever since they revamped Siege again, Culverins just destroy Springholds. They're more pop efficient, they're better in the late game. So it's a very difficult thing. Credit to him, Puppy Paw has started to break some teeth here. I think Anatan, things need to slow down a little bit. If he goes up to 4 Culverins here, I struggle to see a world in which Jones' army can win. Especially if you support it with spears.
That's right, yeah. Anatan has lost a decent amount of his hand cannoneer mass, which is an important detail here. However, he shouldn't have too much of a tough time reinforcing those siege trading out as against each other as well as the army.
Yeah, the Mangoes are going to stay alive for the moment. Valorous Inspiration does cause buff there, but now the Horsemen go in. And Puppy Paw is going to have to trade away from this. The attack speed buff should be ending in a few seconds. Surprisingly, he's able to hang around, though, because it looks like he did just snipe the final Culverin again.
That's right, yeah, and Anatan knows. I mean, he doesn't want to risk fighting into the aura here. It finally does run out now, but, having access to no Culverins anymore, as well as fighting against the aura, that might be a tough trade there, so he's not going to take any risks.
I know he's building traders. He's finally admitted it. Now, this is interesting, right? Like, if it seems like I'm calling this early, like, realistically, this game should have been over. Puppy Paw is pulling a miracle out of the hat right now, and Anatan, I think, he also felt the game was done with. That pushed him where he lost, like you said, half the hand cannoneers. A little bit of an overzealous dive when you consider his real win objective was the sacred sites. Had he just pulled back a bit earlier, prepped extra anti-siege, realistically this game should be next to impossible for Puppy Paw, but this man is pulling off a miracle.
Yeah, I agree completely. That dive looked like it might break Puppy Paw's back, but that severe choke point there against Puvis hand cannoneers, as well as Valorous Inspiration from Jean d'Arc with Siege on the backline, it would make it incredibly difficult to break into the base. But now again, we see Anatan diving 26 horsemen into Puppy Paw's economy. What's on the back of it, that might allow him enough time to set up his own trade, and that should be what secures him the win finally.
This is the issue that I think we fundamentally had with this comp every time for Puppy Paw. Arbitrary can win a fight, they can't end a game. And that's the difference with these horsemen. Yeah. The snipe on the eco is huge here. It's just shrinking Puppy Paw's ability to play the game 5-10 minutes from now. And he doesn't want to react to it anymore. He's sick and tired of it, right? But here's the difference this time around. Potentially, Puppy Paw could try to end the game because he has 3 cannons. The issue is always the Culverins. I think the Culverins just make HRE a surprisingly effective siege force in Imperial. If it wasn't for that detail, I actually think he could end this game.
Yeah, absolutely. The Culverins is what allows Anatan to keep Puppy Paw in check here with his push, because there is this very scary army from Puppy Paw coming in here that will beat anything that comes at it, as long as those mangonels are on the back line to deal with the hand cannoneers. But the Culverins is what allows Anatan to stop those bombards from tearing everything he has in terms of infrastructure apart.
Now, the good news for Anatan is that this siege workshop on the front side is going to go down before it can build a Culverin, because I'm about to have a nightmare about that. But he is about to be up to 4 Culverins. That's a big deal. That is genuinely the thing that's been missing. What worries me now, I think he needs more spears. He needs to respect what these horsemen do. But the fear I think I have for Anatan is like, he thinks he needs hand cannoneers. I'd argue now you should be the one with culverins and mangoes.
Yeah, that's right, absolutely. I mean, you see Papipo stalling production of Arbalethrier in favor of horsemen. 26 horsemen now with royal bloodlines in queue, more and more of them on the way. Rams as well, out now for Papipo, clearing up all this fortified line at the sacred side that Anatan has. He's looking to break this here and potentially finally set up a reliable trade, which should allow him to actually push forward into Anatan's base.
This is the type of games I love, Myriad. You know, like we've had a bunch of games today where like, oh, this logically makes sense. This is the flow of things, but and this is raw grit. You know, you'd say that Anatan's maybe not making the cleanest of transitions, but it's the fact that Papipo is forcing these uncomfortable decisions as well. That snipe on the backside is huge, though. The horseman got round the back, all siege down, and now Anatan finally has the opportunity to win siege.
Completely correct. What you said about these games is so true. I mean, these sort of long slogs of back and forth fighting where so many things are happening at once, these are the games that truly separate the best from the very best, where if you can keep pace and stamina for these long games to actually you know, play them effectively and do the right things, that is what will really make you a very superior player.
And what a sick hold. Anatan realized running away is the only way to lose the siege. He turns around with what essentially are 50 cal sniper rifles, takes down the first wave of horsemen, and we are now in a game where Papipo has one last siege pool ahead of him. His guild hall is at 2k gold. And the problem of that now, Myriad, is he might be able to get siege, but then how do you replace the Arbitrier?
Yep. Only a minute ago, Papipo had almost 80 Arbalethrier. Now half that count is there, and it's difficult. You know, you will need more siege to actually be able to break through this. But at the same time, you will need to be able to replenish your Arbalethrier count as well. So it gets tougher and tougher, which is why I think we see Papipo favoring Rams now instead, in order to be able to break towers and infrastructure. 8 now out, 5 more in the queue. But Anatan is looking to push in again.
So many spears coming in. I think he needs to slow down. His hand cannoneers aren't here. They're your MVPs. That's the way you finish the arbitrary mass. Dive comes in. Brave. Very brave by the horseman. Not going to be able to get those culverins. So Papipo will get some green room again, but unless he can get the trade operational, this is all going to be for nothing.
Papipo finally running his first horseman, I think, towards Anatan's economy here, both in the north side, a few of them at the distraction, but the main mass is in the south.
Oh, Lord.
25 horsemen looking to dive towards the Aachen and Chapel farmsteads, but at the same time, that is causing him to be pushed back in the front, as no front line is left for the Arbalethrier, and culverins, as well as mangonels now out for Anatan, looking to push Papipo back into his base.
Papipo was distracted. Culverins take down Shown, and on top of that, because he's so busy microing the arbitrary, the horsemen haven't made a move yet.
Horsemen idle in the south, still not moving into the farmsteads, and this is crucial because all that pop is not being utilized.
That's an eighth of his total population in this game, just sitting there. That's the difference right now. If that hits the farms, Anatan might have 6k food, but think about what he's doing with his comp. Men-at-Arms Spearman, it's a meat grinder. He'd run out so quickly here. Dive comes in though. Hand cannoneer count has been shrunk. The Rams are proving to be quite the griefers. And Papipo is gaining some ground, but it's coming at a cost. We are now up to, what, a minute of these horsemen just standing there.
Just sitting there, Papipo is still not noticing them. I think he just doesn't know. He completely forgot about their mass. More mass building in front of Papipo's walls now, looking to reinforce his front army. Finally, the horsemen make a move deep towards the Aachen Chapel, and I think this might be able to do some damage. I don't like him taking the university.
Wait, what?
That lets Anatan know that those horsemen are there.
Yeah, I think there's something to learn from this. Is not to attack the university. He goes deeper, straight towards the farms. But now Anatan saw it. New spearmen are coming out, and the problem here is the cannon placements to spearmen. I don't know if Anatan's going to do enough damage, take enough damage here, rather. Papipo doesn't even stop for the farms.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, there's just so many bombard towers there, right? The horsemen would die quickly, and with Swabia, I mean, it'll be so easy to reinforce them, right? So he's going instead to the north, where there are no bombard towers, only one single keep, which isn't even upgraded at all, with no relic inside it, and more farms are there. And he's going to look to raid that instead. So I do like this detail, actually.
Look at the front side, though. This is the move. Papipo, he just drew the army home to gain more ground in the center. Question is, has Anatan got enough left to hold here? The men-at-arms, the hand cannons, the mangonels should be able to hold, and just one mangon, make that 2, against these arbitrary, could actually cut the count in half.
Nice dodge on the Arbaletrie from Papipo away from the Mangonel, but is that going to be enough? He's cleaning up the front line here slightly, but it's tough for him to move forward with no siege of his own, except for Rams, no gold to speak of, except for what's building in the guild hall. He used his sticky recently, and he's already only 53 gold, only 480 in the guild hall left.
Mango's moving north. Spearman cutting off the new wave of horsemen. If the Mango's touch, that's 30 Arbaletrie. They're moving in for the shot. Poppyport needs to get out of this. Horsemen need to save them. But the second group of spearmen are there to intercept. This is difficult. Poppyport may have overextended. He needs to get back home.
Absolutely, he cannot afford under any cost to lose these Arbaletrie because there will be no way to reinforce them. Consecrate is fantastic at saving gold, right? And any other type of resource that the units cost, but you know, with no gold left in the bank, 22 and only 87 on the way from the one relic he has. If he loses this Arbaletrie mass, which with these Mangonels closing in is looking more and more likely, it'll be tough for him to come back.
Double covering taken down though. I wonder, does Poppyport gamble on trying to get some siege of his own out? I don't think it has much purpose here, right? Maybe Springords to try and make sure the Mangoes can easily be sniped. But the problem I'm seeing here is the gold choices are getting harder and harder. He just pulled the gold from the guild hall. That was what, 700, 800 gold? He's officially out. If he loses this next fight, the game is over.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Poppyport has been doing a tremendous job of actually dancing around with his guild hall, the consecration, and keeping his Arbaletrie mass alive. But big surround coming in the north on the rest of his Arbaletrie mass, surrounded by the horsemen. There is a gate there they can retreat to, but if these horsemen cut them off...
Pinch him!
Oh!
Give him a pinch! Horseman, get round the back! Arbaletrie are going nowhere but to hell. Poppyport now about to be under 30 Arbaletrie for the first time in what? 30 minutes? Whew.
Ooh, that could have been a lot worse there for Poppyport.
Just about stays in it. But now you can kind of start to feel like he's conceding ground here, right? Like, the worst thing that can happen when you're massing horsemen is that it turns into kind of a funneled location for a fight. And the hand cannon near mass still up at 20 Fanatan is what scares me the most, because Poppyport doesn't actually have a great answer to those.
Yeah, absolutely. And he can't, can he? I mean, with such little gold, in fact, no gold to speak of, he's again forced to do this. He has some horsemen on the middle sacred side, once again idle as before. He has to run them into the economy or bring them back home to defend, because this is pop that's not in use. Only 79 villages now for Poppyport, and that has been falling steadily over the last several minutes to Anatan's raids.
And even the wood situation is going to become dire eventually, right? Like, yes, he's got quite a lot left over, but the amount of horsemen he's spamming, the map control he has, that's another kind of key point here. We did mention that this map is absurd in late game because of the amount of wood, but even that has its limitations. Mosh pit in the center, Mangonel shot coming in. Arbaletrie, he's actually griefing himself with this wall right now, barely slips away. But this is more ground. We've been here before, but the difference was last time Poppyport had a 4K reserve of gold to claw back in. That is no longer the case.
No longer the case indeed. This choke point saved Poppyport earlier on in the game and allowed him to stay in it. It might now serve to be his undoing as the Mangonel moves closer and closer further towards the Arbaletrie mass, which is dropping steadily. Only 22 now, 10 more in queue, but is that going to be enough to actually hold this?
Joan didn't even actually snipe here. I'm kind of shocked. Poppyport getting a little bit distracted. He goes for the snipe at the Culver instead, but the Mango is actually your biggest enemy right now. That Arbaletrie account is barely holding on. The choke points will at least reset this one more time. But even with the Mango going down, all I'm seeing is a situation in which Poppyport is now down to 150 population and he's struggling to climb back up.
This is looking bad, KP. Half the army value for Poppyport, about 2/3 of the economic value in terms of units. So many rams, but no way to use them as he's forced to sit in his own base, and he has no other option. He can't move out because he can't win a fight. But at the same time, if he stays here, then it'll just get worse and worse because it will come down eventually to, as you mentioned before, the wood, which Poppyport still has plenty of, but with the map control that he has, or better say the map control that he doesn't have, he's going to not have access to anymore. Big horseman raid coming in through the north.
Yeah, but now who's defending the base? Because look what's happening. School of Cavalry is being attacked. Divine Restoration is pumped super early without your horseman here, so your effective tank isn't being rejuvenated. And the dive continues on in. Hand cannon is... I think... Wait, what's happening to the rally for Poppyport?
Units walking straight directly without fighting. Rams are idle.
I don't think the
No
Horseman Raid's good
frontline
enough.
left for Puppy.
Yeah, like this Horseman Raid, like he turns back. Look, he selected all army. By the time they get here, the other half of your army is going to be dead. Mango shot. Oh, no. He does at least snipe it out. I got to give it to him. This is why I was saying late game, range form is better. If it wasn't for late game markswomen, this would already be over.
Absolutely correct. And I mean, these rams that Puppy built in hopes of actually pushing back Anatan and securing himself more map now serve nothing but a glorified front line. However, he does defend this push for now. He is still in it. You know, Guildhall still only 160 gold. He's forced to keep, thanksfully to the consecration, Arbeit 3 only costs 30 gold from the consecrated building. So anytime he calls in, you know, what, 200, 300 gold, that's about 10 Arbeit 3 that he has access to, right?
Jeez, he's found the trade, but I actually think, like, if anything, Papimo needs to send all horsemen down here now. This is 18 traders. This is what is allowing Anatan to now win the game. He's finally able to start adding in more hand cannoneers. You also are seeing the Sacred Sites locked in. We're back to that win condition an hour into the game, but the difference this time around, Puppypaw does not have 70 arbitrary to dive the central Sacred Site with. He doesn't have unlimited horsemen. In fact, you've been seeing him struggle to keep quadruple digits when it comes to food income.
Yeah, completely. Puppypaw sitting back for now, knowing he needs to, you know, buy this time just a little bit. He's sending the Rams, all of his Rams, down in the far south, looking to break through the setup that Anatan is building there to secure his trade. Meanwhile, I must say, immense army for Puppypaw now. Huge supply, 10 in siege, 106, because of the lack of his economic units. Only 84 now, but is this going to be enough?
I know. Looks a little bit split. I mean, I'm not confident this spin can take this on their own. Yeah, Anatan agrees. Immediately queues up 4 mangonels. South side, the Rams are going to be pushed away. Kind of done Puppypaw a favor. That's more pop that can actually go into real units.
These cannons that Puppypaw is getting, all purely from Jean's Summon Companion's ability. She goes north now on the Sacred Side, being contested by 2 spears that's just to run away from.
Yeah, but she's got a gun, you know. Gun beats spear.
Yeah.
Spinman now moving on the east side. There's no guns around here, so they're safe. Only the ones behind them backing them up. So Sacred Site is going to be contested. Trade is going to be contested. But it's something that Puppypaw realistically can't do too much about right now. This army is just so much bigger. He is flooding out through the center. So this is the point where actually if Puppypaw tries to find his way into the back farms, maybe you can do some lasting damage, but it's always just so difficult against Palace of Swabia.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see the hotspot of fighting switch from the north Sacred Site to the south Sacred Site now, where Anatan is trading. Puppy knows he has to shut this down, or he's not going to be much long for this game.
I love that he's actually using Divine Arrows to siege buildings. It's not bad against the outpost, but that means you've got nothing for the siege now. And Anatan is about to have that siege soon. You can see he's popped right now. We've had 4 mangoes sitting in queue for a while because he's not losing units quick enough.
That's right, yeah. And Puppypaw, because of his lack of gold, he is forced to essentially do what the HRE has been doing for the last, 30 minutes of this game, spamming horsemen and spearmen. But of course, his horsemen might be better, but spearmen not so much.
That's big. I think she had Valorous Inspiration. So your other trait, now we said it before, but I think this actually might be it. The hand cannon account is now higher than the arbitrary account. You can't buy back Joan. That means you have no heal, you have no attack speed aura. This is the breakthrough I think Anatan's been waiting for.
I agree completely. I mean, there's a few horsemen for Puppypaw, but most of them are actually going south in order to do a raid. But meanwhile, Anatan is pushing deeper and deeper into Puppypaw's city now, looking to break the camel's back.
Diving in those choke points. Hand cannoneers are going to be the MVP from that, though, because it means that the horsemen cannot surround them. Second wave of spears are coming in. Jones still a minute from actually being back in the game. And, well, the mangoes are now starting to shuffle forward. So even if somehow the arbitrary do remass, they are not going to be happy about it. And the Rams. The Rams built right here.
Yeah. The Rams will serve as somewhat of a front line for Puppypaw, but the reality is 9 out of 3, 1 more in queue. There's no more back line for Puppypaw, and there won't be any more either. 1.2k banked up in Guildhall now. That will be enough for a while, but realistically, this hand cannon mass from Anatan just keeps growing and growing, and with so many spears, 47 more in queue, it's going to be so hard to actually clear them up with no siege either to speak of.
the Mangonels, it's double Mango now. This is just an immediate wallop down in the Arbitrary. I just don't see it lasting more than another 2 minutes. I think Puppy Paw, at this point, wood has been fully drained as well as gold. He's now just processing the loss. 56 military versus 85. The only reason that Anatan hasn't made this quicker is because his production is coming from across the map. But if there's any reason for us to scream marching drills OP and nerf it, that has to be it. The fact that Spearmen are still getting here in mass in time says everything it needs to about this game.
Yeah, absolutely. The forward production is a very good point that you highlight. I feel like if Anatan did set up more forward production earlier in the game, the set would not have gone on for so long. But instantly dies as she spawns, and now the game gets called finally.
Finally, it is decided. Anatan, with possibly the biggest upset we're going to see in Energy Slapfest #2. He takes down the second placer from EGC TV's The Elite Classic 2. Now, Anatan, the question mark is, who's he going to be facing in that semi-finals, and is he going to be the slayer of all Canadians?
Incredible series so far. Wow, the underdog takes it today.
Wow. And before I actually leave let's have a look at this, because we actually, like, people asking about the kill count. Let's have a look.
Oh my.
Over 3,000 units were killed in that game. Oh my god. And look at the difference in race. That's the crazy part, right? Anatan lost so many more buildings. Why? Because he kept spamming outposts, walls, Raxes across the map. Puppy Paw for a very long time was on the ropes, but I think what Puppy Paw shoot, everyone's kind of focused on that feudal castle age timing for the Jeanne d'Arc faction. I think this is actually where sometimes you can look a little bit absurd. The consecration with Guildhall, I've got a feeling, I've said this before, I think that Jeanne is fundamentally going to be changed, like her landmarks, right, to be more unique. For balancing logic, I think they've kept it the same as the French. But I feel like as time goes on, with Arbitrary being as good as they are, and the consecration, Jeanne might be a little bit too gold efficient in the late game. Good lord. Oh, hello, people. You were just in time to see my... yeah. So, I noticed someone said there was an ad playing. What do you expect? It's now a long game. I can only run ads to block ads running for an hour. My recommendation, you're watching Age of Empires 4, a game where a tournament game can go on for 4 hours. Probably should subscribe to the channel. What an amazing series. Did we get confirmation? Is it Wham or Zertan he's up against? Let's have a look.
Let's have a look.
Drum roll. It's Wham. Oh, look at that. Wait. Can we... We were a little bit off on our predictions because at the start of the day, we said that it was going to be 3-2 Louis versus Killjadi. It's actually 3-0. Marine Lord versus Vortex was 3-0 though. We did say that Wham versus something would be 3-1, and surprise, surprise, we were correct about this being a 5-game series. Not bad. Not bad. So, I imagine that Anatan's probably going to want a minute or two to breathe after that game. So, what I'll do now, guys, I'm going to run 90 seconds of ads, so you don't have to worry about it. And we're going to get ready for the second series of the day. Do you want to hang around for it, Myriad, or are you going to go chill?
I will call it here for now. I do have to eat.
All right, no problem. All right,
Especially after that game.
Big shout out to Myriad. His first time casting. Absolute joy to have on the mic. Be sure to go give him a follow if you haven't already. He does stream occasionally. I think I'm going to force him to stream more. But thanks for joining me, mate. Absolutely amazing set.
Thank you so much for having me. It was incredibly fun and a pleasure.
See you later, buddy.
Take care.
Absolute shout out to Myriad. An absolute joy to have. Louis up 1-0 against Marine Lord. Big Pugrus. So, we are waiting for the draft now to appear for the Anatan versus Wham set. My partner... Here's a funny thing, chat. I said to my partner, I won't be able to eat, you just have to eat before me. I won't be able to eat. And she's like, well, when will the games finish? And I was like, you know how this is. AoE 4 games can be as long as they're going to be. She's like, yeah, put a random time. I was like, 6 hours? 7? That was the first set. And actually, I think it was 3 hours-ish, right? So maybe I'm going to be on point here. But if we get 2 games like that, I'm going to be a very hungry pigeon by the end of the night. In fact, music on. I just realized I've got diabetes in a bag here. I'm going to eat the cookie while we wait for the next draft to come up. Because next up on this channel, we are going to have Wham versus Anatan. So stay tuned. Sorry, Grim. You're starving. Huh? You're okay. Yeah. Alright, so update to Wham versus Anatan. If you guys aren't following the channel already, by the way, you should be. We do these type of casts throughout the week. We catch all the pros casting. We even host community games. Perfect time to remind people. We do free-for-alls here. The free-for-alls we do here are 10 times better than the ones you're getting on Quick Match. I guarantee you. So be sure to follow. No problem, Mirab. You go fill up your stomach. You've done a great job on your first cast, buddy. He did say I was right a lot, though. And I think that's a bad idea. Because after the amount of times Mirab said I was correct, my head is so big, I'm not going to get out of my door anymore. So, the hopes is that one cookie sustains me for another, what, 4 hours? In fact, I imagine we've probably got like 2 or 3 minutes more until Anatan starts drafting. So I'm quickly going to pop inside, refill my water and whatnot, and I'll be prepped for this. So hang around. We should be hopefully into draft in about 3 minutes. Be right back. How we doing? Good series. Are we all entertained? Are we entertained? I can't come, guys. Where's the response? You guys are enjoying the day, right? What an insane series to open up. I'm currently wolfing down a very sad sandwich as we get ready for the second series of the day. Oh, and I'm excited for it. So I think we are... Let me double check. I'm going to check on the Discord and see what our ETA is for this series to start. ETA 1 Anno versus 1. But let me know what you guys think. What did you predict that? Did you see that outcome coming? And what is up, Brocktree? Do you want some pizza? You know what? I am tempted to order some pizza. And Emma's not listening right now, so I could just, like, secretly order it just for me, maybe? I don't know. She's busy watching the snooker. Maybe I'd order a pizza. Maybe that'd be nice. I think she ate. I'm not sure. But maybe. What I do love is actually, I was very fat when I got into esports. But I've trimmed down quite a bit. And a big part of it I actually think is casting is very energy burning for me because I get very excited. I'm not a very calm, stay still type of caster. So I tend to actually burn quite a lot. I get, like, you guys know me, like a few hours into solo casting, I'm like, I'm hungry and gonna get a snack now. That's why, right? So that's quite nice for me in a way. It's like a mini workout. It has helped a lot. I went from like, I think it was, at my peak, I was like 16.5 stone and went down, and I'm down to like 13 stone these days. I was a chubby pigeon. So, him and Yarman Prairie banned again. Not surprising. Hey, we had stones longer. That's some medieval crap. Alright? We have precedent here, Chosen. I weighed 104 kilos. Around like 105 kilos. I now weigh 82 kilos. .6 meters. There we go. Yeah, I was a chubby boy. Combo of eating unhealthily and being quite depressed. Like people aren't kidding when they say depression actually like leads to weight gain. Predictions? No, I'm never gonna give you payout, man. Sorry, Graham, you don't. I know you're in the 30%. Let me give it to Puppy Paw. Oh, I think I'm going to be inflating all of my redemptions at this rate. Yeah, so pretty standard bans. I think there was the same bans last game. different draft approach entirely. Delhi opener, Zhone Dark. Zhone is actually like a pristine counter. She's one of the hardest counters to Delhi. Love the Abbasid follow-up. This is atypical. Wham and Poppy Paw covet the Civ. The fact that China got through is surprising, actually, because I think Chinese was banned against Poppy Paw, and that gave him the Byzantines. Wait, no, actually, no. Last time, what was it banned from Poppy Paw? Because he had Byzantines and Chinese, right? Yeah, this is very different then. Japanese pick. What we got here? I really like, actually, Japanese against English pretty good. Japanese versus Delhi, I still think it's a 50-50 matchup. I'm still not a really big fan of this. The English and then Malians to protect English pick is kind of weird to me. I get the logic of it, but also it makes the rest of your draft, like, it kind of removes other potential strong picks at this stage, right? Like, if we look at the remaining draft, what could you pick here? Obviously, saving Byzantines until last. Ibid's going to come in. I'm a little bit surprised still by the Mongol pick, but what I do like is if you get Malians versus Mongols, Mongols are pretty good there. The reason is that you never leave Dark Age. On a map like Dry Arabia, you do your sheep count. If you got 2/3 of the sheep, you just spam spears. And a Malian player can never beat you with that combo. He'll have to surrender his gold. So yeah. Almonds to round out as well. Don't really care about that. Final pick will, of course, be Ibids on the other side. And we've had pretty much the same maps. We're starting on Dry Arabia. This is likely to open the series going to be, what, Byzantines? Maybe? No, because you've got, well, the thing is you've got Lipany for Abbasids, right? It's either going to be Abbasids or Byzantines to open for Wham. I actually really do rate HRE as an opener really strongly, but I'm expecting, like, the Ibids there. Ibids versus Byzantines, we've seen that before. I don't like it for Ibids at all. But HRE, I think, can do really well against both these civs. They're very powerful in the feudal age. An HRE English opener. If it's an HRE English opener, it's a draft win for Anatan. HRE versus English is such a hard matchup. Here we go, let's find out. In fact, let me get the big draft ready on our overlay as we reset the scores. All right, there we go. Switch over to this. I'll tell you guys when it's locked in, so you can see the whole draft that way. But yeah, so on Dry Arabia, I mean, I think you can save English for another map. Like, Cliffside's pretty good for English as well, actually. I think Gorge also works quite well for English. I think there's just too many good picks against English. Jean d'Arc versus English, I actually rate Jean d'Arc quite highly there. You go 2TC if they don't come out. If they do come out, they just die. So even Japanese versus English, I really like Japanese because you can't harass their gold as they set up outposts and Varislets. I just think English, like, there's a lot of things that if you pick it in the first game, all right, he's going to do it. And I actually think that Anatan read him. Japanese is a balanced pick to open this up. It's going to be English versus Japanese. Japan are pretty favored here. The reason is the English longbow approach can't dent the outposts on the gold, so they can still fast castle. And if you both go fast castle, yeah, I know we've got this new English knight spam build, but against Mad Samurai, you'll still get your cheeks clapped. So, not to mention the follow-up play afterwards is logically that you're going to want to, what, go crossbows or men-at-arms, but your opponent will go Onimusha. Onimusha disintegrate knights. So, yeah. Maybe Wham could do a lot with the Abbey of Kings play. It's got some really strong moves. How do you feel about Yumi versus Longbow Mass? If Wham goes 2TC, Anatan can react with 2TC. 2TC Yumi beats 2TC Longbow English. But if Wham goes 2TC, he has no interest in a Yumi matchup playing long feudal. He'll just tech up with White Tower and Yumi are worthless. So I think with the new Abbey of Kings build, Yumi's bad. If this is Council Hall, though, you can actually Yumi, but you need 2 TCs. And getting 2 TCs against English is difficult on a map like Dry Arabia. So we'll see if he gets a favorable spawn that allows for it. I just think it's a lot safer to go fast castle here as Japanese. And yes, Big Loops, you made the fatal error of mentioning the word Yumi in this chat. Faye, it doesn't matter where she is or what she's doing, she just appears any moment Yumi gets mentioned. Right? There's like a disturbance in the force and there's just shaking and then she's like... Anime music plays in the background and then there's speed behind her as she chases. It's like, you know, in the movies, like, Yumi, Yumi, Yumi. And then she's like... Alright, so I'm waiting for them to set up the game now and then we'll get into this. So we'll be probably about 4 minutes away from being live. But yeah, you know, thinking about the other ramifications of this opening, of it being English versus Japanese, in terms of what has Anatan stripped himself of? I think he stripped himself off a good matchup against potentially like Abbasids. Abbasids hate timing civs. That would be the main one. I think actually the Japanese is really good here. The Delhi matchup, like I said, I think it's kind of skill-based, but it's a bit weird. Like by default, it favors Delhi unless you have some crafty builds. So I actually think Anatan made the correct choice here. Japanese opener against English is really, really good. And now, like the only other one I would have said is Japanese versus Malians is also really good. Because what you do is you play feudal. That sounds weird, right? Because we talked about how Malians beat everyone in feudal because their army's just better. But what you do is you open with, and Anatan's done this build before, it's fantastic. You open with a stables, you get an Uma Bannerman, you force a reaction to it, and then you either go Castle Age while they're reacting, or you switch Onabagisha. And Onabagisha destroy the Donzos. So very powerful plays. I think like the unit matchups, because of the timings, Japan can have an edge there. But outside that, I think this just makes sense in terms of pick. Later on in the draft, Anatan still has Chinese or HRE for Frisian. Probably going to be Chinese there. In that game, Wham likely... We could be seeing the Malian Chinese again. I think it's probably going to be Chinese Byzantines, which can be decent. You could do Abbasids actually against Chinese, but then you're predictable because whenever you do Abbasids on Frisian, you're going to trade. So your opponent will just wall off the trade because they go Song, right? So they can afford to sacrifice a villager walking across the map. It's very difficult. So outside that, Gorge... We're probably looking at either Ayabids or Jaune for Gorge. Given that Cliffside's in as well, I'm leaning towards Ayabids being safe for Gorge, and you go Jaune on Cliffside. The goal for Wham there then is to pick Delhi on Gorge, and then have probably Byzantines for Jaune. You can actually do Malians though. Malians is pretty good against Jaune if you do the Sofa build. Sofa build is really strong because they get bonus damage versus infantry and they don't die easily. On top of that, your Donzos hold very well at the start because they have more health. Like, despite what people think, Malians, as long as you actually engage with the feudal and force the Jaune player to go for 2 TC and then push, you actually have an advantage there. And Jaune has to play 2 TC there. It's very difficult unless the Malian player gets a really bad spawn to win the game on 1 TC. Yeah, I like Anatan's draft a bit more. HRE China, like as the core of his draft, is really, really strong. With Ibids as well. Like I think his draft is better. Don't get me wrong, Abbasis, Delhi, great. English is very surprising, and Byzantine's amazing. But yeah, I think the HRE China, like China, not as broadly applicable, but very powerful where it's relevant. HRE and Ibids, and even Jaune, broadly applicable. There's a disturbing lack of IRL slapping going on. That's right. Crackety and Matisse should be slapping each other left, right, and center. You need to fix it. Oh, we've got 4 minutes until the game is live. Like, look, it's right here. So what I'll do now is I'll run 90 seconds of ads so you guys definitely don't get them rammed down your throat, okay? In the meantime, we can chit-chatter a bit, chat. So start chattering. Let me check on YouTube, actually. Have we got some chatters now? I had a lot of people tuning on YouTube. I'm really impressed. Hello, people. And ABCD asked earlier who was the co-caster. That was Myriad. Myriad is a aspiring pro player. Hungarian-born, but lives in the UK. Really fun to have on the mic. Actually, absolute pleasure for me to be able to cast with him. Really impressed. That was his first cast ever, guys. He's never cast before. He done a really good job. He definitely calls me smart too much, though. I'm an idiot. But he's a very polite lad, and I love it. Okay, so... I think... Also, the almond's still strong, or the almonds like... The almonds are an afterthought in a draft like this. Like, I don't... This draft, almonds may be against Jaune. Jaune might be the special one, because it used to be Jaune was hard countered by Ottomans because they were just fast castle. I actually think you have to fast castle now as the Ottomans. But ever since Jaune players discovered the 2TC build, I feel like the Ottomans aren't as good of a counter anymore. They only countered Jaune hard because Jaune used to be all in. Ever since people started realizing Jaune can build 2TC really easily, Otto's kind of a bit more air. Because like what does an Ottoman player do at the start of Castle Age? Men at Arms or Knights? Great. I'm French. I'm Jaune. I build knights anyway in Feudal Age. I hold. So yeah, a little bit of a weird one. Outside that, what other matchups? Ottomans. I feel like Ottomans Mongols is really rough for Ottos. Autos versus HRE is just a win for HRE. Feudal's too strong now. Iabids versus Autos. Iabids just get their tech unlocked mostly free. They just have to build a Desert Raider. And the Desert Raider timing mirrors usually the second spear arriving from the military school, if not sooner. So you don't do enough damage with the spear. So yeah, like Ultimates are in a really hard place right now, man. I think they may have got overly nerfed, but they still need additional nerfs. What I mean by that is they got nerfed in the wrong area. The late game is still way too good. The early game is now kind of poop on a stick. The problem is we're in the meta that's defined by Feudal Castle Age, which, by the way, is how I actually think the meta should remain as long as possible. It's the most healthy form of meta in the entire history of AoE 4. I genuinely don't like just raw TC booming being free. I don't like Imperial Age being every other game. I actually think we have a very nice balance where a lot of games are ending between 20 and 30 minutes. If we can actually keep balancing the game around that, it's optimal from many points. It makes the Imperial Age games more special when they do arrive. It means that more often average players have enough time to come play AoE4 actively because it only takes half an hour. And in general, it escalates the speed of the games to a point where you haven't got this redundant 10 minutes or 15 minutes because both players are just sitting there playing pat cake and building TCs. Always confusing when ban civs are shown on the side that banned them. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like, I think the overall layout of bans is kind of rough because it's inconsistent from tournament to tournament. And in general, I'd prefer they be like below in a different kind of like scratching. So it's obvious they're bans. And then you can be like, this player banned these. This player banned these. I feel like when we use different forms and then also put them to the sides, it kind of confuses. But that's like, I think that's how like AoE4's done it for a very long time. You like TC Boom? That's because you're a filthy GG picker. I'd say I'm sorry, but I wouldn't mean it. We should copy Dota picks and bans. I mean, you said it. I was clearly implying it. A shocking series has got us to this. Anatan has made it to the semi-finals. But Wham is now out for revenge for his bro. Welcome back to Energy Slapfest number 2. We are live with the semi-finals. On the other side of the bracket, Marine Lord versus Louis MT. One of them will make it to the grand finals, and one of these two will be there to meet them. We kick off on Dry Arabia. It is going to be English up against the Japanese. And this is a matchup that I think actually favors the Japanese. I've been liking the way that Anatan has been drafting. It gave him a slight edge to go over the top and come out ahead of Puppy Paw in his last series. And I actually, looking at his draft, think he's got a very real possibility of ending this in 4 games. So Wham will definitely need to upset my prediction by showing me his whimsical ways with English. I don't know if you guys have actually been watching much of Wham and Puppy Paw, but right now, they are arguably the 2 most scary English players. They've iterated and evolved into so many different Abbey of Kings build. My brain is struggling to keep track of them all. So I'm curious as to which one we're going to get in this game. I think 2TC may be a bit too slow against the Japanese. I wouldn't be surprised if we're looking at, say, a all-in feudal. That could be interesting. I think Japanese can get the edge if the age goes long enough, but on 1TC, some of their options are bad, and oh my god, it's going to be 2TC. Yes! This is a really cool build. So Anatan, what he's doing, he's gathering enough stone to get his tech up, but he's also going to gather enough stone to get a TC. The reason you do this is because you're able to get Daimyo, and if you get the Daimyo, you can open up with the stables and build your own knight to do just as much damage to the English as they're going to try to do with their king. This is a really cool build. I haven't seen Anatan do this in quite a while. He used to do this frequently, actually. The reason that Bannerman's really good is because when you open stables, the natural reaction of your opponent is to open with spears. So that puts them up a step behind, because then you can just rush Castle Age, right? And if you rush Castle Age, all of a sudden, you can just spam Samurai and or Onibigisha, and you've got a winning comp there. Alternatively, if your opponent then reacts by going spears, we talked about Yuumi in the draft a little bit earlier. 2TC is how you do Yuumi. You actually need 2TC to do Yuumi. I genuinely don't think Yuumi comps work on one town center. And yes, let's get the predictions up. Thank you for reminding me. So Anatan versus Wham. I'm only going to give you guys 1 minute. Get your predictions in now. What? Do you guys remember what I said in the pregame? If this is Council Hall against 2TC, then Anatan's going to struggle. Because the issue is the timing on which you're building your TC. Like, the English longbows can potentially block you. So what I need to now see from Anatan, he's going to have every fiber of his being telling him to drop the TC on the gold. if you drop the TC on the gold, you're in trouble. You need to drop it on the wood. In fact, how's he doing on sheep? He's got 9 sheep. He's got a few more to come. I think he can get away with dropping on the wood. Especially with the Kura Storehouse now here. So tech up's on the way. And Myriad might join us later. We're letting him eat up and have some rest time. But now move across the goal. So Anatan actually is going to try to be a bit greedy about this. Not too greedy though, right? Whenever you see someone drop a forge like this, the logic is that this should be the second TC on the tree line. Actually, then again, I think this isn't a TC at all. I freaking love watching this guy. This is the same thing when we watched Puppy Paw, right? Like, the early games was, I make a move, now you count the move, now you count the move, now you... Like, it was going so fast, much quicker than what you're used to seeing in transitional Age of Empires. This is really cool. Anatan has pivoted his build. Instead of it being about the 2TC build, this is 1 TC with Daimyo into a stables, which is going to ruin the opening longbow play and force you to go racks early. And now, if Anno just drops an outpost here, he can continue to cut reinforcements with stable units, and Wham is going to struggle to dent this. So, like, Wham, if he commits to this choice now, has to go for a very aggressive ram timing to get rid of the outpost. Here you go. First outpost on the way. And notice that Anatan has more than enough stone to actually not just get his arrow slits, he'll be able to fortify the outpost. So burning with torches won't be an option for Wham. He will have to go siege engineering to break this. Another cool thing, actually, if Anatan builds another outpost here, actually, I'd say like here, you can protect the berries. You could even bring your scout back and shove the deer in. You could ram a bunch of Wham's own medicine down his throat, because we know the Canadians do these deer pushes more than anyone else, but what am I looking at? This is cool, actually, guys. The English in this matchup should have aggression on their side in Feudal Age. So I love the idea by Wham to say, I can play Pocket Eco. The negative is because of the build that Anatan's done. Because he went Daimyo so early, he can shut you down with a Bannerman now. And if Wham does get caught here, if he doesn't notice the Bannerman coming, he hasn't got wheelbarrows. So that's going to be at least 2 villagers dying to an Uma. And Anno has not got the berry upgrades yet. He hasn't sent villagers over yet, so it's fine. Honestly, against Council Hall, you can't go Tawara at this stage. It's too late. And he's got 9 sheep plus farms being added in. So I think he should be fine. He also has a very beneficial wood line. Look at this area. It's very hard for your opponent to do anything. And there's the stables we talked about. Not the best stable placement, but it looks like the trees have blocked him from staying out of range of the farms. So a little bit unfortunate there. Wow. In position to ensure that deer shove doesn't come in. Wham needs a very fast blacksmith. Yeah, he knows. I've seen this a few times, and I shake my head every time it's Steel Dagger first. I actually think you need to go for Siege Engineering first. You just need that initial ram. 1 ram will break this. The thing that I want to see out of Anatan, he's being a little bit greedy. I'm hoping he's not going to be greedy here. He's 7 stone short. He needs to upgrade fortification straight away. This will delay this push in long enough. So let's see if he does it. No. Greedy boy. Uma Bannerman on the way. And guys, we are getting the archery ranges as well. Now, usually I would say that this sucks. 1 TC Yumi is bad. But there's an interesting... I freaking love everything about this guy. Anatan is one of my favorite guys to watch. Who else would have built a gate on the backside to sneak out the Uma? That is so genius. Because he knows that Wham is patrolling the mid-map, right? And if you run out here, this scout might see you. So he goes far east to go around. It's so Giga Brain. So let's talk about why Yumi can work here. The whole idea is he's already got the Bannerman. So he'll send this Uma Bannerman in. He'll do eco damage. The Uma Bannerman will die. And then you'll just bring out the Yumi Bannerman. But by then, you forced Wham to commit to even more spears, right? So he doesn't have critical mass of Lombos. Really smart read. And wow, Wham has backed up entirely. What a cool game this already is. The game sense on both of these players is phenomenal. Like I said, small details like the back wall, the fact that Wham understood his timing was whiffed and missed. I think he scouted the backside and maybe saw the stables, and then he was like, this doesn't work. I need to go home. So now Wham is probably going to wall himself in and just go towards Castle Age. You don't go 2TC, it's too late for that. You have to go Castle. And Anatan is adding in a lot of Yumi, so he's not going to be rushing towards himself. Then again, we now see him move out onto the deer. Survival techniques on the way. Anatan has options here. Uma Bannerman does thread his way through the walls. But nice move by Wham. Credits out Anasand, actually. He stopped doing this build for a while, so throwing it out in this game like this was really crafty. Unfortunately, that is bad value. All right, the Uma Bannerman actually costs quite a lot. You can see you have to pay 250 resources, just like a samurai. So to get one villager, you did at least force the walls up. The walls up? The walls up is what I'll say. The amount of walls, in fact, 21, so quite a lot. That makes up for it. This many wall slabs for an Uma Bannerman, I think, is good for Anatand. But what he now needs to do is decide, is this going to be an all-in feudal or are we going castle? Because if you want an all-in feudal here, I feel like you need a second TC. It's going to trip archer range. All right. Potentially your funeral horse. I'm hoping not, because I want to see Yuumi win so that I can see Faye vomit. It's very important to me. With free archery ranges, you do start to outscale Lombos, by the way. And also, remember, you have movement speed advantage, you have defensive advantage. So while Wham has 12 Lombos, you can see by the count, only 10 are here. The others are trickling out, right? So actually, Mas Yuumi, at this stage, if Anatan buys 3 minutes and doesn't get disrupted too much, he'll win. Yuumi coming in with the Bannerman. Steeled Arrow also coming in. Undermesh is not there, and that's quite a big miss. In fact, Anatan has the gold for it, right? So I'm a little bit shocked that he's not immediately queuing it up here. You need it. There's no fighting this without it. A little bit of a misstep by Wham. The crazy part, guys, is if Wham had just built Lombos, then Anatan would be in trouble, right? But the fact he added this many spears is bad. Really bad. Yuumi now going in for the pincher. Lombos caught off guard by it. Wham got a little bit too close. Notice that he ignores the spears. This is important. Spears DPS is less than Lombos. He shreds the back line, and now he can clear up the spears. Sick hold by Anatan. Expensive losses for Wham. And I love the peel here. He splits them into 2 groups. Second group of Lombos are coming in, but it's too little too late. Wham has lost a lot here. I don't like the fact he's now added in Men-at-Arms. I think this was too soon. This is a difference 6 or 7 spears makes, right? This is exactly why Anatan used to show us just how powerful this Uma Bannerman opening was. It forced such an overreaction out of Wham that he's now a mile behind. And here's the problem. Running home isn't possible here. 1.12 versus 1.38 movement speed means your ass has been firmly clapped. And Uma Bannerman is Cavalry Bannerman. That's how he opens. So if anyone who wants to replicate this build, start on stone, get the Daimyo, move across the gold, build the Uma Bannerman, force a reaction, and then spam Yuumi. Wham. Oh, God. No, 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 no. Thank God he's got a gate here. He's still going to lose a few, though. It's the movement speed difference. You could lose like 4. You're going to have to fight. If this was near the TC, it's a good fight, but there's no aura, right? You can see Anatan's just out of range of that. Yuumi Bannerman does at least get sniped. That is unfortunate, but the aura's going to persist, and you can just move away afterwards. Look, the difference in destroyed value. The other issue is, even as Wham now scales this number, he's going to overkill a lot. These Yuumi Bannermen have less health, but that means that you overkill. And by the way, guys, that was without Undermesh. Okay, so we're all going to judge Faye deeply. She's hoping him for Wham and NA. Let's read this out loud. Yuumi didn't do anything. Wham made like 20 spears for 1 cav unit. He made 7 spears for 1 cav unit. Maybe 8. 20 is pushing it a little bit, okay? That's like going, we've got so many players in the finals from NA. It's like, Faye, calm down. 2 of the 8 players. It's a good number, but let's not make it out to be the majority here. And in fact, well, this type of opening, there starts to become a question mark on whether they're going to be able to make it through the grand finals, because I really like Anatan's position. He's going castle. So, guys, Lombos might be OP, but actually, Castlade Yuumi beat them. Wham just needs to find this fight, but Anatan just needs to dodge it. Like, actually, I think he could take this fight, to be honest. It's 25 versus 14. Yeah, wait, guys! Guys! Anatan's like, whoa! We're not going to my base. We're going to your base. Oh, that is such a smart read, because look what's happening. The floating gate's going up, right? If Wham was still running to the base, he'd block the castle age timing. Now he can't, because he has to come home for this. Oh, that is such a sick read. Wham. We'll be able to pepper down a few more Yuumi, but the problem is just how difficult it is to stay in range. They're so fast. I do think that actually Anatan probably should have been fighting this, because he has lost a lot of them. And you still would have bought the time, right? But you would have shrunk the longbow mass. But either way, Floodgate's on the way. He already has the stables, racks, and archery range. This is Rack's play. This is Mass Samurai now. You see your opponent has longbows. You see he has men-at-arms. This is the easiest Samurai spam game you will ever get. He couldn't break the wall anyway. Okay, so that's an interesting point from Juliebeck, but here's the thing. When you see this many Yuumi, it's not unrealistic to think that they would get siege engineering. Yuumi, because they cost less to build, you can spam enough of them that you can efficiently build rams quicker than other civs, right? Because you can get up to 16 surround, it's great. So actually, the reason why Wham has to act as if it's ram play is if it is ram play and that wall breaks, he's dead. He can't come clutch repair because Yuumi. And if it breaks through, the speed means you're going to lose 10, 15 villages in that type of raid. So yeah, Wham reacting is the correct move. It's a forced error by Anatan. Now, Mounted Samurai as well as Foot Samurai getting added in here. Wham just needs to go castle as quickly as possible. It's going to be King's Palace here. He shouldn't feel pressured to go White Tower. If he has to go White Tower, the game's already over. Yuumi upgrades coming in a sec. I actually think you look for this fight. Anatan does see his opponent. I'm a little bit surprised he's not taking this, because now, with that upgrade coming through, all of a sudden Yuumi Ashigaru basically mimic the good stats of the English. Look at that. 8 damage versus 7. Oh. And did I mention he doesn't even have level 2 projectiles yet? Fight time. It's weird when the glow disappears. Samurai, I'm going to be able to frontline this. So Yuumi are just going to tickle the back line. And Wham, I mean, you need to preserve your troops here, right? If you lose too many Lombos, then the Samurai will burn through the wall with no damage. Worst case scenario. Anatan just keeps on hunting. The other nice thing is he wants this Yuumi Bannerman to die, because the moment he dies, he replaces him with a katana. So this is like the worst possible trade that Wham can be forced to commit to. Mount Samurai have now arrived. King's Palace is indeed on the way. He needs to be careful about this tree line, because it looks like he might have chopped through. And even if he hasn't chopped through, I'm pretty sure this many Samurai could just break through. Melee tech level 2 on the way. Wedge Rivets also coming in. This is a mere tickling. All his damage has been reduced to 1 on these heavily armored units. Let the breakthrough commence. Oh, Wham. Wait, Wham? Wham. Okay, he does realize the Yuumi are attacking, thank God. Adachi Tech is coming, though, folks, and this is really bad because Men-at-Arms won't be able to protect you here. Adachi Tech gives an overwhelming advantage to the Samurai. Yuumi, nice snipe there. The amount of villages to keep this wall alive tells you just how desperate the state of the game is for Wham. He's struggling right now. I mean, here's the thing, guys. He teched up, but 11 of his villages aren't working, and some of them are dying. Look at the position! Anatan is building an eco lead off of this. Oh my God. He's NA's worst nightmare. Wall's now on fire. Villages, only 3 of them left! And the flood begins. Samurai in. Wham trying to get in the crossbows quickly to the council hall. He might get an opportunity, but the price is most definitely high. Behind this, we've got second Yurishiro dropped in. We have now also got relics on the way home for Anatan. And level 2 Daimyo coming in, which means the food spam is not going to let up. Oh my God, what a game. What a sick game. Uma Bannerman and then Yuumi to win. I can hear Faye vomiting an entire continent away. The fact he's still building Men-at-Arms shows the desperation. There's no point in these right here. You actually need spears. Mount Samurai gonna chase the villages. It's just taking so long to kill even one of them. Oh my God. 20 worker kills. Almost a 20 villager lead now for Anatan. And here's the funny thing. You get a 25% increased buff on these farms, extra 15%. But Daimyo level 2 means that farm spamming is going to be quite nice for Anatan in the next 3 minutes. And he is gathering a lot of wood, prepping himself for exactly that. What a sick game. GG called. The Slayer of Canada has struck first in this semi-finals. Woohoo! My boy is cooking. I'm sorry, wait. Faye, where's you were talking about Yumi? She didn't like that I mentioned it. Yumi won that, man. Yumi won that. Ain't gonna hear otherwise. All right, so actually, I just realized I need to bracket the games from before so that I remember them. Okay. So I'm quickly gonna name these, and then we can dissect that a little bit. It just makes my life easier later when we're looking to upload. G3, G2, and G1. What a cool series. What a cool day this is proving to be. Stable won that? Well, sure, but the stables made, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, dude, like, if you're doing one TC, you're not spamming just Yumi. But it's the stables and the Yumi. Don't even try to discredit that. They're both just as important, Faye. It could not have been any... If you build Hardened Samurai to try and clear up Lombos, do I need to pull up your stats? If it was Onabagisha, you would have died to the Lombos, for sure. Feudal Age, like, Onabagisha is not going to win that. It had to be Yumi, for sure. Yumi are more cost efficient, and they're just as good of a killer at that point in the game. Whew. All right, so one game down. Let's get a point on the board for our absolute mad lad from Europe. Wham is literally at the top of his base with no tower, but Gisha cleaned that up that too. I'm not letting you have this. All right, show me a game against a high level player that does that build where you do Onabagisha instead, and like I'll cast it. All right, money where mouth is. All right, so game number 2. Let's see what we got. It's gonna be Ibids versus Byzantines. This is the exact matchup that I said I didn't want to see for Anatan. I wonder why he picked it as well, because like this seems kind of obvious. Did he expect Abbasids instead? Because even that matchup is a bit muddied now. You lose double the Big Isha, then you lose Yumi. Exactly. So like while you clean it up, also like to that point you lose double the Onabagisha, and the Onabagisha costs more, right? That's my issue. It's 55 resources versus 80 resources. Yumi are just cost-efficient trash to throw away. And Genetizer, I am using the Audio-Technica BPH S1. All right, let's get ready for it. We're not getting away from it. Yumi won that game. What's going to win the game for Anatan? Because last time we watched this matchup, he relied way too much on archers, and it cost him a game. We hop into Lipany. Game number 2 of this semi-finals. Wham, last hope of NA in this tournament, takes the Byzantines, one of his strongest civs. Him and his bro have looked unstoppable when they have this in their hands. Anatan, on the other side, has gone for a safe pick in competitive. Ibid's absolute tippity top of the runnings, but he has already fallen victim to the Byzantines once today. How will he change it when he runs it back a second time? And predictions, thank you for the reminder about predictions. Let's get those up. So choose outcome. Anatan takes game 1. No one doubted the power of the Yumi. Game 2, you've got a minute. Get your predictions in now. So, opening-wise, one interesting thing in this matchup is both players can kind of extend how far they stay out because of the way that Wham and Puppy Paw start the Byzantine games. They're really big fans of this 1 or 2 olive groves. I like it as well. The reason is that it means that your scout can go for a longer pull. That's really important against the Ibids because they are going to stay out as long as possible due to the berries. Looks like, actually, this is an interesting cutoff. Look at what's happened here. And let's keep an eye on this because from this position, Wham knows where has not been scouted. He needs to beeline an Anatan just a bit quicker. That's really important. So Anatan at this stage, because he now has the edge, he can stay out on the map longer. And with the direction they're heading in, diagonally like this, what it means is that Wham has to settle for this part of the map. and Anatan can come around for this part of the map. So what you're probably going to see now in the next 10 seconds actually from Wham, he's going to look to wait and then go like this. He needs to cross route because he's getting a bad trade here. Oh my god. Okay, this is the point where you have to turn, but the problem is Anatan's already ahead of you. Sick read. This is a really good scout rotation from Anno. Wham has to forfeit now. He has to go north side and hope that he finds a few sheep up here, but these corners have not been kind recently in games. I think there's like 2 sheep left here. So Anatan should just rear down. Anno at this point doesn't have to come home, but Wham does. Wham is down to, what, 2 sheep left over? If he hangs out any longer, he's going to run out of food. That's brutal. Looks like he might recover his arc here. Unless Anno... That's ambitious, mate. Calm down. I don't know what it is with me casting games with Wham in that involve bad sheep counts, but this is looking like one of them. If he skirts the high ground, he can rally the sheep. Oh, no. So if it seems like I'm focusing on the sheep a lot, it's because it can be quite important here. The problem now in this type of game is like if Anatan chooses to open with some aggression, plays a little bit of feudal, he can poke and prod at you. Like you're an all-in on the berries now, right? It's very difficult because against the Ibids, your instinct is now build Limitane, but building Limitane is very meaty. And you could rush the berries, but they're incredibly limited. So I actually think that this is a really important detail that Anatan stripped away 75% of the sheep. He now has carte blanche to say, I'm going fast castle, or I'm going to punish you in feudal. Wait, are you kidding? All right, guys. Sheep Whisperer. Who's the master? Oh, it's going to Anatan. What? Okay, he was slightly ahead there. I think the other sheep rallied to the mill. Wait, what's this villager doing for Anno? Oh, he's checking. Okay, that's cute. He was checking if there's more sheep. So, sheep action done. This is like the first time I think I've actually seen an Ibid player open racks. I just realized we had music playing that whole time. Sorry, guys. We had the vibes. All right, music off now. We get serious. This is cool. I've never seen Spearman as an opener, but remember what we said. Like, it's the meat grinder now. Your opponent doesn't actually have enough resources. Oh my god, why is the music back? You know what it was? The Ibid music started playing, and I legit thought it was my Spotify. So I know. Spear's coming in. Wham's doing the same. But remember what we said. Like, this is now harder for Wham because he hasn't got great food source to spam out more expensive spears. Kind of interesting thing about this, and it's quite cute from Anatan, is it's phalanx. If you spear spam on both sides, Byzantine spears don't actually win. They're more expensive. They're great against range shots. Terrible in this melee mosh pit. Sure, you know, you can talk about the fact that you've got a little bit extra health. But on the flip side, a lot more spears going to attack you more quickly, right? So it's kind of a funky one. I know behind this, wing choice was to go for the growth wing. You can see by the eco count at the top. So he's got 15% more economy at this stage in the game. Very powerful tool and actually quite essential when you're up against the Byzantines. Byzantines are usually favored in this matchup because of the fact that they've now got the system buff so good at level 1. It allows them to just escalate, while the Ibids don't get the Golden Age, the 10% themselves, until 10 buildings. And quick way to tell if he went military wing, by the way. You'd know if he went reinforcement, because you'd see a Desert Raider by now. This is so cool. He actually turns around with the spears. This is a cost-efficient trade. If you're doing a 1-for-1, then Wham's spending more food. What did we say about the early and mid-game? Food is more valuable. Food is more important. Because food will run out much quicker than wood will. Same with gold, actually. Now the archers follow up. Wham has to be a little bit perplexed by this at the moment. He's going to stick to his guns, though. It has to be javelin throws, right? Now the goal in these fights for Anatan is to pull the archers back, bait the javelins forward, and then run past the spearmen, the Byzantine spearmen, with his own. In fact, I'm expecting horsemen to be added in. This is very reminiscent of kind of like, yeah, there you go. It's basically a poor man's Abbasids build. One of each, right? And Anatan, here's the interesting thing about this choice that's very smart. Byzantine players don't really like adding all three in. They prefer to do these two. So you deal javelin throws for free and you just spam the Matane. when you consider that these cost more food as well, adding horsemen now would be really expensive. And by the way, guys, that would then play into Ibids because of the Desert Raider. So I think this is the point where WAM needs to rely on defenses and just try to get the Castle Age before this ramps up. This is such a wild thing. I've seen a lot of initial aggro from Ibid players in games recently, but this is a completely different opening. And I'm loving every second of it. Love that he's also playing out the berries on the flank. He gets this all for free, right? And notice what Anatan's now doing. He's going to camp the berries because they're the high-value target. Need to be careful because actually WAM has a jackpot up here. His 8-stack spawned on a cliff. Dude, I couldn't bribe a dev to give me these spawns. God damn. So it looks like he's checking around the flank. It's going to hit the wood line. He knows there's no second TC play coming. And WAM. A little bit slow to move away here. Just in time before the spin move closed, though. Yeah, unfortunately, you don't have the scout here, right? Because the scout would have seen from this side, and the archers could have shot over. But at this point, you don't have enough archers to break him anyway. This is where Anatan is now going for his tech up. However, I like WAM's position a lot better. I really thought Anatan was going to do something creative, like adding horsemen here, to screw with WAM's timing. But with the wolves going up, with the outpost, with the fact he has second javelin contract in the way, and he's actually further towards Castle Age now, I don't really like Anatan's position. This is crazy, right? Like, the Byzantine power is insane when you consider that WAM is up against an extra 3 villagers from the Ibids, yet he's ahead. This Civ is insane. And yeah, the only choice left is advancement wing, right? Like, you could go logistics, actually. That might have been better. But the only upside I'm seeing in the future of Anatan compared to last time we watched this matchup is that he's not going to make the same mistake of spamming archers. We are going to get lancers. The issue, however, is that WAM can easily just stick to Limitane javelins to counter your comp. So what Anatan needs to do here is use Camel Lancers to restrict the mid-map for the relics, go Dervishes quickly, and then switch Gulams. Gulams are your... Like, I'm not going to say your best friend. You're still going to need like crossbows behind it, actually, because of the Varangian. But they're going to... If you get the timing right, you can basically get into Gulams when your opponent has like 20 Limitane and no Varangian. It's difficult, though. Like, I think what's going to be important in the next 2 minutes is scouting. WAM needs to know exactly what he's up against, and Anatan needs to read the timing correct. If he steps into Gulams when Varangian are already in the field, it's a GG for Byzantines. Wondering if Anatan... Like, I don't think you can do Manjaniques here either. It's kind of unfortunate, really. Against Varangian and Limitane, like, the problem is your archers wouldn't be able to stand over a Manjanique long enough, right? Wait. Oh my god. What? That's a... I mean, it's not a critical blunder, but it's definitely a blunder. WAM should know this side is not treed. Like, look at what he scouted. WAM knew about the tree line down here. Now, someone could correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like every single game of Lipny I've watched, if you know where the tree line is on one side, you know where it is on the other. Because they mirror. So I don't understand. And he knew his trees were down here, right? I don't understand why he didn't wall that. I mean, maybe it was a bait? He loses a villager, but kills 3 archers. I'm not sure if that was worth it. That's kind of weird. I don't feel like Anatan should have even got that. Because the other thing is, you know, he scouted what your comp's at the same time while killing a Villi. And now we are going immediate Varangian. Okay, so let's talk about this choice by WAM, because this is a bit overzealous. Varangian is definitely the strongest spam point for Byzantines now. Castle Age into Varangian spam feels very hard to contest. The issue I take with it in this game is that your opponent already well, he didn't show, right? He didn't show the stables at all, but he's going Camel Lancers. This is why I said scouting was going to be important. Remember, Anatan built that stables a good few minutes ago. He's only now using it. He has firmly baited WAM into thinking he knows what the game's going to be. This guy. Oh my god. He cooks so good, he should be on a Gordon Ramsay show. Bloody hell. And the scout keeps it open. Camel Lance is now marching in. It's a surprise Mother Ducker moment. WAM, another villager down. Now, this is wave 1, remember. The dervishes are coming out for the relics. Second wave of camel lancers is going to hit the left side. I freaking love this guy. I feel bad for NA right now, but you've just got to show so much respect. Anatand today is on another level. That's not true, Secret Buoy. Gordon will happily check out good chefs later on in the show. We're in semi-finals. We're in the final run. He's got the good chefs left over. Welcome to Hell's Kitchen. And Anatand is ready to cook Wham. Another villager snipe. Like, we're at 4 now. He just picked 2 more. Like it was nothing. You need more yelling? All right. So what you need to do is just look at Wham and go, "You donkey!" There you go. Sorry, that wasn't squeaking. Donkey! There you go. You got to kind of hit it out there. Wait, was that? I think that was a misclick. He was building a sprinkle down here. So there's going to be a back away. Wham has to try and contest these relics. He's got 1 home, but the dervishes should be a lot quicker to the remainder. So it's really important that Wham camps this right side. That's a good read. Anatand hasn't quite got the comp together yet to fight the main army. He needs a little bit more time. Dervish yoink on the left side, though. Ooh, free vision. He's not going to get it, though. Scout too quick. Lancers. Oh, my God. Wait, has he not got a gate? There's no gate. Anatand already knows about the berries. Every greedy Byzantine player sees his 8-stack, goes for his 8-stack. So what does the Camel Lancer boy do? He goes for the 8-stack. Wham. He doesn't have Akratoy here. He doesn't have any sort of textiles. So this should be, what, 2 more villager kills? A little bit of a miss micro there. I think he should have been able to get a charge out. But it's low ground versus high ground, right? But more eco kills. All of a sudden, we're now talking about a 12 villager lead and 3 relics versus 2. I don't care how good I brag System. It's not that good. Wow. Manjanique's now in play. Wham. I don't think this is going to be good enough to kind of dive it, actually. If Wham tries to rush this Manjanique down with his army, he's going to lose 10 plus units doing so. This is a really scary point in the game, because this is the thing that Ibis do really well. They snowball off for small mistakes. Sultan's Mamelukes is the creme de la creme. It's the cherry on top. It allows you to snowball super hard. I always love Sultan's Mamelukes when you've got 20 to 30 infantry. It feels underwhelming past that. We're at a stage where Wham doesn't really have this bulk of 80 plus units. He doesn't even have teardrop shields, right? I'd be surprised. Yeah, so no extra attack speed on the Varangian. And in here, Wham. What? On... is he outposting the deer? I'm not sure this works. Was that a misclick? Or... because if you're going to outpost the deer, the other one's safe, the berries too. Like, you'd have to triple outpost this area. I think he was going to try to mangonel rush maybe the tree line or something. He has got spears moving up now. However, this dive in on the other side is going to be harder hitting. There's already an archer on the other side. Uh-oh, Shiv's out. Villagers get found though. Anatand. Where's the reaction? A little bit too late. Limitane get everything. Great read. Outpost now going up. On the other side of this, though, the big dive's coming in. And these javelins, this is the worst-case scenario. The Ghoulims could easily just attack them. The Manjanique is impossible to penetrate right now. This is the issue. Wham sent over half of his melee across map. He doesn't have a defense against this. Trying to get the Springald now. Javelins are running out of space, though. The Ghoulims are reaching them, so a lot of damage coming in. Count is good enough, though, so Ghoulims are going to be taken out. The Dervishes have all arrived for the party. The Manjanique is a little bit slow to get in position. Now Wham will be able to dodge it out. Spring will be able to counter this. Wrap around the backside. Looks like the Spring will be able to take out the Manjanique. So the Javelins will hold on here. Anatand, I feel like the Ghoulims should have been able to get more damage done on the rotation there, but he pulled them back initially. Now, keep in mind that this is looking good for Wham right now, but this is not a comp you can scale easily. He's only got 4 Olive Grove, so it's really important now that he gets back out on his berries. In the meantime, Anatand is being denied his food. Limitane moving so bloody fast here. No teardrop shields yet, though. All right, Wham actually done a really good job to survive this. I think Anatan kind of misrallied a little bit, as you're seeing still in the tail end of the fight. I also think he was a little bit off on his timing to dive the main base. Like, unnecessary, right? Your goal is to make the Manjanite come, the Manjanite to make your opponent come to you. If he'd done it that way, he could have afforded Springald as well. This raid on the left side as well, Wham done a fantastic job of attacking multiple locations at once. So Anno, although he's still ahead, it's kind of deceptive. With the Sistine effect with the Olive Groves, this game is actually a little bit tighter than you would think. What I want to see now from Anatan, the standard play at this stage for IB players who think the game's going to go for more than 5 minutes, is to add a TC. He needs the TC. So Limitane on the left side are at least getting cleared up. Deer and the berries are still accessible. So the outpost is definitely annoying, but most of these berries are already taken. It's not the be-all end-all. What Wham needs now is to find some more eco snipes. And don't mind if I do. A front farm pack is quite ambitious by Anatan there. We'll be able to pull away in time. So this just got a lot more difficult because Wham now has to hit the main base to hit eco. The Manjanique now has an advantage here. He's building Springles as well. Remember, Wham did get anti-siege, but he can't come out on the mid-map, right? Because the Camel Lancers that could still be around somewhere, right? Like, if you look at Wham's vision, he has a decent amount of coverage, but there's still a lot of blind spots, and he has been seeing Camel Lancers over here. So he's reluctant to bring the siege up. Will we see an Anno Louis finals? Quite possibly. I think Anatan is playing in such a way that if he actually beats Wham here in this matchup, we might be looking at 3-0. I think we'll be looking at 3-0. Because this to me is like one of Wham's best options right now. Byzantines are incredible, and him and Poppy Paw have been on another level. I think Wham was one of the best performing Byzantine players in the entirety of the Elite Classic 2. And remember, most of those games happened before the buff. So, yeah. Don't discredit the power the Canadians wield over this Civ. Anatan now going back into the Camel Lancers is quite intriguing. He has fixed his big problem, by the way. The reason why Javelins held that last time was no ranged armor. If Anatan had the double ranged armor on the Golems, these Javelins wouldn't be able to kill them very quickly. So, glad that he's fixed that issue. Love Bloomery. If there is a Civ that you get the most value out of Bloomery on, it is by far Iberds and Abbasids. Because the Golems, the double strike. No other Civ comes close. Now, I know what someone's about to say. KP, what about the Japanese? Japanese don't have Bloomery. Oh! Look at you with your unique tech names. Anyone remember the name of the techs? I know the wheelbarrows off by heart. If you're wondering why isn't Anatan really fighting, it's because he has an eco lead. So Wham has to do something. So he's looking for defender's advantage. And now look to punish. Good move, good timing. Wham spread a little bit too thin here. So it gets cleared up on the east side. He's still got one Limitane guarding these berries. But now the wall's going to come up to secure the deer and the berries on the back flank, right? So this is a very good point in the game for Anatan. He's not going to starve. Sacred Sites are starting to be locked in. I like that from Wham. Clash is coming in, though. And these Golems just got some free buffs, so they're gap closing quickly and they're hitting much harder. This is where the double strike's really nice, is when you get that extra little bit in there, right? With the damage percentage increase. All of a sudden, that extra armor the Varangian have doesn't make up for the less health. I just really don't like that Wham's building so many Limitane. He needs Varangian. He's only got 4 of them. Second TC now in. Understand. Everything's clean about this. Wham has got a second TC as well, though. So big goal flap for him, actually. He got his first. Question is, will he be allowed to keep it? There is a move. Choke point hold with Javelins. Limitane are going to form the line. Second wave is coming in from Anatan, though, and this is going to be a walloper. I don't think you can rely on Limitane to defend this. The Golems are just maxing out their damage here. Look at the golden buff. So much extra DPS, so much extra movement speed. Wham has to forfeit this area. He only has mass Javelins. Jesus. He actually might lose the Mango. Anatan, I think we need some greased axles here. because he hasn't got it yet, right? Greased axles, and that's going to be a kill. That mango already looks more impactful. So this is going to reset Anno. I actually wouldn't be against the idea of free TC for the Ibids at this stage, because Wham is pretty congested. So even if he's gone multi-TC, he can't do free in a corner. It's too expensive. You need more gold. Now, someone's going to be like, wait, why would you need gold for villages? It's about the way you use your economy, right? So with 2 TC, you can't just rush out in the flanks. You want to actually have that extra boom to go out. But if Anatan now restricts the map, builds into mass siege, he should have the edge. What a cool game this is turning into. Teardrop Shields is finally on the way. Problem is Wham isn't building much melee at all. And the Springle count, just like that, is up to 4. Don't you just love the Ibids? Field Siege is an incredible ability. Camel Riders would be great if this was a Camel Lancer comp. Unfortunately, that is just the luck of the Golden Horn Tower. It's going to be marching. One problem I do see here is he has no way of dealing with a Mango Tower. This is like the quickest way to lose an advantage. Mango Towers are vicious. So we dive towards the TC. Villagers are getting idled up. Not enough room for the rest of them, though. Anatan now starts scudding down the farms. I don't like what Anatan is doing here. This Mango Tower is adding a lot of firepower. And Springles, remember, Javelins can actually take them down pretty quickly. Gonna get sniped out. Springle trade out. Keeps the Mango away, though. And this is too deep. The Javelins had to overextend on the left side. Anatan, I think the only reason he's losing this is because this Mango Tower. Wham is going to be able to hold here. I feel like this was so unnecessary out of Anno. If you see mass Javelin like this, surely you just build 2 Rams, right? 2 Rams deletes the tower, and then you win the fight. But this was completely unnecessary. I wouldn't even call this a forced error. This was just an error. Wow. I'm getting a bad feeling again. I'm getting this reminiscence of the Puppy Paw game. Only, obviously, in that game, it was more a slam dunk for the Byzantines. But Anatan done such a great job to take the lead in this game. And he just threw it away. I'm a little bit speechless at that. I don't know what his thought process. If I had to kind of get in his mind, I think Anatan was just paranoid about how strong the Byzantine eco buff is. Because the Ibids suck at eco escalation compared to the Bastards, right? And they definitely suck compared to the Byzantines. I think he let that get in his head. He had a really good 5 minutes ahead of him if he just didn't throw. All he needed was 2 Rams. 2 Rams changes the complete outlook because Wham just doesn't have any melee to kill them. You've got Springles, sure, but like the Springles can dive in, snipe out, move out, right? If you're at least diving with 2 Rams, the tower's going to die halfway through the fight. But this is an absolute disaster. Anatan is going to have to fall back, set up farms, and then look towards Imperial Age. Imperial Age is where you do not want to be against Byzantines. That is very Byzantine favored. They get any buff you can get better, right? Like, for example, Ibids can't get the 2 armor. Byzantines can. Remember the Camel Aura. Instead, the Ibids get this weird one that I'm never a fan of. It never feels that great, which is infantry give more armor to cavalry. Rack spam in the center. I'm impressed that Wham is doing this without mass crossbows or mass Varangian, by the way. So that leads to thought, doesn't it? If he's able to defend like this against Gullum and Archer spam without mass Varangian, what happens when he gets both? What happens when the what happens when the Varangian came out? Camel support both civs is only fair. Yeah, but Wicked Skies, they don't both have camel support. They have different camel supports. The Ibid one sucks. It gives extra armor to cavalry. It's the other way around. The Camel Riders give 2 armor to infantry. They're just getting spotted. Camel Lance is also blocked out, so no flank raids coming in. Anatan is kind of clutching at straws right now. He needs something, anything. He doesn't even have a cheap tech up. Remember, he used Advancement Wing because he went Growth Wing Opener. This Growth Wing build is designed to end the game early castle, mid castle. If you thought you were going to go to Imperial Age, you would have went for Military Wing Reinforcement into Growth. And then you would have had cheaper Imp. He doesn't have that option. Angelique. That's some alright shots out here. Oh, still wallop to the face. But Wham's military lead is undeniable. And guys, this really isn't the mass that Anatan should be worried about. That's coming soon. Varangians are stockpiling up. I think we're going to get a long series again today, folks. Today, this one, we've already had a long series today. We're going to be heading into 2 that are going to be lengthy. Wham's getting ready to pull the trigger. Imperial Age just on the horizon. Foreign engineering company makes a lot of sense here. The javelins are still very valuable, and it's more about the fact that you get that camel aura, you're unkillable. I could easily see Palatine score because he's spamming Varangian. I just don't think it's necessary. There you go. Foreign engineering company on the way. There is a risk here, which is you're up against an opponent who can have Covrins, so you can't really use Siege. But I think Wham knows that that was Advancement Wing. So if he knows it was Advancement Wing, he knows there's no way that Iobids with their type of economy are going to go imp quickly. That's a problem, because now Nesta Bs are uncounted. Now Royal Cannons are uncounted. Anatan needs to survive a hailstorm here. The next 5 minutes are going to be pure hell. Varangian, break the first wall. Second one from Anatan is not going to be quick enough, unfortunately. The walls, oh, so close! Army's at least on the way, but that's more eco going down. And the Imperial Age now complete. Second wave comes in on the right side. In fact, if he's not careful, this Springles could easily get sniped by the jabs. And look at that aura. Straight away, Varangian all of a sudden have 8 ranged armor. Good God. Varangian? What idle time? Anatan shouldn't lose too many villagers here, but it's just the idle. That's what matters. Like, this is the worst case scenario. Your opponent has teched up, yet he's attacking you. That's not how RTS dynamics work. The person who's making the investment into something other than military is meant to be the one at risk. We're not seeing that at all here. Instead, we're seeing upgrades coming in and an army that's still bigger. Which is better for Biz, FEC or part-time school? I think foreign engineering company is majority better. I think part-time school is better if you went Kesha contract. I think otherwise, like, foreign works better with both the Javs and the Western. The reason it's good for Western is marching drills on Landsnecht is ridiculous in some matchups, and volley on Lombos is insane. Never discredit how good Lombo volley is. Palatine school can, like, make sense on either. Like, it depends on your comp to a certain degree. But it's, in my opinion, in this matchup, the Camel Rider aura is just too good to pass up. And remember, you're still getting a buff on your Javelins. They get an extra free damage. I just think, I don't know, I think too many people harped on about Palatine school being so good. Palatine school, I've actually highlighted I think Palatine school is too good, but for a different reason. It's the RNG that can make it OP. Because remember, it's a 30% chance, and it's purely RNG. So if you lock out, the first 10 units you produce could all double produce. That's dumb. That's bad design. Because that's like way too much RNG. Like, let's say I do a Cataphract build. Let's say Cataphracts one day become relevant. If I build 10 Cataphracts and get another 10 for free straight away, that's basically the cost of my tech up for free. It's pretty bad. Dive now coming in. Castle is not going to go up. Anatan, this is it. It will be the hold of a lifetime, and it relies on these. Mangonels in choke points could be saving grace. Cannon has now arrived. The problem is Javelins still kill Springles, right? So guess what? Oh no! This is like the dumbest thing in the game right now. Springles will clear up the rest of it. This is it. This is over. Anatan will not be able to beat the Byzantines. His Iobid Kryptonite still remains from Greece. Or his Iobid Kryptonite, actually more fairly, is from Canada. Last line of defense, but it's not going to last much longer, and I think Anatan knows it. That Mangonel is just completely out of position. The cannon will finish it off. And after that, it should be a swift GG and a movement into game 3 with 1-1 apiece. You know what that means, folks? That means, for the second time today, Anatan versus Canada is going to be going the distance. Jav Contractor is super useless without engineering. I still think you count units with Jav. I think Palatine School can make sense if you're going for Varangi and GG, but like the problem is you have to make sure you got enough gold for that, right? Also, when you go faster imp like that, actually anything is doable. Because like against that matchup, Ibids can't match your tech, right? So actually you can invest all your olive oil into STBs and cannons and SGG. All right. So 2 games in, 1 point each. Do you guys like a long stream? I think you do like a long stream. So don't forget to subscribe. Because then you don't have to worry about all those ads. Has anyone else been getting the Gillette advert where it basically threatens that you're going to cut off your penis if you don't buy Gillette razors? Yep. I've been getting that one multiple times. It's horrifying. Anyway, let's have a look. Where are we heading to next? Ad time? Okay, Seagull. Well, actually, wait, do I choose 60 or 30 seconds? How close to live are we? I'm going to do 60 seconds of ads, guys, so you do not get an ad in the Frisian Marshes Abbasid Mongol game. Oh, that was perfect. We actually have 55 seconds until we're live. All right, choose prediction. Outcome is a win for Mr. Whimsical. So let's get the next prediction ready. Just had a 90-second ad? I mean, that's impossible because it wouldn't run a 90-second ad unless I triggered it. At least it shouldn't have. You know what the solution to that is? It's called subscribing. For a low price of $5, you can get 120 hours worth of content with no ads. Crazy. Didn't even get an ad. You might have got one more recently. All right, let's start the predictions. Close enough. Let's see. Oh, 1 sec. I think I just opened something I didn't mean to. Oops. Where's your points? Did you not bet on Wham? I just gave the points out. Welcome back to the Energy Slapfest #2 semi-finals. We take the Frisian Marshes. Wham with his Abbasids. If you guys are not familiar with Wham's talent on the Abbasids, look no further than the earliest days of Age of Empires 4. This was Buster McScruggs, his bro on David Kim. These were the infamous camel lovers of the earliest days. On the other side, Anatan looks to deliver pure aggression. I'd have it no other way. It's going to be the Mongol pick. Mongols, who we were talking with Mirad earlier, he said it was a top 3 civ on Frisian Marshes. And you know what? I think they're actually really impressive in this matchup in particular. Okay, tell me you're going multi-TC without saying you're going multi-TC. That might be one of the most cursed walls through berries I've seen in a long time. What am I looking at here? Well, the bigger problem is going to be the gold, though. The gold is forward, so that's kind of a little bit cursed. But yeah, pretty interesting matchup here, actually. Mongols, ever since that nerf, I mean, it just feels like they've been relegated to a no-no civ. The exception is certain maps, such as this one, that has very easily defendable trade, and also has the ability for you to just easily shut down your opponent's gold access. So curious to see where this outpost is going to be dropped. Honestly, I actually think the play for Anatan, walk here, drop an outpost right here. Block the berries immediately. It doesn't immediately GG this game because your opponent has got a lot of sheep, but it restricts his better food gathering rate, and then you can still follow up with an outpost over here. You can go 4 spears and split 2 each tower. And funnily enough, because your opponent's now built a wall, it's actually hard for him to reach the outpost. Anatan just trying to yoink from the backside. No. What are you Jesus, what are you doing, my heart? That was uncomfortable. Luckily, it's against an Abbasid player, right? So they're not going to have many villagers near the TC. So realistically, you should never die. No, the Khan has not sweeped all the sheep. We're just on Frisian Marshes. Still going to be 14 sheep, actually, for Wham. So pretty good. Spears now coming in. And the outpost is going to be on the gold. So, gold already gathered what he needs. Wham. We'll cancel the mine camp. Brilliantly done. Wait, did that actually get shot earlier by Anatand? No. I'm a little bit surprised he didn't actually pepper that with an arrow. But tech up's on the way. This should be military wing. Yeah, it's already on the way. The reason the military wing makes a lot of sense is you immediately get your archer to build a ram, and then you take out the outpost. Realistically, you don't have to rush that, by the way, because if you're planning to go 2TC, it's actually more optimal to get the town center up faster. Nano on the other side of this, I do not know why he's adding in more spears. I mean, he had double production. I guess it's okay. He also got a nice spawn on the stone, actually. It's close to the enemy base, so he's able to push his spearmen forward quicker. Doesn't change too much in this matchup. The big deal is going to be if he can escalate trade. And I'm curious to know what Wham's answer is going to be, because we're going to have that ram detail, but, you know, can you play quick enough in Filets to shut out the Mongols is the question mark now. Were the buffs on fresh foodstuffs good enough for this Civ to now dominate the Mongol matchup? That's what we're going to find out. I don't think this outpost is necessarily trash. It blocks both golds. So if Wham was trying to fast feudal you, he couldn't just rush with blacksmith decks coming through, right? And do a lot of damage. And you were always going to open spears. Is it the jackpot GG outpost? No, that just didn't exist in this spawn. You could realistically outpost here, and then if, for example, Wham wants to go for a good TC, he wants to drop it here, right? So instead, actually, what I was expecting was Anatan to build a second outpost here. But the logic is if you actually have 5 spearmen, your opponent can't walk and build a TC here anyway. He'll die. The archers are going to make it a little bit more annoying, but the outpost is still a threatening detail. Wow. Now on the stone. Is he going to go for the ram first? No, he's immediately going to go to the enemy base. That's dangerous, by the way, because Anatan just watched you walk off like that. I think Wham needs the TC here for it to be good. But if you walk here now, Anatan can pull out the spears and attack you. So yeah, it's like cart before the horse, right? Like jumping the gun, go on the other side. Outpost is going to be up just in time. Oof. Does not quite get the archer. But now he gets the deer. Ballsy play by Anatan. The timing on that could not have been more nail-biting. But remember, it's the value of the outpost is he saw this play and knew exactly when it was going to happen. Right? So he didn't necessarily like overreact. He done it exactly when he needed to. Silver Tree is definitely going to be safe. But now you need to get a stable drop. Or an archery range. One of the two. Well, what I'm on about. Dude, it's military wing. You're going to do archery range. The reason is that you need to clear these units up. Otherwise, you can't trade. I'm getting a little bit angsty here trying to dive in, though. I mean, when I see Spearman getting this low on HP, actually Keshik is pretty sexy. The reason Keshik feels really good as well is just because you're going to go trade. If you're going trade, you have a lot of gold. I know, just pulling back. And it is going to be the archer range. TC was on the wood line as expected here. You could honestly go free TC here. I don't expect him to, but I've seen games like this where actually a bastard looks pretty good with free TC. Even with military wing. Like, that's how good military wing is. Even if you're going free town centers, melee wing in these type of games still feels better. And it's going to be a lap back to the base. What were the predictions like in the end, by the way? I'm curious with this matchup. 81% on Wham. Wow. Just a few weeks ago, no one would have backed the bastards against the Mongols. He could have potentially rammed that? What, you think that Wham could have rammed this? You don't think that the ram takes too long to build? With the archers coming? Maybe if he'd done it like here, I could see that. But by the time he rotates around the back, I feel like that ram's going to take too long to build. You're just going to throw away 4 units, and then your opponent has archer mass, right? Yeah, agreed. I see where you come from. If he built the ram here, it's a good play. But that outpost, he didn't know about the outpost, right? Because he ran blind. I don't think the scout was with him. So it was complete punt. He didn't know if there was an outpost here yet. Ram now built home. This is pretty organic standard play. The bastards are going to open the map up again by getting rid of this outpost. Anatan on the other side of this now has traders coming out, though. The goal is for Wham to now get on the map, and that's why I always love to see the horsemen here. I actually think like there is a way that a Bastard can play this. It's quite intriguing, by the way. And it's camel archers. It's something that's quite viable on a map like this due to all of the sheep. But you can play horseman camel archers. And that shuts down the enemy trade, but it also screws over Keshiks. The problem right now is the archer count. You need to reduce that to allow for it. But if, for example, Anatan stops building archers, horseman plus camel archers destroys everything. So ram cleared. On the outpost going up in defense. Other side, Anatan's win condition. Let's try and dissect this. Like, what is his goal in this game? I actually think a longer feudal is surprisingly effective for the Mongols. You want to bulk up to 50 to 60 military and then tech up. The reason is actually Mongols are very interesting little basket case at this point in the game. Mongols do look weak at a lot of points in the game, but one of their strongest points is actually their castle age transition. Most civs tech up after building a big feudal army, and they want to wait for a fight. Mongols want to fight straight away, because if you get the Kurultai, you immediately have what I call Castle Age Light, or Feudal Age Plus, whichever way you want to go about it. It is a huge damage buff in the initial fight that your opponent can't contest, right? Then you get Veterancy afterwards, you're in a perfect position to end the game. So for me, Anatan's win condition is scale trade, go up to about 60 to 70 military, then go Castle Age. Wham, better to go up sooner. I think you should be rushing Castle. And in fact, the double outpost suggests that's exactly what we're doing here from the Canadian. Very smart read, the exact way you should be playing this matchup. Would have actually loved to have seen Anatan trading cross map. But I guess that has a higher risk with the horseman coming anyway. Spearman at least going to try to find these guys. Unfortunately, he's punting blind. Trade count only at 6 right now. GG, can't gone. This should be enough Spearman to keep the horseman away though. And Wham, because he wants Castle Age, isn't going to add in more. So trade will keep happening. What scares me though is with how quick this Castle Age time is going to be. Bastard Lancers are a really big problem for Anatan. And I think now Anatan has to realize what's happening and go Castle. This is bad for Mongols. This is exactly the situation you can't have. Like, this is the point in the game where a Bastards move ahead. Because your trade count is going to be, what, maybe 15 when they reach Castle? But you need to rush Castle yourself, so you don't have enough Spearmen to defend that. And you don't have outposts to react to it quicker. Yeah, first outpost only coming in. Culture Wing now on the way. What a crazy wall from Wham as well. This is really cool. He's getting himself a lot of food to work with. That's going to be 4 ponds. So looking at the collective count, oh, 15,500 apiece. Guys, that is 7,500 food. Yeah, you ain't going to be in a panic to get into farms with that. And that's exactly why it goes Culture Wing. Culture Wing's really good when you have these timings, if you're in a timing-based matchup, because it makes sure that you never fall behind. And in a game where you've got 7,500 fishing, you're not going to need farms anytime soon. So this is 100% the correct call by Wham. I actually think Eco Wing is kind of a throw. $7,500. Truly, blessings upon you. If you're an imp, you have Eco Wing though. And also, I don't think this game is going to Imperial Age. Also, 7,500 is not much when you're an imp. That's 3 times what it would cost to go into imp. I don't know. I feel like that's still quite a lot of food. Especially when you consider he's only now touching it. Why is there a ram here? When you don't know what else to do with it, right? It's just good. Like, I guess you could take out an outpost if it's here. That's about it, though. Trade count now up to 14. Wait, did he add in a market? Clever boy. Clever boy indeed. That's really cool. Very risky, but because you know your opponent's going Castle Age, because you only saw 2 horsemen, this is the moment where you can be greedy. Because you're going to still tech up, right? But when you've teched up, even more gold to work with. And tech up now on the way is indeed going to be the Kurultai. Wham's really impressing me, though. The fact that these horsemen have never died up here, and the most damage done to one of them is half health, right? Like, between them, they are 1.5 horsemen of health. That's pretty impressive. He has killed 2 workers as well. So it's not like he's been just dodging fights. He's actually been actively looking for them. And oh, he even gets another low one. Wait, what? No, he misclicked. they were lapped on top of each other, right? So he couldn't get them. Army is going to arrive, though, so Horseman is shut down. But now we've got a bigger threat, guys. It's cross-map trade, and Lancers are coming. Golems are coming. All the boogeymen that exist in your closet are coming. Yeah, I don't want to talk about all the games where I haven't seen people get superior mobility with Kurotai. That stuff depresses me. Anatan isn't aiming to depress me today. He's looking to impress me. It's on the way. I've lost count of the amount of times I've watched a Mongol player going for a fight, and the Kurotai has arrived just as he's lost the fight. It's like waking up late for the fight, you know? Hey guys, I'm here. I'm ready for us to defend freedom. Oh, they're all dead. Composite bow's now in the way, so Wham probably going to be going, what, Golem Archers? Lancers are nice to raid, but if you go Lancers, Spearmen counter you quite easily, and Keshiks can actually beat you. They beat you pretty hard, actually. So Golems Archers is a cool detail, but I feel like Wham has made a mistake there. You need spears. Or crossbows. Probably not crossbows because you've got composite bows, right? But you need spears. The reason is you're up against Mongol trade. In what world do they not build Keshiks? Another cool thing about this matchup, I used to love watching Mongol and Bassa back in the day because of the fact they could both build siege in the field. It always had a more interesting dynamic than someone just showing up mangoes and GGing another guy. Right? There's always these kind of clutch recoveries in the middle of a fight that were potentially possible. Traders gonna start getting hit a bit, but these Lancers, like I said, it's limited what they can do with the Keshiks, right? Like actually, Anatan, he's making a little bit of a mistake here because he hasn't pulled the Keshiks off. If you pull the Keshiks away from the archers, they'll always gap close. Yeah, this is much better. Yam affects cavalry by default. You don't have to buy it. Kurotai in position. Army is going to converge to the south side, and this is now a fight. It's an interesting one. Composite bows is very strong, but the buff damage of 20% is huge here on the archers. I actually think composite bows are still favored, especially with military boot camp. But when you're now in the Kashik detail, it's hard to look at this fight and not feel good about the Mongols' shot. Yeah, I don't like the trickle from Anatan. He just needs to commit if he's going to commit. And that is exactly what he's going to do. Keshik now moving in. I love that the Horseman has killed more than the Lancers have still all this time. Anatan is sending Spearmen up to try and contest that. Keshiks are getting a good fight, though. Gulem's now arriving. Second wave of Keshiks are going to dive on in. And the Spearman count is non-existent here. So Keshiks sustaining quite a long time in this engagement. Archer trade out on the backside, but no Kurotai. It's taken so long to arrive. Means that actually these archers are doing a good job of holding on for Wham. They're going to need to do a lot more than holding on, though. Pushback commences. New Lancers arrived. I can't believe this. Why is it the Mongols always rush before the Kurotai is in position? Oh my god. You know what? I blame this guy. Him right here. Jimmy nicked this horse and ruined the entire game. What? Archer buff is at least going to come in now, but it's too late. Archer mass is way too big for the Abbasids. You can't stay on the Kurotai anymore. You have to run away. Wow. I can't believe that. I think Anatan was in the driving seat on this one. But now, he can barely stand underneath his own Kurotai. If he cannot reclaim his own base area, this is over. And his base area is where the Kurotai is. Clash comes in, but half the troops aren't even being buffed up right now, so Archers will continue to trade out well. Behind this, Spearmen now getting added in, and Anatan only down to just 11 Archers doesn't have a good answer. Finally, he's using the Kurotai. This is a bit better now. Anatan should be able to just trade this out, get rid of the Archers. But, you know, behind this, your trade has been harassed. You've lost 7 workers. That's the difference right now. 2TC versus trade. Trade should still be better, but you're not on even grounds. And I wouldn't be surprised now if Wham drops a mosque and starts looking for relics. Wham's Rams. So this is an interesting detail, by the way. If you're wondering why isn't he building a mango, 1, Anatan doesn't have critical mass range. 2, if he did, you need 2 mangoes. 1 doesn't work because of Kurotai buff. The Kurotai heals off the damage between the shots. So you basically need... Actually, you kind of reliably need either 2 hitting the exact same time or you need 3. So it's much harder to actually play Mangoes into Kurotai. Lancer, barely alive, is actually going to raid at the perfect point here. The Spinman aren't looking, so more traders likely to go down. The dive comes in. Spinman upgrades through, and you need to clear these spears ASAP. The problem is there's golems mixed in, so the archers aren't actually quickly clearing it up. And the Ram can easily start just denting the buildings now. Oh, man, this is so suffocating. Wham, I just don't think he's ever going to be forced out of this position here. Ano is barely getting any Keshiks together, which is insane to think when you realize that he actually has, how many? 31 traders. And he barely ever has a Keshik alive. I actually think Anatan's just going to have to build a Mango. There's a scary thing happening here, actually. Lancers are prepped. If the Lancers come in now, this is over, because Anatan doesn't have an answer. He's got 5 crossbows. No crossbows, actually. Archer's going to dive them as well. I don't know, man. This is looking like a bit of a throw. I think Wham definitely played well to get where he got, but Anatan moving to fight without the Kurotai, maybe you can just praise Wham for baiting him into that engagement in the mid-map, but Anatan should have been on it like a car bonnet. That Kurotai should have been there 15 seconds earlier. If it was there 15 seconds earlier, Wham can't fight him. Instead, you've now got the situation where it doesn't matter that the buff is there. It's a 3x advantage. With composite bows already evening you out, there's no realistic world in which Wham should lose this now. All he needs to do is just keep spamming. And remember what we said, 7.5k food. And now he has more that he can access. Meanwhile, as you add in more and more Lancers, that's more and more trader deaths. What's the recovery arc for Anno now? I think he needs Siege. He actually needs to be ahead on Siege. Wham is kind of overmassing archers at this stage. So if you catch him doing that and you double Mango, you slap him down, right? Boot camp makes it a bit more difficult, but with the cool thing about this matchup, by the way, is with Kurotai buff, the Mangonels hit hard enough that the boot camp archers don't survive. So yeah, he needs double Mango. The problem is Anatan doesn't feel like his front line's big enough to do it. That's going to cost him the game. Lancer Rage just keeps stacking up. Keshiks have now been pulled from the main fight. And Mango is now here to play with Papa. Anatan has to fall back even further. And this means your production is no longer safe. So, unexpected turn here, because I thought Anatan might actually be first to match point. Instead, Wham, looking for that vicious vengeance for Puppy Paw. He's going to be taking his third game. Now, of course, that's reliant on Wham not just making a critical blunder, but I would be surprised. You know, at this stage, even diving the TC doesn't feel like a complete blunder. It's a bad idea, but it's not going to throw the game. Kurotai even being knocked by the Rams now. This is the last stand of Anatan. If this fails, it's all over. Keshiks march in. Kurotai buff is big, but is it really going to be big enough is the question mark. Spearmen are finally arriving. Archer count has at least been reduced, but the crazy part is that Wham is doing this while building Rams. So he hasn't even pushed everything into the enemy base. Why? Because he wants the production gone. Once that happens, Anatan will accept it for what it is. Until that happens, he's going to keep on fighting tooth and nail. Mango will at least be sniped out, but I think the damage is already done here. I love the fact that he's even just diving with the composite bows to kill off the Springald. Just to make sure the Rams finish what they started. Woo, spicy series still, though. Keep in mind that Anatan still has some very strong picks in the later part of this draft. He's still got the fabled HRE to work with. He still has the Chinese, although I think the strongest map for them has been removed. Jeanne d'Arc also still in the equation. And I think, you know, there's still some issues that now Wham has to solve for because of the strong picks he's thrown away, right? Like, Delhi will be held hostage by Jeanne d'Arc. Malians, don't want to see them against HRE, and I think Ottomans aren't exactly your safe pick anymore to get a win. Anna might have been able to recover if he mass ran his production away when there was a brief time Wham backed up. Yes, but he kept pushing in, right? Like, I actually think he just needed to back up and build siege. He probably got paranoid that Abbasis would just mirror and build 2 Springles, though. But those are the type of details, like, you know, when you're this far behind, I think you need to do it anyway. It's a Hail Mary, but it's probably your only bet. I love the fact that Anatan is somehow trying to go for for relics now, rather. The sad reality is that the Abbasid player has more relics than you. And he hasn't even taken the safe one. Like, he's too busy yoinking all the hard relics first. Oh my god. Tell me you're desperate without saying you're desperate. Well, that is brutal. 28 villagers killed versus none lost whatsoever. Oh, villagers and traders. If it seems like Anatan is just delusionally holding on, it's because Kurotai can do some stupid things. But, you know, the thing you have to keep in mind is we see the full picture, Anno doesn't. He's hoping, he's praying that this food source is eventually going to run out. And when it does, it's going to be a forced farm transition. And that'll give him a gap. But from Wham's position, like, this is very, very difficult to lose because you've now reached the trade. So Wham, he can shut this game off. Anatan would need to survive another 4 minutes for the food to run out. That's just not going to happen. Kurotai down to half HP. Villagers trying to keep it alive. Put the keep on the trade. Wham, in the politest way possible, saying, get the hell out of my game. Springle's at least going to be able to actually take out the mango. But these composite bows are getting absurd. And now, with trade being impossible, keep in mind that Anatan is about to lose 39 of his workers. Good God. Kurotai about to flop. Once that buff is gone, by the way, you can't fight this anymore. The plus 20% damage is what's balancing out the composite bows. Without that, it's over. So he needs to keep this alive, because if you have to repair it from 0, I just go next. Like, it's down. A little bit surprised that Wham is backing away, but I think it's because he knows to kill the eco. This is brutal. How long before you get demoralized by this type of game? Because I feel like Anatan has been on the ropes for a good 8 minutes now. And it's not getting better. Every single move he makes, Wham is reading him perfectly. He's one step ahead. Yep, Villager's already pulling for the wall. In fact, it's already going up. Yeah, look how one-sided this fight's going to be. It's 40 archers versus 40 the same. It doesn't matter, though. GG gets called. Wham now on match point after 3. Assuming at this point he's just thinking about his plan for the next game? Quite possibly, yeah. It wouldn't surprise me. All right, so let's get a point up on the board. Extra for Mr. Whamsicle there. Tricky series now for Anno. Nothing but perfection, but he's got some good picks. Oh yeah, have I still got it saying co-cast and Myriad? Is Myriad hopping back on? Are you full of food, mate? You want to hop on for the last 2? I mean, 1. I don't know the outcome of it. I don't know how this series is going to end. Two Brits? Yeah, bruv. And he sounds more Brit than me. It's great, isn't it? I've had people call me Australian, Irish, and American. Myriad is a hard Brit, that's for sure. All right, hop in the Discord, mate. We'll get you back in. It's second energy drink time. Oh, thank you, Pharmacist. Glad you're enjoying it, man. You've been following me for like... When did you start... Wait, you followed me from Diablo, right? Is that correct? Was it Diablo or Dota? I think it's Diablo, right? Myriad is 2 Brits. We don't acknowledge you, KP? Oh, okay, guys. You know what it is. I'm going to change the number for that. How many days since we cast a Voldemort win? It's 4, right? There we go. The ones we didn't cast don't exist. GG. You won 6 times? I didn't see them. Fake news. Alright, let's get Myriad back in. We'll ask Myriad. Myriad will be honest about this. Myriad, if we didn't see Voldemort win, does it count?
Of course not.
There we go. 4 days since the Voldemort win.
If it's not televised, it doesn't exist.
Exactly, man. It's fake news. So, Ottoman... What? This is a throwaway by Wham. It's Ottoman's Chinese.
I love you, Voldemort, really. You know that.
No,
Mwah.
don't smooch up to him. All right? He has no power here.
But I just can't win versus you kicked at me.
Oh. Wait. You smacked fucking Myriad? Bro. Voldemort, like, you know what? Like, he's a better cast than you. You're gonna have to cast. This is my power to like, inflate the casting scene. I'm gonna make all... Like, my goal is to just make all players into casters. And then...
Voldemort and I are like the best toxic couple.
It's beautiful. But, like, do you know the genius of my plan, Myriad? Is I'm gonna make you all casters. You're gonna be too focused on casting, and then I'm gonna announce my pro career. And then, only Marine Lord will be in my way.
You know, I had a feeling that's your plan.
It's the only way I plan, man. Alright, so, Cliffside Chinese Ottomans. Convince me that this is not just a throwaway Ottoman pick.
Yeah, I mean, I would struggle to, honestly. It does feel like it. Like, I don't see Ottomans doing too much here, honestly.
And you, by the way, like, love Ottomans. Like, I need to clarify that for chat. I remember the early days of casting you, I was like, oh, Myriad, it's either going to be English or Ottos.
Yeah, when I was still like early on the rise, and Ottomans were that wasn't when the process when they were starting to get like a little buff every single patch before they ramped up to be strong. I did favor them quite a bit, so I played them quite often.
This feels like a confessional right now. I admit it. I did do it.
I was in fact that disgusting Ottoman spammer.
And
Hey,
I'd do
look,
it again.
you know how Warchief Club works, right? I mean,
I do.
if they didn't ban it out, I'm gonna play it.
Dude, like, you're all got to do it. Like, was it Gully Deckle? The moment the patch dropped, he was just spamming HRE. He got 10 HRE wins in a row and then stopped playing for a week, right? I know
Exactly
the game.
right.
All right.
Damn right.
So let's do the thing where we pause. I'm going to pause it for a few seconds because I don't know why. Sometimes on live at the moment, we get a weird lag. All right. Oh, that gives me a chance, actually. Let's set up the predictions. So who will win? Who won that? It was, of course, Mr. Whamsicle. No nice thing is, like, because I don't put the names of the civs, I just put the names, it's very easy to put a new prediction up. All right. Have at it, you gamblers. It's time. Jeez, they move so quick at the start.
Speed.
I know, the speed. That is the power of Canada when they are looking for vengeance. Wham! Now on the verge of avenging his bro in the semi-finals. And you know what? To make this moment all that much more special, I had to get Myriad back on the mic. And he was just telling me, as much as he loves spamming the Ottomans to climb the Warchief clubs, there is no possible way they win this.
No possible way. It could be a little bit of a stretch. I just think it's. I think Barbican is just a very, very strong landmark here, more so than usual. And especially with the spawn that Anatan is available now, we see the big forward wood line as well as the gold on the front. Makes it so easy to place it over there on the front to completely block off the central entrance, as well as protect the gold and the wood line and the sacred side, of course. And that will give the Chinese enough of a time to actually set up themselves up with 2TC if Anatan so prefers.
Yeah, I love that you highlight that, because I actually think that's why Roos is also really good on Cliffside. I know that's kind of like a shoehorn statement, because Roos are good everywhere. But especially the Kremlin here, because it basically gives you vision over pretty much everything that matters on Cliffside, right? It's always the ramp play that matters most. Like, the good civs are the ones that can rush down the center, and that blocks their play. Now, what I'm thinking is actually, I wouldn't be surprised that Barbican's drop near the deer. You've got deer goldstone over here, that skews your wood line. You could then just play the condensed TC behind while still having long food source. I'm wondering, though, Wham, is your goal here as Ottomans to just get out of feudal as quickly as possible?
It's a tricky one. I think in the past, Ottomans was, not too uncomfortable going, second TC themselves and getting into a boom off against Chinese, because they have, I don't want to say their imp was better than China when they had, the great bombard strength and the, old vizier system and the military school productions, but they I think they did feel quite comfortable even against China late game, whereas now we've, of course, pivoted away from that due to the recent well-deserved nerfs, I would say. And now I think we kind of go back to the old school Ottoman player where it's a bit more tempo-based. I think a feudal all-in is realistically not going to work, especially on a map like Cliffside, where quite often you have food spawning at the back, and we see 2 berry patches to the back for Anatand, as well as reasonably defensible left side berries. So I wouldn't be surprised to see 2TC from Anatand and maybe some units into Castle Rush for Wham here to look to pick up relics and do some damage there. Maybe go into 2TC later himself.
Yeah, because I feel like if this goes long feudal, I just feel like Chiganu spam wins, right? Like, especially with the new Imperial Academy build. I feel like the transitions in the early game for Chinese got way too good. Like, to me, I feel like you could have reverted this resource buff to Imperial Academy, and China would still be insanely good and competitive.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Juganu are just so incredibly oppressive on the defensive. It's very tough to push into any kind of choke point that they defend, especially with just a handful of spears to prevent, a wraparound or a surround by Sipahi. So pushing into, especially through something like Barbican that may throw off your direct line of attack, is very difficult even for a civ like Ottomans who are quite shy at any kind of aggression.
I'd actually love to see Wham just use these initial spears to shove in. I think that's one area that like Wham and Pop will kind of head of a lot of Ottoman players with. I feel like everyone right now does this military school opening, right? But a lot of the time they just end up attacking a mining camp, and you're just shrugging like, what was the point? But the deer shove in would actually give you a lot of security. I'd love to see him just actually mess with the deer on Anatan's side. In fact, that looks to be what we're getting into.
Indeed. So shoving into there, as you said, incredibly useful to do with these early spears, because realistically you're not going to get much damage, especially against a civ like China. But on top of it, if you even manage to, lame the opposing side's deer, then you can get a lot of value from it.
Especially when there's like such a high value area, choke point next to the primary tree line, and close to base. Like, that's the more important thing, is Chinese players always want to condense 2 TCs and then play out. If you just post these deer much further away, it's difficult play to lean out into. And also, some of these deer locations are just going to naturally block you from getting nice walls up.
Exactly right, and even more so, it's further exacerbated by the fact that China is just, as we know, arguably the most food-hungry civilization in the earlier parts of the game. Limiting their food access, especially on higher quality food sources such as deer, is really, really going to hurt them.
Wow. He's going to, of course, switch over to Sipahi. This is pretty standard. We haven't seen any suggestions that he's hanging around. This 100% to me looks like a Castle Age build.
Yeah, absolutely, and quite a greedy one at that. Not even bothering to set up the second military school. He wants to get up there as fast as possible. He did gather a little bit of extra wood for that blacksmith there, which I don't know. I feel like if you're gonna go for a blacksmith for your military school, you might as well go for the second school as well. But I think this will be just fine as well.
I think Anatan tricked him in this as well. Like, when do you see archers from Chinese? It's usually a forced reaction, but this is smart because the first Sipahi is still, what, 40 seconds? Oh my god, 1 minute and 15 seconds away. Gold's going to get idled out, and look at Wham's supply. He doesn't have enough gold to even think about teching up.
And not just that, look at that. 9 villages moving forward aggressively for Anatan right now. This looks to be a Barbican drop, KP.
Well, you may be able to lame his home deer, but he can just block you out of yours in the gold, and this is going to be big. Stone on the front side, that's another big issue. You mentioned he only went 1 military school. Now he will only ever have 1 military school.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, this is quite painful. This is completely unexpected, right? I mean, it makes sense to Barbican drop on a map like this, but it's still one of those things that you just don't really expect all the time, and doesn't really cross your mind. You think, oh, they're gonna go sit back to TC, they outscale me. That's what they want to do, right? But this type of counter tempo play from China into Ottomans can be very effective.
What worries me is, although he has the back gold and stone, those are the further away ones, right? So now you ramp up further. You mentioned that this is a food-hungry civ. That's when they go Song. He has got that online, but with the amount of food he's now got, the map control, the other thing we always have to amplify about the Chinese, they have a good economy, and they have insane production rate. So he has the ability to now stranglehold this map. And you're seeing Wham's reaction. He has to add in the stables and the archery range.
Exactly, and this is extremely painful, isn't it? I mean, Wham was just set completely thinking, oh, okay, I can just go castle, that's perfectly fine, and didn't set up the second military school, no more production, no early units. Now he's really going to suffer for it, because from this position where China took over the tempo, I think it can be very dangerous for Ottomans if China commits any further.
What just happened? Jeez, Brocktree just gave £100. Apparently you and Voldemar are going to have a show match at some point later.
To be confirmed.
Mate, I don't know, mate. It depends how long this day goes. It might have to be tomorrow if it's a long slog.
Indeed. I mean, I'm working early tomorrow, so I might have to have a rain check on that one.
We'll figure it out. We've got to resolve this beef for good. You know that Voldemar said that he'd fight me on land?
He'd what?
He'd fight me on land. He said that.
Fight you on land?
Yeah.
You're going to take that, KP?
Dude, like, take that. I mean, does the Big Ben take a gust of wind to the side and care?
Exactly right.
Exactly. I ain't afraid no noodle arms, right? All of a sudden, Anatan now going for Castle Age. And the funny thing is, actually, Wham isn't going to fall for this and just full commit feudal. He's going to go for Castle 2. However, I feel like food is now a problem for him. And Anatan has agency on the map, right? So we could easily just be looking at Mass Palace Guard.
Yeah, that's perfectly possible. Anatan's already almost a castle, but so is Wham actually on the side. What I don't like from Wham right now is if you check his 20-minute Madrasa, he only has one villager on it, KP.
Yeah, that is surprising, right? Because without Ecotech, it can be 5, I think, and when you get the level 1, you put it down to 4. Is that correct?
I believe so. I normally always have 4, and I'm always left with only 1 berry, so...
It's because you're an efficient boy getting your Ecotechs.
Apparently so.
An Imperial Army on the way. Clock Tower in response. Now, we haven't had a new production building drop down just yet, but Anatan has got over 300 wood, so we'll be seeing that shortly. And actually, no, he just sets up on the ford, right? Like, the Clock Tower is there. If you add in a Rax now, what does Wham do?
This is a tough position for sure. I mean, realistically, second archery range being dropped now by Wham. I think he knows what's coming. He knows that Palace Guard is going to be the way forward. But I feel like with these, with Nest of Bees protected by this Barbican so close to the Ottoman base, it might be pretty tough for Wham to be able to protect his wood line on the left there.
Yeah, because usually in this position, Nest of Bees don't look OP because your opponent can't just like wheel them into your base and kill you. It has to come up over the open. But that's an option as well. Instead, Anatan says, like, it's getting kind of late in East Europe. If I'm going to go into the Grand Finals and crotch stomp Louis or Marine Lord, I want to be quick in this series. He's already getting into Trebs.
This is reminiscent of the old school White Tower rush for the English, where you drop it on the front and straight away you get out a trebuchet to start taking down the base. But of course, it's made even worse here by the fact that their clock tower trebuchets and the eco for China is so much stronger.
Why are you going to dive in though? And this is the problem I have. I thought we'd be getting the Raxes here for this reason. Villagers? That's a heavy loss for Anatan.
It's a big loss for sure. There's no way to deal with this Sipahi right now. It's nothing but archers, villagers, and a trebuchet. That treb's going to go down, and even that second treb is probably going to go down when Wham notices, which he does.
I'm speechless right now. Like this game was in the palm of his hands. Look back at Anatan's base. If you're wondering where the spearmen are, they're busy having a congregation. They're deciding what they want to do in Game 5, but it's not even over yet. We might not get a Game 5. Oh!
Wow. Just like that, it's cool.
My God.
Wow.
Myriad, you cursed the series, mate. That was the quickest cast ever.
Wow, I did not expect such an early tap out, but it was a huge position to try to come back. She was hugely behind, I mean, from that position, so I do understand.
I think Anatan's going to be kicking himself, right? Like, we get into this one, we felt like it was kind of a sieve throwaway by Wham. It looked like Anatan had him on the ropes, but, you know, all I can focus on is the idea that if that had just been a Rax on the forward, 3 or 4 spearmen coming out, I don't think you can get dove like that. And considering, like, what Anatan was doing, I think he was just rushing to the end. That second trebuchet was the difference between having a Rax out there and having up to 8 spears, right? But all of a sudden, vengeance is given over. Puppy Paw may not be able to make it to that grand final showdown, but Wham will be there as the NA representative up against either China or Europe. Be sure to tune in on the main channel for that one. But an unfortunate demise for Anatan. Such high hopes today. I really thought he'd go all the way. We'll just have to keep an eye out for him next time.
That's right. I mean, stellar performance from Anatan getting this far. Taking down Puppy Paw as the underdog is absolutely no easy feat. Puppy Paw, who in the Elite Classic 2 was runner-up, of course, in the grand finals against Marine Lord and looked poised to take the whole series against him at one point. So taking him down is no easy feat. So extremely well done to Anatan for making it this far.
Oh, yeah. Now, the fun doesn't have to end, folks. I already said I don't like to double cast. The grand finals is not my target. But I'm checking in now if the third place match is going to be played at the same time.
That would be fun.
Yes, because that was what I was told earlier. Bless Matisse, he was like, I want to be respectful of their time. I'm like, no, you want to get the longer show. Take that time. So you want this money? Dance for it, boys. Like right now, we're dangling that money in Voldemort, and in front of you, Voldemort is like, you want this $100? So wait, what was the terms? Was this for a best of Brocktree, buddy? I'm here to teach you a lesson. You offer $100, you can get him to do a best of 5 easily.
Could do a best of 5 for sure.
Mm-hmm. Maybe a best of 7. It's $100.
Best of 7, even though.
Actually, like I'm pretty sure. Like I asked. Like, let me check this. Did I ask Voldy for this before? Yeah, I know that I can get Voldemort for up to a best of 9. Actually, cha-ching.
Oh, on the spreadsheet, eh?
Have I got you on the spreadsheet?
I put myself there, but I don't think I put any, anything else in there.
Yeah, honestly, I need to get you added to that. In fairness, I don't know if these rates hold anymore because I made like so full disclosure to chat. Like I was trying to plot for show matches and I gathered the rates of a lot of players. Like like rates as in what would it take to get in a show match. And then the new tournament ranking system came out. I was like, well,
yeah,
they just got more expensive. Oh yeah, I did share it with you. Yeah. Dragonfans, I can play for less. I mean, I can tell you don't really do it for the money after that Numenor game. I'm sorry, Dragonfan. In fairness, he said that we can remember him that way. It is quite the claim of fame, especially after taking down Vortex. I just like to imagine in that tournament, Dragonfan's like, you know what? I beat Vortex. I could win this whole thing, but
that Vortex game was quite stellar. As a former English spammer myself, that was quite beautiful to watch.
Did you see the Numenor one?
I don't think I have actually.
So I'll recommend it to everyone to watch at some point. I'll get the link in my chat. I think I called it the biggest throw in Age of Empires 4 history. It true. I like completely true to its name is all I will say without spoiling too much. So let me find it. Yeah, here you go. This one was absurd. There you go, guys. Mark this down to watch later. Because we still got more fun to come here. So no need to run off now. But that game, I'm not sure who's gonna have more nightmares, me or Dragoman. That was a peculiar game. All right, so I just got confirmation. The third place match will be played at the same time. So guys, what we're going to do is we are going to wait for the draft to appear for that. I believe that is going to be a best of 3 third place match. Oh no, best of 5. Jackpot.
Long one, eh?
Oh yeah, it's so what are we at? 6, almost 7 hour stream. It's gonna be a 10 or 11 hour stream, possibly. I mean, who have we got? We've got. Wait, is Louis Marino still going? I don't think so.
No, I finished 3-2 to Marino. That was a nail-biting series.
So we're going to get Louis versus Anatand. Okay. I'm just going to say it. I don't care about the grand finals. That to me is the bigger... I don't know if it's going to be Meme Fiesta, Clown Fiesta, or just beautiful off-meta elegance. But yeah, no, this is the one people want to watch. What kind of stream is this?
It'll be a very intense series.
We have male models casting AoE4. Uwu? What are you on about, dude? We haven't got Myriad on camera. So let me update Carl.
Too kind.
You earn it. So let me update the title. What I'll do, I'll keep an eye out for the draft. If people want to go get themselves some food, I'd recommend it. This could be a long series. The reason is that Anatan is no stranger to late game, and Louis is almost a fetishist for it. That guy sees late game coming, and there's this noise that I imagine he makes in my brain, almost like oh goody, but however that would be said in Chinese.
Indeed, yeah. There's few players that look so comfortable and almost seem to enjoy getting to those later stages of the game as Louis MT.
Oh, I think it might be a beer free. We've got the draft underway right now. Someone on Wikipedia ducked up. It did say best of 5, but we've got 3 picks coming in. So, let's have a look at what we've got here. Anatand. I don't know about you. I feel like Japanese is always this curveball that's very effective in a lot of even 3 or best of 5 drafts.
Yeah, I agree completely. Japanese is a bit of an interesting pick, like, because most people just expect a simple, plain old fast castle into mounted samurai from Japan, but as we've seen, Anatand as well, especially utilize some different strategies with Mass Yumi and Feudal against Wham, and other players as well. They can really come out swinging with some unexpected strategies that I think are still unexplored.
Yeah, and as we saw earlier today, Anatand is quite the Dora the Explorer with the Sith. The Faye delusionally didn't give over the Yumi point earlier. Still stand by it. Yumi won that game. We might be seeing them again. Probably not, actually. This is probably the 3 worst Siths to try and build Yumi against in the entire game. But still, I really like Japanese up against Jean d'Arc in particular, if you can force that matchup. Eichuri we already know works well against Jean. I think Eichuri actually, I'd say they work well against all 3 of these civs. The Byzantine one's kind of a spicy matchup in that the Eichuri, I think, are a bit better in Castle Surge and actually feudal play. The weird thing we've been seeing, though, is that Varangian in late game actually beat Men-at-Arms.
Yeah, with the Teardrop Shields as well as the, I forgot their name, the other tech in the barracks for Varangians.
For the speed? Is that the one you're thinking of?
I think so, and yeah, I think that might be it. It can lead to a pretty severe swarming situation for the Varangian, where they overrun the Men-at-Arms, and they do end up attacking faster than the Men-at-Arms for HRE.
Yeah.
However, I do think we don't see this very often, and it's tough to do consistently because prelates are slow and expensive and clunky to actually get involved in your army. An inspired massive HRE MA will make quick work of Varangians, I would say.
That is true. It's just always harder to use that strategy than if you're playing Order of the Dragon. The other thing that's quite interesting to me is typically in this matchup, I actually think you go for Western Contract as the Byzantines. And that's really strong in the later game because in terms of power ranking on using Landsnecht, HRE is the worst. And Byzantine are balancing with Order of the Dragon. The way I view it is like Order of the Dragon is better at the start of Castle Age, but late game, when you can't afford that, there's no better seer for building Landsnecht than Byzantines because it's all olive oil, right? And if you layer them in with the Varangian, all of a sudden you have this AoE spread that even the HRE can't match.
Yeah, I agree completely. I think, in fact, late game Western Contract, I would argue, is necessary for Byzantines to be able to match and compete with the HRE's army. Otherwise, it'll be a throwback to what we saw in Puppy Paw against Anatand, where there's just this immense swarming melee mass from HRE that you just can't really deal with, no matter how many high quality range units in the form of Arbaletria you get out. So having access to their own Landsconnects would allow Byzantines to sort of go toe-to-toe with the HRE front line.
Let me check what the maps were that we got drafted here, because I skipped over that detail. Where are they? I don't even see it. Alright, there we go, I found it. So, we are getting Dry Arabia, Lipany, and Cliffside. That kind of makes me like Anatand's draft a bit better. Mainly because of Cliffside. Like, Louis doesn't have... I don't feel like Louis has a gotcha pick. If, for example, if Anatand just picks Chinese there, right? Like, purge that game you just watched from your brain. It's like, please, no one use that game as an indicative read on how, like, Anatand's Chinese usually works. I think he knew the moment that happened, the duck up he made. Like, if he just built a Rax there, it was GG anyway. But, Jean d'Arc against Chinese, maybe? But I feel like if it's Jean d'Arc versus Chinese, the Chinese player just rushes castle. And if you go 2TC, it's 2TC versus 2TC Song.
Yeah, it's tough, right? I mean, Louis MT doesn't have a standout solid pick on Cliffside in particular. I mean, I'd say out of all of these, maybe Jean d'Arc is the safest pick on the map. But realistically, I think Cliffside, although it's relatively open in the early parts of the game before, mass warding can come up, which was quite effective in the later stages on it. The reality is, it's on a short map like that, Knights lose some value because it's tougher to maneuver and find the damage that you're looking for.
You're seeing this, right?
I am indeed.
Louis MT is, in my opinion, the best Jean d'Arc player in the world. But this is quickly becoming one of Jean's biggest counters. It's HRE versus Jean. All right,
Indeed.
Let's get ready. Let's hop this in game. We've watched a lot of HRE dismantle Jean over the last several hours. But maybe the best Jean picker in the world, the best Jean player, can prove otherwise in this clash. Welcome back to the third place match, the third place decider in Energy Slapfest number 2. We open up of this best of 3 with Louis MT on his signature Jean and Anatand on what right now, Myriad, is looking like an uncrushable Holy Roman Empire.
That's right. This is for the third time that we see this matchup today. Earlier on, we saw, well, we didn't see because we were casting the different series, but I tuned in briefly there as well. We saw Marine Lord on Gorge piloting Jean d'Arc against Louis MT's HRE and KP in that series. Louis MT made it look even more one-sided for HRE than Anatan did against WAM. So I'm very, if you mentioned Louis MT being, in your opinion, the strongest Jean d'Arc player currently competitive, I'd argue he's at least he's tied, if not slightly below Marine Lord, but you can make the argument whichever way you wish. However, if Marine Lord failed to take down Louis on his Jean d'Arc, then we'll have to see on Dry Arabia of all maps, Prime Jean d'Arc map, if he can pull it off. And if he does not, then I would be tempted to say that HRE overshadows Jean d'Arc severely.
And yeah, I agree. Like, Marine Lord is always a shoe-in for those kind of French roles. The interesting thing that I lean towards Louis is I think he's been kind of trend-setting a lot with this Civ, and also he statistically has more games. But you're right, Marine Lord would be the other one in contention. It's just sadly we don't get to see M Lord too often on Jean. So, in fairness to you, as you just highlighted, with Marine Lord being on Jean in that situation, if Louis can make this happen, you can argue whether Louis Marine Lord is the same caliber, but I will remind people that Anatan managed to take down Puppy Paw 3-2 in his series earlier. So do not underestimate the power of this Belarusian.
Absolutely. Notable sticking point in this early game is, often we see double scout opening from the Holy Roman Empire, which I think against a lot of civs has a lot of value. But we do not see that in this game, which I'm not sure how I feel about. I think against Jean d'Arc specifically, it can be quite a useful opening. But then again, you could argue because JD will typically have map control and go out for deer, for boar, and they don't actually care about sheep as much as something like French would potentially.
Or you could just take all the sheep with one scout. This is really bad for Louis. Jean d'Arc is one of those civs that, as you said, they can usually say, oh, well, I didn't get the sheep or go on deer. That used to be the case easy peasy against HRE, but this is a new breed, right? HRE play hard into feudal. We've seen it multiple times, and I think Anatan, I'd expect it here. He's got all the options at his fingertips, but with the wood line being on the goal like this, I would rate highly the idea of Blacksmith Feudal. Now that I'm seeing an outpost, though, it's looking like Anatan might be taking us to a replay of that Puppy Paw game.
Indeed, and that makes complete sense, I would argue. I mean, sure, although you can outmass Jean d'Arc early on in feudal with HRE, especially on a map like Dry Arabia, I think it's a risky thing to do. I mean, HRE does not have to fight in feudal against JD if they don't want. Even in JD's heyday, when she was one of the very, very best picks possible amongst the current roster of civs that we have available. Even then, we saw HRE opt for fast castle against them with some success. So I think doing that now, maybe with just a few units sprinkled in again, as Anatan did against Puppy Paw, should be quite effective. And of course, most likely, Louis MT did not in fact see that game. So,
all right, I was just checking behind the scenes with Matisse here. Apparently, this is meant to be a BO5. I'm going to wait for confirmation because they definitely drafted for a BO3. So unless we're getting a redraft, but that would make no sense. Like, you'd have 4 Civ picks if you're doing a redraft halfway through a BO5. We'll see. Love that Anatan is doing this, though. We've herded the deer.
Indeed. It's exactly the same as against Puppy Paw in the earlier game. We see the deer herd, and looks like LuMT Scout is heading in that direction. He will be able to spot it around the same time and distance that Puppy Paw has spotted it on the gorge.
Well, the difference is these deer. I mean, it's weird because actually on the gorge one, I felt like the deer were further away. You'd think that Anatan would be closer, but Louis, this is a perfect time to intercept.
Oh, yeah.
Look how far away he still is from the Archon, so no everlasting buff for Anno in this one.
Yeah, undoubtedly. I mean, they're not even under the Archon, right? So it's a bit painful. Definitely worse than the hole he got against Puppy Paw. I mean, it does at least make it so that they're all close by. A mill plus 8 villages there could be quite effective, but of course, against Jeanne d'Arc, that's easier said than done.
You know that different units have different aggro range on deer, right?
That's right, yeah.
I think, is it Spear's one the lowest, if I remember correctly?
I believe so, yeah.
Because I remember, like, a long time ago discussing this with Recon. Because he used to, like, on Hill and Dale, you know how he is. Campy play. He's like, yeah, I always push my deer in with Spears. It's really, I feel like it's a lot harder with the Scout, because it already got mentioned by Faye that it feels really obnoxious. The Scout has a really wide aggro range, which means you often send the deer off in the wrong direction.
Yeah, that's true. It can be both a positive and a negative, I think. With the Spears, of course, you can get nice and close to the deer to push them in. But the Scout can be quite effective because obviously having access to the bow means you can force the deer to go closer from a distance, which can be effective in some situations.
Anatan just discovered the TC. Horsemen are on the way there, and this isn't very far in the building process. So actually, I think what Louis needs to do is he actually needs to get Joan back. Instead, she's busy fighting a horseman. The wolf is joining it. Oh, God.
Oh, yeah, that is rough for sure. He will be able to micro this. He might lose just one villager and TC goes up. It's not the end of the world, but definitely not ideal for sure. That wolf is not going to make it any easier either.
No, this is at least going to be 2 villagers by the looks of it. Knight's at least going to come over, so the horseman shouldn't be able to hang around anymore, but still, 2 losses this early against H3 rushing Castle Age, and you're going 2 TC. This is a little bit reminiscent of what we saw earlier, only I'd argue this is a worse position than what we saw before for Puppy Paw.
It's definitely a little bit painful, right? Losing 2 villagers, Jeanne d'Arc in a situation like this against HRE, it's definitely gonna sting a little bit. But we see the exact same opening here from Anatan coming in with fewer spears this time because there's not as much of a threat as before. Fewer units so far from LuMT's JD as opposed to Puppy Paw. So
I think keeping Joan near the TC is really underrated in those type of moments. Like, for example, if Louis had Joan there, he would have built this a lot quicker. Yes, the horseman would have been here, but Joan would have been attacking one of them. The knight would have been here as well. Like, this is very underrated. I think this is still being figured out with Joan, is optimal pathing across the map. If this was a game like StarCraft or Warcraft, I think people would already lock that in because of the predictiveness of the map spawns, right? But even at the highest level of play, you're seeing these routes that feel suboptimal for 2TC. Because in an ideal world, you want to be going for the first ball or attacking the enemy and then coming back and getting the building aura. But because you never know where your enemy is going to be or where the resources are going to be, it's very difficult to gauge that play.
yeah, I agree completely. And it was a tiny little bit of a slip up, I would say, by LuMT moving Jeanne d'Arc so forward, wanting to get the harassment that he can on the gold as early as possible, and missing, I think, initially that stable, not seeing it.
Love the walls coming in, though. The most efficient walls possible. No squares, like some people. Triangles.
Now, I don't know if you're aware of this, KP, but these walls are a bit deceptive because I don't know if you knew this.
Oh, no.
But if a wall is directly adjacent to a relic, the prelate can in fact pick up the relic through the wall.
Nope. I think the one on the other side, the left side, is fine, right? It's definitely the right one that he's going to be able to just yoink through the wall, though.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's it's not just relics, by the way. You can do it with deer as well, with pro
And
scouts.
sacred sites.
Yep. I remember I watched B do it with a pro scouts play where he dropped the deer on one side of the wall and picked it up on the other with scouts.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting one for sure.
And he's only walled off 2, right? So like that was this high prior area. This is still quite easily could be a free relic game for Anno. We have got Raxes and plus the stables, so I like this approach. You can use the knights to harass the enemy, and then the spearmen could just move out one relic after the other.
Yeah. One interesting deviation we see Louis MT doing from Puppy Paw in the earlier game is, we already have second stables being dropped, no knights being traded from there yet, but so far this is definitely looking like a higher commitment to feudal compared to what Puppy Paw did, with upgrades coming in now, wheelbarrow, horticulture, acid distillation already in.
And that was the big criticism we had, right? It's like that point in the game, it felt like Puppy Paw should have been all in. So curious to see if it pays dividends for Louis or Anatant here. The reality is, if he's able to guard these relics, very tough game for the HRE.
Yeah, agreed. First prelate already moving out to the safest relic that Anatant has access to, but he is swiftly going to go down to the 9.
That
oh
was a
no,
mistake.
I think it's too late.
No, you've got to be kidding me.
I actually thought he'd get it.
I don't know what server they're playing on as well. There's a decent amount of ping involved in that. That was clutch. Last second to make sure he gets away.
Yeah, that was dangerous there for sure, but well read by Louis to get out just in time.
And no, he didn't get prelate health. You can't get your hands on the prelate health. The reason why that prelate lasted so long is because he didn't charge with the knight. He only attacked with the sword.
Yeah, absolutely. Knights dancing around each other now. Anatant sending straight directly towards the TC of Louis MT to try to idle it out here and there, prevent some of that knight production. But so far, we see an absolute commitment from Louis MT to staying in feudal age. And I think this is the correct way to play this. Double stable, already 8 knights, another one in the queue to Anatant's 8. And this is a fight that Anatant can't take, so he's forced to go into space. But that will make it much more difficult to actually secure those relics.
That's also exactly what Louis needs to still win a fight, because he's got archers, right? So, like, you know, if this was, for example, men-at-arms with knights, which sounds kind of weird, but it would give you, like, some way of maybe eventually scaling to a point that Louis can't contest you. But this is kind of the golden scenario for him. So I really do actually like his approach like this. I think the goal is going to be to try and tech up probably around 17, 18 minutes. Because as long as these knight raids don't hit too hard, you should have probably about 13, 14 villager leads. So if he can block 4 of the relics until that point, I feel really good about Louis' position.
Yeah, agreed. I think Anatant's plan here looks quite clear in my mind. He's going to use this massive spear mass he has to go 1 by 1 to every relic, because he knows by now that Louis MT is full committed to feudal as much as he can. So he's going to escort every single prelate with that mass that he knows Louis can't engage into unless he has a lot more archers, which would have to make his Night Mass suffer. So we'll see how many he can secure. But Louis potentially already macroing for Castle Age, it looks like. No more knights in queue.
Yeah, I think this is the correct read. Is like, you need to scale knights still, but you want to be moving towards castle, because the logic here is if you can get to 20 knights, you can just go raw institute, right? And raw bloodlines means you break this army, and that's the worst case scenario, because what the HRE wants you to do is go guild hall so that you get Imperial Age. But raw institute is a game ender before HRE really comes online with this type of build.
Yeah, absolutely. Royal Institute can be incredibly effective at doing a very brutal all-in in Castle Age, exactly when HRE want to look for that imp timing, and it's especially made effective by this kind of extended feudal TC play against Castle Age. So it could be an angle that Louis looks to go for.
4 more knights added in. Relic is not going to be breached quickly. Anatan not even trying to come out here for a freebie to see if he can pick it up through the wall. One knight is also just going to be a throwaway. Elsewhere on the map, there's potential for him to try and creep around the back of the TC. I feel like this should be a 2-relic game, but Anatan has been very slow to move for that relic in the center.
Yes, indeed. There seems to be a little bit of a hesitation here. I think Anatan is not quite sure of the kind of archer mass that he's dealing with. He's not too worried about the knights with the amount of space he has, but with the archer mass building now for Louis MT, is getting to the point where one-shotting these spears is going to be no issue, and there aren't quite enough knights for Anatan to actually deal with them.
Louis has left a knight from the south side, so that's going to be thrown away, but now it's the heads-up warning. He's heading to the south. Now, the risk that Anatan has here is, even if you can contest the main fight, if Louis doesn't feel he can do that, and your spears are out here, he can dive the main. So this is a very dangerous point in the game for Anatan. Charge comes in.
Absolutely.
Knights, not going to be able to fight up against that. Spears are baited over the side. And the issue I'm seeing here is there's 0 answers right now to the archer mass. Men-at-arms are now on the way for Anatan. That's going to take a long time to get out here.
It's tough, absolutely. I mean, Spear Knight can win against Archer Knight typically, but the mass has to be even, which it just isn't in this case. Only 5 Knights for Anatan to Louis MT 16.
Archers starting to tickle away at their spears. Knights are just going to poke this back. It's only a handful of Knights, so realistically the damage you should be able to do with mass Archers shouldn't be too high. But it is reaching a point where Louis might be forced to commit to the fight or bail on the Archer clump he's got. And that's problematic because that number is shrinking fast.
Yeah, this is just where we see the power of marching Druids coming in here. Normally spears absolutely suffer against archers, but because they are forced to kite to deal with them, every time these spears are catching up, getting their charges off and getting good pokes onto the archers, which being castellated spears, they do significant damage.
At 1.72 movements we've been charging. I mean, it's quick enough to even chase down Knights at that point. Difficult situation now. Louis has to throw Mind, Body, and Soul into it. He does at least get level 3, but it's level 3 range zone. That is not useful against infantry clump.
Yeah, a lot of XP gain there for Joan. She does sacrifice herself in order to get off the Jean's champion's abilities, which will help clear up the spear mass, but however, one relic secured for Anatan, 2 more on the way home. One's definitely secured, and the other one is...
coming wide. He took the one behind the TC.
Oh, I see, yeah.
Sneaky boy. Somehow didn't get noticed down there. And we have got the men-at-arms switch up. He already got into the heavy maces, so he was already anticipating he'd need to actually switch this up. All of a sudden, the archers aren't going to be that useful. And yes, the charges from the French are going to be good, but the reality is there's still a feudal age knight now charging into heavy mace men-at-arms.
Yeah, that's right. As this mass starts building, I'm almost tempted to say that going into spears and men-at-arms initially would have been the right choice instead of knights. As this mass begins building for Anatan, it's going to get scarier and scarier for Louis MT unless he can get into castle aging quickly.
At that point, though, like, you're not going to be scaling into more knights. I mean, the archers are irrelevant at this stage, so I think Louis, now that he sees MAA, it has to be castle age, surely. Like, if you add in any more archers, you're making your next few minutes just weaker. And the reality is you've seen the farm count. It's not like Anatan can't afford men-at-arms. He's going to be good to play this long.
Yeah, and the issue with adding in more and more archers here is, sure, they can deal with the spears, but food is also running out. I mean, at the end of the day, so many knights, so many archers, and 2 TC production is costing a lot of food. Louis MT only has half a deer pack left, as well as a berry patch, and the only other food that he has besides that is a very forward deer. Of a very forward boar, excuse me.
Yeah, far to the north, pretty far out there. At least it's on the flanks. The men-at-arms likely wouldn't see it, but Clash coming in again. This is at least going to be a decent fight for Louis because he just has the numbers on his side, but this is wave number 1 of the Achery zombie apocalypse. Plenty more MAA where this came from.
Yeah, well said. The third relic that Anatan very sneakily yoinked away from Louis' side, now coming into the Regnets. The gold income is piling up now.
Moment of truth. Anatan. Uh-oh. It works. That's going to be a 4 relic game.
Indeed, he gets it through the wall. I thought, because the thickness of the gate is actually thicker than the wall, and you can't walk as close to it, I thought it might actually prevent the relic from being picked up, but that was not the case. He picks it up through the wall and brings it back home.
Other one should not be grabbable, at least, so it shouldn't be a 5 relic game, at least not in a rush. Then again, I say that. I look down for a second, I look back up, we're up to 20 men-at-arms. This will burn through quick, and the problem now for Louis is he might be running into a fight. He shouldn't be looking to take until the tech's complete.
Yeah, at this stage, having at least blacksmith upgrades are even, but the men-at-arms are scaling quickly, and heavy maces is only 25 seconds away from now. Sorry, 200 weapons is only 25 seconds away now. When heavy maces come in, then these men-at-arms can start trading very reliably against these knights.
Yeah, the two-handed is going to walk through this archer being quick up. Heavy mace is already there to dent these boys, and it's guild hall, so we're not getting raw bloodlines, right? We're not getting this rush into techs that make this the GG play. Instead, what we're seeing is knights losing, likely to continue losing.
Louis does finally reach the castle age instantly. The veteran knight upgrade getting queued up. Knight Mass still looking kind of healthy, so there is still hope for him, but he needs to be very careful here. But 4 relics secured for Anatan, it's a tough position.
It's also a case of Louis' ecos now being reached, so he was cycle charging, which was really efficient. Now you're reaching a stage where you can't. You can't just wait around for the recharge and going again, otherwise you're going to start losing villagers. It's a dive into the main. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the remaining archers are being chased down, and this is where things start to spread out a bit. We're approaching 40 men-at-arms, and with the farms as they are, this is never going to stop from Anatan.
Absolutely not, and Louis MT is struggling right now. Although the Knights are upgraded, they should be able to clean up these men-at-arms for now, but the mass for Louis is going to get smaller and smaller as still only one farm cluster set up for him now without the Achen's power that the HRE has. It's going to be food stuff very shortly, KP.
This is non-stop gung-ho right now. The interesting part is Louis switching up into the arbitrary. That is the perfect answer here. The problem is whether you're going to get enough of them together in time. There's still 30 men-at-arms in the field. They are trickling in, and that's the only negative I'd give Anatan right now. This is not how you approach Mass Knights. Like, if you Congo line in, it's a Congo line of death for you.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a good job by Louis to kite with the Knights until the upgrades come in. Once Canted Saddles does come in, it will be even more effective for the Knights to deal with the men-at-arms, and at that point the Knights are definitely favored. But still, the economic situation here is spiraling a little bit out of control.
It's just not slowing down. I can't believe this. Usually at this point in the game, an H3 player's like, okay, I got 4 relics. I'm just going to go Imperial now. But Anatan is like a dog with a bone in this game. He has got the deer to the south side, so if he has to play loose to get more food, that is feasible. But probably not something he has to want to rely on when it's still Knights that he's facing up against.
Yeah, completely. And it's this tough situation here where you want to commit to Knights to counter the men-at-arms, but at the same time they're so expensive, and you also want to commit to Arbaletria to help against the men-at-arms as well. And it's just being forced to spend on both these units, diluting your composition, whilst all Anatan has to do is keep churning out these men-at-arms non-stop. Makes it very difficult for Louis, especially with his food count now dropping heavily.
Arbitrary can't even kite away. The movement speed difference, 1.2 rather, versus 1.24, right? Like, there's no backing away from that, so stand your ground, brother. But the price is high. That Knight count has dwindled down to just 8 remaining, and those health bars are not looking pretty.
Oh, and that's the issue. You just can't really pull back the Knights to heal. There's just no real time. I mean, the men-at-arms are in his base. Oh, no, no. Oh.
It's like, can't have this one. Yeah, but buddy, you need to leave at some point.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, as you said, marching drill is just such an incredibly powerful upgrade. Makes it so that, you know, a unit that would normally counter men-at-arms in the form of Arbaletria are going to make it so that kiting the men-at-arms, which is the right way to go about it, is suddenly a lot harder than normal.
Okay, this is a sick play by Anatan, though. The reality is, if you can afford to build this many men-at-arms, you can actually afford horsemen already. And that's the doom stack for Louis. Like, he's going to try to rescale Knights. You already highlighted it, though. The farm transitions only really began. He's not at that point where he can just spam, spam, spam. And these Arbitrary are now going to suffer because it's not just going to be the horsemen. It's going to be the men-at-arms to make sure that small group of Knights can't save you.
Exactly right. I feel like Anatan will hide this horseman mass for a while. Keep sending in men-at-arms here and there onto the farmsteads of Louis as they're getting set up, and eventually, once we reach that 10-20 horseman mass, it's gonna be quite scary for Louis once the engagement happens.
All right, that's a little bit disgusting. We actually saw how impactful the Landsknecht were around this point in the game last time Anatan played when it's up against Puppy Paw. He's doing it again, only I'd argue he has more men-at-arms this time, and this is a game where Louis has less Arbitrary than Puppy Paw did in that game.
Yeah, completely right. And already 18 workers killed for Anatan on his side. Only 20 eco ahead of Anatan, Louis MT is. Whilst, you know, Anatan does have 4 relics to his name, which does help offset that quite significantly. So Louis MT not as ahead in economy as he'd like to be, and right now,
Wait, Louis?
He's micro.
Oh no, he misclicked. He meant to attack. Instead, he walked in. That's problematic. The Gambesons, I mean, he should be counting his lucky stripes. If it wasn't for Gambesons, these all would be dead.
Exactly. So many Arbaletria just died there from that one misclick. That could be game losing.
Knights are trying to go in, but the reality is the second wave of men-at-arms can contest that. And most of these are still only half HP, so this raid has to pack quite the punch, but it's going to come at a price on the other side. The farms have been spotted. Anatan knows about the double cluster to the backside. He can spread out and look for clues like the Scooby-Doo gang, and the reality is Louis doesn't have the same mass to mirror this move.
Absolutely right. I mean, this is a pure desperation move from Louis MT, right? He knows he can't take that fight head on, so he has no other option but to go deep into Anatan's economy, try to do as much damage as he can. The issue is, of course, that Anatan is doing the exact same, and with no knights to protect, he's gonna absolutely mow down Louis' economy.
The keep half complete. No, you've just got to compete at this point. Louis goes back in for it, has at least got textiles But this is turning into an absolute massacre.
So many villages going down.
How many is this lost now? At this rate, he's going to lose more villages than he has in existence in this game.
We're quickly reaching that point, KP. Just an absolute desperation keep going up here for Louis MT, but at what cost? His farms are idled out, both on the left side of the map and next to his primary TC. Sure, this key keeps him alive for now, but you can only assume that it's a slow death from here, or a very fast one, actually.
Pretty fast, I think. It protects, what, 8 farms? Okay, what about the ones to the south? What about the ones to the north? Oh, looks like no one's going to be gathering wheat through the winter here. This is looking grim. Anatan showing you exactly why the newly buffed HRE is your golden egg solution to OP Zone.
No, absolutely. 1.4k food banked up in the guild hall, which, although Louis MT would love to use that to go up to an imp, he might just have to use it here to be able to even train villagers with the amount that his farms are idled out.
I mean, the price of 2TC, right? Consecration at least making it a little bit more efficient. But yes, this is a long road to recovery for Louis. I think it's going to have to happen in Game 2 and Game 3. A little bit of gold has been gathered in the back corner, but the Horsemen even find that. And I mean, if this doesn't show you just how powerful the HRE economy is, I don't know what will. Who else? What other civ in the game on 1 TC into Fast Castle could have afforded mass men at arms into an amassment of Horsemen and still have the premium to add in Landstect? There is only one civ.
I mean, we have seen it time and time again today, haven't we? Some of the best players on Jeanne d'Arc today have shown Marine Lord, Louis MT have done their best and, in my opinion, played the optimal strategies to try to deal with HRE in the feudal and the castle age. But if they themselves can't manage it, I'd argue, you know, who could? I mean, we have only potentially Lucifron or Vortex to try to make this matchup possible for JD, but so far it looks like KP, it's very one-sided.
He even got the 5th relic. So I always say play the player, don't play the game. At this point, if I'm Anna, I'm like, by the way, I've got the 5th relic. Just let him know so he immediately surrenders. I think Louis speaks a bit of English, so he'll probably read that and go, oh, crap. What a brutal game, though. You know, we're going to have to see if over time people can evolve a solution. I just agree. I think that this matchup, the HRE, maybe if they change marching drills, just not be by default. Because I think, like, even then, though, like, let's be totally real. This game wasn't decided by something HRE done in Feudal Age. They went Castle. They just done the same old, same old. And Louis, I don't think he was wrong to go this 2TC, right? Like, we've seen time and time again, the most efficient approach for Jeanne d'Arc when they're against a total civ is to go 2TC. The problem is just HRE's economy ramps so much quicker at Feudal Age than any other civ in the game.
It's just such a snowball effect, isn't it? I mean, the 40% from Aachen combined with the built-in extra carry capacity of HRE just allows for such an aggressively powerful economy that it feels like almost no civ can keep up with today.
No, and I think Louis will probably just GG the moment this completes. Palace of Swabia, now on the way. That's right, he had 50 men at arms and he could still afford to go for a tech up. And a keep.
Yeah, I mean, this should realistically be GG as soon as Louis MT sees the new age has begun for Anatan as he goes into Imperial Age with the Palace of Swabia, and that should be what makes him realize that his time is over in this game.
Tough one now as well, because when we get deep in that draft, I feel like, you know, the way they drafted, if this is a potential 2-game series, Anatan's draft looks a bit stronger, right? Chinese, Japanese remaining picks. I felt like Louis' best shot was if he could actually drag this out to 3. So the next game to me is going to be very telling. I actually think with the map pool, Malians, Byzantines as the options, you could just play Chinese against either of those, right?
Yeah, I agree completely. I mean, China's just such a stalwart pick, right? They're solid all around, a bit like Rus in that regard. You know, if they go against Malians, they can kind of deal with that. They outboom that. Against Biz, they have the same kind of a situation. They do get slightly out-tempoed by Byzantines in the earlier stages of the game, I would say. But, you know, if he can secure his farm transition fully and go late game, that should be pretty secured as well.
Actually, you know what? Now I'm thinking about it, I'm going to make us both look wrong. I just remembered, Byzantines can build Western Contract. So I think Louis' way back in this game, this is really important. He needs to get Malians versus the Japanese, and he needs to get Byzantines versus Chinese. Actually, no, I think Byzantines works against either, right? But like, if Anatan throws away the Japanese against Byzantines, I think he has a very good chance of just winning game 3.
Yeah, it's perfectly possible. I mean, if you can, Byzantine is such a powerful pick right now as well, isn't it? So if you can, throw one of the less optimal civs into it in the form of Japanese, which is a respectable civ, but not one that can really compete with Byzantines, I would say, then he would be in a good position to take the series.
Now, if you're wondering why Louis hasn't GG'd in this game, it's because Louis says, "Oh, this game's going late game." This guy loves late game. He thrives in late game. He's outplayed the absolute best in the game in late game. The problem is, it's late game for Anatan. I think it's just purely late in the day for Louis MT, because I don't see a way in which you get Imperial without dying here.
Yeah, I mean, Guildhall has been used earlier, right? That food that Louis banked up has been used purely to survive and be able to trade units. And we see the Arbaletrie mass building quite significantly now for Louis MT, so he will be able to hold this for now, but horsemen as well are available for Anatan.
Not just that, Elite Army Tactics is 20 seconds out. You're going to get forced to fight. Gambeson's is a strong tech, but actually Elite Army Tactics offsets that advantage, so difficult fight ahead of Louis. If he's somehow close to level 4, Valorous Inspiration might keep him alive, but to call this an uphill battle is an understatement. The way I like to refer to this one, Myriad, this is what I call a Skyrim horse up a hill recovery arc.
Absolutely. I mean, once Angled Surfaces comes in for the extra ranged armor for the Man-at-Arms, honestly, the Man-at-Arms could run face head-on towards the Arbaletrie and trade completely fine.
They're doing exactly that. So insanely tanky. Jean de Blast is in, so we are at least going to get the Valorous Inspiration, but the backstab comes in
at
the worst possible moment. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Your Imperial army has been crushed.
So painful, beautifully outmaneuvered there by Anatan, and that secures the game for him.
Wow, dude, Anatan. I mean, I'm so impressed. I'm so happy about this. Going into 2024, I was already bigging up Louis and saying he's the player to watch. I was like, Anatan will be on the rise, but we'll see how he does. Obviously, this is not an S-tier tournament, right? This is, I think, what we call one small tournament. It's not an EGC tournament, but I've honestly been thoroughly impressed. I think Anatan, what we're kind of seeing here, I'm trying to think who his journey is most comparative to, because you had this wild bull that's starting to become a little bit more tame, but in doing so, the way that he's kind of finding his flow, understanding the game state and how to approach it logically, he still has this hurdle to get over of, right, Myriad, which is the Ottoman Chinese game example. Some of these games, it's almost like he's a gleeful kid that's a bit too quick off the mark, but overall, I have been impressed by the last 6 months of improvement for Anno.
Completely right. It's quite a scary pace of improvement, both for Louis and Anatan, right? But Anatan is just showing this game such a critical understanding of how to play this matchup. Most players would be apprehensive of going into something like Men-at-Arms against knights in the form of French civilization, like French or Jeanne d'Arc, right? But Anatan knows that, well, when those upgrades come in and with this economy I have behind this, what are those knights realistically going to do?
Yeah, it's, I think the moment it had to be Raw Institute, my brain was already switched off to a certain degree, and that I was like, I don't know how he gets back. Louis did some miraculous things with Jean, but I think your only play in this matchup is actually going to be scaling knights. He had the right first part, but you then need to find the Raw Institute timing with 25 to 30 knights. That would be what Anatan was doing, but you mentioned it. The early point that Mad was when he came in with archers, the marching drill spearman just completely ruined him. If he was up against any other civ, if marching drills wasn't there by default, if this was the old H3 basically, I think actually Raw Institute works and it's GG for Jean, but this new H3 is a new breed, and well, we're going to have to look forward to the second game here. I'm wondering, we mentioned, so just to dissect, remember we've got Anatan, Chinese and Japanese remaining. Louis MT has got Byzantines versus Somalians. So let me know if you agree with this wholeheartedly. My take is that Japanese versus Byzantines can just match your castle. I feel like the eco is just so good for Byzantines. They block your early timings as well. So Japanese to me is a little bit not favored there. The Malian matchup versus Japanese, I think that's one where there's some creative plays in feudal for the Japanese, but you're still playing into a premium army, and you'd rather have the Chinese Malian matchup.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential in a lot of these mashups for either side. Honestly, I mean, as you mentioned, Byzantines against Japanese, it's a tough one, I think, because although Byzantines castle timing, I think, will be a little bit slower, being forced to gather from those berries without only potentially a 10% boost from the systems initially. Although their timing might be slightly slower, their economy is going to be in such a better shape, and with just a few walls on Limitane, any sort of mounted samurai play from Anatand, wouldn't do much damage realistically.
Some
Whereas
people,
for yeah, go on.
so I was just saying, some people just to clarify them quick, because I noticed people asking earlier, are we going to do the grand finals? No, the goal, like I don't like to do double cast, so we'll do the third place match. I just got confirmation it looks like it's going to be a best of 3 for sure. So we will round out the series. Hopefully we get a 3-game series. I'm just checking. So we had Dry Arabia. It's Louis' choice, Cliffside or Lipany. If you're in this position, which map would you opt for here?
Sorry, say again.
If you're in Louis' position, because he has map choice, right? It's either Cliffside or Lipany. Which one do you think is, for likely matchups, the best way to go?
I think you'd want to go Lipany here. Having access to the Byzantines, although Japanese, I think you can probably classify them as a berry sieve. Having access to such good gather rate from them. Realistically, Byzantines is such a power pick on a map like Lipany. If you want to make sure that you stay in this series, you definitely want to go for Lipany, I would say, when you have access to the Byzantines. It does make you predictable. I mean, you're not going to play Malians on Lipany, right? But yeah.
Wait, chat, did I actually put a Gamba up for the last game and I put Wham and Anatand up again? Or was that the payout that I forgot to do from game 4 of Anno versus Wham? I'm now trying to remember. Didn't do last game. Okay, got you. Alright, so let me pay out that unlikely Wham win. We'll get predictions going for the second game. Apologies for that, guys. So let me put up who will win. Is it going to be Anatand or Louis? So we should get confirmation on the draft in a sec. Notice, some people mentioned ads. I'm going to just bluntly say it very simply. Your mum and dad probably have Amazon Prime. Go get their account details. Assign Prime to your Twitch. Use it. You no longer have ads. It's pretty incredible. You heard the
tip.
Have you heard the rants recently, Mirad? Like there was a really good one. I kind of smiled. Like a few years ago, there was a Twitch streamer like, "Oh my god, it's been like 5 hours and no one has subbed. Like this is lower than minimum wage, right?" And they got a lot of flack. But
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
But recently there was another one, and people responded in a different way. And I've got to agree. Like they bluntly said they went. I think it was in reaction to ads. They were like, if you can afford to sit here watching me for 7 hours a day, and you aren't liking the ads, maybe spend one of those hours working a minimum wage job, and then you can afford it. And I was like,
yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, realistically, yeah, exactly. This is the source of income. Ads is a big part of it. So to be able to for yourself, KP, and for myself as well as any other streamers to do this, it's crucial that we can run those ads. And the reality is we have a tiny bit of leeway of when those ads get played, but it's very small. It's we don't pick when majority of them could come in, especially on the 55.
oh yeah, especially
percent split. So yeah,
especially in like a game like Age of Empires, where you never know how long a game's gonna be, right? It's like the thing that I think people don't realize, like I've highlighted this before, is Twitch don't even give us a good share. For a lot of content creators, they would turn off ads if they could. But here's the thing: when you scale to a point where they're worth running, obviously you want them on. When you're small, you actually still want them on, because if you don't have mid ads on, that means you get pre-roll. In chat, I can tell you that the biggest no-no to being discovered as a new streamer and a growing streamer is pre-roll, because most people nowadays, the average way that you engage with content, you've decided whether you want to do something. Well, not just content, anything in life, right, Mirador? Like with sport with choices. Like in the first 5 to 10 seconds, you know whether you're engaged or not, right? If the first 10 seconds is a Gillette advert, you're disengaged.
Especially that Gillette advert.
Dude, you know the one I'm talking about, right? Like, I was like,
I've seen it too often now, KP. I can quote it.
I swear Twitch is just trying to threaten to mutilate my genitalia at this point. It's getting weird. Do you make more off the sub or the ad? Probably sub. At the scale. I know that like when the ads scale in a very weird way, but they can become profitable when you're like Beast to Keep plus size maybe. I work with a few larger creators, and I've seen some of the ad revenue money they've made, and it's bonkers. But like, you know, for some of my size, it's just having like, for me, it's more about discoverability. I'm still growing to a point where my goal is to like start getting sponsors and be able to make a living. Like I'm quite transparent on this. I've said it before. And thank you very much, Robin Noob. There you go. That's good use of Prime. You don't have to worry about ads anymore. But I've said this before. In terms of my expenses, like what I make off of Twitch doesn't, I think it maybe if I'm lucky, just about covers a quarter of my expenses for a month. So yeah, I'm working towards it though. We'll get there eventually. All right, let's get ready though. Thank you for the sub. I see you coming in as well, Reaper. You're absolute legends. Here we go. Game number 2 into EGC Lippany we go, and it's going to be the
I'm not in the game. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh wait, you're not in the game? No, yeah. Let me. Sorry, I know what I forgot to do. I forgot to add someone to a group.
Yeah.
Dude, I don't. It's so stupid. You have to react.
I can't blame you at all. Yeah, it's silly, isn't it?
All right, there we go. Let's get you in. The best bang for buck, €4.50. Yep. I mean, I've said it before. You know, I explained it in a very simple way. If you are watching me all the time, you're getting 120 hours of entertainment a month. It's pretty damn good value. What's up, Lemon Pepper?
Dude.
Thank you very much for the sub as well. Welcome to Swarm, folks. All right, let's get ready. Let's focus in. It is time for game number 2 of this third place decider between Anatan and Louis MT. A best of 3 where Louis' back is already up against the wall after losing with his signature Civ. The question now, Myriad, is whether the signature Civ for everyone can be his solution.
So we have Japanese against Byzantines. Japanese piloted by Anatan of 3D Clan, whereas Byzantines is piloted by Louis MT. Interesting pick, Japanese here. I think it makes sense. China would be the other choice, which is also a very reasonable pick. We see it very often on Lippany because of its closed, more defensive nature of the map. It does serve China's, more defensive and economic-oriented style quite well. However, I would say that the reason behind this Japanese pick here from Anatan is, I don't think he favors his chances too well in an extended drawn game against Louis MT himself, right? Mm-hmm. One of the kings of late game, I'm sure you'd argue, especially on such a powerful Civ as Byzantines is. So I think he's instead going to opt for a very tempo-oriented play on the Japanese.
Yeah, fast castle seems to be the most optimal way still with the Japanese. There are some matchups where long feudal's good. This just doesn't strike me as one of them, right? Like if you hang around in feudal age, your opponent gets javelins or lombos, and they can actually just beat you down with the Limitani to assist. Where this gets interesting is the idea of Varangian versus Samurai. Samurai should have the edge there. Like I feel like when we've been watching these games though, it's never felt balanced because of how good the early Byzantine economy is, right? Like it feels like if you rush castle naked, then the Byzantines get an opportunity to punish you for that.
Yeah, I think it's a similar situation here for Byzantines against Japanese as against HRE, where realistically, Varangians have very little chance against samurais in Castle Age when
Odachi.
The Odachi, yes, upgrade comes in. The damage for the samurai against Varangians skyrockets so severely, and I think I'm not sure which ones are more expensive. I think it's Varangians, is that right?
Yeah, the Varangians are, so they cost, was it 90 food, and I think it's 40 gold?
I can't remember off the top of my head.
They're very expensive on the gold, I remember. And they have, it's kind of weird because they have less health as well. I think it's 140 instead of 155. And then
yes.
Samurai on top of that have deflective armor, which means your first hit does nothing. So it's like, is Teardrop Shield's attack speed really better than all those details? Hard to back it, right? But
yeah,
you know,
yeah, definitely. Sorry, go on.
I was gonna say the interesting thing though is like in that matchup, sure, clean makes sense. The reality is quite often what it turns into is a situation where the Byzantine player will actually just use their extra economy to add in, like, you know, the crossbows, right? And that's when samurai start to fall apart. So it's really, to me, this is a matchup of quality of unit you can build versus quality of economy. And shout out to Psychred with the 10 subs. Thank you very much. But,
Ooh, big up Psychred.
whoop, whoop. Getting those subs. Look at you guys go, you absolute legends. Appreciate all the support. This has been an incredible weekend. And big shout out, like, honestly, some people should go drop some subs across on Myriad as well. This guy's been an absolute legend all day.
Oh, thank you very much. Pleasure to be here. But yeah, what I was saying earlier is, so just like against Holy Roman Empire, I think Byzantines is, well, I think ideally you want to go Western mercenary contract every game, if I'm honest, right? Because, I mean, longbows are great at every stage of the game. Lance connects allow your melee mass to overpower pretty much every other civs, except, you know, potentially HRE having access to their own Lance Connect as well, and same with Order of the Dragon. But Lance Connect is what allows Byzantines to actually overpower the frontline melee mass that Japanese has become so known for ever since they've come out, right? And on top of it, if you even get to those later stages of the game, when the Streltsy begin coming out, KP, it gets very, very difficult for Japan.
Yeah, and this is interesting, by the way. Anatan went straight onto the deer. Pretty cool idea here. Survival Techniques kind of gives you a similar effect to Tawara. And then on top of that, you've now got the safer berries towards your home. So this is a good read because of what's happening on the other side. Liu MT is actually going in for Horseman.
Yeah, I like this a lot from Anatan, actually. You know, typically we see those berries being utilized very early by the Japanese, but truth is, especially if mercenary contract, the Western mercenary contract comes out from Louis MT's Byzantines, the reality is that your chances of getting out of the external food sources against longbows with a fast castle build goes down quite significantly. So taking advantage of those deer and further away sources whilst they are safe is certainly the right call.
There are a lot of villagers out here. He has at least got the Tawara and Takazaiku, so he can run back when these horsemen come in. In fairness, survival techniques didn't get like insane value here, right? But it's extra food to work with, and also, if I'm Anatan, now I feel even more confident because you've just built into horsemen as the Byzantines, which there's a reason we very rarely see this unit for them in feudal, right? Like I think of all the options, unless you're going Hippodrome, this feels like the worst possible unit you can build.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision for sure. Not one I expected from the Byzantines here, from Louis. I'm not too sure of the motivation behind it. I don't know whether he scouted the deer before or after going horseman, but he will be able to get some idle time for his horseman investment here. He will take Anatan off those deer eventually if now he's able to fight back, but longbow's in queue.
The thing that's tough here, though, is like you've now started building horsemen against a civ that has more melee tech, right? And that's always a slippery slope in my eyes. We already see Anatan now dropping the stables. The thing that makes me kind of puzzled by this is, did Louis really think he was going to force a Japanese player to build spears? Because that's the only logic I can think as to why you do horsemen into longbows.
Yeah, I'm not too sure, to be honest with you. I don't imagine he thought that Anatan would commit to spears here. I don't think it's necessary when Anatan can just go for his own horsemen, especially knowing that Byzantines would very much prefer to go into Western mercenary contract here, right? So horsemen will get double value of defending against Louis, but also dealing with the longbows as well.
Definitely means the longbows are more puzzling here. If he rushes Stildauer, I can kind of see where he's coming from, right? It's like he's trying to force Anatan to hang around. And the gold is being idled out. Like, realistically, at this stage, do you really want Anatan to hang around with this comp? Because if he just builds horsemen and goes undermesh, I don't feel like you can actually fight this at all.
Yeah, for sure. The one saving grace that Anatan has here is,
Louis has, yeah.
The one saving grace that Louis has with this play here is that Anatan was late on the horseman. He was angling for that castle late, so he did add the stable quite later than he maybe would have liked against this kind of aggression. But yeah, I mean, longbows are about to connect onto the horseman now. They will be able to snipe the low HP one initially if he's targeted down, which he will be.
Played rush out into the goal from Anatan, but I don't like this. He actually just queued up Tatara. But in fairness, like even if you just get 600 gold, it's not good enough, right? You actually need to keep on this gold for the Mounted Samurai transition.
Yeah, absolutely. And, this committal to gold would have been useful earlier, but the reality is one Vil goes down now.
That too. Could easily snipe him instead. The Lombos are going to be pinched by the Horsemen, so Anatan essentially sacrificing the arm to save the body here. These Horsemen should not win this fight. He now needs to get enough gold for Castle Age, at least I'd say 2 to 3 mounted samurai.
Absolutely. Second stable was about to be added by Anatan. He stopped building it due to the harassment of the horsemen on the right side of the base. The first set of longbows does get completely cleaned out, which Anatan will be happy with, but this is an awkward spot to be in where you're just on the cusp of Castle Age, but you're keep being forced into making more and more units.
And even if you get there, this pacing, all the safe food's going to be taken out. Now, Kura Storehouse can do some miraculous things, but still a limited number of farms. Sheep, I think, is down to the last 2 or 3. Actually, it's the last... It's got 4 more after this. On top of that, the berry patch is now starting to be harvested. So Anno needs to be quick on this tech up, and then he needs to break out and possibly even consider walling, right? When you're up against horsemen, you always have to respect the ability for your opponent to play flank. Finally, Outpost is going to go up, but once again, a price is going to be paid. 2 more villagers going down.
And that definitely hurts so much, right? I mean, we already spoke of how the Byzantine economy is somewhat superior to the Japanese economy, especially the longer the game goes on. Being 3 Vils down now for Anatan, and nowhere, and he has been dancing on the cusp of Castle Age for the past 3 minutes now, but it just can't get this safely.
It makes sense as well. Like, we highlight this going into the game. We were saying what feels better in Castle. We came to the conclusion that Japanese feels better in Castle. But this is the difference of the Byzantines. Compared to before the patch, their ramp up is so much quicker. Like, think about this matchup before the contract difference. Would have added an extra, what, 30, 40 seconds into the timing? That would have been Castle Age for Japanese.
Absolutely, yeah. The delay on the longbows would have been definitely enough for Anatan to go up the castle fairly safely. But instead, we see, this is painful. And this is what we were talking about earlier with the power of Byzantines, especially on a map like this with so many berries as Louis MT goes out with a third system being added onto his secondary berry patch. This aggression doesn't look to be stopping as Limitani are now out as well.
All I can think is back to the moment when this all began, if there had just been an outpost on the gold. Like, Anatan is basically, a few minutes later, gone and done what every Japanese fast castler does anyway. Only it's so late, it feels like a moot detail. Floating Gate is on the way, sure, but we could be easily looking at another 5 villagers going down. Fortification does come through, and that should be enough to just about keep it alive, but now with the Limitane in, no doubt about it, that's going to be 5 more villagers dead for the Japanese.
This is an absolutely disastrous situation for Anatan to find himself in. His villagers get trapped in the outpost right as he's about to age up, and even if he somehow manages to get out even 5, which is optimistic at best,
that's it. GG. What a play. Like Louis. Impressive execution of the Byzantines. Y'all been watching this Varangian spam? This is the one you don't want it in, but why even let the Japanese get to castle where you can end it so quick?
Clinical play from Louis that match, I must say. I mean, I was a bit skeptical of the Horseman opening at the start, but, idling out that greedy Deer Star from Anatan there put so much value on it, and following it up with the Longbows first batch and then the second batch, and eventually Limitane to ensure that even if somehow Anatan does get any mounted samurai out, well, they'll be answered in turn.
Did we not do prediction for that one? Yeah, we did. We done prediction for that one. Well, so someone please put prediction there. That was, yeah, we definitely done prediction for that one. So let's get Louis a point on the board, prediction complete. So we head into our deciding game. Very obvious draft. Honestly, I'm not. So if I had to give one piece of feedback, I don't know if you feel this way. I think for this tournament, for the best of threes, if there's a lesson we should have learned from Tech 2, it's that best of threes, I feel like they're better with 4 picks. So you have some flex, right? Because like now, if this feels like an outdraft, it almost feels like a default win.
I'm inclined to agree. I think slightly more picks, having access to more civs than you can actually play in the entire series by a decent amount does lead to slightly more exciting games, in my opinion. I mean, the extra added element of the mind games of what one might pick does make it even more fun to watch. You could argue it is slightly frustrating for the players because, there's a tiny element of gambling involved in terms of getting a bad matchup as opposed to a good matchup. But yeah, that's just a dichotomy that's to be solved.
Interesting question from Steve. If the player's feudal horseman, why not go Hippodrome? Better scaling for the rest of the game. The reason there, Steve, is that the Grand Winery gives you your 2 batches of Lombos a lot quicker than if you play Hippodrome. Wait, I just remembered I didn't bring you back into the group. Let me fix that. So yeah, like I think Hippodrome is just kind of overrated. You get one good strike with it, but the problem is like if you know your opponent's going to be going fast units, then you can't force a fight. Like to me, Hippodrome only makes sense against civs that come out of the base. That's why we saw Poppy Paw use it against Vortex in the Delhi matchup really well. Because in that game, the Delhi aren't going to be in the base, right? But like the Japanese are going to camp. So even with Triumph, diving that is very difficult.
Yeah, that's very true, yeah. And, you know, although Hippodrome can have a very powerful early punch against a lot of civilizations, giving up the extra income from Winery, especially, you know, with the most recent changes to the mercenary contracts, it's a tough price to pay. I mean, it's essentially a different type of an Aachen chapel for Byzantines, and giving that up is tough.
It's insane because you end up getting 82% of the food you gather as olive oil instead of 50%, right? So it's almost double. It's ludicrous when you state it that way to people because it just ends up being an extra group of mercs off the safe berries. All right, let's get this one ready, though. We're going to switch over now. It's time for the deciding game in this third place match. Anatan versus Louis MT. It's going to be the Chinese up against the Malians. And quite funny to actually see someone pick the Chinese against Louis because you might remember, Murad, historically, like this was the civ that Louis made his rise with, the Chinese.
That's right. Louis MT, fittingly being, you know, hailing from China himself, has been known as a very, very dangerous Chinese player when piloting the civilization. So, however, although he isn't able to play them today, his inside knowledge of how the civ works and knowing exactly what their timings and strengths are might be what is needed for him to control this matchup in his favor.
So I think the win condition for Anatan here is 2TC fast castle, right? Because like if you're going to play long feudal, you're going to play Chuganu, and there's no way you want to play Chuganu into javelins.
No, I think 2TC is definitely the right way to play for China here. Fast castle off of it is a tricky one. I think you will be forced to make some units, most notably spears, to deal with the sofas that are coming at you. And spears also deal pretty well with javelin throws if those come your way. So, you know, fast castle is definitely the right way to go after the 2TC play for Anatan. But you will need some units to insulate yourself, as well as walls.
Yeah, walls plus spears in the Nesta Bees, right? But that's where this gets quite interesting, is we've started to see Malians kick the win rate back in their favor a bit in competitive play in this matchup, namely off of the speedy builds, which is Sofa, Musafadi, and you just keep flood, right? And the whole idea is you pressure the Chinese so they can never get breathing room. I'm wondering if we're going to be seeing similar here. Typically, if that's your goal, you don't really do anything in feudal, right? Like for a Malian player, you just add in additional mills and go fast castle.
That's right, and as you mentioned, the speed of Musafadis allows for some pretty nasty raiding onto the Chinese side, especially in a relatively open back of the base like Anatan has now. He does have some decent safe food sources. Deer as well as berries on the back will be quite nice. Slightly further out there next to the boar on the right side. But as you perhaps remember, I'm pretty sure you casted and seen that game. Louis MT against, I believe it was Wham, played Malians against JD, and he did a Musafadi Warrior Scout mass play, which absolutely broke Wham in that game.
Yeah, that was the Speedy Boy comp, right? He opened Sofas to mirror the Jeanne d'Arc, and also by going like Sofas into Jeanne d'Arc, you destroy her before she can do anything. And then it was Musafadi spam in Castle. So we might see someone similar. One thing to note about the Malians on this map, bit of a sucky map for them from a gold efficiency perspective, right? You get 2 safe pit mines, and then the other ones in the center tend to not allow you to fully house due to the cliffs. So is a slight negative for Malians, but the cool thing about like spamming Musafadi that way is it's all about food.
Yeah, that's right. So we have, luckily for Louis MT in this case, if Anatan does decide to put any kind of aggression, which we have seen him do in this matchup before. Anatan is no stranger to whipping out a Barbican rush here and there, which could potentially be an angle that he looks for. But it will be quite difficult against relatively safe initial pit mines and golds here for Louis MT.
Yeah, it's not the type of spawn where you don't have backup options to the ranch location. Like, for example, if you Barbican, you're Barbican the front side. So you're blocking berries against the Malians. Not great. If you Barbican the gold vein, he's got the backup gold vein, and he can still build the fuel line on the left side of his base. So we have seen Anatan with some spicy Barbicans recently. I just think, like, yeah, this game, just play it safe, get your song, get your 2 TC, and then try to pile pressure before the Malian flood begins.
That's right, yeah. I think there is some value in putting up a little bit of a pressure after getting that second TC up. Ideally, you don't want to allow the Malians to into castle without making any units, because then they can just, take control of the game from there. But if he's able to put a little bit of pressure whilst dancing towards Castlage himself, he can make a lot happen.
I'm becoming more convinced that Louis MT is a Dota player. I see him do this more often than anyone else. He tries to body block units, and I love it so much.
I have heard that. I think he did in fact play Dota 2 in the past, if I'm not mistaken. But do not take my word for it. I believe it might be true, but I'm not 100% sure.
The ball? I don't think he's going to reach there, buddy. Yeah, Anatan found the perfect location here, just out of range. But yeah, the body blocking. It's interesting because I feel like if a player comes from League, they wouldn't even try this because you can barely deny people moving in that game, right? But in Dota 2, you can basically turn a 10-second walk into a 20-second walk with good body blocking, right? So,
absolutely, yeah.
And I think Age of Empires 4 also has an interesting inkling to that. Like, there is actually situations I've watched before. I think B's another one that does it really well, where he's slowed down a unit's arrival time by 7 seconds with body blocks.
Yeah. Here we see the ball getting pulled in by Anatan here. He's going to get shot by the Barbican garrison with the villagers. Classic play here, and it's going to net a lot of food. This is a good Barbican spot, secures the food here. It does leave the front of his base a little bit exposed. Might be a bit tougher to defend his initial base, but this is a lot of food for Anatan to secure, so I'm sure that's something he will be happy with.
And it's going to be triple mill, so Louis MT is not going to build a single unit. He's not going to be phased by this. This is the clean approach, right? Like, this is exactly what you want to do. There's no way you dent a Barbican. And I imagine Louis expected this play. It's very rare that the board doesn't spawn right next to the deer on this map.
Yeah, it's a good point. It does happen quite often for sure. Boars always typically spawn on the sides next to the trade posts. So triple mill is a nice detail by Louis MT here because, you do need to get a wheelbarrow. You ideally want to get horticulture as well as Malians in feudal age, and wheelbarrow especially takes a very long time to research. So being able to train cows at the same time is useful, and that's what the triple mill allows.
Anatan, of course, will be going for that second TC. Liking this approach, are we going to get TC out on the deer?
It looks to be the choice.
We don't see this often, right? Because one of the big issues that Chinese players have the idea of going to lose TC is if you drop the TC on the deer here, you can't supervise the food drop-off.
Yeah, that's right. That is always a debate amongst, Chinese players and pro players as to what is the best approach. I don't mind this too much because realistically in this matchup, especially as Anatan, you're playing a little bit greedy in this kind of a situation where you need to get up to castle age very quickly and safely, not dying to the mass that's going to come up from the Malians. And having TC on the deer allows the villagers to get to work very quickly, have a safe drop-off spot. Sure, you're missing out on some tax gold and some and supervision potentially, but realistically, that is not something that will decide the game, but your speed in getting to castle age and how well you defend will.
All of a sudden, this is starting to look a little bit of a worrisome game for Anatan. Louis MT is already deep into the cow. He's about to fill up the 5th branch here. So we're probably looking at, I'd say, possibly a pre-10-minute tech timing that the pace is going with, which is insanely scary when you consider by then what Anatan's maybe going to have a 10 villager lead. Because remember,
it's tough, right?
I was going to say, it's deceptive because I want to remind people before they question my math. This eco count at the top now counts taxmen. So it's a little bit deceptive.
Yep, but that's a very good point. I mean, we already have nearly 4 cow ranches to set up for Louis MT. The power of the triple mill being shown here. And the scary thing is, not a single war yet begun by Anatan. We do see double barracks being dropped now, which is the right choice. But the issue is, if you don't get these walls up very quickly and there's angles for Louis MT to attack from, that eco lead that Anatan is building can start dropping drastically quickly.
That's also why I really love this wall from Louis. It's a blocker to Anatan's intended wall, right? Like, he now can't block the short ramp. You have access. It's such a smart read. I feel like a lot of players don't take advantage of this when they're the flooding Civ in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. Realistically, a wall can still be put up there by Anatan, but that's where it gets awkward because you have to start segmenting the wall. You have to make a little almost semi-hexagonal shape from it in order to be able to fully ward it off, which not only demands more APM and attention, but more wood as well, which, you know, every little resource that Anatan can get now counts, as should be used to its most efficient.
Yeah, especially with the way that, like, starting new wall sections works right with the initial cost. So it's like, compared to Louis, he's just dragged one across, much more efficient. And talk about efficient timing, they are mirrored. Grand Fulani on the way on one side, Astronomical Clock Tower on the other. Anatan will have the tech up lead, courtesy of the fact that he is the Chinese and their build speed is borderline broken. But of course, the nice thing, at least for the Malians, is no matter what unit you build, your tech unlocks are only 30 seconds long.
Funny detail here on the Fulani Corral. If you see 2 villagers actually idle on the corral, blocked by the pathing of the other ones, not in fact building it. So although it says 10, realistically it's only 8 building the corral right now.
Yeah, this is like my partner being written down as working for my company, and then I'm just like, her work is eating my pizza on stream. It's very, very important work. So I'm just going to come out to contest the spears. Palace Guard are now being queued up by Anatan, but the difficulty of this type of play is making is food isn't long-lasting, right? Like the deer in the ball, the other deer stacks, they're secure. But this isn't like the Fulani, where 10 minutes from now, Fulani is still going to be pumping food.
Yeah, absolutely right. And I'm quite excited to see how this game progresses because due to the somewhat recent, not too recent, but thereabouts Malian nerfs to the corral's income on the cattle, I was theorizing whether it is possible to just go 2TC as the opposing side with a boom sieve such as Chinese without having to put too much pressure on the Malians, and with a good defense, whether it is possible to survive or not the onslaught of the Malians. So I'm curious to see whether that is in fact possible this game, because it is exactly what we're seeing, KP. Very few units from Anatan in Feudal and straight to Castle Age matching Louis' timing.
Oh, yes. I think to that point, the way that you do break the Malians' timing now is if they have to add in an archery range or a Rax. Like, I think those... And the archery range is for javelins, right? If they do that, they build 2 to 3 javelins and 1 to 2 donzos. If you force that the Chinese after only investing, say, 2 horsemen from stables, then you're in a very good position in the game. But if it's just naked 3 mills optimal, I gotta say I lean pretty heavily towards the Malians. Then again, Song Dynasty is something else. It's already now up to a 25 eco lead. This is the point where you can start to eclipse the power of the Fulani from a raw eco count perspective.
Completely correct. And, you know, for now, there's still plenty of food that Anatan has access to, but he will consume that very quickly. Militarily does favor Anatan for now, but that will spiral out of control quite quickly. Interesting note is Louis MT did, in fact, opt to have 2 males 2 of his cows in the last cattle ranch that he has access to, as opposed to gathering from them, as you see a lot of Malian players do. What's your opinion on that, KP?
When you're trying to go for Mustafadi Sofa, like the Surge build we talked about, it does limit your food capacity, which means we're going to have to see Louis playing out to the flanks without walls against Palace Guard. That is a little bit dangerous. So I think what's really important for Louis here is he has to pressure, right? If he keeps flooding with these Musafadi, he'll be allowed to play flank resources like the deer at the back of his base. But if he decides to take a more chill approach, that's when we see this Chinese flood start to take over the game, right? They get the ability to be aggressive. So, you know, the upside, because of the design of Cliffside and the fact that it's Nest of E's opening for the Chinese, I'm not expecting Anatan to rush the flanks. So Louis, realistically, if he ever feels like the food mount isn't enough, should have a backup option.
Yeah, that's a good read. So far, we see units mounting on both sides, no real aggression coming out yet, which I must say I'm a little bit worried for Louis in this case. Still, very little pressure put onto Anatan. I mean, we do have two sofas in the back of Anatan's base, but realistically, I mean, we already have two Nest of Bees out for Anatan, and so far, not too much damage dealt by Louis.
No, what we've got is a relic race though. Louis MT now yoinking one away. I mean, this is looking like this should actually be a 3-2 split. Anatan has got one safe at home. There is a Warrior Scout back here, but a Warrior Scout shouldn't really be able to do this on his own.
Oh, he's in fact going to convert to the other side here as he takes on the blue colors of Anatan's Chinese.
Remember last game when Louis or first game round when Louis very last second gets out of range, comes back in? Yeah, not this time around. Unfortunately, the Warrior Scout's a little bit slower than Horseman. So a little bit given over there. That's also another unit that you can try to get vision with. And now we're reaching a stage where Anatan, once he's at 90 pop, the idea of transitioning granaries doesn't really kill your game as the Chinese. You can easily make that transition while still fighting. So it's really important that Louis now breaks these walls and starts flooding, because we just haven't seen that yet.
Absolutely right. And, with this map on Cliffside, there's walls all around Anatan's base now, so he is somewhat secure. But the reality is that his base is quite large and spread out. So answering, especially with such a slow army that Anatan has, responding to all sides at once against such quick units such as Sofas, Warrior Scouts, and Mustafadis is going to prove quite difficult. And we already see on both sides, actually on the right side, LUMT breaking through.
Mobile's coming up. Meanwhile, look at the move in by Anatan. If you pass guard do raid in, Mustafadi at least going to be there to shut that down. So not an overreaction, but the walls just in time here for Anatan. Problem is, if these walls get burnt down, where do you build the next ones?
And it's tough, right? Because sure, you think, oh, I'm secure, I'm safe for now with these walls. I got them up in time. But this is wood that he's not spending on a farm transition at the same time, right? I mean, he only has one berry patch left in terms of food. He's forced to go into a granary transition now.
Oh my God, Anno's sending it. He's gone straight for the ranches.
Ooh.
Whoa, what a move! And what is this defense, Louis? He massed Warrior Scouts. What?
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Mr. Bees. Oh, that could be big. Warrior Scouts need to get around the backside, but the Spearmen are pulling back. Anatan, I think he's got the better read on this.
Yeah, I mean, it's so tough. There's already 3 Nestor Bees, and it's so tough to engage into this big melee mass of Spears and Palace Guards. Realistically, they shouldn't do too bad against the Musafadis, but they get on top of the Clock Tower Nestor Bees, but still not quite enough to take them out. Still all of them alive.
There's questionable micro out of Louis in this game. He spent ages A-clicking the Barbican in this fight. He missed an opportunity to actually stick on top of the Nestor Bees with the Musafadi, and all of a sudden, military lead is now firmly with Anatan. Like, I'm getting worried that this game is going to come to an abrupt end.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, right? Like, these trades heavily favor Anatan. The one sticking point that Louis has in his favor is that food is very swiftly running out here for Anatan. So the farm transition is about to have to come in, and quickly at that, if Anatan is to able to keep up this pump. But so far, this aggression they've put out, and the defense is not looking too bad either.
I always love the way that cattle, as they die, drift in the direction they were going. Just,
Yeah.
I feel like I'm watching Midnight Club. But one of the ranches is at least denied. But overall, the big detail on the backside to that granary transition, look at where the Musafadi got. There was no units held back. Anatan done something insanely ballsy here. He saw what Lou was doing and mirrored it. And that's the thing I find most interesting about Cliffside. He who controls the short ramp controls the destiny of the game. The fact that he was able to outpace Musafadi so far shows you just how valuable this short center is.
Absolutely, and we see 25 villages on stone now. Anatan knows that, okay, I'm completely out of food except one single berry patch towards the right side of my base. If I don't get a keep up to defend now, he's going to be in a lot of trouble.
Needs more walls really as well is the problem. Need to layer them. At this point, the Musafadi spam is still going pretty strong. And well, I've seen Louis on Marlians a few times. I don't know if you noticed this about Myriad. Out of all the Marlian players, he's the one who seems to like Imperial the most.
I agree completely, and complete unit production halt for Louis MT here. I think he knows that, okay, I mean, there's no possible way that Anatan can actually contest me here with the granary transition that he's forced to make. So if I just go imp here and get a tech lead, I could be able to break him.
I think we had a Marlian Chinese matchup earlier, the other day. I was talking about, like, the idea is with Musafadi Gunners, you actually can beat the Chinese before they get the Gunner Mass together because of the Fort Huntress, right? That first strike buffs your damage by double. It's insane. You can pretty much just one pump in. Like a Nest of Bees, even a Clockdown Nest of Bees. 3 Gunners target it. I think it's 4 Gunners actually. It's dead. So very powerful play coming in, and Louis is indeed going to be going for that Fort Huntress.
Indeed, and I like the detail that he's only going with 8 here. He doesn't want to get too greedy because, you know, if he rushes this up too fast, then it will alert Anatan, and his economy won't be able to keep up with the upgrades that he has to get once he reaches it. Up to F12 now.
Actually got an opportunity to pop block Anatan here. One village went down, second one's nearby, but he's a little bit hesitant to go in, right? Like if you throw away these units, you've got nothing to defend with, and once again, Anatan is the one who controls that short ramp, so you don't want to overextend and then immediately feed the game away. Calculated read. The question now for me is, Louis, usually with this build, likes to set up trade. This map does have trade posts. Are we going to see it?
Yes, indeed, and it's not a too bad one. There's a very nice cliff in the far right of the map there, where Louis MT could opt for a trade. It's a bit of a dangerous, as we mentioned this before. We saw in the series between Anatan and Puppypool earlier, where you know, setting up trade and going for a boom can be a bit of a risky move against a civ like Chinese. But if Louis keeps up map control, it could be an option.
I'm already seeing that he's now queuing up the Fruma leadership. This is a really big deal with Musafadi. So far, the gap close is kind of insane. And you know, the tech up lead now, the elite status on this Musafadi, means this mass spear all of a sudden isn't that great of a solution. Anatan needs to strike now before all those upgrades kick in.
Indeed, we see Elite Musafadi on the way, as well as Elite Sofa and Farima leadership on the way. Anatan knows he has to go now and deal significant damage, or he's going to get outpaced quite severely.
Nestabes were moving up. Anatan got hesitant though. Another backstab came in. Louis, that group of Musafadi that were waiting, finally pounced. TC's likely to go down, and he can try to leak into the wood line.
Beautiful patience being shown here by Louis MT, keeping those Musafadi stealth, knowing that as soon as he edges up, Anatan is going to go for an aggressive attack, and waiting for the opportunity and time when Zami's out of position to strike.
And look at the golden hats, the golden bodies coming in. The Musafadi have been upgraded. That means he can't burn through the ranches. He's rushing home to clear up this rabble at the back of his base, but damage most definitely done here. Anatan being clawed back away from that glorious 120, 130 pop. In a situation where he knows he needs to go Imperial, he's now forced to add in more military.
Absolutely, and you look into this situation here. You know, 151 supply to 95. In a lot of cases, you'd think 157 supply is heavily favored, especially with double the economic units here for Anatan as opposed to Malians. But of course, as we know, Malians with all their passive income here, it's not quite as one-sided as it looks on paper.
No, and what's crazy is now, with this Fruma leadership, you basically get the same thing you'd see out of Chinese and Imperial with Yuan Dynasty, right? The movement speed on these Musafadi means actually, if anything, the Chinese now need to consider stone walls.
Absolutely, and you know, the sticking point as well. 3 sacred sites ticking away. The possibility of a sacred win is on the cards. I mean, it's not something we can call as of yet, but the amount of gold income is often underrated from these sacred sites. All of this helps to offset the eco advantage that Anatan has.
Louis zooming in from the left and the right. Everyone is pulling in towards the Great Wall Gatehouse. If this goes up, Anatan should be able to stabilize, but this is still a dangerous position to be in. Even if he has all the food, gold is going to be the limiting factor, and that is what you start to burn a lot of as the Chinese when you start to consider hand cannons.
Absolutely, for sure. The only issue here that I see for Louis MT is that the absolute lack of stone being gathered for now. It's a bit worrisome. He will need to get keeps of his own eventually. I think maybe even a second town center or trade if he opts for that, because now that Anatan is in Imp and these upgrades are starting to come in, it could become quite dangerous for Louis MT if he isn't able to maintain this pressure, but so far it looks like he is.
I'm impressed with the way he's spreading the map like this. Anatan, like if you look at the military count, it's not that much of a difference, but it feels like Louis has double the troops that Anatan does. Now, Anatan's farms are safe. He's got a keep on the front side. He's got the Great Wall Gatehouse on the back. But it's when you have to spread out beyond that. That's where the problems start to arise here. They're seeing that Louis is just starting to pick apart buildings back and forth to constrict Anatan's ability to even think about booming army.
Yeah, I mean, losing all this infrastructure really hurts, doesn't it? Realistically, you know, with the entire farm cluster now surrounded by a Great Wall Gatehouse and a keep, as well as the Barbican on the right side and the main TC on the left, completely enclosed and safe, you're not going to get too much damage onto the main granary setup. So, what's the next logical choice? Destroy infrastructure.
One spooky thing is also approaching. Culverin's on the way. Nesta Bees has been saving Anatan. It's critical that he gets enough hand cannons together before the Culverin takes out the siege. Otherwise, he will have no way of stopping the flood.
Absolutely. It gets to the point where if Anatan does manage to secure himself here with either stone walls or multiple layers of wood walls, when that Chinese war machine of Nesta Bees and infantry starts moving across the map, if Liu MT isn't able to hold, then it can only go downhill from there.
Raids on the flanks are being repelled so far. Left side is a big push in. It looks like he's targeting the housing. He understands that Anatan is trying to flood. Problem is, Anatan is China. He has plenty of wood, and he can build the houses quicker than you can destroy them, even with all this Musafadi.
Yeah, that's right. One Culverin for Liu MT now, as well as a Trebuchet. He's going to try to hold the sacred side if he can. It is about to get decapped, which I don't think he should allow. He can stop this if he wants, but he won't.
Okay, I mean, the Culverin is at least sniping out a few, but yeah, like, he didn't want to dive out. A bit surprising, considering, like, I'd say at this stage in the game, the eco difference between them is more like maybe 15 in favor of Anno, but the problem Anno's having is he's never making a proactive move. Everything he's done up to this point has been reactive, and that is a quick way to spiral out of control and lose a game of Age of Empires 4.
You're absolutely right, and this is the power of this swarming gameplay from the Malians, right? You're always forced to just stay in your base, keep up with these raids and defend yourself. You can never make a move. Even though your army is stronger on paper, it is slower, and you just can't actually break out of your base at risk of losing your entire economy.
Same logic as Japanese, right? The reason why they seem so dominant when people are struggling against them is that castle age into the surge point. Like, zerging is, I think, still something that hasn't been fully explored with certain civs in AoE 4. But we have to remember, before we start talking about Japanese as the new era Zerg, Malians came before them. And Malians have always been about that. Through the Farimba meta, through the Fulani meta, and now this new full melee meta, it's all about maintaining numbers.
Absolutely. It's just like, if you look at the map, there's units everywhere inside of Anatan's base. He must be dealing with so many attack notifications right now. I bet his headset's blaring at him right now.
I've switched over to him now. Apologies to the viewers. He's even now torching landmarks.
Yeah.
Good God. And now Anatan tries to march towards the base, but this is a bad sign. The Culverin's there to contest out the Nesta Bees. And there's another melee mosh pit here to hold him back. Now, there is an interesting detail. The hand cannon count is now up to 21. Realistically, that is what should break the fight in favor of Anatan. Louis needs some sort of solution to the gunpowder.
Absolutely right. I mean, Anatan had enough, right? He has a very scary army, and he decided that, okay, you can keep raiding all you want, but I'm going to start moving forward. With so many Nesta Bees, realistically, you need more than just one Culverin to deal with them. And, you know, the melee mass works fine for raiding, but to actually take a significant fight, I think you'd need gunners.
This is the power of Cliffside, right? You spawn close to each other, so you know, you think Dry Arabia, this type of strategy, we've seen this work really well for the mines of Dry Arabia because it takes too long for the Chinese to get across the map. Cliffside is an entirely different ballgame. Sure, you can reach the enemy quicker, but they can also pivot, defend quicker, but then go on the offensive. We saw this early from Anatan and Castle Age. We're seeing it again, but the difference is this time, the Mad Lad is here to stay.
Absolutely. We do have a mangonel from Louis MT under the Horde of the Huntress, but that is not long for this world. Doesn't even get a shot off.
And now the Nesta Bees are in range. Like, this is the Fulani falling apart. Louis MT doesn't have the type of food to keep pushing once this is gone. I think we've reached the end of the game. I don't see a world in which somehow Louis gets rid of these hand cannoneers, especially without having siege works.
We do have a large number of units coming away from Anatan's base to help the defense, but that's tough because that will allow Anatan to just keep pumping units towards Louis' base, which is not what he wants.
Okay, so much for the sofa line. You know what I think decided this game? Is Louis MT was really slow in getting University. He never got Elite Army Tactics. That's such a game changer here. Like, imagine the damage he would have done to the economy, the torch damage, all these things. That is the one thing I think Louis was missing. He never found that timing. And Anatan patiently waited for his own.
Yeah, I agree completely. I mean, not having elite army tactics against China, who, as we know, gets chemistry for free upon reaching Castle Age, and with 20 hand cannoneers now, if you don't have a solid front line to hold against that, then how are you going to hold your base?
Mangonel's actually spawning out right next to the enemy army, not a good sign. Nesta B's massacre in the villages. I mean, that has to be it. Louis, he's going to refuse to just give over straight away. I mean, this guy has stayed up until, what, 3, 4 a.m. for this? Actually, I think it's earlier in the morning than that, or later rather in the morning than that. But there's no doubt about it at this stage. The eco lead is almost double. The Fulani, you're a fool if you believe in this one. This is nowhere near being full. There's only 2 ranches operational. It's fair to say that the Chinese have got this one in the bag.
Now, without a doubt, this level of army from Anatan is too much for Louis to deal with. There's no more threat that Louis is able to exert inside of Anatan's base, because all of it has to be on the defensive now for necessity of survival. But with the army comp that Louis has, or lack thereof, it's going to be an impossible hold.
Sick read by Anatan, though. I think on his side, the most important detail was that rushed keep and then the Great Wall Gatehouse behind. It just created this beautiful layer of sandwich protection for the meat that was keeping the army going. If it wasn't for that detail, I actually think Louis, even without elite army tactics, might have been able to break this. But now there could be no disillusion about this. We're talking about 60 spears, 5 Nesta Bees, 20 hand cannoneers, and only half a base left for the Malians. And no trade in sight, right? We never got to that stage of the game. I would have loved to have seen that here, because I actually think that the Musavadi gunners are kind of still slept on when you get late game.
Yeah.
But in some ways, I feel like Louis always feared it, right? Like, if there's one civ you don't want to go hyper late game against, I feel like it's the Chinese. And I think that's why he just kept doing this unlimited melee pump.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, I didn't mind the imp idea from Louis too much, but realistically, you got to be in a very strong position afterwards in order to be able to contest the Chinese at their prime time in the game. And not having enough coverings when that push from Anatan came through, as well as not having any sort of damage dealers on the back line in the form of multiple Mangonels or Musafadi gunners, just means that when push comes to shove, all those melee units will just die.
Yeah, watching that fight was like watching a Roost player build horse archers to fight an army, right? That's what it kind of gave me, this itching feeling. I was like, I feel like I've seen this historically a lot, and it never ends well. But kind of a brutal game. And interesting detail, actually. 30 minutes into a game, not a single relic has been picked up.
Oh, yeah, that is a note.
They're all on the ground in the bases. I love the fact that Nova players tried to pick them up again. Oh, an Imperial Pass on the way. This is the detail that just kills the game, right? Because now Anatan can either do spears or he can do pass guard, and there's no way you can run away from him.
Absolutely. I mean, at this point, it's icing on the cake, right? There's money on the line here, so Louis MT will not give up easily, but the writing's on the wall. I mean, how are you ever going to deal with an army of this size and this quality?
I'm sorry, I chuckled at the idea of us saying this quality when it's 58 spears. China, only the most premium of premium units, baby. We got this one in the bag.
Well, in comparison, we do have elite army tactics on the side of Anatan, but no such tactics for Louis MT, and so, the pump is just non-stop. I mean, at this point, Anatan can afford to make only spears and nothing else, and is able to deal damage because, spearmen do beat Musafadis.
It's true. I think you heard, you was like, wait, they do? Okay, I'm getting out of here. GG gets called. So Anatan is going to be our 3rd place on that podium. The question mark, of course, with the grand finals going on, is who's going to actually nab the lion's share of Energy Slapfest number 2. But what I think we can agree, Myriad, is that Anatan, this is looking promising. I look forward to seeing him in the next tournament, because beating a player like Louis to me has been the #1 rising star out of the not already knowns, right? Not the Marine Lords, the Beasties, these type of people. Anatan has impressed me thoroughly with his performance throughout this day. Taking out Poppy Paw, falling victim to Wham, sure, but now taking out Louis MT as well. I think people got to stop sleeping on this guy's name.
Absolutely. I mean, before this, we've seen Anatan's highest finish was a quite impressive win against Beastie in the finals of Blades tournament, Draft of Empires. That was his most notable high before this. But of course, there were special rules in place for that tournament. You would pick your opponent's civilization in that tournament. So, maybe there were caveats to Anatan's ability, still misplaced in my opinion. But now, placing third in this tournament, taking out some of the best players that we have in Age of Empires 4, there can be no further doubt of Anatan's ability as an elite player.
No doubt about it. So, guys, put credence on the name. Also, put credence on the caster name, Myriad. I'm sure we'll be seeing more in the future. Go follow him across on Twitch, Myriad7, if you want to catch his high-level gameplay. And we'll catch you all in the next chapter.
Thank you very much. Take care, everyone.
Whew. Well played, sir. Cool series. A little bit gutted it wasn't a best of 5, but, I understand. For Louis, I think, like I said, I think it's like 5 a.m. or some crap like that there. But thank you for joining me again, Myriad. That was an absolute pleasure, mate.
It was indeed. I had so much fun. That was great. Thanks for having me, KP. I'm thankful for the opportunity, and it was a pleasure and an honor to cast alongside you.
Pleasure's all mine, my friend. I'll catch up with you soon.
Take care. Bye-bye.
All right, GG to Myriad. Big shout out. I'm going to give him another one on the channel. If you have not followed his channel already, he does stream occasionally. Be sure to give him a check out. But guys, there is a grand finals going on. So let me just recap and tell you what the plan's going to be. I'm still waiting on details to see whether we are going, whether I'm going to be going into London on Tuesday. I don't think I'm planning to stream on Tuesday anyway. The logic being is we've streamed Saturday, Sunday, and I'm going to definitely do Monday as well. Monday, we'll look to recap the other series that did not get cast. That includes the likes of, there was the Wham versus, sorry, not Wham versus Kiljadi. Like, they've changed the bracket now. So there was we had Avali versus Kiljadi that did not get cast. I know that for sure. I know that CSO versus Give You Anxiety did not get cast. There was, I think, Louis versus Give You Anxiety that did not get cast. There's a few other ones in there that we simply didn't get around to. I'm going to be looking to fix that tomorrow, Monday. So be sure to tune in. Around midday, I will go live, and we will probably have, I think, 4 series on the group stage we need to cast. And then we'll probably round out with a few pub games. So be sure to join me then. But what I'm going to do now is I'm going to prep to raid through to the grand finals that is currently going on between Wham and Marine Lord to see if Wham can do what he's broken not. So let me figure out who we're going to be sending the raid to. Crackety, I think, is doing absolutely fine on viewership. I think we're going to send you guys across to Matisse's perspective, rather. They're the same feed. Literally, both of them are going through cows. So go have some fun with them. It's been an incredible event. I will definitely be checking in on Energy Slapfest more in the future. But much love for the sport. I've been overwhelmed by the amount of people tuning in yesterday and today. Hopefully, we see that ripple into the weekdays rather. And hopefully, this is the beginning of a continuously growing channel. But much love, folks. Go hype up the grand finals. It's 1-1. We're currently in game number 3 between Wham and Marine Lord. So go have at it. It's a best of 7. I think you guys are going to be pretty entertained for the rest of the night.